because of his ability to space the floor. And I'm so glad the Warriors stuck with him. I'm so glad the Warriors didn't cut him. For him to hit those wide open threes and go 3 of 6 and space the floor, he's getting wide open looks. He's more than capable of hitting them. And I thought JaMychal Green, you may have found a new Rico here for this series moving forward.
Good for him for being ready, Monte. Like, look, do you need random guys to come through and have a moment here and there? Absolutely. But did I think he would start a game in the playoffs? No, honestly, I didn't. I didn't see that coming. It was not in the cards. And for him to space the floor the way he did, he got a dunk on LeBron's head. Barely got it in there, but he got a dunk on LeBron. I don't know. I thought he did a really good job, and he wasn't a defensive liability.
Right.
I thought Draymond Green's defense on Anthony Davis, the denied defense from Draymond Green was outstanding.
Well, you have to hit early on Anthony Davis. If you hit him early and you get physical with him, he's going to not show up.
Yep.
And yesterday, I knew it right. He should have just stayed in the locker room at halftime. In the first half, he was invincible, just 4 points. It kept him off the glass. Hell, with about 6 minutes left in the second quarter, the Lakers didn't even have a free throw attempt. So I thought the Warriors got out on them. They got physical with AD. I thought Draymond Green moving his feet really, really well. They punked AD yesterday. They punked him. So how does he respond? Is he going to continue to play drop coverage? Or do the Lakers maybe need to play LeBron James at the 5 and you play Hachimura at the 4? But if you make Hachimura put the ball on the floor, he's going to struggle a bit. He will struggle a bit. If he's catch and shoot, all right, he's in rhythm. He didn't take any dribbles on those 4 made threes.
No,
in the
that's
first half.
a really keen point that you're making right there. And there's no doubt about it. Like, you want to make him put the ball on the floor. The other guy that you want to make put the ball on the floor, and they did a great job denying him the ball in the paint. He got it two times in the paint in the first half. One of them was a bucket, and then they trapped him on the other one. Make Anthony Davis put the ball on the ground to his left. Make him dribble to the left. And when he did, what did he do? He threw it into the third row. And they made him a guy who had to catch the ball 20 feet away from the hoop. Like that, to me, that's the key. And I go back to Draymond Green. Not getting the cheapo depot fouls on denied defense. His ability to deny. And what I mean by that is not allow him a clear lane to get a pass in. He fronted him. Sometimes he jumped into the passing lane. They did a good job with a guy.
Top blocking.
Yeah, between him and the rim, there was good help defense. 3-man away. I don't know. I thought their strategy against Anthony Davis made them like, Hachimura, we'll give you that 3-point shot deep. We'll give LeBron James some stuff, but we're not letting Anthony Davis beat us. And then also they did a good job on Schroeder and on D'Angelo.
Well, I think so far, D'Angelo, yeah, no doubt. They did a good job on
him. They made him work.
Schroeder was dirty yesterday.
What was that knee grab?
Schroeder was out of his elements here. But Austin Reeves, so far, so good for the Warriors.
Yeah.
They've completely snubbed him out. That's a guy I'm looking at in L.A. saying, he's a guy who gets the crowd going at Crypto.com arena. He's a guy who gives them that extra pop. So you got to keep him out the series here. And so far, Klay Thompson, he's outplayed Herter and he's outplayed Austin Reeves.
The thing with Austin Reeves, God bless you. The thing with Austin Reeves is that I just don't know really, like, they're not using him as a facilitator because I know he likes to have the ball in his hands.
Right.
He's been like relegated to a catch-and-shoot guy, and they've denied him.
But even as a ball handler, having Wiggins and Klay in front of him, he doesn't have the foot speed to get by them.
That I agree with.
And the craftiness, the Warriors are all ready for that. They're looking at the scout report, knowing what Austin Reeves like to do, and they like to contest him. But you could tell early on that he was off.
Yes.
He was forcing some shots, and he could not hit whatsoever. So I thought the Warriors did a good job with that. And tempo.
Yes.
In the first quarter, when the Lakers went up 7, 33-26, they were playing at their tempo. And in the second quarter, the Warriors sped things up. Think about this. In the third, fourth quarter of game number 1, and in the first quarter yesterday, 24, 24, 26. They had the Warriors playing in the 20s when it comes to points scored. Slowing the tempo, being physical,
they're very methodical.
playing in the half court. Warriors sped that game up in the second and third quarter. Next thing you know, you get 41 and you get 43.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom. You're pushing. You're getting early shots in the shot clock. And more importantly, you're letting Steph Curry orchestrate the offense. If Vanderbilt wants to pick up full court, his ass is going to get worn out. He's not going to be available by game 4.
Well, I totally agree on that. The other thing I thought they did a great job of was having a body come up and screen, right? So now Vanderbilt is either going through the muck or you're forcing that second defender who's guarding that screener to come up way higher than they want. There were 3 or 4 occasions where Anthony Davis got caught 40 feet away from the hoop, and now you remove that rim protection and you just open up the floor. Now it's 4-on-3 the other way. I thought they were brilliant. Draymond Green, it may not, I don't know. I don't know how keen people were. I thought he was excellent.
No, he played at a Hall of Fame.
Excellent yesterday.
He played at a Hall of Fame level yesterday.
Mid-range.
No, he hit the mid-range jumper and in the first half. In the first half, he got those wide open layups, and he took advantage of it. He attacked the basket when he's aggressive.
Finished with the left.
Juan Toscano-Anderson joined us on TV yesterday. I thought he did a great job in his debut. Oh, JTA was great.
I saw, because I came by before, that championship ring.
It's hard. He had bling bling in the ears. JTA was awesome.
Humongous.
JTA was
Did I
awesome.
Underestimate how big those rings are?
Maybe. I don't know.
I mean, that thing's as big as a baseball.
They just get bigger and bigger and bigger. but listen, he mentioned it when it comes to that with Draymond Green attacking.
What's that?
Bully and I always talk about it, always bring it up on the show. When he's aggressive offensively, the Warriors are nearly unbeatable.
Totally
Yesterday, he took 10 shots. He was 5 of 10 from the floor, shooting 50%. The 11 points, the 11 rebounds, and 9 assists, and he pushed tempo. When he pushes the tempo, now I'm looking at it, and I don't know what Darvin Ham can do for the LA Lakers. I honestly don't. Now, the role players will play better at home. I get all that. But you're not playing Malik Beasley. Schroeder, I feel like, maybe had his game. Now he's going to defend. He's going to do some things. He's going to score. LeBron James, I think this is who he is at this point. He's not a consistent outside shooter.
Choose your spots.
Exactly.
Don't you feel like that?
I'm cool with LeBron James shooting jumpers. I'm cool with that. If he's putting pressure on the rim, then that's a problem. He had a 6-spin move against Moses Moody on the layup.
Moses also dunked one on him.
Moses Moody was really good. We'll touch on him in a second. Moses Moody playing really well. But I don't know what adjustments the Lakers could make if the Warriors want to run. I truly believe this, and I thought the Warriors were going to win yesterday. It was a guarantee to me. I would have dumped all my money on the damn Golden State Warriors.
I love how confident you are.
I was confident yesterday.
I know. I
had
was
no
worried
problem.
even in the first quarter.
Yeah, I know. I bet you were. It was no doubt in my mind they were going to run the Lakers off the floor in game number 2. They don't lose desperation.
I wish I had
desperation games. No, they're the champs. These are Hall of Famers.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not doubting Stephen Curry and company. How can the Lakers run with the Warriors? I'm driving home yesterday said, I think the Warriors can run these guys off the floor. Well, I think they're having a big weekend in Hollywood.
You know where I worry? And I'm telling you right now, being in the building is different than watching on television. I really realized how much the crying and the complaining from that Laker bench.
Oh, I told you. They're fake Hollywood actors, dude.
I underrated it. It is the whole back of that bench. Tristan Thompson, when D'Lo's out, he's standing up, complaining. And Tony Brothers was I thought he sucks. He is so bad. He waits till the play goes through.
And Eric Lewis.
What?
Him and Eric Lewis.
Was that the other guy?
Yeah, when he called that charge on Wiggins on the fast break of the Warriors challenge.
When everyone on the planet knew. And that's the other thing with the charges, like the challenges. You only get the one. And you could have challenged 3 or 4 in a row there. I don't know. There were 4 occasions. LeBron just fell to the ground.
Yeah.
Fell to the ground. Turned and put his hands up. And my wife's going, LeBron is such a flopper.
Well, the Lakers and some of their coaches before the game and the vibe around the Lakers sideline, they were happy with the split.
Oh, I would be too.
They were so damn tight in game 2. They were like, yeah, we're here, but we're just ready to go back home. I mean, Anthony Davis could have kept his ass in the hotel. If you're going to come out there and play like that, just keep your ass in a hotel and stay asleep or something.
He's another whiner. He
is the worst. He was so
much.
I watched him walk into the locker room at halftime, and he was the last one in. And like David Jones, when their assistants had to clap to try to get him motivated, he looked good at halftime. If I was Darvin Ham, I'm going to tell AD, just keep your ass in the locker room. We'll see you in L.A. Saturday.
I actually will give LeBron credit on this. One thing, obviously, his IQ is incredible, so I assume they will change up their defensive strategies because they did the blitzing and it didn't work. Now, they can try it again. I hope they do because it opens the floor up for the Warriors. But he knew that game was over at the beginning of the fourth quarter, and they all just sat.
Well, I think they knew the game was over with 7 minutes left in the third quarter. Clay hit his 7-3 to go up 18, 82-64. It was a tweet I had. I was just like, look, we're going to find out early if the Lakers want to quit and be content with the split, or if they want to get greedy here.
And I'm going to be honest with you. I was saying with like 2 minutes into the fourth quarter, get Curry out, get Draymond Green out.
I don't know why they started the fourth quarter.
Well, and I get like you're afraid that they're going to go on a 10-0 run and the game's going to be close. Then you'll have to bring your starters back. I get all that. But the white flag was waved when you saw the roster of who the Lakers were putting out there.
And all that ball movement, 38 assists, the screening.
They were just really efficient.
Well, the Lakers look gassed. And this is why this series being played every other day. When this series is played every other day, how is Anthony Davis going to respond? How is LeBron James going to respond? How is Jared Vanderbilt? You want to pick up Steph Curry 94 feet? This is a different beast.
Yeah,
Steph Curry's a different animal. Well, and he was coming off those screens. I thought he was an absolute wizard yesterday. I mean, 20 points, 12 assists.
Awesome.
Him and Draymond controlled the game.
Well, and his ability to contort his body to make a pass so that it doesn't get deflected, because they knew the Draymond pass was coming. And he did a good job of kind of like with the cadences of when to give it. I couldn't get over how many illegal screens the Lakers set.
No,
it's a moving screens, chipping, the hip thing. Like Schroeder's getting screened. He's getting screened. And as he's falling, he's grabbing the inside of Draymond's knee. What was that?
Yeah, I don't know what the hell that was. Moses Moody was also good off the bench. I think, what about his little three before the shot clock buzzer over LeBron James? Moses Moody getting some run.
The crowd was giving LeBron that business.
Oh, yeah.
How about the woman standing up, clapping in his face right there? That was awesome.
I didn't see that, by the way. Jonathan Kuminga, we talked a lot about him yesterday. Didn't really play until the fourth quarter. So
How about the ovation?
Yeah, the ovation was good. Warrior fans always show love, but that's where Jonathan Kuminga is on the pecking order. So I promise we will talk about him in the playtime. You got to do what you got to do to win. And yesterday, JaMychal Green, he was the right answer to start for Kevon Looney. Spacing that floor. Look, he's always been capable of hitting that three. I like JaMychal Green. I'm so glad they didn't give up on him.
Yeah.
JaMychal Green, he has a role on his team. He's another asset for this team, and I don't think the Lakers have an answer. So 888-957-9570. Have the Warriors found a recipe to neutralize Anthony Davis? How they found that recipe? The floor spacing was brilliant. 38 assists. They shoot 50% from the floor, 50% from three-point line. They outscored the Lakers in the paint. At halftime, it was 30-18. They end up +6 in that department. You think about second chance points. Warriors are +5 there. Fast break points, they're a +10 there. So they won all the winning categories. Now, they turned the ball over 16 times, but hell, they scored 127 points. They cooked the Lakers. They filleted them. So, oh, baby, that's what I got for YouTube. They missed it. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. The DGs and Doje and Cabanas, we don't pull those out in game number 2. Let's see what happens over the weekend in Hollywood. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's game 3. Shifts to Southern California. Warriors win 127-100. Hold the Lakers to 100 points, man. What a game at Chase Center. So I want to hear from Dub Nation here as the season. The series is even up at 1 game apiece. A segment brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by In at the Tides. Your phone calls 888-957-9570. How you feeling, Dub Nation, after the Warriors roll over the Lakers in game number 2? It is prime well-watching season at Bodega Head, so you want to get up there. A great time to plan a special getaway to the iconic Inn at the Tides. Enjoy delicious meats at Tides Wharf, stunning views and free breakfast. Book your escape today at inatthetides.com.
Give your small business one tech solution that checks all the boxes.
Curry off the screen. Bounce past Draymond. Right down Broadway. Feeds over JaMychal Green. Corner three up. Good for JaMychal Green. And he's got 8 points.
Hey, it's JaMychal Green with the Golden State Warriors. Now I'm back to the morning roast with Bunte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bunte.
All right, JaMychal, 15 points for you in a surprise start in just 12 minutes and 32 seconds. 6 of 9 from the floor, 3 of 6 on the three-point line. JaMychal Green with 10 points in the pivotal third quarter. The Warriors outscored the Lakers in the second and third quarters, 84-47. 84-47. And just like that, we got a series even at one game apiece. And the Quest for 5 brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. Look, I don't want to get ahead of myself here. I think we're going to get a special Curry game at Crypto.com Arena, whether it's Saturday or Monday. It's hard for me to see the Lakers beat this Warriors team in the series. It really is. Because if the Warriors run, they had the speed advantage over the LA Lakers. They say Sacramento with all those young legs and their carbon copy of you. It almost feels like, and I've said this already, the toughest test for the Warriors on the way to 5 may be the Sacramento Kings. That may prove to be their toughest test, but we're still early in this Lakers series. But what adjustments are they going to make? What adjustments can they make? Because Anthony Davis on the pick and rolls and the high ball screens is dropping. He's dropping. Anthony, do you know who you're playing against? This is Steph Curry. This is Klay Thompson. This is DiVincenzo and Jordan Poole. And I know they struggled for the three-point line yesterday, but if they continue to get those looks, they're going to nail them. This ain't John Morant and Dylan Brooks.
Let's put Jordan Poole to the side because I definitely want to touch on him. It was very frustrating last night. I'm coming around on this Kings Lake. Now, I still think it could be a deep series, Lakers and Warriors. I'm not dismissing the Lakers. There was something about the Kings, so I'm coming around on your opinion of how difficult it was facing them. Offensively, I kind of know what the Lakers are going to do.
Right.
And I think their best version is difficult to replicate 7 times in a series against stopping De'Aaron Fox. I just feel like he is more gifted because of how many different spots on the floor he could torch you from than Anthony Davis. And I'm not saying Anthony's not good. He's really, really, really good. But I think when you have Draymond Green, that kind of negates him. And as great as the perimeter defender at GP2 is and Wiggins can be, De'Aaron was just...
He was a problem.
He really was.
And Malik Monk off the bench with his speed.
Good point. And I also think that Anthony Davis is all about, he's going to score. Once the ball's in his hands, I'm not worried about others beating you.
Right.
Whereas De'Aaron Fox, he'll beat you, and he can get others involved. So I'm coming around to the Kings were a more, at least offensively.
Offensively, they put a lot of pressure on you. And when it comes to defending Stephen Curry, they had the perfect guy in Davion Mitchell.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people during that series was like, hey, those are the type of players Davion Mitchell. And I give Davion credit. He didn't stop Curry, but he's the type of player that could give Curry problems and make him work for things. So they picked him up full court with small guards and longer defenders. And look, I know the Warriors they cooked the Kings when it came to points in the paint. But the Kings, with their three-point shooting and their speed, put a lot of pressure and the intel that Mike Brown had on the Warriors organization.
It did feel like in that series, it's too much dribbling in general from guys that shouldn't be dribbling the basketball. Whereas in this one, doesn't it feel like the ball's hopping?
It is.
And I look at this. I don't know. I know there's this wide open metric and slightly guarded and contested shots. I know they break it down. My naked eye's telling me they're getting such clean looks.
They are great. They hit 21 threes in back-to-back.
Playing right into their hands.
Well, if they pushed the tempo, and they did that. They pushed that tempo. And I thought Steve Kerr, he didn't panic after game 1. I think a lot of Dub Nation. I told you this the other day. I was proud of you with the way you came on the show and set the tone. You didn't panic. Nobody panicked in Dub Nation because you knew some adjustments would be made. And I thought JaMychal Green, that little glimpse in the second quarter of game number 1 where he was wide open, the Lakers are not going to honor him. Well, now they do.
Yes.
Are they going to continue to leave him open on the three-point line? I guess if you're going to get beat by anybody, it's JaMychal Green, but he could burn you. And if you push that tempo like Draymond Green did yesterday and get Anthony Davis involved in 2-on-1s, they were playing with Anthony Davis's mind there in the paint. 2-on-1 deep in the paint, paint touches from JaMychal Green and Kevon Looney finishing at the rim, and then Draymond Green being aggressive and going to the rim against AD. I thought he was special. Now you get the series every other day. Every other day.
That's crucial.
I don't know if Anthony Davis can hang with this pace.
Yeah, and that's a great point that you're identifying there. Didn't it feel like Anthony Davis got kind of not bailed out? It felt like his teammates took away a couple fouls that could have easily been his earlier in that game.
Yeah, well, when he dove on the floor for that second foul in the second quarter, that's Vanderbilt's job. That's somebody else's job.
100%.
AD, you have to be in this game.
100%.
I can't have you in foul trouble. And then that second foul, midway through the second quarter, took away his aggressiveness defensively, and he was not the same from that point on. He was a shell of himself.
Well, and also, Draymond not having fouls early in the game allowed him to play him physical. Again, the denied defense from Draymond Green to keep pushing him out of the paint, and then they did a great job when LeBron or someone was knifing downhill. They stayed with AD and didn't allow him a free release in the middle of the paint. Because once he catches it 8 feet away, it's a bucket.
No doubt.
I mean, he's just too big and too strong. And then boxing out, they made him have to leap over people. And that's where they have an advantage. They did a great job boxing out.
And I thought this, too, with the rotation of the bigs. Now you split Draymond and Looney up. But Looney's such a professional. And look, he was sick yesterday. But in 11 minutes and 44 seconds, you heard his impact. You hear the crowd when they say Loon.
I love
when he gets in there, Loon.
He's everyone's favorite player.
Dude, and he's grabbing offensive rebounds. He grabbed another 3 yesterday. This guy's a monster on the glass. Slut Rock, shout out to Slut Rock for the nickname of the year, Kevon Windex Looney, because all he does is clean up the glass. Literally. 8 rebounds yesterday. No other Laker had more than 7 rebounds yesterday. He had 8 in 11 minutes and 44 seconds. He dropped to 6 points. He was 3 of 6 from the floor. Splitting up the bigs.
Yes.
In this series, I think you could roll back out JaMychal Green as a starter for at least the spacing purposes against the Lakers.
I want off the top of my head, was it Moses Moody who dove on the floor? Was it DiVincenzo when he was trying to make a pass?
Oh, I think it was Moses Moody.
Okay, and he's looking to pass, and he finally hits Wiggins, and then tic-tac-toe, and then boom, it goes to Steph Curry, and Steph hits the falling down shot.
Oh,
the roof was ready to just pop off that bad boy.
Steph Curry. Bully always says this. He's like, man, every time he falls, feels like he makes it. Stephen Curry, that is. He was only 7 of 12 yesterday. Very efficient, though. 20 points, 12 rebounds.
He
had a double-double in the NBA Finals back on June 10th against the Boston Celtics. I thought Steph Curry and Draymond Green controlled that basketball game. They were special. But now it's time for taking them to school. That's right, taking them to school. Brought to you by San Leandro Unified School District, embracing diversity, empowering excellence, and now offering rewarding career opportunities for teachers in the Bay Area. You belong in SLU SD. Go to www.sluSD.us to learn more and apply today. Come on, this Curry still led to a Clay 3 with a his 8.
Reeves throws ahead to James. Stolen by Curry. Curry picked it off. Waits for help. Now dribbles. Step back. Bounce pass to Thompson. Creating for a shot. It's good. A 3-ball for Klay Thompson. The Warriors are up 1. Darvin Ham needs to talk it over. 9:17 to go. 10-2 run brings the crowd to their feet at Chase Center in Game 2.
And that's when the Warriors flipped that game in the second quarter. Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 the game. Klay Thompson, 11 of 18. Remember, he was 10 of 35 from 3 in his previous 3 games. He had to get going, had a lot of great looks in game 1. There's no doubt Klay Thompson bounces back.
He's
8 of
cooking.
11. He is cooking in rhythm. Didn't force it. He said he forced some shots in game 1. Well, he didn't force anything in game 2. He was in rhythm, and he's got to be loving it. He's like, oh, my God, they're going for pump fakes? Austin Reeves, get on my hip. You can't guard me. And now he gets to go back home to L.A.
Yes, and I thought defensively he was really good as well. He had LeBron on a couple of possessions after LeBron was already red hot. Klay Thompson was outstanding yesterday. And in a game where Curry had to sit a little too much because of the foul trouble, I thought Klay picked him up. And that was, the thing about Klay games, you kind of never know when they're coming. But when they do, he could have gone for 45 yesterday if they needed it.
No doubt.
He was unbelievable.
He's getting some great looks right now. Stephen Curry, a magical game, 20 points, 12 assists. All 5 starters scored double figures. You get some great production from Moses Moody off the bench. You get some great production from Dante DiVincenzo. What a night for the Golden State Warriors. 888-957-9570. I want to get your thoughts on game number 2, where the Warriors beat the Lakers by 27. This was a game they were up 32 in a gotta-have-it game, desperation game. You could not go down 0-2, but now the series shifts to Hollywood, baby. Saturday night with the Stars, 5:30 p.m. Cannot wait. Can the Warriors take a 2-1 series lead? What can the Lakers do to adjust to the Golden State Warriors? What What still concerns you about the series? I want to hear from Dub Nation here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Attention facility professionals, property managers, and building owners. Earn free education credits and network with the top professionals by attending the West Coast Buildings and Facilities Management Conference this May 23rd and 24th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Sponsored by BOMA, IFMA, ABC.
The morning roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Chef. Stephen Curry helping the Warriors improve to 33-11 in playoff games following a loss dating back to 2013. Again, the Warriors were 32-11 following a loss in a playoff game dating back to 2013. They're now 33-11. 33-11. They're now 20-6 in game twos dating back to 2015. We got numbers everywhere here. Kevon Looney doing a great job. By the way, the 21 made threes in back-to-back games. I mean, the 21 threes that ties a franchise record. They've done it 4 times in the postseason. Did it twice in the last 2 games. I mean, that's unbelievable for the Golden State Warriors here. So they always bounce back. They usually bounce back after a loss, and they made their adjustment. But let's get to the lines here. By the way, this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. What a win for the Golden State Warriors. Even up the series at 1 game apiece. 127-100. A lot of fun there. Last night at Chase Center. Hopefully you had a good time if you're at the game or watching on the couch. Hell, it doesn't matter. I know it was on ESPN, so you got a little Mike Breen. Can't wait for the Hollywood game. So let's go to the lines. First caller today, Robert in the city. Robert in the city. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, this is Robert. Yeah, thank you, guys. I was just wanting to say that I hope you guys can give them LA fans what they've been giving me at work. They've been harassing me after that first loss, and I love your station for doing that, man. And I just want to say I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
No, man. The Laker fans are the absolute worst. And the thing is, they bring the best out of everyone. They really do. I mean, the energy yesterday in the building, the amount of Laker jerseys.
There's a lot of Laker fans last night.
There were.
A lot of them.
But you know what, though? I thought, this is another thing, like we talk about, like fans at games. I didn't see any incidences. I didn't see anyone even cussing at each other or fighting or anything. No, I'm sure there was somebody saying something stupid because you get 20,000 people and there's going to be idiots. Right. But for the most part, I thought everyone was really civil, but the environment was great.
No, the environment was off.
It was great.
Dude, the first 2 games, it felt like Western Conference final games. I watched the first half of the tunnel.
Totally.
And it brought down Bully with me, and we're sitting there watching it, and the vibe, the energy, even in the first quarter, LeBron came out hot.
Yeah, he did.
And he hit those first 2 threes. There's something about
the
LeBron.
Bank 3 he hit falling down.
I know. I was
Are you kidding me? And then he
had that look.
He went like this, like he meant to do it. Like, shut up.
Dude, well, LeBron, there is something about him when he starts going crazy and he starts hitting shots. The crowd is like, ooh, that's LeBron. And the way he does it, you hear the announcer, LeBron James. And you're like, damn, he's got 14.
When he got the technical,
James got 19.
When he got the technical, the place went crazy.
Oh, yeah. Well, he finally got called for a foul, but the Warriors had to challenge it. I mean, I'd never seen it sideways. The guy literally moved to the side to take a charge, and Eric Lewis called it. It was like, what are you doing, dude? Come on, man. That's not a charge.
Well, there were a couple of occasions where the referees were baited by either the Laker bench or they had to wait until the Warrior bench jumped up in disapproval and the Bulls go the other way. Go, oh, wait a minute. I missed that call. It's like, no, just call what you see.
I mean, that's what you get with a Tony Brothers game.
In person, I didn't realize how out of position and how awful he is. No, I mean
bad,
that.
Dude. He is bad. Him and Eric Lewis and Pat Frayer, they are bad. I mean, he was voted the best ref, though. I think they were being condescending with that to players. Ref. I think they're just like, throw Tony Brothers on there.
Can we talk about Jordan Poole for just a second? Because last night was a great win, and there are some things that they can clean up. Was Jordan Poole trying to do too much because of what happened at the end of the last game?
Yeah,
or was it just a bad Jordan Poole game?
It was a bad Jordan Poole game. I know I said he's going to be fine in the series, and I still believe he's going to be fine in the series. You could tell early on, okay, this is not going to be a JP game.
He was erratic.
He's committing fouls. Best. He committed a foul right before halftime. Yeah. It's like, come on, what are you doing?
Well, he's got to be smarter.
He took a fall-away air ball 3.
Yeah.
I mean, he was out of sorts early on. Now, you get him back on track. He's got to be consistent. You're able to withstand everything. You actually, I believe they won the bench points. 25, 34. What was bench points yesterday? I'll pull up the bench points in just a second. But you didn't have a good Jordan Poole game. You did have a Jordan Poole game. It's fine. It's fine. I thought you got better production for Dante DiVincenzo.
I agree.
I thought you got a lot of good production from Moses Moody. Jordan Poole, I think, will be better in L.A., but was a little alarming yesterday with the way he played.
Well, and there's a whole question about offense that we can discuss and break down. Playing too fast, taking bad shots, driving to the lane, 1-on-3, and it essentially becomes a turnover, right? Lots of things like that. But defensively, just bad IQ. Like, I don't expect you to be some lockdown defender, but at the end of a quarter, okay, especially the end of the half, where you're up, however many they're up, and you're like, hey, finish this the right way. Force Schroeder to hit a bucket late. And Schroeder, you knew once he got JP on his hip, he was going to stop and rise up and get a foul. And I knew it. We all saw it a mile away. And it's like, JP, what are you doing?
Well, even with Hachimura, he gets switched up on a Hachimura, and he has his hands down, and he's standing straight up defensively. Hachimura hits it with an easy, simple backdoor cut, and it could have been an and one. Could have been an and one, so he fell asleep on defense multiple times. Jordan Poole's got to be better. I'm going to focus on the positives.
No, I know. I'm sorry. No.
JP.
He was frustrating the hell out of me yesterday.
He was very erratic yesterday. No doubt about that. Very erratic. 888-957-9570. Let's go down to Santa Cruz. Aaron in Santa Cruz. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Cruz.
Yo, Bonte and Shafty, you guys are like my stabilizing force in the morning after game one.
Appreciate that.
Now, and I want to where we got this, right?
You're breaking up a little, Aaron. We'll put you on hold, see if you get some better reception. I want to take your call, man. Let's go to
Banana Slugs in the house.
Yeah, no doubt. Antonio in Oakland.
What's up, Antonio?
What's happening?
Oh man, I love it, man. I think the Kings that they're a little better than the Lakers as far as like the guards, especially like Malik Monk and De'Aaron Fox. That speed is like guarding two Tyreek Hills out there, man. Like super duper, man. And then like last night, I knew we were gonna win. Soon as Curry snatched it from LeBron when it was like kind of like an outlet pass, I was like, okay, we got something here, man. I felt
Oh yeah, Austin Reeves was late on the pass.
Yes,
LeBron was not happy about that.
That place was going crazy.
Go ahead, finish up, Antonio.
Man. And then Kaminga came into the game and hit a three. Okay, but Anthony Davis wasn't going to have back-to-back great games. Man, he's like inconsistent. So at the end of the day, I still got Warriors in 6, and that was such a beautiful thing to see. So.
Bonte, you know what they were calling Anthony Davis on the timeline? And shout out to our boy Tyler Miller, the Mill of Mandalore. He goes, or I don't know who said it, he retweeted it. Anthony Davis is like the ice cream machine at McDonald's. One day it works perfectly fine and it's glorious. And the next day, it's out of commission.
Damn, you know what? Those things used to break all the time.
All the time. It's such a great call.
It is a great call. I mean, I heard people call him Mr. Invisible.
Mr.
Some people was like,
Invisible.
Some people were just like, yo, dude, like, just go home. Like Anthony Davis, I saw him walk into the locker room at halftime. Forgot to post a video, but watching LeBron walk to the locker room, seeing how big he is in person, you'd still get that like, damn, that's LeBron James. And AD,
LeBron's huge.
AD is last in the locker room, lumbering off the floor, lumbering into the tunnel, and they're like, they had a player around him trying to walk with them. David Jones was like trying to clap behind him to motivate him. You knew right away, Anthony Davis, he got his split. They could have kept his ass home at the hotel. You might as well, because you got nothing from him yesterday.
Well, the other thing about LeBron James, Michelle turns to me and she says, Joe, I love you. If your hairline anytime looks as close to LeBron's does, you're going home. You're shaving the whole thing off. Like, who is he kidding?
Yeah, you got to.
He's got the Homer Simpson.
I mean, he's got to go. I've been saying LeBron James would look sick if he went home with the headband.
Yes.
Go ball with the headband.
Yes.
He should have been done that.
Why doesn't he?
I don't know.
It looks even worse in the arena than it does on TV.
He's trying to wear the wave cap to keep it down, the hair plugs.
In 3 games.
Dude, I mean, come on, man. Take the damn wave cap off.
There's no waves to wave.
No, there's nothing. They're not. Nobody's getting seasick off of what's going on top of that dome. Nobody. Let's go back to Aaron in Santa Cruz. Aaron, what's happening?
Aaron, what up, buddy?
You're on the roast.
Yo, is it better connection?
Oh, man, beautiful. Shot crystal clear.
All right, cool. Yeah, like I was saying, you guys are like my stabilizing force after game one. We got Hall of Famers on the floor. What I saw last night was Warriors basketball, spacing the floor, open looks, ball movement, Steph facilitating. And is there a better counter-punching team in the league, maybe in the past 30 years, that we've ever seen? Steve Kerr is like the Floyd Mayweather of basketball. He takes a punch, and he comes back with the perfect adjustment. JaMychal Green, a little bit of a forced hand there because of Kevon Looney's sickness, but you still had to choose to put JaMychal Green out there. So classic stuff last night. Beautiful win. Let's go down to LA and get one.
It's not the only great point. It's not the only adjustment Kerr made because I'm sitting in my seats, right, and I'm waiting for pregame or whatever, and I get I don't know if it was Bleacher Report or Athletic. JaMychal Green's going to start. I'm thinking, No, I didn't have the context of Looney being sick, so I'm thinking, That's an interesting. I didn't see that coming. Let's see what it looks like, right? And then you text the group thread like, "Oh, Looney's a little sick. Like he'll play, but he's not going to start. Whatever." And I'm thinking, all right. regardless, let's see how this thing goes.
Right.
And like JaMychal Green hitting a couple, and he missed shots, but
Right.
hitting a couple early ones is like, oh, you could see the floor opened up for the
So
Warrior
much spacing.
offense.
So much spacing. And you got Anthony Davis moving on defense. Now LeBron James has to guard somebody on defense as well. You're making these guys work. You're attacking D'Angelo Russell. I mean, they were rolling. They're actually attacking Nelson Reeves, too. He cannot stay with Clay
Clay's
coming
owning
off
that
the screens. Oh, he's dominating that matchup.
He's owning that matchup.
Dominating that matchup. 8 threes last night for Klay Thompson. He leads. He's got the all-time record right now with most games with 8+ threes in a game. 8+
In
made threes
NBA or-
in NBA postseason history. So he's got 6 games all time in the postseason with 8 made threes. He's got 6 of them. Curry's second alongside Damian Lillard and Ray Allen with 4. So that's one thing he's got up on Stephen
Wow.
Curry. Yeah, no doubt. That's crazy, right?
Yeah,
8
it really
made
is.
threes. He's got 6 such games in the postseason.
I loved his patience yesterday to play through the offense, and more importantly, he was catching and shooting. How many of those made threes?
Catch and shoot.
Catch and shoot. Now, he took one where he was off the dribble,
right.
where AD kind of sagged off him, and he hit,
And
and,
it
that
just
was a smart shot, though, because he got a good look. But all the other, it felt like it was so rhythmic.
And they were going for the pump fakes on
Yes.
Klay Thompson yesterday. Go ahead, Spino.
And you can see how personal this is for him, specifically growing up with that franchise. He saw it on the broadcast.
Yeah.
Like this really does mean a lot to him going up against that particular team. I expect him to have some monster games in Los Angeles too.
And Rui Hachimura, I don't want to like negate this. I still think he's going to be able to do that a lot in the series because he's getting good looks.
Well, he's getting great looks wide open, and if he gets to catch and shoot in rhythm, he's going to knock it down.
Yeah.
The key with Rui Hachimura, make him put the ball on the floor.
Okay.
You make him put the ball on the floor, now he's got to pass it around. He's not going to do much. Make him put the ball on the floor. I think the Warriors make the proper adjustment to slow him down in game number 3 and 4. I got to feel it, too. You know, these numbers with Stephen Curry. He's played 20 all-time games on the road against the L.A. Lakers. Spinoni had the numbers yesterday. 21 points all-time, 7 assists, 5 rebounds, but shooting just 32.5% from the three-point line and 42.5% from the floor. I have a feeling Steph Curry's going to see these stats. He's going to hear this. Oh, man, he doesn't shoot well at Staples Center. Oh, man, he's never shot well at Crypto.com Arena. Oh, the backdrop. I have a feeling Steph Curry's going to do something magical in game 3 or 4. He's going to do something magical down there on that stage in Hollywood. I can't wait for that setting where the Warriors are going to be wearing their blue jerseys. They're going to be wearing the blue road jerseys down in games 3 and 4. You got the Lakers on Saturday wearing the Christmas white or the Sunday whites. And then that Monday, what are they wearing? Are they wearing the yellows?
Yep.
Yeah.
So they're wearing their white on Saturday night.
On Saturday, since they don't have a Sunday game.
Look at, you can hate the Lakers, and you can also say their jerseys are spectacular.
The Sunday whites and then the gold.
I don't like the black ones they wore yesterday. I don't
Or the
think you need
purple
the
and the black.
stripes down the
Yeah.
sides. The classic vintage yellow and purples are
Magic
awesome. And
Johnson.
I'm glad they wore the purple on the road because that felt more. I don't know. It felt a certain way for me. I also, Bonte, a lot of people were asking if I wore the shirt or not yesterday. I did. I did not
shirt?
wear a jersey. I wore a sweatshirt yesterday.
Oh, the
'cause it was
gold-blooded
cold.
shirt?
Yeah, so I ended up putting on the shirt. I wanted to be a part of the crowd.
There you go. I don't shame people. If they don't want to wear the shirt,
Well,
they want to rock their jersey, that's fine.
If you're spending $200, $300 on a jersey and you want to wear that, I have no problem with that.
I got no problem
but
with that.
I was wearing this shirt yesterday. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. I had a great time.
Let's go to Larry in the city. Larry, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, baby?
Hey, man, just wanted to give you guys a couple different takes. Kevon Looney yesterday, that's his flu game. This man played 12 minutes, and the numbers he put up were ridiculous. He has been a huge force lately. I say Kevon Looney for mayor. Steph Curry, you're going to throw 3 guys at him, 2 guys at him. Picked apart the Lakers defense, 12 assists, huge impact, no answer for Steph. We knew what Anthony Davis was going to do. That's what he does. He's shown it time and time again. Give him his 25-30 this next game. Whatever. Control everybody else. Play solid Warrior basketball. I say we take these guys, sweep them in L.A., come back home, do it in front of Dub Nation.
Yeah.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they won both games in L.A. I'm dead serious.
I think it's going to be hard.
But it's going to be hard.
They complain and politic.
I get it.
Underrated.
Yeah.
You know, B, you were so on this, watching it, and Michelle kept saying, they're whining, they're crying. I mean, it's Tristan Thompson, too, by the way.
Oh, my God. He's so annoying. He's trying to be an assistant coach.
What?
You're too much of a scrub to have any type of clout. They got to shut that. I don't even know why they signed him.
Well,
why
did you see
sign
what
him?
he did at half court before the game started with LeBron?
I didn't see
Oh,
it.
they have this like handshake, dap up thing, and Michelle's like, he doesn't even play. He just got here.
He is so annoying. He is so annoying, guys. You're
Did you
listening
see him try to give Draymond the business early in the fourth quarter?
Well, that's why I wanted those guys out of the game because
I was
he
worried.
fouled Stephen Curry, and I
Yes.
said, get these guys out of the game because Tristan Thompson is so damn goofy. He's going to hurt somebody.
I agree with you 100%.
That last segment was brought to you by the Quest for Five. That last segment was brought to you by Mara West Credit Union. The Quest for Five working for you today, tomorrow, and together. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Tristan Thompson sitting next to the coaches, getting up every possession, trying to coach and do all this. Like, dude, stay off the sideline. Why would you sign him?
I don't
They
get
got
it.
a lot of phony dudes on that sideline.
They really do.
They got a lot of fake guys. A lot of fake, phony dudes. I told you, man. They think they're Hollywood. These low-budget, B-level actors that the Lakers are. But D-Lo flopping every time you hit him on the arm. He's contorting his neck. They're a joke.
How about Zendaya? Because Dune 2, I don't know if you saw Dune 1, but the preview came out yesterday, and she happened to be courtside. I didn't know she was from Oakland.
Yeah.
Was I the only one that didn't know that?
Nah, I guess not. Ryan Coogler was in the building as well. Ryan Coogler, producer, filmmaker for Creed and Black Panther and Fruitvale.
Unaware.
Yeah, no, he did Creed. Ryan Coogler from Oakland.
Oh, he also did Black Panther.
Black Panther,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, okay.
Yep.
I know who he is. I didn't know his name.
Yeah.
Okay,
He was
I
at the
know.
game.
I know.
And so we walked by
And then
him.
DeVito?
Yeah, Danny DeVito.
Wait, I thought he was a Knicks fan.
I don't know. Maybe he was just in town. He was sitting next to Peter Cooper. Peter Cooper's
Well,
Mr.
movies.
Hollywood.
Yeah, that makes sense.
No, Ryan Coogler,
I
man.
love Danny DeVito.
Ryan Coogler, man. Telling him I was walking. We see him. And I was like, hey, man, Ryan Coogler, man, we love the movies. He goes, hey, I love you guys. I watch the post game every night.
Really?
I was like, what? He goes, no, I watch y'all after every game. I was like,
Tell
damn.
him to tap into the radio show?
Well, I don't know about that. Probably
You think
too
you
early.
like the post-game show on
Right,
TV?
right.
Wait till the pre-game show in
What?
the morning.
Well, it's a little early, so he's got to get his sleep. But so they were like, yo, you want to come on a Saturday? He goes, I like to lay low, but I appreciate you guys. And I was like, it's all good.
I love the way you're always booking. I'm very like,
I'm
no,
trying
you're
to.
good at this. And by
Always
the way, we
trying.
ran into Mully out in front of the gatehouse yesterday, and he goes right up to Michelle. How do you sleep at night with this man?
Yeah, I think the same thing.
And she's like, I try to go to bed.
Don't talk about him.
Bully was in his back.
He's the best.
Dude,
He's the best.
Watching the games with him, we're just watching these possessions and stuff like it's.
What does he think of the Lakers sideshow?
Well,
Because
no.
seeing the antics live in person, because the camera, when you're watching on TV, you don't get a good
Dude.
look at the bench.
Dude.
Watching the bench, I'm like, they are complaining the whole game.
Well, as Bully said, and everybody said, what are the Lakers going to do to adjust? They can't run with the Warriors.
I don't know.
And it comes down to Anthony Davis.
I don't know.
Again, it's hard not to see it. You knew right away, oh, they got bad AD. This is not going to end well.
I texted it in the first 5 minutes of the
you
game.
knew
This is
it.
not an AD
This is
game.
Why is that? But why do you? How come you can identify? You're
everybody can.
It's the body. It's legit
Right.
the body language of how he acts. Like if a shot's not going in, like those little like bunny floaters that were
Right.
all going in. He was 5 for 5 to start game one. He was just smoking those. I was like, all right, he's not in it. Tonight.
And when he settles for the mid range, he
Yes.
starts settling
Yes.
and fading away from the free throw
And the
line.
body language,
Right.
Draymond Green had a turnover
Dude.
early, and it's just like, and he's just sulking. I was like, all right, dude, get sit on the bench.
You watch it all season long on TV, but then when you see it in person, you're like, oh. And I looked at Bully and Tella, and we all said, oh yeah, they got bad AD. They got bad AD. He's good with the
So
split.
weird, isn't that?
AD came out there thinking, I'm just getting ready for game 3. That was his mindset, it
That's
felt like.
incredible. And this is why
And
I
he's
think
playing drop dead coverage on a pick and roll.
I think
What
this is
he
why he's
doing?
such a frustrating quote unquote superstar, because he has superstar abilities. But if you're gonna be so mentally fragile to where you tap out of a game that quickly, that's bad.
Yeah, no doubt.
And here's the other thing. I thought Draymond Green did such a brilliant job making him work so hard before the ball would even get past to him.
And that was the key. We were talking about that yesterday. You got to hit him before he
So
catches
true.
the ball. Be physical with
Yes.
him. Hit him in the chops a little bit. Make him work. He doesn't like to work. It's game 1 in that first half. He got every little look. Yesterday, they made him work. Draymond Green was incredible. And he told us on the Draymond Green show, I got to be better. But you know
How
what?
about him hitting the mid-range?
Dude, as much as Draymond Green drives a lot of us crazy at times,
He was brilliant.
the guy played at a Hall of Fame level last night.
Oh.
That's the thing. When the Warriors flipped the switch, this is why, a lot of people say, oh, man, Bonte, you're in the pocket, you're a homer. But they don't just have a switch, the Warriors, that is. have a switch that goes to Hall of Fame level. You know what I'm saying? Like some guys could go from rookie to pro to all pro. They go from pro to Hall of Fame level on their setting.
When he hit 3 layups, it feels like
right
in the
away.
first half, and boom, 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 lefty, a righty, and then he hits the mid-range, and I'm saying, Dre, stop right now because the whole floor will open up for you because all you did was just be slightly aggressive. We're not even asking you to take YOLO shots. Just look at the hoop, and everything opened up for him.
And that's why when you see Draymond Green play like that, you got to say to yourself, are we really ready to move on from Draymond Green?
No.
Absolutely not. Clay, Dre, Steph, they just know how to win.
And back to the Anthony Davis thing. I'm seeing a comment here from Tyler Jennings. It's such a great comment on YouTube. Imagine if Anthony Davis had the heart of Kevon Looney.
Wow. I can imagine. He'd be unstoppable. There'd be no question he'd be a top 75 player.
I mean, this is
why
he
still is. Well, I don't know how, but
because you see the talent. He's got unbelievable God-given talent. But man, if you make him work even a little bit, it feels like, well, I don't know about every night, but last night he absolutely tapped out.
No doubt.
He tapped out.
He tapped out quick in that game. You knew you had bad AD.
That's bad, man.
707 Comcast Business Excellence. Shout out to JTA. He was great. Juan Toscano Anderson made his debut on television. Now, I hope he has a longer career. He's going to work on his game. He wants to be in the league for a lot longer. But boy, when he does retire, he's got a future in television. He was smooth yesterday, man, alongside D. Wright and Bully. JTA was really good yesterday, man. So shout out to JTA coming on TV. He got better and better as the day went along, got better and better as the show went along, had perfect analysis of the game. He was on point there. So shout out to JTA.
Huge ovation in Chase Center when they showed his face, and then he had the ring on.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Pretty cool.
This fan base loves JTA. That's the thing about the Warriors in Dub Nation. You come here for a season, half a season,
Agreed.
2 years. We will always show you love.
I ordered his Oakland jersey. You know the
like
Oakland
that.
one that they have?
95.
Yeah, it's a really cool jersey.
Nah, no doubt about that. All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Valley Transportation Authority. Your phone calls: Trey, Mo Money, George, Clint. We're getting to everybody
Mo
today.
Money?
It's a victory. It's a victory Friday. It's a victory Friday.
Let's
It's
go.
not a payday Friday, but it is a 50-cent Friday after we ousted him.
Cinco de Mayo.
You saw a photo in the building, right?
With his wife.
Yeah,
I did
always,
see him.
always,
Yeah.
always with the wifey. Mrs. Stevens. I love Mrs. Stevens.
He was
She's so
chilling.
sweet. Oh, he's
Did
big
he have
chilling.
Burberry on? Was
yeah,
that
he
what
had the
that
Burberry
was?
jacket.
Yeah, I
you
could
like
see
that.
it from my.
See,
yeah.
you know Burberry. You know what time
I
it
know
is.
Burberry.
Yeah,
No,
you know
I've
Burberry. I know. Come on, you know about the Dolce
My
too.
wallet was much lighter after purchasing for my wife.
Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth. Do you want to earn up to $39 per hour within 3 years of starting? Then apply to become a VTA bus driver by texting VTA bus to 333-161. Again, text VTA bus to 333-161 to apply.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
What?
Nice bounce pass to Clay, but Reeves recovers. Runs Reeves through a screen. Clay shoots on the way. 3-ball, and he's still hot. Knocked it down. He's got 22.
You always love when you're hot at the end of a half, and then you hit that first shot coming out of the tunnel. It makes you feel like, oh, yeah, we've still got it.
He is 6 of 8 from 3 tonight.
This is Clay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Clay Thompson, we're definitely not roasting you today. 11 of 18, including that 3, made 8 threes in all as the Warriors hit 21. Clay Thompson with the game high, 30 points in 31 minutes. He allowed the game to come to him. I thought he was in rhythm. He was cutting really well, coming off screens. He was engaged defensively. You're getting the best from Clay Thompson right now, and they could smell it. This drive for 5 is real, folks. It's real. Now, I mean, I feel like the winner of this series is going to the NBA Finals. That's how I'm feeling right now. With the way the Lakers look. And look, man, I'm not going to lie, man. Walking out that stadium yesterday and getting the vibe and the way the Warriors are playing offensive basketball, what adjustments could the Lakers make? I'm very eager to see what Darvin Ham does for game number 3. But, boy, Shasky, I can see it in our future, man. Doing a show on Market Street in mid-June. I could feel it, man. I could really feel it after everything happening here.
I can feel it.
But you know what? Let me not get ahead of myself after one game here. It's going to come down to L.A. What are you going to do down in L.A. in Hollywood at Crypto.com Arena? Are you going to get the split? Are you going to win 2? Are you going to lose 2? What happens? Because I'm not worried about the Road Warriors anymore. Not after winning Game 5 and 7 up in Sacramento. That's out the window. They're going to be fine on the road. They'll win a game or 2, but can they win one of these next 2 games? Can't wait. Can't wait.
I can't either. I can't wait. And you know what else I can't wait for?
What's that?
Seeing everybody drunk as hell on Cinco de Mayo.
I don't know if you want to see that.
Because my homie at Bonita Taqueria has an unbelievable special going on right now. You go check it out. They got cocktails for dirt cheap. They got pitchers for dirt cheap, buckets for dirt cheap. You can check out Chestnut Street in the Marina, Polk Street in Russian Hills,
when is this?
And in the Castro.
When
today.
Is this? Today?
Today.
What about
Bonita
tomorrow?
Taqueria.
What about tomorrow?
Well, I'm sure you can go there and get one of the chicken bowls. They've got that as well.
Might go do that tomorrow because, you know, Miss Anna Novikov is going up to Napa with her girlfriends. Your boy's got the Saturday night to himself.
Really?
After the Laker game. I mean, I know there's some UFC, but maybe I want to... I'm on the diet, so I can't really eat anything. But, you know...
Well, Bonita Taqueria has protein bowls and things like that. So check it out. Tell JJ the Morning Roast sent you.
Yep. JJ's
Go
my guy.
support the people who support us.
JJ's doing the damn thing.
Happy Cinco de Mayo.
Happy Cinco de Mayo. No doubt about that. Happy Cinco de Mayo.
One of my favorite days of the year.
Shout out to everybody on YouTube. They're humming right now. We'll get another old baby in. Trust me, it's a Victory Friday. But the D&Gs, the Dolce & Gabbanas, we're going to reserve that. We're going to reserve that for the biggest win of the series, which is the clincher, baby. When they put away the LA Lakers. There's no doubt in my mind they were going to win yesterday. But how do you adjust and win on the road in games 3 and 4? How do you set it up? Let's go to Trey in Oakland. Trey, what's happening? You're on the roast, my man. Trey, what's up? Oh, top of the top, Trey. Top of the top, Trey. Uh-oh. We got to put you on hold. Your line is a little choppy here, Trey. Let's go to Mo Money in the city. Mo Money, what's happening?
Mo. How you guys doing this morning?
Good.
So I got a feeling we're going to take Game 3, and I think Game 4 is going to come down to the wire, but I think we might take that one. And like I said last year, there's going to be a party on Market Street, and that's exactly what happened. And I'm telling you right now, if the way that the Warriors are playing and the way Looney and everyone is playing, I got a feeling that we're going to have another party on Market Street again.
One game at a time. I still think this is going to be a long series. You know, winning down in L.A. is going to take a concerted effort. They're going to be closer games. They
will be on the road, no doubt.
I don't think it's going to look quite like it looked yesterday. To me, the Lakers got, like, if we're just taking a step back, because I'm feeling great after that win, but taking a step back, it's like, all right, Lakers got what they needed. They got the split.
They got it. They got home court advantage right now.
Now, coming off of that Game 7 and how much energy you exerted just to get to that point for the Warriors, I'll take it. Yeah. I will take it. And the way it looked yesterday, even in Game 1, they had opportunities to win that game. It should have been closer down the stretch, so they didn't have to fight from so far back to get back in it. The key trend for me through 2 games, Bonte, when Draymond's guarding Anthony Davis, they found a great adjustment that slows AD down.
He's never can. Like, by the way, so just quick aside here, AD's always struggled against Draymond Green. Always.
Well, there was the one regular season game this year where it just felt like Dre wasn't
Right.
He just wasn't into the game. But whatever.
Regular season, you didn't have your full roster.
And Trey doesn't wake up in March.
But again, he doesn't wake up in March, and the Warriors don't wake up in the regular season. They just get ready for the Warriors Invitational, and we're here in the midst of the Warriors Invitational.
Well, and then the other thing that I'm looking through 2 games, the trend that I'm seeing, and it could change. They've gotten great looks in the half court.
Yep.
They're getting great looks either from beyond the arc and in the mid-range. The thing that they did better in game 2 was I thought they finished around the rim better.
Yeah, they did finish around the rim better. In the first half, I thought the points in the paint, they flipped that. Remember game 1, 54-28. 54-28 for the LA Lakers in game number 1. The Warriors flipped it. They go +6 when it comes to points in the paint, 48-42, but they established that in the first half, going 30-18 when it came to points in the paint. 30-18 in the first half for the Golden State Warriors. Again, they outscored the Lakers in the second and third quarter, 84-47. Back-to-back 40-point quarters. That's the first time that's happened in franchise history. Can you believe that?
Yes. All the adjustments and the things that they could throw at Curry and how to stop AD. Why do I feel like a lot of this comes down to officiating? Like Curry getting that third foul the way he did. 2 of them were cheap as hell of the first 3, right? And I'm like, I hate to boil it down to officiating because it feels like it negates so many aspects of the game that are like the fun stuff, the schematics, the shot making, the excellence, the chess matching back and forth, the lineups, rotations. But the politicking I see from the bench,
you know what,
and the politicking I see from the Lakers, it is a part of this series.
You know what, though? Don't even focus on them. Let them do. That's what they do.
It's so bad.
Antonio Daniels, who's joined us many times, he's a color analyst for the New Orleans Pelicans. He always says it. The Lakers, when they get a big lead, they start dancing, they start clowning, they start acting like clowns. You know what I'm saying? They're high-fiving, they're doing everything. LeBron is laughing. But when they fall behind and they start getting cooked like they did last night, then they start the faking stuff. Then they start the acting. Then they start the whining. They start the flopping. They resort to dirty tactics like Dennis Schroeder. How Dennis Schroeder only got a common foul for grabbing Draymond Green's knee? That's a dangerous play.
Do you know that
that's a dangerous play?
8 pounds of pressure can break your kneecap.
Yep.
Okay,
that's a dangerous play. Dennis Schroeder doing that, and he's got a history of doing some dirty things.
You can change a man's career.
Remember, he hit Boogie in the nuts a couple times back in the day. DeMarcus Cousins. I mean, this guy's a dirty player at times, and so that's what the Lakers do. When they start getting clowned like they did yesterday, because that's what the Warriors did yesterday in front of the nation, in front of everybody on ESPN. Yeah. They clowned the Lakers, all right? They the ball movement with 38 assists, playing around with Anthony Davis in the paint. This is what the Lakers do. So what the Warriors need to do, just focus on themselves. Forget the refs.
Yes.
We know the refs are going to blow crazy whistles. They're going to call crazy fouls, but you got to stay engaged. You got to stay locked in here if you're to go to State Warriors. Don't worry about the Lakers and they're flopping and they're acting. Don't worry about the referees. Just play your game because you know what? When the Warriors push tempo, the Lakers can't stay in front of them. I honestly believe right now, Shasky, what adjustment can the Lakers make?
Anthony Davis, Hachimura more.
I mean, they keep going into drop coverage.
And I think Vanderbilt needs to stay, like, as much as they don't want to, get wiped out by screens and stuff. I think the only way for Vanderbilt to stay with Steph Curry is he's either going to have to fight through screens or drop underneath them and close back out. They cannot bring that second defender up if it's AD, because if it is, they will continue to get cooked in the 3-on-4 that comes after Curry releases the ball.
No, I'm with it. And Vanderbilt picking up Curry full court. It's not going to last in this series.
He's going to lose.
Yeah, he's going to lose. He was on the ground multiple times yesterday.
Yeah.
Multiple times. He is working way
he's
too
done
hard.
Nothing on offense.
Someone fell on his leg. Who was it? Moody or Wiggins? I thought his leg was going to be out for the whole series.
No doubt. I don't think the Lakers can keep up with the ball moving and the speed.
Is there a guy on the bench that they would throw on Curry outside of him?
Lonnie Walker, baby?
Maybe Lonnie Walker. Me and Steiner were talking about that. He's the only guy who's athletic enough to keep up with him. But that's kind of scares you. Yeah, he hasn't done much.
That doesn't. I'm not trying to
talk about Lonnie
Walker.
Well,
no, because Vanderbilt, the problem is the Warriors are treating him like the Lakers are treating JaMychal Green.
Right.
But Vanderbilt's not hitting them. So
no, he's not at all.
Well, at least JaMychal Green, like, when JaMychal Green is given 4 or 5 shots, he's going to hit 1 or 2 of them.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, Vanderbilt could miss all 4.
No, he could. He could. He was 2-7 last night.
His shot is clunky.
2-7 last night for the LA Lakers. He missed a lot of mid-range jumpers, 1 or 2 from the 3-point line. I think, look, and also, too, if I was Jared Vanderbilt on Wednesday, when he turns on ESPN and he starts reading all these articles online, and they're all saying, oh, Vanderbilt, he's Curry's kryptonite. If I'm Jared Vanderbilt, I'm thinking, oh, my God, here we go again. Because now Curry's sitting back at his home, and Melo, Atherton, and he's sitting back with Aisha, and Curry's watching the same thing, and he's reading the same thing. And, I talked to his, some people around Steph Curry. They say, hell, Bonte, Curry listens and watches everything. That's how he stays great. I mean, literally, that's why I'm not. I'm like, dude, am I slandering him? Because he's got the documentary, and I hear we're all involved in that. We're all involved in that. And he's like, yeah,
I'm excited to make my film debut.
Well, yeah, I guess we're motivational. We were used as motivational tools for Stephen Curry last season. So he hears and listens to everything. And if I'm Jared Vanderbilt, and I'm sitting there Wednesday thinking, God dang it, ESPN, really? Matthew Dellavedova almost died in the 2016 NBA Finals. All right, he almost died. Literally,
you sound like another host. He almost died.
Dude.
I'm telling you, he died.
Dude. He hyperventilated after game 3. He had to go to the hospital. Dude needed to be shot up with multiple IVs, thinking, I just chased around Steph. I had the game of my life and almost died. Think about that. Game of his life in the NBA Finals, almost died because he had to run around chasing Stephen Curry. Well, Vanderbilt, the same thing. And Steph Curry heard all that, said, really? They got a Steph Curry stopper? Watch this. He did it to Davion Mitchell. He did it to Terrence Davis. Now he's doing it to Jared Vanderbilt. I feel sorry for Vanderbilt because a 40 burger's coming from Stephen Curry at some point. He's going to detonate, and he's going to light the Lakers up down in Hollywood.
Even if he doesn't detonate, like he could still have a game like he had yesterday where he's highly efficient.
And he dominated.
And there's other players, like Wiggins still hasn't had a signature game.
I know, and it felt like he had a loud game yesterday.
Exactly. And it feels like Klay Thompson could continue to do what he's doing right now. This is why I'm encouraged with Klay Thompson. It wasn't just a bunch of YOLO, tough shots that he was just hitting. He's getting great looks. And if you look at the first half, he was really good in the first half of game 1. Now, the third quarter was not good, so I'm not here to, defend that. But, if you give him this many looks, he will score 25-plus every single game of the series.
No doubt. And Steph Curry with a monster double-double yesterday. I thought him and Draymond Green controlled the entire basketball game, and they did it by passing. They did it with leading the Warriors with 21 combined assists. Or, excuse me, what was it? 21 combined assists. Steph Curry with 12. Draymond Green with 9. Draymond was spectacular, played at a Hall of Fame level. That's right, folks, a Hall of Fame level. 11 points, 11 rebounds, 9 assists. Love Steph Curry's floor game with the 20 and 12. I'm feeling good this morning.
Moody?
Oh, Moses Moody. Well, let's get to Moses Moody after a couple
before
calls.
the end of the third quarter. Oh, my God.
I'm going to get to Moses Moody on the other side here. We're not breaking, but I want to take a couple calls. I do want to get into Moses Moody, and I want to get into Christian Gamboa. How about him? He's having the time of his life this last week. Let's go to Duke and San Bruno. Duke, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, fellas. Okay, so the fourth quarter was pretty much garbage time.
Agreed.
But what were your thoughts on Kuminga's energy? Because I was really hyper focused on watching him, and it just seemed like he was kind of a little lost still. What do you guys think?
Well, I think that the lineup that was out there, it's tough and clunky on offense because they're trying to drain clock and get a good look, and you're playing with a bunch of other guys that are all trying to make their mark. Defensively, at the top of the key, I thought he was engaged.
Yeah, he was fine. Look, he's not going to play much.
You're not going to get sweeping proclamations
you're not.
On a 30-point blowout with 8 minutes to go.
Here's the thing,
It's like open run at that point.
Here's the thing, though. I bet you there were some people in that organization not happy with the comments in the Chronicle. We're not going to revisit that. I know we had our thoughts about that yesterday. But again, I think to a lot of people in the public eye, when Steph Curry does what he does before Game 7, it says, don't get on the bus if you're about yourself. And for a lot of people, I didn't take the quotes too deeply, but a lot of people thought, man, you know what? After Game 7 speech, you come out and say that in the article, and we're down 0-1. Come on, man. And that was my thing. It was like, come on. You're better than that, JK. Stay ready. So he's going to have to stay ready because you know what? He needs to stay ready. Michael Green hasn't played much at all.
But did you hear what he said at the podium?
Stay ready.
Well, he said that he had a long talk with Steph Curry. He was very frustrated with his lack of playing time in the Sacramento series. Is JaMychal 33 years old?
33 years old, yep.
Clearly a dozen years older than where Jonathan Kuminga is. And he was frustrated, Bonte. So, and guys go about it in a different way. I think Jonathan Kuminga, it's a learning spot for him right now. It really is. And what he's going to have to do is channel what Moses Moody has done, which is make the most of the minutes you're on the floor. Dive, rebound, do the little things. If he does those little things, he will get another opportunity. I don't know when. He will get another opportunity.
Let's hear from JaMychal Green. He's 32 years old. Shasky turns 33 in June. 33 in June, and boy, I'm sure he would love to celebrate with the championship ring. That's when the NBA Finals are. Folks, Warriors got work to do, but this is the level they're playing at. Yesterday, they played at a championship level. A championship level. That's what I saw last night at Chase Center, and this team is more than capable of continuing to play like that over the course of this series. Here's from Michael Green. Said it felt good after having a rough season.
It feels good to be able to do this after the year I had. It's been a rough one. Haven't been through nothing like this before, but just feel like this is a year of growth for me. I feel like I get through this, I get through anything. So just want to thank God for keeping me with it and, just staying ready. I'm glad I played well. Been waiting on this moment. Just want to show that I could help. I'm here to help the team, and it was just big staying ready.
Hey, JaMychal, were you surprised with how open they left you?
I really don't care. They can continue to do that. Keep us open.
Keep us open. Keep us open. Ask if there's anything different about starting as opposed to coming off the bench.
It's playoff time, so it's already a different mentality coming in. Just got to be physical. They'll let you play a little more, bang a little more in the post. So, my mindset is just to hit. I just want to be physical out there and just hit whoever come through that lane.
And then what did Draymond say about bringing the energy?
He does it every game, game in, game out. That's just what we expect from him. He the horse for the team. He get us going. We feed off his energy, and he just did a great job tonight. Last game, I went to him after the game and told him, you got to be more aggressive. Don't forget who you are. You're in the league for a reason, and he showed that tonight.
He showed that tonight. JaMychal Green, happy for him. And we discussed him all season long. I get why some fans were frustrated with him. I just thought he needed the opportunity. All season long, you see it. He's going to get wide open threes. He could space the floor. And one underrated thing about him is he could finish at the rim. JaMychal Green could dunk on your head. He really can. So I think he's a fine offensive player. I think this is huge in this series to have JaMychal Green. You saw it in the second quarter. When Curry went to him and he hit those 2 threes, I said, uh-oh, they found something here.
Well, wouldn't you agree that we were talking about roles for Kuminga and stuff? His role had been so all over the place. They had him at the 3 at one point. Yep. They had him at the 4. They had him at the 5.
Remember Kerr earlier in the season said, I've been misplaying him. I've been misusing him.
Yeah, and they had him as the 3rd center for a long time. So his role has been very, ever-changing. And I think it's really difficult, even if you're a veteran. The one thing that I think that we underrate is how hard it is to contribute off the bench when you have a role that is clearly not defined. To me, that is so difficult. And I think it's very easy for people to sit here and criticize, what's this guy doing? What's that guy doing? Bro, JaMychal played the 3, the 4, and the 5. So he's guarding different guys. He's being asked to be at different spots on the floor. Playing in this offense is very unique to any other offense. He was with Dallas last year. You stand in one spot, and you wait till Luka throws you the ball. In this one, you better set
I don't think he was with Dallas. He was with, last year, was he with Denver and didn't play? JaMychal Green, he was with Denver. The Clippers, and then
Dallas
Memphis.
The year before? I thought it was Dallas.
He never played with the Mavericks.
Maybe Denver. I got my D's mixed up. But anyway, point being is that this offense is very unique.
Yeah, no, it is.
It's very unique. And so for him, hey, go screen for this guy, move here, dive there. I thought him staying in the corner. How many times did he have 1, 2, 3 seconds to shoot?
No doubt. A lot.
And really line himself. And he missed shots, but he made enough that really made a difference to me. And it spread the floor. And it just said, hey, if you're going to leave this guy open in the corner, he's going to punish you.
Here's what Kerr had to say about JaMychal Green's performance yesterday.
Well, number one, I'm just proud of J-Mike. It's been a tough year for him for a lot of reasons. He missed some time with a few different ailments. And then when he was healthy, he was out of the rotation. I didn't play him a whole lot, and he just stayed ready, and he took advantage of his opportunity. And this seemed like a series for him, just with the way the Lakers are playing us defensively. And I couldn't be happier for J-Mike. He's really earned this by just staying positive and staying ready.
Staying positive is staying ready, and that leads us to Moses Moody after these calls here. We got to get into Moses Moody. I'm so impressed with this young man. He was out there. Eric Musselman was in the building from Arkansas.
Was he?
The Must Bus was in town. Talked to Moody pregame, had a nice little chat. The Must Bus, baby. He was fired up.
Bus.
That's what they call him. You ever see him out there those tournament games? No. Taking off his shirt, standing up? Dude.
I saw it, and, some of us shouldn't be taking our shirt off.
Hey, I ain't mad at Eric Musselman, man. He's fired up. He's perfect for college, and it was perfect to have him in the building yesterday with Moses Moody playing well.
He's not fat.
No, he's not fat. He's
not
in great
fat.
shape. Great shape. Idris and Hayward. Idris, what's happening?
Hey, Idris.
You're on the roast.
Oh, snap. Hello.
What's up? We got you, Idris.
Oh, my bad, G. Oh,
No,
man. You know what? Y'all said it all. Great game yesterday. I knew they were going to bounce back. You know, you guys talked about something, how AD checked out. When I saw that first quarter, LeBron was ready to steal game 2.
Agreed.
He sure was.
You guys hitting 3-pointers. And then Archimura. Oh, my goodness. I'm like, what? Are you kidding me right now?
Rui was killing
you know
it.
What? Yeah, and the Warriors stuck with it. And I think that's something that we got to look at. The fact that if they were all on the same page to try to steal that, it looked like LeBron was like, okay, AD's taking the night off. I'm about to do my thing. But that Warrior flurry came, Jermichael Green. But one thing I want y'all to think about, I think we need to cut Jordan Poole's minutes and add to DiVincenzo. Because I think if DiVincenzo just adds about maybe like 5 to 7 more points with that hustle, it's over.
Well, Poole didn't
we're
play
going to
a
have
lot.
a really nasty lineup regardless.
Yeah,
So-
Poole only played 15 minutes, and I think Steve Kerr
15.
sensed the moment.
Wow.
15 minutes and 42 seconds. I think Poole will eventually be fine in the series. But Kerr, and kind of like Anthony Davis, you can kind of sense that Jordan Poole was a little wacky early on. He committed some ticky-tack fouls.
Yeah.
I could tell by his footwork where he faded away from three. It was not a good shot. He got beat on a backdoor cut by Rui Hachimura. Look, you're able to get by without Jordan Poole playing well because you had all 5 starters score double figures. And we'll get to Moody in a second, I promise you. But DiVincenzo, he brought it up.
Played brilliant.
After watching game 1, because I know you watched game 1 over, I watched game 1 over, and I texted Wooly right away. I said, I don't know if this is the series for GP2. I just didn't know it because the Lakers are going to pack the paint. And you notice in game 1 when GP2 was on the floor with Draymond Green, Gary Payton II's been fine. But he hasn't defended, I think, at the level that he did last season. And he defended at an All-NBA level last year.
I agree.
I don't think he's been there yet with the Warriors, and he's had injuries.
Nor is
and he's
the
trying to
shot
fight.
as good as last year.
The shot, no doubt. And they're leaving him wide open like Draymond Green. They're not going to do that with Dante DiVincenzo. They're going to honor him no matter what. He can shoot 29% in the month of March. They're still going to honor him. All right? So I think this is a series for DiVincenzo. He shall be an extra ball handler for Stephen Curry. If Steph Curry wanted to play off the ball, give it to DDV. He'll handle the rock. And I love this aggressiveness. It's one thing about role players, Shasky. When they know they're getting a certain set of minutes, like Jermichael Green knew he was starting, and he knew he would be a wide open. Now all of a sudden, mentally, he's locked in. He's ready to roll. DiVincenzo knew he was going to play 20-plus minutes yesterday. He knew that he was going to get the call before Gary Payton II, and he did. I don't think Gary Payton II played until late in the third quarter, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if he played the second quarter. I don't remember seeing him.
GP2?
Yeah, GP2.
No, I didn't see him till the end of the game.
Yeah, he didn't play till the end of the game.
That's me. I don't know if the logs tell you that, but I didn't see him come in.
Yeah, he didn't play at all in the first half.
There you go. The thing with DiVincenzo, when that 1-3 went down, I was like, oh, thank God. It felt like I could feel it in his energy. And then he also hit a really nice layup with a lot of guys around the rim, a little reverse layup. There were a couple of really nice reverse layups. Even Jordan Poole, as bad as he was, he had a nice reverse layup. Steph Curry had some sweet ones as well. But DiVincenzo needed that shot to fall so bad for him. Right. And then I think another 3. What do you have, 2? Did he have 2 threes? It was just nice to see him hit him.
But he was aggressive.
Yes.
I thought his ball handling was good.
Defense was better.
Yeah, no doubt. His defense was really good. He was locked in. So I think this is the series for DiVincenzo. This is more of a DiVincenzo series than a Gary Payton II series because I just think he offers more offensively, and you're not going to get the big drop-off defensively with Dante DiVincenzo. He rebounds well for a guard. He had 4 rebounds yesterday, and he gets his hands on balls, a lot of deflections there. Now, the 4 turnovers, got to cut that down in half at least, but 8 points for DiVincenzo. I think it's more of a DDV series as opposed to Gary Payton II.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. And, it's just going back to the Poole thing, they're going to need Poole. Yeah. I know he's erratic, and he frustrates I was very pissed off with Jordan Poole's play yesterday. But here's the thing. Kerr yanked him. Like, Kerr took him out of that game, and Curry had 3 fouls.
Hey, listen, Kerr's not messing around.
No.
He's not. He just tied Jerry.
Kerr played his hand brilliantly yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Steve Kerr's not messing around. And you think about his playoff success. Yesterday was his 98th career playoff coaching win. He just tied Jerry Sloan for 8th on the NBA playoffs coaching victories win list. Just tied Jerry Sloan. He's already a top 10 when it comes to playoff victories. Steve Kerr, that is. Let's go to Omari on Highway 880. Omari, what's happening? You're on the roast. Omari, going once? He gone. Let's go to Tim and Benicia. Tim, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you doing? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hey, I've been listening to you guys like the last 6 months, and I got to say I listen every day on my way to work.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And I just really want to shout out you guys too.
Thank you so much. That means everything to us.
Thank you.
I mean that when people tell us that stuff. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, I wanted to bring up, I feel like what I've noticed is a lot of teams are used to our starting five and really work to try to hold them up. But I think this formula of just like, next man up is really showing weakness on all these defenses. And also the other thing I was going to say is with how fast Sacramento's defense was, we weren't so used to seeing these open looks. Now all of a sudden, we got Clay hitting 8 threes in one game and JaMychal stepping up. I just feel like, this outer shooting is kind of like the key right now. What do you guys think?
It's 42-16 and made threes in a series. 42-16. When the Warriors push the pace, and now they can go small a little bit with Draymond Green defending Anthony Davis, the Lakers, I don't know what their counter is to that. Do they play more Schroeder and D'Lo? Do you play more Austin Reeves? Do you go to Hachimura? What are the Lakers going to do to adjust? Because they can't stick with the pace. They can't stick with the small ball movement. And if you're going to leave JaMychal Green wide open on the three-point line, he's going to burn you.
Well, you're going to need historic performances from LeBron James if Anthony Davis is that lackluster.
Yes.
And the thing that I took away, and the evolution of LeBron is very interesting. Offensively, it feels to me like he's doesn't have the ball in his hand as much. He's coasting more. He's more of like an off guard, I guess. He's not a guard, but you know what I'm saying. Like he's off the ball way more. Defensively is where you see it. He cannot lock down guys the way he used to. And it's the quick twitch stuff. You know what I mean? Like before, when he would try to trap Curry, it almost felt like he'd swallow him.
No doubt.
And I just don't fear him defensively the way I used to.
Yeah, no, I don't either. And he's become a jump shooter. Although he had that look in his eye in the first quarter, like, hey, I'm rolling. I'm going to have a monster night. I was like, damn, LeBron may be. I was like, he may be on the way to a 40 burger.
What do you have, 19?
Yeah, 21 in the first half. He only scored 2 in the second.
Well, and what Clay matched him with 20 in the first half?
Yeah, Clay had 20 in the first half as well. Did he have 20 or 21? What did Clay have?
Clay was awesome. I thought that when Curry got that third foul, there's like 2.5.
19.
There was like 2.5, 3 minutes to go. And I'm like, you have to close this quarter. This is very important to close this quarter on a high note because you've been dominating this quarter. And they did. And it was because of a little flurry by Klay Thompson.
Yeah, and going into the lead, going to the locker room with a double-digit lead.
They felt great.
Felt really good.
Felt great.
Felt really good.
And then they just tacked it on in the third quarter.
You found out early on. I sent out a tweet first, right before the third quarter. All right, we're going to find out if the Lakers want to tap out and be cool with the split, be content with the split, or they're going to try to get greedy. And you found out early on that, they were good with the split. They're ready to go back home to L.A. Let's go to Dan on Highway 4. Dan, what's happening? You're on the roast.
TGIF. Good morning, boss. Good morning, Chef.
Good morning, man.
Oh, my
Good
God.
morning.
Happy Cinco de Mayo. How great does it feel to beat the Lakers?
Oh, man, it feels good. I want to talk about Curry's game because I don't think I got on the road, so I just turned the radio on. But he had a masterful 20-point 12-assist game. They put all their attention on Curry, and everything else opened up.
Agreed.
So it was like, all right, you guys going to play super hard on me? Watch this. He took like 6 shots in the first half, if I believe. It's 6 shots. So he opened up everything for everybody. It was a quiet, masterful 20-point 12-assist game. And then my other point was I talked to you guys Wednesday. I said, why is JaMychal Green not in the rotation more?
Yeah, you're right.
And look, you start him and see what happens. And look what happened.
It's a great call.
And that's all I got. I want to hear you guys on the other end.
Oh, absolutely.
So,
it's a great call there.
On Steph Curry, Bonte, he had foul trouble. He had the 2 quick ones, and then he got that third one. He was very frustrated with the calls. Offensively, when they brought Vanderbilt up and they set that high screen, it felt like his ability to be the orchestra conductor, the maestro, whatever you want to call it, getting rid of the ball at perfect time, the cadence of when he got rid of the ball, letting the 2 guys suck into him, giving it up to Draymond, either Draymond making a play or Draymond the one finishing. That it turned into 3-on-4 offense or 4-on-3 offense. And to me, the Warriors made the most of it.
No, he did. Curry picked up his second foul with 8:03 left in the second quarter. 8:03 left.
God.
Then he left the game. It was 40-40 with 7:03 left. 40-40. Then Anthony Davis picked up his second foul with 6:49 left.
Should have been 3.
And then the Warriors, there late in the second quarter, that's when they flipped this game and put the Lakers away. They go on a 13-2 run and go up 63-50 and never look back. Never look back because at that point, it was some great shot making. Hachimura was on fire. LeBron James was going in.
Had a dunk that
and it was going back and forth. And I was like, okay, Clay's here. That second quarter was electric.
It was awesome.
And don't tell me anything about Chase Center not popping or the crowd being lame. No. There's a vibe inside Chase Center. There's a vibe in the playoffs.
I can't. Look, I'm not at home on the couch watching the game. Last night I was in the building, and I'm telling you this right now. That's as good of a playoff environment as I've been in baseball, basketball, football. That was awesome yesterday.
No, it was awesome.
There's something about Laker fans, Warrior fans, second round, LeBron. Like, people were fired up. I was feeling it.
No, it was great last night. It was great.
My wife was screaming at me. She was right next to me. I couldn't hear anything.
No, it was popping yesterday. Jason in Oakland. Jason, what's happening? You're on the roast.
How you guys doing? Good morning, man. I want to say, I don't want to be cocky. I don't want to put it on extra. But I'm just saying, D'Lo don't play defense.
Feel me?
Schroeder is not a defender. They got two young guys out there. The Warriors are going to run circles around Lakers. Just watch what happened. You know what I'm saying? They had to figure them out that first game. You know what I'm saying? And now they're saying, okay, we know the guys that don't defend. You know they're going to run AD down. He's going to be tired by next game. Everybody talking like AD's going to come back next game and be better. No, he's not. We've been seeing AD for years. LeBron James, he's a legendary player. We know what he brings to the court, but he's up there in age, and we ain't going to disrespect him because he's 38, because some guys 38 can still do it. But at the end of the day, the Warriors is seasoned, man. We got to act like we can't act like we ain't never seen the Warriors play before. We know what they're going to do. We're going to run them boys off the court.
Yep.
They got they got two young dudes that don't even know what they doing out there on defense. The young guy, I forgot his name for the Lakers. He don't know where the Warriors is running to. He's looking around.
Oh, Jared Vanderbilt?
What's his name?
Jared Vanderbilt?
Yeah. He was looking around like, oh, man, where he go?
Well,
come on, man. Y'all, we've been watching the Warriors for years. We know what's going to happen. We giving the Lakers, I respect the Lakers, but we can't give them that much credit. They got four guys out there that can't play defense. Don't even know nothing about the Warriors.
Hey, you know what? That's Jason, you're on fire there. We got to run here because we got the injury report coming up here. We got to get to some more calls. Look, he's right. Jared Vanderbilt is getting a crash course on how to defend Stephen Curry, and it's not going to go well. The worst thing that happened to Jared Vanderbilt was having a solid game one, and Curry's struggling. That was the worst thing to happen because Curry's yet to go nuclear, yet he had 20 and 12 yesterday, and all the talk that he's not a true point guard. Can we just stop that, please? Can we stop that? Did you see Stephen Curry last night run the show?
Incredible.
Did you see him last night with the double-double?
The thing on D'Lo is a good point. Even when he's offensively driven and he's getting his buckets in the ISO game, because he's very good in the ISO game, getting to his spots, it does feel like it's feast or famine for him. And although he can go off, nobody else really touches it.
No.
And the other part is it's so slow. It actually gives the Warriors, the other 3 or 4 defenders on the floor, time to catch their breath.
And if you go at him defensively, it affects his offense. Because then all of a sudden he wants to cut back at you. You know what I'm saying? He starts playing 1-on-5 basketball. So D'Lo's in the Warriors' pocket. I don't know what adjustments the Lakers. I got the Warriors at 6. It would not shock me whatsoever if they went down to L.A. and took the heart of LeBron James and the Lakers and won both games. Austin Reeves, where is he at, Shasky? Where has he been at?
I'll tell you where he's at. He's in the pocket of Klay Thompson as he's stuffing him into his pocket. He's stuffing him into a locker.
Right.
I mean, Klay Thompson's having his way with him. That's where he's at right now. Like, right now, let me ask you. Is he all of a sudden going to become a better defender against Klay Thompson?
I don't think so.
Because it feels like Klay, for all the things people tell me, Klay can't do this, sure as hell's getting open and getting wide looks off screens.
Wide open looks. And those legs are Austin Reeves. That's one thing to chase around Dylan Brooks or help off of Dylan Brooks or chase around Desmond Bane. Desmond Bane does not move off the ball like Klay Thompson. And I like Desmond Bane. He's a solid player for the Memphis Grizzlies. One of the more enjoyable players on that basketball team. But he's no Klay Thompson. He does not run off the ball like Klay Thompson. Multiple screens over and over and over again. And his defense affected his offense. He has no legs on offense. He's short rim on everything. He doesn't have a clean look. They got Austin Reeves in his back pocket. By the way, the Quest for 5 brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. We still haven't gotten into Moses Moody. What an impressive young man, Shasky. What an impressive young man, staying ready. All those DNPs he racked up in the regular season. The 3 over LeBron James in front of the shot clock buzzer. Moses Moody, yeah, he was guarding LeBron James. You're not going to stop LeBron. But for him not looking overwhelmed, guarding a player in his 28th year, one of the best players we've ever seen in league history, how about Moses Moody?
With 1.4 or 1.8 seconds left in the end of the third quarter, when he hit that dunk and then came to the floor and went, like screaming, I think we all felt that from the kid. Like, the kid is arriving right now, and he's making the most of his opportunities. I just love the way he plays right now. He fits perfectly off the bench.
No doubt about that. No doubt. Steph Curry playing well. By the way, the Quest for 5 is also brought to you by Merrill West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, and together. Look, we got a full phone lines here. We're getting to everybody. Trey, Matt, SFA Drummer, Robin San Bruno. We'll get to you all here coming up.
Oh.
The show, listen, you know how we do it after games, whether it's football season, whether it's basketball season, whether it's baseball season, we're talking Giants. The day after games is all about you, the fan. It's all about Dub Nation. We talk with you, not at you. 888-957-9570. Shout out to Matt Steinmetz for that one. That's what we do here at 95.7 The Game. We take your calls. We want to hear from the fans. We want to hear your insight and your perspective because you guys are smart out there. You guys know what the hell you're talking about when it comes to this basketball team. 888-957-9570. Your call's coming up next. But first, the injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson.
God, what a win.
Warriors roll 127-100. We're going to L.A. 1-1. This is going to be great theater down there at Crypto.com Arena. The stars will be out. The lights will be dim. What will Steph Curry do in Game 3? What will the Warriors do in Game 3? What adjustments do the Lakers have? We're talking about it all 2 hours now, 2 hours ago here on The Roast. Jimmy Butler sprained his right ankle in the fourth quarter of Sunday's series opening win. He didn't play in game number 2. He will have had 5 full days off before game number 3 on Saturday. Game 3 Saturday, huh? Heat Knicks Saturday. Game 3. Who's playing in the early? Is it Boston Philly today? Boston Philly game 3. Oh,
and Denver's tonight, correct?
Yeah, we get a doubleheader here.
And this is the Phoenix trade on the line tonight.
This is it.
I mean, you go down 3-0, I don't see how they're coming back.
Oh, they will get swept. They will get swept if they don't win tonight. They will get swept.
I can't wait for some of these games tonight.
Oh, my gosh.
Philly, such a great couch day.
Boston, Philly.
It's going to be great.
Wells Fargo Arena, they're going to be on fire. And they're going to award Joel Embiid with the MVP award.
Good.
You know what? I love that about the playoffs. All through the years, you see the old Shaq footage with David Stern when they get it in front of the crowd, center court right before the game.
They're going to be booing him at the end of the game, though, because that's just Philadelphia.
Oh, wow, because Boston's winning tonight?
Yeah.
Oh, I like where your head's at.
The fighting Kate Scotts.
The fighting Kate Scotts will have something to say about that. But there's optimism that Jimmy Butler will be back in the lineup for game number 3 against the New York Knicks. That series tied at 1 game apiece. Ooh-wee. They will need him going forward if the Heat want to advance. We're still waiting on those tickets. Thanks, Kate Scott, for those tickets. A lot of roasters. Did Kate Scott give you the tickets? Did she hook you up?
My favorite is when you send someone a text message and then you see the bubbles start to pop up and then it goes away and then you never hear back from that person ever again.
That's what happened there?
Kinda.
The Earage Report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, North California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We're taking your calls, baby. If you're on hold, stay on hold. We'll get you on the other side here on The Roast.
Woo!
When you look at Moses Moody.
The Warriors are back in business. Lakers will run it out. They're just going to dribble it out on the far side. Lonnie Walker to handle. Down to 3 seconds, 2 seconds, and this series is tied. 1 game apiece. And the Warriors head to L.A. Final score, Warriors 127 and the L.A. Lakers 100.
Oh, baby. Happy Friday, everybody out there. Warriors roll last night, game number 2, and smoked the Lakers 127-100. Game 3 tomorrow night in L.A. with the series tied at 1 game apiece. Folks, we have a series. The Lakers did their job. They get to split. Now it's on like Donkey Kong as the Warriors head south, the La La Land. I cannot wait. Games 3 and 4 down at Crypto.com Arena, a.k.a. Staples Center. What can the Lakers do to adjust to the Golden State Warriors small ball to the pace? Warriors outscored the Lakers in the second and third quarter 84-47. Back-to-back games, they've hit 21 threes. Hell, that ties a franchise record for most made threes in a postseason game. They've done it twice in the first 2 games of the series. Stephen Curry was a magician. Draymond Green messed around, almost dropped a triple-double. Klay Thompson with 30. And we say good morning to everybody out there. We're fired up here on the roast. We're going to get to the lines in just a second as we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to all the baby mamas, all the baby daddies, all the teachers, all the school bus drivers, all the contractors, all the lawyers, CHP, police officers, everybody in the building yesterday at Chase Center. A special good morning to Dub Nation for rocking Chase Center last night. There was a vibe. Shask was in the building. Spadoni was not, but good morning to him anyway. Big John is doing a great job filling in for Sam Lubman. Also, good morning to strippers. You know, business was booming last night after a Warriors victory. People were ready to spend that money, feeling good after that win.
Yeah, they were. They were absolutely ready. I don't know about going to the club, but yeah, hey. I mean, I'm thinking now,
I have a wife.
You and I need to do something like the way the Road Dogg Jesse James and the badass Billy Gunn used to come out and they would do the DX thing. Oh, you didn't know? And then the one guy would point to the other guy and then he would point and then they'd flex. From now on, when you do Oh Baby, I got to do some sort of thing. It'd be like our LeBron Tristan Thompson thing where you get prepped up for the game and you do some sort of dap up, clap up. Like that would be our thing from here on out. So when you do Oh Baby, I'm going to do some sort of pointing thing.
You don't need to be like Tristan Thompson.
I'm all in. I'm fired up this morning.
You don't need to be like Tristan Thompson.
Yeah.
That's the last.
Better call somebody.
Well, listen.
One half of the greatest road show they ever seen.
Take this one back, though. Take this one back before we get all goofy. We don't want to be like Tristan Thompson.
No.
We don't want to be like him.
Although my wife knows exactly who he is.
Everybody knows who he is. And
is
all
he Canadian?
Yeah, he's from Canada. And everybody says he went to the University of Texas, and all he says, the guy's a clown. The guy's an absolute clown. You see him on the sideline. Why did the Lakers sign him? There was a joke. There was a running joke during the game yesterday that the Lakers didn't even sign him a jersey number. They just gave him a warm-up, said, hey, you're going to be on the sideline with the warm-up. But then he had to play yesterday, so they made up a number 9. Well, we didn't even know his official number yesterday.
Well, and when he was in the game, Steph and Dre were still in. I was like, get them out. He will do something nefarious that will either entice Draymond to want to punch him or will entice Steph Curry to, or get Steph Curry hurt. Like, I want them out of that game the minute he's checked in.
No
I
doubt.
just don't trust him.
No doubt. I wonder how somebody just tagged me to tweet. Quote tweeting Jim Park. Sheridan blog. How does he feel about Steve Kerr? Guy, I love Jim Park. Man.
Do you? I don't.
You got a psychopath in every fan. You know what? I'm not going to start with Trey and Vallejo because I want to hear from Warrior fans. We'll get to Trey and Vallejo in a second here. But this is about Dub Nation, baby. I don't want to hear from a Laker fan. So I'm going down to H-Town. And my man might be in the city. He might be in the city right now. I'm not sure. SF Bay Drummer. SF Bay Drummer. Where the hell you at right now? What's up, SF Bay Drummer?
Let's go.
This is not SF Bay Drummer. This is his dad. But
let's go.
Loins, so it don't matter.
Oh, man. Well, it's
I
Pops.
taught him everything he knows.
Yeah, I know you do. Who is Mr. D, right? Yeah, this is Mr. D. All right, Mr. D, what's happening?
This is Mr. D. Listen, I got to talk about that game last night. Listen, Anthony Davis was looking around for a CPAP machine. Man, he was gassed after the first quarter.
Yeah, he was done.
Now, here's the thing. It's not that they won, it's how they won. They beat the crap out of them. And I'm going to tell you something else. Looney wasn't really sick, y'all.
You think that was just a ploy? You think that was just a ploy to get JG?
He was a little ill. He was a little ill. Yeah, he was a little ill. I got to give him. Loon Dog ain't faking it.
Well, when you're spraying all that Windex
exactly.
and you inhale it.
Yeah, it's true. That is very true. That's a good point.
Cleaning all
but
that
you
glass.
know what? It may have been a blessing in disguise. May have been. May have been because now you unlock JaMychal Green. And now you unlock the spacing. Now the Lakers have to make an adjustment. How do they adjust to the Warriors 35 if JaMychal Green does get back into the lineup? I think Steve Kerr's got to roll with it, and I think they will. They found something. How will the Lakers adjust to it? I don't know if they have any adjustments. I really don't. They can't keep up with the pace. And Anthony Davis he's good every other game. Well, what's the carryover effect for game number 3? Because now the spotlight's going to be on him. And if he doesn't perform early in that game 3, Laker fans will turn on him. They will start to boo him. They will start to mutter like, "Oh, get this guy off the floor. This is who we're really riding here."
What kind of adjustments does he need to make to get the ball in spots where he can thrive?
He's got to be more physical.
You think so?
He got punked yesterday.
I'd like to see him more. If I was a Laker fan, I'd like to see him more on the
Post
block.
up
Yes.
and block.
Why does he want to come up to the elbow like he's Brad Miller?
Yeah, I knew when he was settling for early jumpers. I said, "Oh boy, the Warriors got him." Spadoni knows. Everybody knew 5 minutes into the game, you got bad AD.
Yeah, to me, I know we're going to focus on the ball on defense, but when the Warriors were in their defensive sets, Draymond's denying of him the ball at his normal spots where he likes to catch it right at that
Warriors
elbow.
hit first.
Yeah, because one little dribble or drop step, now he's in the paint and it's just rise up, little baby hook. He has a much more refined post repertoire than Sabonis.
Yeah,
Wouldn't you agree?
No doubt.
There's a huge level up from what AD can do to what Sabonis is.
He's no Domantas Sabonis, that's for sure.
No.
He's a lot
I don't
better.
even think I'm being disrespectful to Sabonis. I think it's more I'm
There's
trying
levels.
to give AD
Listen,
his
no
credit.
disrespect to Sacramento, but there's levels to this. And he's a level down from Anthony Davis when he's engaged.
But I think the same can be said for De'Aaron Fox versus the 2-point guards it felt like De'Aaron Fox, waves of Fox were coming at you.
And he was quick.
Yeah.
Speed.
And even when he was inefficient, it was like every single miss, like, oh, thank God he missed that. They felt few and far between. Whereas Schroeder and D'Lo, I don't know. I think we can bottle up Schroeder. D'Lo can get his, but to me, it's against the pace that the Warriors want to play. It's playing into their hands because only he's touching the ball, and then it slows it down for them on defense, where they get to rest a little, and whoever's guarding him is working. But nobody else from the Lakers is going to touch the rock.
They don't have anybody who could consistently blow by you.
No,
like De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk. The dribble drive penetration that killed you against Sacramento, collapsing that defense and getting the ball out to the 3-point shooters again. This may go down. If the Warriors win number 5, the Kings could easily be known as the team that gave the Warriors their toughest challenge in the playoffs. Now, the Lakers are tough.
Yeah.
They got LeBron James and Anthony Davis, but their style, I don't know if their style, can they adjust and go quicker? I don't know if you want to do that to Anthony Davis. You get him out on the perimeter. He's playing the drop coverage on the pick and roll. And JTA yesterday was calling them dynamite screens. Dynamite screens that the Warriors were running up there at the top of the 3-point line. Well, he's playing the drop dead coverage. Dude, know your personnel. These are shooters. Clay and Curry and even Jordan Poole will rise up and hit that 3 in front of your face. He's got to get up on the 3-point line. And then if you get him sagging off of that, Stephen Curry get doubled, passing it around the ball, movement down the set, you're playing 4-on-3. And how many 2-on-1 opportunities JaMychal Green had in the paint alone? He's either going in for a wide-open layup or dropping it to Looney or JaMychal Green.
I worry that they're going to go ultra big and go LeBron, Rui, AD to start the game.
Who'd you pull? Vanderbilt? Because then all of a sudden you're inviting Stephen Curry to light your ass up in the first quarter.
And then maybe you're putting Austin Reeves on Curry.
Steph Curry? Oh, good luck to him.
I know it sounds foolish, but because if I'm them, I think you have to play into your strengths. And Rui right now, game 1 he wasn't as good, but the game 2 he was excellent, and I would try to tap into that.
He's a catch-and-shoot guy who doesn't like to put the ball on the floor, Rui Hachimura. He's a guy I worry about off the bench. He's one of the X factors there.
Yeah.
Because he can hit that 3. But, boy, if you go Rui in the starting lineup.
I'm just thinking.
No. But say if you pull Vanderbilt. So now you got D'Lo either guarding Stephen Curry or chasing around Klay Thompson.
Well, what about Austin Reeves off the bench then?
And you go Vanderbilt?
Yeah, Vanderbilt.
And Rui?
And just go really big.
You need Reeves scoring if you're the
think?
Lakers.
Okay.
You're hoping at home that he can find something.
Was that an absurd? suggestion from me to say Rui
No, but
starting?
you just start seeing a team that's so limited as it is offensively to limit yourself even more that way. With the way the Warriors have been shooting threes, I just don't think you can do that.
Because I'm just trying. We've been talking like, what are the adjustments the Lakers going to make? I don't know if they have
the point.
any.
That's the whole point. They may not have an adjustment. They may not have one. LeBron may have to go nuclear. Can he do that at this age? He's still got the tendon injury in his foot. He's not 100%.
Hey, I'm not comparing myself to LeBron. Having a slight foot injury for 7 days, if he really has a torn tendon in his foot or some sort of aggravation like that, it's remarkable he's even playing.
Yeah, I mean,
no, I'm serious.
He's LeBron. Let's move on.
What? I'm not comparing. I'm saying if you've had a foot injury, even a little bit, and you're just a normal person, like imagine playing basketball.
Drew down with the line, Lashaski.
Lashaski, that's pretty good.
That is
hey,
good.
LaFlop
Joe
was in full. There was a spot. I don't know what point it was. He's standing in the middle of the court. No one's around him. And it looked like the sniper from the grassy knoll from the JFK video caught him. Dude, I'm like, LeBron, no one touched you.
It's their entire team.
Like, what? And then he's complaining, and he got that tech. He earned that tech.
Well, I know what the adjustment is. Getting ticky-tack fouls called on Draymond and Stephen Curry. This is why before Game 2, we were breaking down the game yesterday. I said, stay away from the cheap fouls. This team will flop. Steph Curry held D'Lo's arm for a split second. D'Lo contorts his neck back like he got elbowed. I'm just like, this team is just full of it.
No, how about when Clay had him pinned on the sideline?
Right.
And he faked like he got hit and went out of bounds. And then, of course, Tony Brothers just fell for it. Yeah, and I'm like, no, literally Clay's standing there and D'Lo just flopped.
I mean, LeBron James on a fast break tried to take a charge sideways.
And then Van Gundy apparently on the broadcast
said it was a charge.
Oh, of course Van Gundy did. Why does Van Gundy hate the Bay? Is it because Martinez, California kicked him out? Like
maybe
what happened?
He just tries too hard to not be a homer. He was talking baseball in the fourth quarter. You know, he
did. He stuck up for the A's. I appreciated that.
He said A-Rod should buy the A's.
The Van Gundys are.
Did you see A-Rod in the building yesterday?
No, I didn't.
So A-Rod.
Who was he with?
Taylor, who he was with his boy.
You know I love A-Rod. Did he have his glove?
No, so let me break
like
it down.
Like the K-Rod
I'm going to get there. I'm going to get there.
Broadcast?
I'm going to get there. A-Rod was with two chicks and a guy. Of course, A-Rod's with two chicks and a guy. He's wearing a sweater over a button-up.
Two chicks and one guy?
One guy. So, you know, double date. So you got the double date. Or maybe the guy was a wingman. It was two chicks for him. You know, it is Alex Rodriguez. He's probably able to pull that off. So he's sitting there. He's got a long sleeve collar shirt on underneath the sweater, looking like a tech bro, right?
Okay.
And, you know, it's very humid inside the Chase Center. So he had to be hot. But he also was standing there.
When there's no one there, and then once the place completely fills up, it gets very musty.
Right. Well, I don't know.
Because everyone's fired up and drunk.
So he's sitting there with the sweater over the button-up, and he's got on, they're not Ray-Bans, but he had the midnight Lokes on. The midnight, you can't see his eyes, black shades on. And so I walk out and go, hey, Ryan, aren't you supposed to be in Minnesota? And he's just mugging me through the glass. It's like, is that a shout out by T-Wolves for being, bouncing the first round? But he's just sitting there. And then I see him at the JP Morgan Club. Somebody's trying to get a picture with him, and they tap A-Rod on the shoulder, and he just keeps walking.
How big is he?
Walking. He's kind of short.
Really?
I think he's short. Like in the batter's box, he had that presence, right?
He looks 6'6".
Like a monster. When he was a New York Yankee, he was off the roids. Remember, he hit that home run at Oracle Park. He hit that thing like 550 feet.
The syringe on baseball pants is when you have them. It's pronounced.
Right.
I love A-Rod. But what is he, 6'2"?
He's like 6'1", maybe.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought he was bigger than that.
Yeah, but he was in the building yesterday. But Van Gundy was talking about A-Rod buying the A's. He should buy the A's.
Why?
The A's in Oakland.
I mean...
But Fisher's not going to sell.
Yeah, I don't know. The rumor that we're seeing here from the 408 is LeBron's feeling not just one hurt tendon, but three simultaneously. It's blurry.
That's a 2. That's a 2. That one didn't hit hard.
What do you think of the evolution of LeBron? Of the player you're seeing now versus the player that they faced in the finals 4 years in a row?
Well, obviously, he's not the same player, right? He's not the same player defensively.
Agreed.
He doesn't have the quickness, but at times, you see the spin move he made on Moody, driving, going downhill and hitting the spin and hitting the layup. He still finishes, but he's more of a jump shooter now. He's more of a stationary shooter, and he's playing off the ball more than he has, I think, ever in his career, as opposed to his first couple years in the league when he played a little off the ball and his jumper wasn't going. But last night, you could tell he's just settling for the jumper more so nowadays. So the evolution is, I mean, he's still a great dynamic player, but off the ball, you can defend, you can deal with that. You know, that fear factor of LeBron James is not there like it used to be.
Well, when you watch him in person, he was the biggest, strongest, fastest, best guy on the court, and he had all the skill.
Didn't feel like that yesterday, huh?
No, Wiggins felt clearly more athletic than him.
Yep.
Even Klay Thompson, when he was matched up against him, and he made a nice layup on Klay where he kind of like drove him down into the paint, but he doesn't have that same imposing physical presence he had before.
Right.
You want to call it bully ball, fine, or whatever it is, but like he picks and chooses his spots. He does feel... Not deflated. Deflated's not the right word. He just feels very different.
Right. No doubt.
It's very different. It's an evolution.
I know we're not doing Shout-Out Fridays, shameless shout-outs today, but Comcast Business X, so I shout them out. Shout out to YouTube, shout out to Twitch, and shout out to the 650. Get a shout-out for cousin Tony. That's right, Tony Simeon. What up, Tony? It's her birthday tomorrow. Love her favorite cousin, Conrad Arenas, the Laker hater. Conrad Arenas, of course, is a longtime roaster. They took care of Matt Nahigan. His wife took care of Matt Nahigan with his foot injury. By the way, Matt Nahigan, taking a picture of his foot and the stitches being out, he's got way too much time with his heads.
Although
way too much.
I'm not going to lie. I think he has a really cool concept, the corner office, which is the ultimate humble brag.
Well, Matt Nahigan's now becoming P. Diddy and not Suge Knight. He used to be like Suge Knight, not getting on the mic, not being all up in the videos. Now he's flexing about the ratings, which I get it. You know, we're kicking the competition's ass. Everybody knows that now. In case you need a reminder, we're kicking the competition's ass, and I know things can flip, but we're on our game here at 95.7 The Game. No pun intended. The corner thing, he's now becoming P. Diddy. He's all up in the videos. I mean, he's tweeting stuff out. He's calling Jack Nicholson online. And then Matt Nahigan, put the Twitter down, dude. Put the Twitter down. He's become Puff Daddy. He has. Now he feels like he's got G-Dep, he's got Black Rob, he's got everybody. He's making the band. Pretty soon we're going to grab the cheesecake for him at the Cheesecake Factory.
Little John's going to have to walk down. Big John is going to have to walk down to Market Street and go get him a coffee.
I mean, Jesus Christ, Matt Nahigan, put it down. Put the phone down. Rob, it's San Bruno. What's happening?
Rob,
You're on the road.
Are you a Laker fan this week?
Nah, never a Laker fan. Never that. I don't care how hard it get, man. Never a Laker fan. Hey, but look, I think y'all celebrating a little too early, man. I felt like both games, it shows you the ways that the Lakers got to win and the way the Warriors gonna win if they win the series. I feel like whoever imposes their theory on basketball first, their style of play, they're gonna win the game. I feel like next game the Warriors can miss their first 10 threes, and Anthony Davis just inside killing them. I thought the Warriors, they came out early and shot first, and they ran them boys out the stadium, but I feel like the Lakers, all they got to do is just post AD run, pick and rolls, go towards the free throw line, and use that matchup and get to the free throw line, because that's their advantage. If they're going to try to outshoot Golden State, it's not going to work for them. And they don't have a matchup for Klay Thompson, which everybody been dissing my boy, acting like he had a full-time champion or something. You know what I mean? Dissing every bad game he had. But anyway, they don't got a matchup for him. So to me, it's going to be a 7-game series, in my opinion.
Still can be. It still can be. I'm eager to see what adjustments the Lakers make. Let's take some more calls here. Let's go to Jesse down in San Jose. Jesse, what's happening?
What's up, Jesse?
You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up?
Yeah, actually, after the last caller, I'll go a little bit off of that. So we took their best shot and we almost beat them in one. If that's their style and that's how they're going to beat us, that just shows you that the Warriors can keep up with that, and we have a chance at beating them. They tried to take our best shot, and it was a blowout. So if the Warriors hit like they did, like on 3-pointers, the way we did last game, I don't think this is a 7-game series. But what I was going to say was about Steve Kerr, man. He's got to be one of the best coaches to go down, because the way he tweaks his lineups in the playoffs, I don't think I've seen another head coach mess around with lineups, not just starting lineups, but just throughout the game, where like he sits some guys one series and plays other guys the next series, and they all respond. Like, he's such a player's coach. He just knows who to put in and then let the team do their thing. And it's like, man, it's just fun to watch, because after game one, in the Bay Area, we have a bunch of Laker fans at work. You know what I mean? So they're all hyped. They thought AD was dominating and everything, and it's like, you know what? Let's just see what Steve Kerr does to kind of like counter that. And I don't know if the Lakers coach can do that. Like, he's going to depend on LeBron, but LeBron checks out sometimes.
Yeah, he does.
He doesn't have a whole series where he's just going to come through every single game and impact the game the way like Curry can. Curry can shoot lights out one game and then be the assist or like the general point guard the next game, and he just like the offense just flows either way. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Can I give you some wisdom for work, for some smack talk? Tell those Laker fans that it was a great Cowboys season, and too bad it ended at the hands of the Niners. Because you know they're rooting for the Cowboys, too. Nothing is worse than a Bay Area Laker fan. And he's gone.
Bonte, how come you never shut out pipe fitters? Every plumber needs a pipe fitter. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Hey, 342 Conquer Pipe Fitters. I never heard of pipe fitters.
Well, it's like a plumber. They're in the same similar unions.
Okay.
Local 38 is the San Francisco one, so I think there's, what does he say, 342?
342 Conquer.
Yeah.
Shout out to the pipe fitters.
Absolutely.
I ain't never heard of a pipe fitter.
You don't know what no hub is? Cast iron?
No. Man.
A Zorn drain? A Zern? Is it Zern or Zorn?
Zorn.
Yeah, a little floor drain.
406.
Yeah. I used to work at Calstein back in the day, driving that 4D machine.
You guys are giving the competition perfect ammunition for a marketing video. Get you guys at the boss.
Oh, great. Cute little videos.
Next time they're creative with something like that will be the first time. Trey and Vallejo, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Oh, I got a great text from Fidel last night.
I got to hear from Cousin Nick. Give me that. Trey and Vallejo, you're back, baby. What's up, Trey?
Oh, man. Happy Cinco de Mayo to you guys, man.
Happy Cinco de Mayo.
You know, you guys are geeked up. Shicey, I want to follow up on something that you said. I'm a Laker fan, Bay Area Laker fan. Quote to you, I've never rooted for the Cowboys for the day of my life. Always been an Oakland Raider, still will be an Oakland Raider, even in Las Vegas.
Respect.
But getting to the game last night, I'm going to give credit where credit is due. Warriors beat us. You guys took it to us, kicked our teeth in. No hate on my end. Now, let's go down to L.A. Let's see if like Tony said, let's see if it rains in Southern California. Let's see if those threes fall.
That's pretty good.
Let's see if those threes fall.
That's pretty good. Trey, go ahead, Trey. That's pretty good.
I am confident we will be at home. I'm not convinced if the Warriors are kicking heels of trying to win on the road, have they figured it out yet? That was Sacramento. You're coming down into varsity land. This is L.A. Be ready. We coming. and I'll see you guys down Saturday night.
Hey, I'll talk to you on Monday, Trey. I'll talk to you Monday. I like that. We're going to see if it's ready game in Southern California. That's pretty good, man. Like Tony. That's creativity.
Shout out to musicians. You never shout out to musicians.
Shout out to musicians, man. Shout out to musicians. Shout out to film directors, producers. Shout out to Box Kev, who's celebrating a birthday today. How about Box Kev celebrating a birthday today? It's his birthday. Box Kev, a day one roaster.
Well, one of our he's out of the demo, and I love him dearly. But an alumni from Reardon, the Honorable Paul Simpson, hit me up. He said Curry was the maestro on the floor last night. Now I'm dusting this one off. Paul, you know I love you. He reminded me of the way Bob Cousy and Casey Jones would control the flow of the offense and involve the entire team. Two-handed, old-school bounce passes were classic and right out of the Joe Shasky CYO playbook.
Wow.
Love you, Paul Simpson.
Well,
Go
I don't
Crusaders.
love it because his playbook is not that good in CYO from what I hear.
Hordes! Floppy!
Yeah, okay. 301 Comcast.
As a designer of plays.
Hey, listen. We may need to do a shameless shout-outs because everybody's coming in with shout-outs now. 301. Bonte, shout out to Warrior repping nannies. Hey, shout out to the nannies.
Yeah, the nannies get very little love.
Shout out to our babysitters
Shout
sometimes
them out.
with Baby Chaz. Oya. Although Baby Chaz, I'm like, hey, Oya's coming over today. No, Oya. Don't want to play with Oya. She likes Oya because he does speak Russian. Oya, no Oya. Bye-bye, Oya, because she knows Bobby and Daddy are going to leave the house. So shout out to all the Warrior representatives. That's good stuff, man. Good stuff.
Shout out to Jordan Gomes, whose birthday was yesterday, by the way.
Jordan Gomes.
Yeah, Stunner Man.
Stunner Man. Shout out to Stunner Man. Happy birthday to you, too.
His new album in pregame.
Oh, yeah. They were playing. Dude, you hear Thrive City, what they were playing?
Bro, Thrive City. So the game was a blowout, and I wanted to go come see you, but it was crazy. So I went out there with, a couple minutes ago. It is so cool to hear how loud they've got the game going on out there.
It's blasting.
And the vibe and everybody out there.
You see Tyler Miller yesterday?
And the weed.
Oh, the weed.
I mean, I'll tell you this right now. If you've got a drug test coming up, do not hang out at Thrive City.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a hot box outdoors. It's unbelievable.
Man. Hey, How about
Larry
this?
Tunsil feels like there's a little too much cloud smoke.
925. Can the rain gutter installers get some roast love? Absolutely. Rain gutter installers? Absolutely. Matt, Calvin, Father Time, Horace, we're going to get to you all on the other side. 888-957-9570. Reacting to the Warriors' big win over the LA Lakers. We're feeling good on a Friday. What can the Lakers do to adjust to the Warriors? The Warriors have found something here. They're pushing the tempo. They made 42 threes in this series so far, 38 assists last night. They played some really good basketball. What was the key for you? JaMychal Green, are you rolling out the same lineup for game number 3 against the Lakers? We want to hear from you here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, and that'll be sponsored by the Department of Health Care Services.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833.
Kevon Looney. Welcome back to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
What up, Loon Dog? He was a little ill yesterday. Hopefully he gets right. But, man, in just 11 minutes and 44 seconds, he grabbed 8 rebounds, 3 on the offensive end of the floor. He led the league in offensive rebounding this season. 6 points, 8 rebounds for Kevon Windex Looney because all he does is clean up the glass. And look, his 8 rebounds would have led the Lakers last night. Would have been the team high for the Lakers. I mean, you got Draymond with 11, and they out-rebound the bigger, more physical Lakers by 15 yesterday, 55-40. So Kevon Looney doing the damn thing. Draymond Green, JaMychal Green down low. I thought Moses Moody gave some great minutes. He grabbed 7 rebounds himself, Moses Moody. He's attacking that glass. So Warriors, they do a great job. A great job. Bonte, give a shout-out to the nurses who know which patients are going to be watching the game and coming to ask the PT if they need something, even though they didn't call just to have a peek at the game. Shout out to the nurses.
Well, and while you're doing a bunch of random shout-outs, I know it's Friday. I want to hear from all of our roasters. I ran into a bunch of really cool people last night. That one guy had the blue Warrior jacket, the satin jacket with the red Warriors. You know, the throwback that they had last year, and he had the Curry jersey underneath. I was taking photos with him and his homies. It was really cool. They had a great atmosphere. Watching him celebrate all the threes in front of us was awesome. But Men's Warehouse.
Shut up, man. Which one?
The one in Colma. The little 280 Metro Center area.
Yeah.
They said that they haven't seen you in a minute. I went in there to get a suit adjusted, and they're like, we haven't seen Bonte in a while. Would you please let him know that we miss him?
Do they miss me or do they miss my buddy?
Both.
No, I miss them too.
I said to them, and this is the honest to God truth, and I said this to you yesterday when I saw you. I know you're doing the soda sponsorship now where you're working with them.
Yeah.
You've lost a lot of weight. I'm really proud of you, and you're going to have all those suits adjusted.
I know. The blue suit yesterday was feeling very loose.
No, but you look great in it.
It looked like I was a 2000s NBA player.
No,
it looked like I was LeBron James at the draft.
It wasn't that dramatic.
Serious, man.
But
so
I need
Men's
to get
Warehouse,
up on this, bro.
trust me, because I think the Warriors will be playing for a while. I think they're going to beat the Lakers. They're going to beat the Nuggets or the Suns. And I think the team will be playing in June. I'm not going to get ahead of myself, but I would be shocked if the Warriors weren't playing in June in the NBA Finals. With that said, I'm going to need to go see Men's Warehouse. I'm going to need to go to Macy's. I'm going to need to get some nice little suits here. So we're going to need to do that. Don't worry, Coma. You'll be seeing me very, very soon.
Yeah, and I don't know if you caught in the post game the guy that we had on who was the Warrior fan that was from Game 7, Christian Gamboa. He ended up texting the show, and me and him were texting back and forth, and he came on the show, which was awesome, and he shared his experience for Game 7. He was the screaming Warrior fan
who had to go to the hospital,
who had the orange Steph Curry We Believe jersey on. Well, he ended up going to the Warrior game yesterday with his family, and did you see what Steph Curry did afterwards?
Steph Curry gifted him with some shoes. Go to our Twitter page right now or 957thegame.com to touch on that story if you want to check it out. Willie Sandrotto did a great job with the video. Steph Curry gifted him some Under Armour shoes. I mean, the guy was inside chasing her, first of all.
Cool.
No T-shirt underneath. He was loud and proud. He was fired up. He's on Twitter doing the damn thing, and he can't believe it. His tweet yesterday, oh, my God, what in a lifetime just happened? And he tagged the Warriors. He tagged us in the tweet. And you know what? He got some shoes yesterday. It's all over ESPN. It's all over Bleacher Report. They gave 95.7 The Game credit. You know, Matt Nahigan will have that in the once-a-week email that he sends out every Friday. Matt Nahigan, shout out to Willie Sandrotto. This video, over 5 million views. Just incredible.
Well,
he loves the numbers. But Willie is killing it.
If you follow us on any social media platform,
it's all Whitley Sandrotto and Alex.
And we talk a lot about this show, and some people will bring up the success of the station or whatever, and we have had some tremendous success. If you follow us on Twitter, on Instagram, on YouTube, or whatever, there are so many people behind the scenes that do so much great work, and I don't think we talk about them enough. You and Whitley have. You guys basically started the Instagram page for this station, and to see the hard work that she does, not just covering the team, but putting out unbelievable videos and graphics and things like that really pop on social media. That thing popped, but I want to give love to the people that do all the really, I call it the dirty work.
Kirsten as well.
Don't forget
Thank
about
you. Kirsten Moran.
Apologies.
Doing up there as well. She was in the building yesterday, and Willie
our digital team kills it.
Whitley's headed down to L.A. Willie and Alex are heading down to L.A. to Crypto.com Arena. They're going to go down there and cover games 3 and 4 down in L.A.
And JD on the postgame show, I was listening to him on the drive home. You guys get to see us on YouTube, but you don't understand how many people behind the scenes are putting stuff out there for you guys to consume us. And it's a testament to our audience and how much they love the Warriors month after month after month. Now, we have WFAN, we have all these Philly stations, Boston stations that are killing it in terms of ratings and stuff all across the country, and it's not just sports. We are hands down the number one social media platform every single month, and it's because of you, the audience, and how much you love the Warriors.
And how Whitley and company are pumping out content. They are pumping out content so good that the competition is starting to jack our style. Starting to jack our style online. So, good job, Whitley. She'll be down in L.A. for Game 3 at Crypto.com Arena. She's doing a great job. A lot of people missed the videos we used to do before and after games. Obviously, we don't have the time to do it no more. She's doing her thing. So, anyway, let's get back to the lines. Game 2, Warriors win.
Videos too. You wearing a Patrick Mahomes jersey.
Yeah, well, lost the bet.
And a bandana. With that 5 head like you're LeBron James.
Lost the bet, man.
Actually, you don't have that big of a forehead. I'm the one with the big forehead. Yeah, the receding hairline's killing me.
Well, my hairline, my forehead's kind of long. Anyway, Father Time. Enough about my forehead.
Speaking of receding hairlines, right,
Father Time Napa was happening.
Oh, you guys, that's not cool, man. You should see my my playoff beard, You ever heard of hockey?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm the one with the receding hairline.
Hairline. Feliz de Cinco de Mayo. That's about as much Spanish as I have. Mi español no bueno. I got kitchen Spanish. Here, whipping up some ceviche this morning, thinking about history, a couple salient points and a few fun things. Number one, it could very easily be 2-0. The Warriors are right in that game 1, as you recall. As Steve Kerr always says, please stop fouling, right? So, that foul discrepancy changes everything.
Yes.
Number 2, I just think that, AD is mercurial, man. If he's, if he's 30 and 20, they're going to have trouble. If he's whatever he was, 11 and 8, I mean, fine. I think he's in the middle ground. I think he comes back to 20 and 10. We can live with that. You can't apparently hit that 13-footer, which I don't ever understand. How come nobody can hit that mid-range, including Draymond, who was spectacular last night? And then 3, Klay Thompson. You know how I know he's smoking? Is that I don't think any of his shots touched rim.
Yeah,
everything was pure. So for my money, as great as Steph is, Klay as a pure shooter, catch it, and off it goes in less than a tenth of a second is just so dope. He's going to have a fun time in L.A.
No, I think so.
Can I ask you a question, Father Time? Because you're a chef, correct?
Yeah, hit me. Yeah, I do some things, yeah.
Okay. What makes a great ceviche?
That's so random.
But he said he was making ceviche.
Yeah. No, yeah.
The fresh is the product, and then there's all kinds. Today, of course, we're doing some Cameroon. We're doing some... I like everything hot. I've been accused of making things too hot by my ladies, my family, and everybody else. But just fresh product and getting it started a little early. Now, if you do Peruvian style, they're not doing as much as lime. I put a little vinegar in it with habaneros. I always use halibut or sea bass. But, we can publish a book together, 95.7 The Game. I'm giving you this. We should do a recipe book, 95.7 The Game, listeners. Bay Area recipe book.
I like that. Hey, get his number down. Let's do that.
You're going to be you're the official show chef.
Hey, hold on. It's 95.7 The Game, but make sure. Wait, Father Time, real quick. Just make sure it's just with the morning roast.
Yeah.
We want some of that income. We don't know where that income. If you do all 95.7 The Game, now everybody's getting a cut. It just needs to be Shaskins, Benoni, Bonte, Hill, Lubman. Maybe Big John gets a little bit of something, some crumbs. But that's it. We don't need the whole station eating off of this. All right.
Well, huevos rancheros, or, we're trying to do the keto thing. I appreciate Bonte, that you're dropping a few. My wife and I are trying to get in shape for the old Bottle Rock. We're going to...
Oh, Bottle Rock's dope.
Apparently. That's not true.
Yeah, Bottle Rock.
Cassie, I've offered this to you before. The Chili's are playing on Sunday night, and I know you've never seen them, and I'm your guy.
Okay.
Look it up.
Get his number.
I'm your guy. So
get his number.
We can talk later.
Yeah.
You got to get up here it's a Sunday, and the next day is Memorial Day.
Oh.
You have the day off.
I'm in.
Let me touch on the real chef one more time.
Yeah.
I said this last time I talked to you. Steph Curry, we cannot, we always take it for granted. Our loved ones, the radio station. I'm up every morning at 5 doing my thing. Do never, ever take advantage, never forget that this guy is for my money, the dude's 6'1", 6'2". I've seen him at Bottle Rock cooking on the stage with his wife.
Right.
Every other player in the top 15, 6'6" plus. So imagine if Steph Curry was 6'6", 6'7", 6'8". That guy is.
But you know what?
And his game yesterday with those dishes, he's dishing out like his, as you said, those two-handed passes with a little English where he spun that one. I mean, holy smokes! And he is the greatest teammate of all time. Talk about somebody who enjoys other people's success. Unbelievable. He never talks any crap about anybody else.
Right.
Steph Curry is the man. And if we get lucky in the playoffs, Chasky, he might be here on that Williams-Sonoma stage cooking something.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Father Time. Great interview with Father Time. Great interview. Great call there. The chef. Listen, the beauty of Steph Curry is being 6'2", 6'3". I don't want.
What do you mean by that?
But because he's the greatest short player or the greatest player under 6'3" of all time, right? I mean, better than Isaiah, better than Toddy Archibald, better than all the great point guards in the past.
Isaiah.
Bob Cousy, Isaiah. I said Isaiah. First guy I said, because I got Isaiah as like top 3 point guards all time. I mean, but that's the beauty of him. He is 6'2", 6'3", dominating the basketball game. That's what makes him so unique.
I mean, really, like even a 6'4", 6'5", like Jordan 6'6", right?
Right.
6'6", Kobe 6'6", 6'7". Right. Who else? I mean, Dwayne Wade. I don't think Dwayne Wade is as accomplished.
6'4".
No, but I don't think he's as accomplished as Steph Curry. You know what I'm saying? Like guys, even in that vicinity. Forget being like traditional point guards, smaller 2 guards. Is there anybody even close?
I don't know.
Because if you want to say that he's a combo guard, I'll listen to that.
Yeah, but he could play point guard. He could play off the ball. That's the beauty of him. He could do both, and he could do both at a very high level. Iverson couldn't play off the ball like Steph Curry.
No.
Iverson needed the ball in his hands, and I love Iverson.
Him and Chauncey Billups was not as lethal as it should have been.
Steve Nash, I don't know.
I'm taking Curry over Nash.
John Stockton, I'm taking Curry
over
all day long.
Stockton.
All day long. So the uniqueness of him being 6'2", 6'3", being able to dominate a game like he did last night with the 20 points and 12 assists, that's what makes him so great. It's because he's changed the game of basketball at that height and at that size.
Is it just when I'm looking at this matchup and they go down to L.A., is it just the Warriors, when they hack, they're not good?
Well, then they reach, and it's just as hacking. But, I mean, any team that hacks and reaches are not going to be good.
But I'm saying, like, this team in particular, is that the number one kryptonite for them?
I think it will be the number one kryptonite for anybody, but the Warriors are one of the worst teams in the league, right?
Yeah.
Because dribble drive penetration, when you play quicker athletic teams.
Yeah.
See, now in the playoffs, if you look at these teams that are a bit older, they got a lot of teams here that can't blow by. Like Sacramento had Fox, right? We keep talking about Fox getting to all the spots with the dribble drive penetration. Now you're playing teams a lot older. Like D'Lo plays at a slower pace, and he's not the smartest player in the world. So I don't think you worry about the dribble drive penetration against them. The Phoenix Suns without Chris Paul. Now, Devin Booker, if they advance to the West Finals and the Warriors are able to get past the Lakers, he'll be a handful. But you look at the teams that are left in the league, they don't have those quick, athletic guards who can blow by you all day long like a De'Aaron Fox. And listen, when you're playing the Orlandos and the Detroits or whatnot, you got a nice, young, athletic team trying to make a name for themselves. It's not that. Not much left.
Is Booker the best of the perimeter guards that can do that?
Jamal Murray's there. Jamal Murray's back.
Do you fear him blowing by? I'm just asking.
He is sick with the handle.
Okay,
he is sick with the handle, and he could pull up from mid-range 15 to 20 feet and get hot on you. So
And Jaylen Brown, I do believe he's a slasher and he can make things happen.
You got Andrew Wiggins for that.
Well,
or
and
you have
also
Klay
he
Thompson.
can't dribble left-handed.
Yeah, exactly.
all.
They all can't go left.
Yeah.
Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown. So
Yeah.
the Celtics look like the same team, except I think they've taken a step back defensively. Time Lord Robert Williams hasn't had that same impact.
No. That knee, it stinks. That it feels like that knee is
It
chronic.
Again, I'll say it over and over. We may look back at the end of this run and say the Kings were the toughest challenge for the Golden State Warriors.
Well, they got to get through Lakers first, but I'm
believe
listening.
they will. I believe they will.
I'm
get
coming
to the
around
Lakers.
to your thought.
Matt, San Diego. Matt, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Just want to say I appreciate the both of you. The show is my favorite thing to listen to while I enjoy my coffee.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And speaking of coffee, I ran into Anthony Davis this morning. I was at a creamer, and I went to the local 7-Eleven, and I saw his face posted all over the milk cartons because that dude is lost. Nowhere to be found.
Boom, roasted. I like that.
To ask you guys, one thing I wanted to ask you guys is late in the third, I think it was in the third shorter, grabbed Draymond's knee like a stripper pole. And apparently it was a common foul. And if the roles were reversed, you think Draymond would have picked up a flagrant?
Oh, that would have been a flagrant one.
There's not
easily.
a question in my mind.
They call that a common foul.
Well, here's the thing. So, like,
They called it a common foul.
So I was thinking about this long and hard. When Poole and the jaw thing happened, I think the two of us came on and was like, it's a bad look. It's a bad look. But if you're making the argument, because you can never understand intent, but if you're making the argument that he was trying to swipe at the ball or something because Jaw was dribbling, right? All right. It's weak, and it's a bad look for Jordan Poole. I guess I'll listen to that argument, although I think all of us said it's a bad look for Jordan Poole, at minimum, right?
Yep.
The Schroeder, how do you defend it? He's coming off of a screen. And he grabs dude and pulls him. He could seriously injure him.
But not only that, he's got a history doing some dirty things.
Yeah.
Remember DeMarcus Cousins? He hit DeMarcus Cousins nuts like twice in the game. I mean, this guy has a history of doing things like that. And he got the common foul. Well, he's on alert now. They're on alert now.
Well, Draymond took umbrage to it.
I mean,
because I couldn't see it in real time. I didn't see the grabbing in real time.
Right.
Then Dre obviously got up. He yelled at the official. They finally called it. He got up, and then I don't know who got in whose face first, but they all bunched up. And then the replay board started showing the replay, and you could see it clear as day that he hooked the knee as he's coming across. And, if Draymond's foot doesn't give and it stays implanted, you could seriously injure him. 8 pounds of pressure is all it takes to break a kneecap.
Is that what a doctor told you?
That is facts.
That is facts?
Facts.
8
Look
pounds
it
of
up.
pressure?
Look it up.
Really?
So you could tear someone's knee very bad. Very bad. I mean, those are career-altering injuries.
If Curry was taller, 510 Comcast Business text line, if Curry was taller, could he run as much as Curry runs right now? That's a good point, Gus is saying.
That's a great point.
That's a great point. That's why I like Curry being he is who he is. That's why he is who he is.
Is he a better... I can't believe I'm going to say this sentence, because this is the height of conditioning. Is he a better conditioned athlete than Jerry Rice?
Might be.
I mean, imagine the sentence I just said.
I mean, might be. He's up there with the greatest of the greats. I mean, he is running Vanderbilt ragged.
It's unbelievable.
Austin Reeves, I mean, these legs. I'm very eager to see how the Lakers respond to just having one day off after a flight. I know they're both old, but the style of the Golden State Warriors, they just run you. And I don't know, the Lakers just caved in the second and third quarter. That run, they just got blitzed.
Did we underrate his athleticism because of that conditioning?
I don't.
Not you and me. I'm saying the nation.
I don't think so. I don't know. And you know what? I don't really care.
Well, because he's in a league like
you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
But he's in a league. He's in a league.
If you're in the NBA, you've got to be athletic.
No, I agree with that. But what I'm saying is, in a league of freaks, he's clearly the best conditioned.
Well, he's not playing above the rim, right? Everything's below the rim, which makes it beautiful. His skill set.
But the mileage he puts on those legs.
But no, the mileage, the skills, the touch around the basket, the 3-point shooting, the shot making. I mean, he is conditioned. He can move his feet. Well, obviously, he got the handles.
Yes.
I mean, he cooks people.
There's no question.
That's the thing. If you want to play one-on-one and you want to play like James Harden, well, Steph Curry could cook you all day long.
Yes.
He could do that. How do you want it? Do you want him to be a pass-first point guard?
Get him, KC.
Do you want him to play off the ball?
Get him, JoJo.
I mean, he's going to cook you all day long. That's why he's a top 10 player of all time. And if he wins another ring and he gets past LeBron by doing it, winning that 5th ring, trust me, that's what's at stake here. LeBron and Steph know we can get past this series. There's Denver and Phoenix on the other side. Don't fear those teams.
So let me ask you this, because I saw this on First Take this morning, and I'm shocked it's a great topic. What do you think the Laker fans fear more, or the Laker team? Steph as a primary shooter or Steph as a primary facilitator?
I still think they fear him as a shooter. Because if he is passing the ball, that's one less shot for Stephen Curry. They'll live with Draymond Green taking shots.
I think you're
They'll
right.
live with Klay Thompson being the value shooter. JaMychal Green getting open threes. When Steph Curry gets rolling and he starts hitting shots, we always say some of these shots are worth more than 3 or worth more than 2. When Steph Curry starts cooking and he starts bombing threes from 25 feet and 28 feet, they feel like they're worth more than 3. They're detrimental. They destroy your psyche if you're an opponent saying, oh, damn it, 30's rolling again. Then he's clowning. Then he's shimmying. Then he's showboating. Then the mouthpiece is out, and he's falling all over the floor, and he's counting them 1, 2, 3, 4. That is demoralizing for a defense. So Stephen Curry, when he's shot making, when he's making shots, that's more detrimental to a basketball team than when he's just dropping dimes. Because people were saying, you know what? we'll live with him not taking shots.
I think you're right.
You know, I think the
you're right.
Lakers, they'll live with him taking only 12 shots and only attempted 5 threes.
Well, I think foul trouble played into that, and as well as he was taking what the defense was giving him. I thought it was a masterful performance from Steph Curry on efficiency. We talked a lot about him turning the ball over throughout his career.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't really have. I think LeBron might have picked one of his passes,
right.
But I thought he had great control of the entire offense, and he didn't throw away a lot of turnover-worthy passes.
Yeah, just 3 turnovers. However, the Warriors did turn the ball over 16 times. They gave up 12 points off those 16 turnovers. Lakers with 9 turnovers. Warriors scored 14 off of them, so they won that category as well. By the way, this segment brought to you by the Quest for 5 and the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentives. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. Let's get to Elijah out in Silver Creek. Elijah, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, brother. Thanks for having me on. First-time caller.
No problem.
So I've just been seeing a lot of people worried after Game 1, and people talking about the momentum of LeBron winning 27 out of 29 series with a Game 1 victory, which is truly great. But don't forget that after vanquishing the Coach of the Year's historically great offensive Kings, our gold-blooded Warriors have won a road game in 28 straight series.
Yep.
So I'm not worried about the Game 1 loss.
Yep.
I'm expecting us to take at least one road game. And Laker Nation, better hope it's not Game 3, or you just might crumble in 5.
Are you reading this off of a piece of paper?
Sir.
Why would you do that?
It sounded like he was. I thought he was like reading a rap.
Nah, we do it all the time, right? All numbers like that.
It was
Come
good.
on.
No, it was
Come
really
on.
good.
Why would you
First
do
time
that?
caller, he was nervous.
First time caller, dude. He was on fire. Not a guy might not call back.
No, he had the index card. I was
Nah,
feeling that.
that was off the top of the dome. That was off the top of the
incredible
dome.
preparation.
Elijah, that was off the top of the dome. Come on, man. Our fan base is smart.
I didn't mean it like that.
Come on.
I did not mean it like
Why would
that.
you go down there?
I apologize.
What was
Take it behind the scenes.
Elijah,
I said that to Shasky too, so I was like, "This
so you
sounds
fed me the
scripted."
line.
And then he's getting crucified, so I will take the fall for this. I'll be the fall guy. Shout out Chris Carter.
Yeah, well, I know you'll be the fall
Shoot
guy.
or shoot.
Hey, listen, you got that Laker jersey on. I wouldn't be the fall
Damn
guy
right.
too much.
Proud of it.
Don't wear that when they lose in 5.
Look at here's the secret sauce.
1,
Sometimes
2, 3, 4, 5, like Kobe's ring.
Magic.
Steph Curry's going to tie him this year.
Hey,
we'll see.
Sometimes Joe will feed me a line in my ear that I will drop on air, and I'll file it under my own joke. That was one, Joe. You can have that one.
You guys still a lot
About
of content.
1,000 though, most of the time.
You are pretty close to 1,000.
A lot of content
Yeah,
stealers
you are.
at this station. I see it, man. Why you going to bully Elijah like that,
Elijah,
man?
I'm sorry.
Come on, man. You've been hating. Hating. Don't be hating like that. Let's go to Mark in the 707. Mark, what's happening?
What's up,
You're on
Mark?
the roast. Mark, you there? Going once, going twice? He gone. Let's go down to Texas to our main man, Horace. Horace, what's happening?
What's up, fellas, man? What's going on? I'm feeling good. I know you guys are feeling good. I've been listening to you.
Oh, I feel great because I know, I don't know what the Lakers could do to adjust. I feel really good about the series. Really good. I feared the Kings more than I feared the Lakers. That's no joke. No joke. I don't know if the Lakers could adjust. I really don't.
Well, like I've been saying, we respect the Lakers, but don't fear them. Last night, what I saw, they made the 2 main adjustments that I thought they should make. Number 1, they defended without fouling, and they made AD and LeBron work instead of just sitting in the paint, waiting for people to come in the paint. That evened out the free throw game right there. But what I'm really most impressed about is Steph Curry and Draymond Green. Steph Curry was smart enough to recognize that they were going to blanket him all night and not let him get the shots up. He said, that's okay. I'll prove to you guys that I can also be a pure point guard. So I'm going to go ahead and do my interpretation of Chris Paul and give you 20 and 12. And then Draymond said, okay, if you're going to do that and become the facilitator, I'll just be a regular forward, and I'll just drop down and give you 10 and 11 boards. And then Clay said, okay, well, if you guys are going to do that, I'll take all the shots, and I'll hit all the threes. So they made major adjustments.
Hey, you're right, and that was the key. We talked about it when we were talking about Kuminga yesterday, but we're also talking about how do you get Anthony Davis out of the paint? How do you get him moving there? And the Warriors did that. Draymond was aggressive offensively. JaMychal Green spacing the floor. I think we may see the starting lineup here in L.A. at least to start game number 3 because of that
works.
spacing. And you bring Looney off the bench to spell Draymond Green, so you got no drop-off really. Obviously there's a little bit of a drop-off with AD being defended by Draymond Green as opposed to Kevon Looney. But Kevon Looney can then be a little more physical knowing that, hey, I'm coming off the bench. I could use a foul or two, not have to worry about foul trouble because they are spelling me with JMG and Draymond Green. So I think Looney's going to play well off the bench or as a starter, but I like JaMychal Green spacing the floor. And now you're making LeBron work too. LeBron can't camp out as well.
Yes.
If he's going to try to hide out on JMG, or you better get out him on the three-point line or he'll swing. And then you got less help in the paint for the Golden State Warriors. So I think the Lakers could be in trouble here.
Yeah, they were a more efficient team, but I also just love their patience, the Warriors. Like, even when guys were flying out at them, a couple pump fakes, either attacking the rim, taking the shot, rising up. I thought they had really confident balance on the offensive side. But to me, when you get that many stops on defense, it fuels the offense. Like, they're so interconnected. I know we want to say that it's one or the other, but they're so interconnected. They were getting stops. It was fueling the transition game. You're able to run a little more. I loved what they did.
Again, in the second and third quarter, the Warriors outscored the Lakers 84-47. They dropped back-to-back 40-point quarters. The first time they've ever done that in postseason history. The Golden State Warriors, that is. First time in franchise history they've had multiple 40-point quarters in a single playoff game. They went back-to-back 41 and then 43. Boom, boom, game's over. Go see it.
They've never done that?
They've never done that before. Never done that before.
Wow.
Yeah, surprising, right?
Wow.
Let's go to...
Couldn't have happened against a, better franchise.
No doubt. Let's go to St. Louis. Calvin, he's feeling good on a Friday. What up, Calvin?
What up, Calvin?
What up, guys? I just want to give a shout-out to my first cousin who got drafted to the Jacksonville Jaguars. His name is Antonio Johnson. His mama's name is Mika. The second shout-out I want to give to is Bonte. Man, you did a great job last night, man, and I love your attire. You ain't got to worry about no suits because you always keep it fresh.
I appreciate you, man.
Everybody's got, guys, give me a couple of seconds here.
No.
Everybody's talking about, Steph facilitated and Draymond went to the rim. I literally made those same calls last time I called y'all. Except Bonte says he don't know about the fact that when Steph passes the ball to Clay shoots it in. Guess what, Bonte? Guess what you've seen all day? You seen Steph passing that ball to Clay and Killer Clay came to play. Anyway, my thing is that I'm having a problem with these series is these media people want to say the word playoff ball. What they really mean is a code to foul the Warriors. Because if the Warriors breathe on somebody too hard, they call foul against the Warriors, and they don't let Warriors play no playoff ball. I don't like that bias stuff like that. That's why I told you about LeBron James, his crime. You seen the little tactics that he tried to do and everything else like that. And that's what they depend on. They depend on referees. Even with the referees, the Warriors still barely lose games. So whenever they play it fairly, which they sort of did last game, you notice what the Warriors did. They won that game easily if the referees don't sit up here and be holding their whistle right in their mouth as soon as somebody get by one of the Laker players.
Well, good call, Calvin. I don't think the refs are going to be a factor in this series. It's going to be determined by the players. I don't think they're a factor in game one. Lakers played a little bit better. Let's give them that. But the Warriors adjusted, and that's a crazy stat right there. I heard Mike Breen say it on the broadcast, and I reiterated that on the postgame show last night. The home team that has lost game one in a series has come back to win game two 16 straight times. That's a wild one right there.
What do you make of that?
It's hard to beat a team on their home floor twice to beginning a series.
Yeah.
It's tough. So the Warriors were a near lock yesterday. I felt really good about them winning that game last night. They won it going away. It just felt good. It's like they're not going down 0-2. Not these guys.
Well, and it just felt like they had a much more aggressive sense of urgency in the game. Right. And I thought, it's one thing to be aggressive. It's another to kind of shoot yourself in the foot by being too aggressive. That's one of the main criticisms of Jordan Poole, I think, throughout the year is there's times he's just going too fast.
No doubt.
It felt like they played with pace last night, but under control.
Under control. Poole will be better in game
they
three.
really haven't had I think Wiggins has been better than the numbers.
Yeah, he has been better than the numbers.
I think he's been better than numbers.
Yep.
But they really haven't had that explosive
Yep.
Wiggins game.
No doubt.
Now, he hit a couple of threes, and he's stretching the floor. But I do still think there's more to his game that he can showcase scoring-wise.
He could take D'Lo out. If D'Lo is hiding on Andrew Wiggins, he could take him. I also think he could take Austin Reeves. If Austin Reeves is on him, I think he could take him and cook him as well.
Who's the other guy, number 7, that they brought in?
Tony Brown Jr.?
Tony Brown Jr.,
He can't play. He's aloof.
Troy Brown. Okay. So
he's aloof.
Like, it's him and Lonnie Walker, really, right?
Yeah,
As a perimeter guy?
Dude.
Am I
think about that.
Am I omitting someone?
Malik Beasley, but he's fallen out of favor.
He's out of the rotation. He got a ball snatch from yesterday to the fourth quarter. I mean, the Lakers might be in some trouble here.
Guard play's killing them.
They might be in some trouble here as you're listening to 95.7 The Game.
Right.
KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. The Quest for Pride brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together. Our delivery of the game coming up in moments here on the Morning Roast. But let's get back to the lines. Let's get to Big Earn and Petaluma. Big Earn, what's so funny?
Just Anthony Davis's outfit. It looked like he was going to go snowboarding with that neon orange coat. It was just an interesting outfit.
Big Earn, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, appreciate you. Man, Bonte looks sick and fresh with those Jordan 3s. I noticed those baby blue colors. Man, I can almost say those are Warrior colors right there.
Shout out to my guys up there in 1985 Gallery. Chris, what's up, baby? Isaiah, what's happening?
I love them. I'm a big sneakerhead myself. Anyhow, I just want to say, Curry, man, he was beautiful last night. I mean, he was like the orchestrator of a symphony of destruction. I mean, he led that team to one of those beautiful victories that you can only know that's our dubs. And the reason why I want to say this is our Warriors can only beat themselves at this point. There is no team that's going to be in their way. They can only beat them. And I feel like that's the only wall that they can create. So they got to be, that is the true essence of Warrior basketball last night. And I feel like by noticing that game last night, I'm not scared anymore. We're going to plow through every team we face. What's your take on that, fellas?
Plow King. Whenever someone says plow, I think
Barney.
Yes.
Barney the Plow King.
Yeah.
That was a great business.
Yeah.
Didn't Homer have it first and then Barney played him?
Exactly. And got the bigger
King.
plow.
Yeah, he got the bigger plow. I got all the calls.
God, that was such a good episode. Simpsons used to be so great.
Yeah, they're still on the air.
I don't know why. But like, yeah. We don't have to go.
Simpsons are great. Let's go back to the Lions. Brian in Los Gatos.
I'm not ready to say that the Warriors are going to plow through the Lakers. They've got to win one in crypto before
I think they could win both in crypto. I really do.
It's so weird saying crypto.
Yeah, Staples, crypto, whatever. I'm telling you. I think the Warriors can win both.
Where we turn the lights out.
I really think the Warriors can win both. Now, they may have that clunker of a game, and there's a Steph Curry factor. He doesn't shoot well against the Lakers at crypto, just shooting 32.5% from the three-point line and 43% from the field at Crypto.com Arena. But hopefully, Steph Curry, as Steiny says it over and over today, Steph Curry will be listening. And if Curry hears that, he's going to be motivated to light him up.
I would agree with that. I'm seeing here that Brandon IU on the YouTube is saying that Brian Windhorst said on national television, Looney being sick was suspicious.
All right. Well, okay.
I mean, Wendy, what
can we grab that sound? I want to hear it.
Yeah, I would like to hear it too.
Yeah, I want to grab that sound.
Is it? I know him and LeBron had a falling out, but what's his deal with the Warriors?
I don't know. Ask him. You're in a group thread with him. Why don't you just text him?
You know
Brian
what?
in Los Gatos. What's happening?
Good call.
You should text him.
Happy Friday. Happy Cinco de Mayo. Couple things real quick. One, Shafsky, I think Draymond heard you yesterday talking about his triple singles. He was 1 assist away from a triple-double.
Yep.
Shout out Ice Cube. Messed around and got a triple-double. Also, I think AD is one of the most skilled players in the world right now, Hall of Famer, but I think the Warriors found something. I don't think he likes to be physical, and Draymond and Looney bullied him all game. You could tell as soon as he got it, he wasn't looking to score. He wasn't looking aggressive. And I think that Draymond's physicality, Loon out-rebounded the whole Lakers team in 11 minutes. I think for as much as we talk about the Lakers' size and aggressiveness, I think that the Warriors' small ball lineup got in AD's head and kind of messed around with him a bit, and I think he doesn't want to be pushed around. And so I think that Draymond's going to get inside of his head down in L.A. He's going to be physical. And one difference, and this is shout out J.J. Redick. I can't take credit for this, but I think having Steph have the ball in his hands,
game changer,
game two, was a huge factor because he wasn't off the ball where you have one guy just shattering him all over the court. He's bringing up the ball 94 feet, and Vanderbilt, you could tell, was backing off and kind of letting him get into his net rather than deny him all full court. And I think that was a huge factor last night as far as freedom of movement and him initiating the offense.
And quickly initiating the offense, right? Like the pace was better. You weren't waiting until there was 7 seconds on the shot clock to settle for something.
The Sacramento series where they were starting their offense with about 15 seconds left of the shot clock. Well, they sped it up in that Sacramento Kings series. They started their offense with about 20 seconds left. So that was a big key there. Because the LA Lakers, their pressure, it's just not the same as Davion Mitchell's.
No.
Vanderbilt's long. He's a little goofy. I mean, he's a very good defender. And look, his size and length can give a lot of people issues, but it doesn't take long for Stephen Curry to adjust to that, and they did that yesterday. Sometimes it was DiVincenzo bringing the ball up, sometimes Jordan Poole, sometimes Draymond Green, but Stephen Curry really cooked yesterday. I thought he was masterful with 20 points and 12 assists.
And they had an 8-second violation, or was that a backcourt violation?
Backcourt violation. Yeah, no, I think it was 8-second violation. Was it backcourt? I remember what you're talking about.
Yeah,
it was a little weird there.
DDV or but I don't know. It was frustrating.
One thing about night games, it kind of sucks for me, is I can't watch them back like I want to.
Yeah.
I thought about watching it back last night, but I was like, let me get a little.
Yeah, it was DiVincenzo. He put his foot back on the line.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Backcourt.
Yeah, backcourt. All right. Before we go to break, Shasky, why don't you tell us about the delivery of the game?
Yeah, this is my favorite play of the game today. The delivery of the game is brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check it out. It's Kirby. You can download the app right now. CURBEE.com. Curry delivers an early dagger in the third quarter to pick up the Warriors to a 27-point lead as they coast to victory in the second half. Here's the play.
Curry in return, back to Dante, drives by James, goes to the corner to Moody, pump fake, bounce pass, threw it away. DiVincenzo goes to the deck to get it, and throws a bounce pass from his backside to Wiggins, over to Curry. Curry fades left, goes up with a three, it's good! Tom will be diagramming that play on YouTube later on tonight.
I most certainly will not.
Interesting, as we're live on YouTube right now, 95.7 The Game. No, that was my favorite play of the day. You have the Warriors fighting for a ball on the floor, and then, on their back, trying not to travel and pass it to a teammate as it skips back around to Steph Curry, and he bombs a three.
Right.
That's the delivery of the game, brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check it out at Kirby.com.
My guy, Worldwide Hef, don't bring your mom to Game 7. Heartbreak at Chase. It's coming, Bonte. He also said they turned the magnets on for the game. Adam Silver did. Laker fans are something else.
Hey, tell him to put his Fawcett jersey away.
Right.
You know what the Fawcett jersey is,
No,
right?
what's that?
It's the Anthony Davis jersey.
Oh, boy.
You turn it on and it's hot.
Mr.
Turn it off
Invisible.
and it's cold.
Mr. Invisible. By the way, SF Bay Drummer, he's on Twitter being active. And so the NBA sent out a tweet. Past and present 49ers at Chase Center. So it shows Joe Montana eating some popcorn.
Mm-hmm.
You got George Kittle. You got CMC with the boys hat. The boys, I guess George Kittle, Nick Bosa, they're all.
Oh, so they're called the boys?
I guess so. But then SF Bay Drummer, a winner and Cabo Click losers. It's like, that's not right. By the way, Sam Darnold, you see him there? He's at Chase a lot.
Matt Mayoko said he's the greatest thrower of the football the 49ers have ever had. Meanwhile, Joe Montana's in the building.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with Matt Mayoko about that one. But I told you, brace yourself, Niner fans. Don't be surprised if Sam Darnold starting week 1 for the 49ers. What's coming up in the game sponsored by 7-Eleven. More of your phone calls as we wrap up this show and break down Game 2 and look ahead to Game 3 between the Warriors and the Lakers.
Any size iced coffee is only $1.29 at 7-Eleven with 7 rewards. But it's not just iced coffee.
Curry, step back, head fake with the dribble, feeds Looney. Looney flies in, left hand layup, good. Davis couldn't get over there. Warriors 40, Lakers 37. Warriors with 20 points in the paint.
Tried to throw everybody off that Kevon Looney wasn't feeling well, which I find dubious, but maybe it's true. I don't know.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, the Quest for Five brought to you by Merrill West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together. You heard Tim Roy on the call, but you also heard from Brian Windhorst. Spinoni, can you play that cut again for Brian Windhorst last night at ESPN?
Tried to throw everybody off that Kevon Looney wasn't feeling well, which I find dubious, but maybe it's true. I don't know.
That right there, and we've had Windhorst on the program a lot, and I think he's good at his job. But that right there, my friends, is what I call irresponsible journalism. To assume that the Warriors are going to or reverted to gamesmanship and little tactics like, hey, we're going to pretend like Looney's sick, yet bring him off the bench. So you disrespect the integrity of Kevon Looney. You disrespect the integrity of Steve Kerr and then go to State Warriors. Why would you even say that on national TV? I think it was a little dubious, but I'm not sure. Like, then why would you say it if you're not sure? That's disrespectful. But now, since we saw that JaMychal Green in the starting lineup worked, now the Lakers could be in some serious trouble. Because now you got JaMychal Green feeling good. He's wide open at the three-point line. Draymond's feeling good attacking. And Kevon Looney's coming off the bench in just under 12 minutes, grabbing 8 rebounds. But that's nasty work. Can you play it one more time, Spinoni? One more time.
Tried to throw everybody off that Kevon Looney wasn't feeling well, which I find dubious, but maybe it's true. I don't know.
But maybe it's true. I don't know. I find dubious, but maybe it's true. I don't know.
And maybe it was just a throwaway line. But
you said it, then you walked it back, then you said it again, then you walked back again. That's nasty work right there. That's nasty.
Okay. Okay. I'm not going to try to defend Windhorst. I'm asking you unemotionally. Is he now filed under commentator, entertainer, or journalist?
I don't know what the hell he is. But he said some wild stuff.
Because, like, if Stephen A. Smith said it, we wouldn't, like, even though Stephen A. came up a journalist.
If Stephen A. Smith said it, we would crush him even more.
You think so?
Absolutely. Where's Stephen A. getting this? I don't think it's to say it like that. I think it was a bit dubious, but it could be true. I don't know. Then why the hell are you saying it? You already sounded like a jackass last year when you called the checkbook. That's a checkbook win.
Yeah, that was, that felt like, it came from someone that he's caping up for.
And obviously, if you have the highest payroll of the league or a top 5 payroll, doesn't guarantee you championships. Just as the Milwaukee Bucks, who couldn't get out the first round and fired their head coach, Mike Budenholzer.
Do you remember when we had him on the show? He was defending Dan Gilbert back and forth. And it's funny how Dan Gilbert, bad owner, number one. Number two, the new owner of the Suns is already crushing Dan Gilbert, and now they're fighting.
Right.
Did you see that?
I did see that. I
don't know. I don't think it's that bad from Windhorst, but then again, you understand the X's and O's of journalism better than I do.
One more time, Spinoni. Play the end of it.
I hear it as a flippant comment.
Tried to throw everybody off that Kevon Looney wasn't feeling well, which I find dubious, but maybe it's true. I don't know.
I mean, he did walk it back immediately. I mean, he said it and then tried to put it back into the can, but to me, it was like he was hedging on him saying it was suspicious.
And then if I'm Kevon Looney, I'm taking that like, wait, you think I'm going to fake an illness in a playoff game?
Of all the guys
for just being engaged?
Yeah, and here's the other thing. If they would have asked him to just go to the bench, of all the players on the team who has the grace to do so and just not say boo-hoo, it's kind of Kevon Looney.
That is.
I'm surprised that really bothers you.
It's speculation. It's what we don't want. It's not. First of all, Looney's a great dude. Steve Kerr's a great dude. If they were going to switch the lineup, they just switch the lineup. There's no bruised egos here. Looney's he started to come off the bench multiple times over the course of his career. Right before, hey, Looney, you're going to come off the bench. Hey, Looney, you got to start. It's not about protecting feelings. So basically, Brian Windhorst is alluding to the Warriors protecting Kevon Looney's feelings and then playing some gamesmanship with the Golden State Warriors, with the LA Lakers. That to me is a little soft.
And it's, if you were playing the track record game with Draymond Green regarding some of the incidents that are questionable,
right? Him
with the Warriors, there is a thing there. He has something. I don't know. He feels a certain way.
Championship last
But
year.
it's not just that.
You
It's
know,
not just that.
It's not just that. No, it's not.
But the checkbook championship was definitely. But he's said a lot of things that have, to me, I've looked kind of like, this feels personal.
You should text him. What do you mean by that? What did you mean?
You know what? I'm going to text Friedel.
Or I thought you were in the group chat with Whithorse, right?
Well, I want to make sure that I don't ruin my friendship with Friedel as well while texting his friend.
Oh boy, Friedel, he's gonna keep it gangster. That'll be your boy for life. But you do you.
I got a Friedel text here somewhere that I had to read.
Jeff the 650. He's down to the 650. Jeff, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Great game last night.
I agree.
First of all, Windhorse, he's just auditioning for Tucker Carlson's job. Man.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Damn.
Secondly, I texted y'all last week about the IQ of the Warriors, basketball IQ, being Curry and Draymond being 1 and 2, and Looney being third. I'd like your take on what is the team basketball IQ of the Warriors versus that of the Lakers?
That's a good question.
That's
a good question.
Lastly, one more thing. I'll take my answers off the air, too. Lastly, I would like to implore everybody. I started watching the Warriors. I have a Phil Smith and Keith Wilkes autographed rookie poster.
That's dope.
Take a step back. Breathe deep. Look at the big picture. This may be the last dance. We're here to enjoy it. Let's go, Dubs.
There it is.
What is going on here?
I took a dark turn, and we ended up landing it. We landed the plane.
Enjoy. He's right, though. Enjoy the run.
That's for damn sure.
Nothing lasts forever. Not in the sports world.
That's for sure.
Not in the sports world.
Or our profession.
Or our profession.
I told the boss, I'm going to ride this bad boy till the wheels fall off.
I wake up every morning.
I want all the freebies.
I'm waking up every morning thinking this is my last show, so it is what it is. Let's go to Angel. Angel Richmond, what's happening?
What's up, Angel?
Hey, man. So have you guys heard the discourse on, how Curry gets downplayed because of his finals MVPs?
Mm-hmm.
You guys have heard that?
Oh, of course.
So what people don't talk about is how the Cavs guarded him like, how he was guarded last night. And that's how KD got all those buckets because Curry was giving the ball up.
And in that first finals as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the one with KD, that 2017 one, the paint was parting like the Red Sea. Kevin Durant, Andre Iguodala getting wide open dunks because everybody was taking the still photos and the videos. When you're looking at Steph Curry and the gravity that he was pulling, you had multiple Cavaliers, all eyes on him, 10 eyes on him, 6 eyes on him. He was like, oh, this is easy basketball. Let me just do KD. Kevin Durant.
I know.
Out of all people, one of the 10 sickest offensive players we've ever seen getting wide open dunks because of the gravity of Stephen Curry.
I got a text from my boy Dello last night, and after Game 5 in the 2015 finals, the ones that they won, he had 37 in that game. And if you noticed in Game 6, they did the same thing that they did last night, and he felt like John was saying that it was LeBron doing that, not because that was the best strategy to win, but because he could feel the tide turning on the Steph-LeBron narratives and Steph winning Finals MVP. And that sounds sadistic.
Yeah.
But I think there's a shred of truth in there.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's all the way. It was a byproduct. And here's another thing. This is my favorite one as we talk checkbooks. 510. Lacob should raise a giant checkbook into the rafters next to the 2022 banner. That would be
funny. It's just
chef's kiss.
Honestly, I'm not even mad or outraged. I didn't hear that. But
what you really bugs you that when you do that?
It's loony. It's bad journalism. That's just reckless. It's reckless. It's dubious. But again, I don't know if it could be truthful. I don't know. What are you saying, Wendy? What are you saying?
Well, if you're gonna say it, say it. Put your name on it.
Right. We knew right away. Like we didn't know. I didn't know if he was going to get pulled out of the starting lineup. But word early on that Chase Center, Looney's not feeling too well. But he's going to gut it out. He gutted it out and grabbed 8 rebounds yesterday. 3 on the offensive end. So For the Lakers, the worst thing happened yesterday. JaMychal Green started hitting threes. The floor is spaced. Draymond Green was attacking. Klay Thompson dropped 30 on your head, 8 threes. DiVincenzo's now starting to fill it and get some minutes here, being aggressive. Moses Moody doesn't look overwhelmed. Moses Moody looked like a trusted agent last night. So from the Lakers, I'm very concerned about where the series is at right now. What adjustments can they actually make? They can't play fast with the Warriors. You can't shoot with the Warriors. What adjustments can they make? Big E, Brentwood, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, man, I'm sorry. Hey, you guys might have already talked about the Dennis Schroeder foul on Draymond Green where he grabbed his knee. Well, I don't know if you guys noticed earlier in the second quarter, he did the same thing to DiVincenzo on the replay. He grabbed his knee. So it's not like this guy ain't trying to hurt somebody. I really think that he is. And as far as the way the Warriors are playing, all they got to do is keep it moving. They don't have to move fast like you guys pointed out earlier, but they have to keep it moving. Because James, even though he was spectacular in the first quarter, after he went to the bench and sat down, everything started coming up short. The old bones are starting to hurt. Hey, I'm going to hang up and listen to you guys talk.
I have a hard time going through someone's history and saying whether they are or aren't dirty. But I did not like that play at all. I'm talking about the Draymond in particular. I thought that I've never seen anyone come off a screen and grab that low when you're chasing a defender. You're not making a play on the ball. You're not making a play on the man who could be getting the ball. You're making a play on the screener to simply wipe his knee out. That was, I'm not going to say dirty. That's sketch.
He's got a history of some sketchy stuff. He's got a history of some sketchy stuff.
I don't think he's trying to hurt him, but man, that's a bad look.
908 Comcast Business Text line. You forgot to answer the question about Warriors IQ versus the Lakers IQ.
That's a good question.
The IQ of the Lakers, well, LeBron James has an all-time IQ. He's
Absolutely.
one of the smartest players ever.
What about AD?
I don't know. I know D'Lo's IQ, not that high.
No, he's a very niche type of player.
Right. Schroeder can do some goofy things.
Yes.
Wayne Gabriel can do some goofy things.
I do like Rui Hachimura.
Rui seems
I don't know
good.
about IQ, though, because I haven't watched enough crunch time minutes from him.
Well, I like Rui a lot.
I do, too.
He could pick and pop, hit
He's
the
got
three, catch his
size.
shoes. He had a great backdoor cut on Jordan Poole in the second quarter for an easy layup. So, but I do believe the collective IQ of the Warriors, they know what they want to do. They know how to get that ball hopping. So the IQ, I would point towards the Golden State Warriors, and plus the continuity. You know, this Lakers team just basically got constructed at the trade deadline. They haven't had a lot of time together. Steph, Dre, Clay, Wiggins, Lodi. Now JaMychal, they've got so much time together, the continuity there. So they've had a lot of time to build that IQ, and they know where they're going to be. Draymond played masterful, knowing where guys were going to screen. The cuts that they were making yesterday, they wore the Lakers out. They wore them boys out.
Well, and I would say that the Warriors, they have high IQ, and there are games where they don't play like a high IQ team. I think that that's fair. There are moments, stretches.
Right.
But yesterday, they played really in sync, and they played smart. I thought they played really, really smart, whether it was the defensive effort, the denial, whether it was the offensive patience, taking good shots. I don't even look. How many turnovers?
Warriors had 16 turnovers.
What, that many?
But it didn't kill them. They only gave up 12 points off those turnovers. Lakers committed 9, but they gave up 14 points off those turnovers.
I would say when it comes to like bad shots, there were only a few in the first half that I deemed bad, and they came from Jordan Poole.
Yeah. Let's focus on the positive.
I know. I'm not trying to. I'm just.
They were.
He was frustrating me. I mean, he took one where he's like, the body is like flying to the left.
To the right. Yeah.
And I'm like, dog, where are you
step
going?
Back airball 3.
Set your feet.
Yeah. It's Chef Mo, what's happening? He's in the city. Chef Mo, what's good?
Good morning, fellas. Happy Cinco.
Happy Cinco de Mayo.
Happy Cinco de Mayo.
Enjoying this. Yeah, enjoying this good win. Just acting worldwide head. We're the same energy. Don't go quiet on this. Turn to Stuart Little now.
Hey, man, he's going real quiet. Real quiet. He ain't picking up phone calls.
Yeah.
He ain't doing anything. Nothing.
Do you know Hef?
Notifications are off. You big. Notifications are silent. But, yeah, like you said, a vintage LeBron, I'll take that any day. Takes away from the big-time player like Davis, and limits him from his action. And, we stretched them out and tired them out. Great game, Doug.
No, great game.
Take my call. And one last thing. Used to be a part-time listener, but now I'm full-time, baby.
Let's go.
I like
Let's
that.
go.
I like
appreciate that.
I like that.
Is this the last time that we're going to view LeBron James as a main character on stage?
What do you? No,
What I mean by that is that like where he can will his team to
a
victories.
win,
Yeah,
where he can carry the load.
Not that he's not going to be a
the
main
second
focus.
now with the second option, he needs a guy like a 1A to really carry the load.
Exactly.
He can't just, hey, get on my back.
Yeah.
I'm dropping 40.
Exactly.
Well, it looked like he was on his way to 40 yesterday, but
It
he only
did,
scored 2 in the second half. They did a great job.
But the great players, as they age, it's not that they can't dominate for stretches.
Right.
It's that they can't dominate for as long as they've done before.
Yep.
They can't do all of the things that they used to. They could pick and choose their spots. You know, that's at least that's what I've
And
noticed.
he doesn't have that same impact defensively as
No.
well. So
No.
it could be. I mean, he's 20 years in. 20 years in. That's why I think the Kyrie Irving thing is interesting as a point guard next year. D'Lo can move on. I think the Lakers are going to be all in on Kyrie because they need another.
Right.
They're going to need another ball
Kyrie and
handler.
LeBron again, huh?
Yeah, I think it's going to happen with Anthony Davis.
So Dallas traded all that for nothing.
Well, they clear some money up, but they haven't been able to track free agents
No,
either.
no.
So, I
Very
always
interesting.
thought Dallas could be a good destination for Giannis to pick and roll with Luka Doncic, but after Luka, the way he played this year, who wants to play with Luka?
Well, you know, it was something that I was, again, this is a very unscientific poll. I'm watching all the Laker fans at the game. I didn't see one LeBron James Laker jersey.
You didn't?
No.
I saw a couple.
Did you see a couple? I didn't see any. I saw
a
Magic, O'Neal, and I know these are older, and like sometimes, people wear the throwbacks, which whatever. I didn't see one
I wonder.
LeBron jersey. I was like really shocked.
I wonder how Laker fans will view LeBron James after his time is done there.
Well, it depends what they do, right?
They don't win a ring, if they don't get past the Warriors and they just get the bubble championship and they don't make any noise.
I don't think he can be your number one player to win a championship. Like, if they want to win it for this year, I'm talking about the Lakers. If they want to win one this year, to me, it has to be Anthony Davis as the number one. And LeBron's going to be closely next to him. I know.
That's not good. That's not good.
Am I reading
Spadoni,
that
you're
wrong?
not feeling
Spadoni,
I know that's the frustrating part about AD. You got to have him as your number one every single game.
In that bubble run, it was 1A, 1B. It's like LeBron was like taking over at the end of the game, but AD was dominant in that bubble run.
And he was hitting the three.
Yeah, he shot like he's never
And he
shot.
doesn't shoot like that anymore since that bubble run. He's completely eliminated that 3-point shot from his game.
What do you think of my statement there? Is that me being prisoner of the moment?
No, AD has to be the best player this year for the Lakers to win a title.
That's how I'm viewing it.
I think everybody does, and that's why we get on AD.
Yeah.
It's like he's so inconsistent when he plays. Like, if he's not in it and you make LeBron James a jump shooter, now he started off hot from the 3-point line, but he ended up 3 of 8. So he's now 12.
And hit one that was a ridiculous end of the shot clock banker that he had no business making.
He's now 12 of 57 from the 3-point line in the playoffs.
Wow. When you see Anthony Davis in the arena, he's so big.
He is huge.
He's so big, and he's so long and athletic, and you're like, how does this guy not walk into 25 and 12?
LeBron James shooting 21% from 3 in these playoffs.
21%?
21%. 21.
Oh, he stinks.
I'm not going to say he stinks.
21%?
Let's go to 3 in Berkeley. 3, what's happening, 3?
Hey, top of the morning, fellas. Victory Friday.
Hell yeah. Yes,
sir.
Happy Cinco de Mayo to everybody.
Hell yeah.
I'm tapping in, man, because, Kurt made the adjustments. The bench actually showed up and played and did exactly what they were supposed to do. We got what we needed out of Dante DiVincenzo. LeBron is not the player of old. AD is not in shape, as most should know by now. It's kind of like Kobe and Shaq, when Kobe had to get on Shaq's head and say, hey, man, get your ass in shape. Excuse my French, I'm sorry. But, at the end of the day, they can't keep up when we run like that, man. And the bench do what they're supposed to do. This was Warriors basketball and the signature victory and win for the Dubs.
Yeah.
Go Dubs.
Yeah, good call. 3. That pace was just too much for the LA Lakers. How can they adjust to this pace and all the ball movement? This ain't the Memphis Grizzlies where you got a bunch of non-shooters out there.
True.
You want to leave Dylan Brooks open. It's one thing to leave him wide open, but Jermichael Green can hit that 3 a lot more consistent from the 3-point line than Dylan Brooks.
I watched almost all of that series, and not Dylan Brooks, Desmond Bane was outstanding. Now, I know he ran out of juice late in the game. We were talking about that a lot, like he was running out of juice. But he was outstanding. And I'm thinking to myself, it carried right on over for Klay Thompson. You know what I mean? Like, Klay Thompson has been getting anything he wants. It's really up to him to make shots. And it wasn't on 25 shots.
Right.
How do you have 18?
Yeah.
How many shots did he?
So Klay Thompson, 11 of 18.
18. That's
all within the
efficient.
flow of the offense.
Yes.
8 of 11
and
from the
good
three-point
shots.
line, and he's wide
Good
open.
looks, wide open looks, feet set.
Anthony Davis, are you going to continue to play drop coverage on the pick and roll?
Well, what else do you expect him to do?
You better get out on these three-point
Do
shooters.
they go zone? Can you go zone against a great shooting team like this?
Man, they might be cooked, dude. I'm telling you, man. The Warriors have made 42 threes in this series so far.
I feel like I don't want to fall into the trap of thinking like, oh, this is how the series is going to go. It's not. It's going to be more difficult. But I'm just thinking like I felt like the Kings had more adjustments and more things that weren't going well, even while they won games. Where it's like, okay, well, they can still do this and they can still do that. And I'm looking at the Lakers and I'm like,
I don't know what counterpunch they have.
so many things they can do.
Yeah, I don't know how much they can do here. Let's go to Jordan in Union
You're right,
City.
the Malik
Jordan.
Monk, the lack of pop off the bench
lack of pop, the
from a guard
quickness,
position.
the quickness, man.
Yeah,
those dudes were like they were lightning. They were flash.
That's a great
you know
point.
what I'm saying? Malik
You're
Monk
right.
and Fox.
You're
They're not
so
going to see.
right.
They may not see speed like that the rest of the way if they get past the Lakers and they get through the Western Conference.
Yeah.
And they have to see somebody in the Eastern Conference.
But there's a front line in Denver that scares me.
I mean, Jokic is a problem.
Yeah, well,
he's a problem.
Gordon and but Michael Porter Jr. can give you fits.
We'll get there.
I know.
We'll get there. Dust off the Lakers first. Dust off the Lakers first. Jordan, Union City. What up, Jordan?
Good morning, fellas. Good morning. How y'all doing?
Good.
It was good to see you down there yesterday.
Yeah, J-Dub. Hey, we got to get you a bigger jersey, man. That jersey was snug yesterday, man.
Hey, was
Big
he
dog.
hitting the weights?
No, he is hitting the weights,
Yeah,
too.
if he's hitting the weights and let him live his best life.
What'd you say, Jordan? Sorry, we cut you off there. Sorry.
It's not a bigger jersey. It's a smaller meat is what we need. But no, here we go. I was just thinking, the whole JaMychal Green thing is awesome because I think yesterday the Warriors, they pretty much got what a great run game gets you in football. Like take y'all's Niners for example. Right, you hand it off to Christian for a few times. Then there's Debo. Then there's Elijah Mitchell or whatever other random third-round running back y'all drafted. But you keep having all these fresh bodies, right? And Anthony Davis, like I say, he's a finesse guy. He doesn't want to keep just getting hit and hit and hit. So when you put Looney on him, you put Draymond on him, now you can put JaMychal Green on him a little bit. All these fresh bodies, like he's not going to last and really last for a long series. So they pretty much developed what's the equivalent, in my opinion, to a really good and balanced run game.
J-Dub, you're smart. That's a great analogy. What do you think the Lakers do to adjust to the Warriors? What can they do to adjust to this Warriors offense?
I mean, honestly, it's like you said, it's a pick or poison thing. If you're going to start blitzing on those pick and rolls instead of dropping, how many times have we seen the Warriors go tic-tac-toe? And they have that lob threat, whether it's Wiggins cutting baseline, if you have GP2 in there, he can do it. I mean, it's literally a pick or poison thing, and I really just think this is a series, and one of the reasons why I like the Warriors in it so much early is the matchup, not even on the court, it's off it. It's Darvin Ham versus Steve Kerr. And how many times have we seen Steve Kerr make adjustments throughout a series where, again, you might be nervous or stressed out because of one game, but then he uses what happened in that game that comes out the next game. Next few games look a lot different.
No doubt. That's a great point, J-Dub.
Who
Great
did they try to throw an alley-oop to yesterday that it didn't even come close?
Who, the Warriors?
Yeah, Draymond threw an alley-up to somebody. Was that Clay baseline or was that Wiggins?
Yeah,
he threw it way up in the air.
It was a little
and I was like,
right
no
there.
one's getting that
How
one,
about
bro.
this? Let's play some Clay
But I love
sound.
Draymond had a great game yesterday.
Yeah, he had a great game.
Great
really
game.
did. He played at a Hall of Fame level.
He plays like that. They're almost impossible to
He
beat.
played at a Hall of Fame level.
Yeah,
yesterday.
I agree with that.
That was a Hall of Fame basketball game for Draymond Green. He was really engaged. He was locking. He put the onus on him. He took accountability for game one. And usually he responds, said, I played terrible and I'm disgusted. You can hear it on the podcast. Well, he came out in game two, man. He was aggressive. He attacked the basket. He hit the little mid-range jumper. I like that. Damn near dropped a triple-double yesterday for the Golden State Warriors. 11 points, 11 rebounds, and 9 assists. And then Klay Thompson with the 8 threes. He was asked if he has any plans to go into the ocean in L.A.
Clay, last time you were in LA for the playoff series, I think it was the Clippers in 19, when you took that dip in the ocean that you said rejuvenated you. Any similar plans?
Well, if the weather is better, it's not so June gloomy, I'd love to go jump in, hopefully go down to Manhattan Beach or something and jump in by the pier. There's something just about getting in the Pacific Ocean and body surfing that just resets your whole mental and your spiritual being, and I'm a true believer in the powers of the ocean and all her healing properties.
Long live Klay Thompson. Clay,
you know
I
that
played
in the
in
mines
L.A.
of Mandalore, that's where Mando got rejuvenated, and then Look at you. You're
I
rolling
knew we
your
couldn't
eyes.
get through the show without a Star Wars.
Did you hear
reference.
when they went with the Evil Empire intro to start things?
I did.
Come on.
I saw. We even ran a graphic. May the Fourth be with you and all that stuff. So I'm well aware.
Because there's a mythosaur down in that water, and people think that Grogu's going to ride the mythosaur. That's Clay. He's going to try to find the mythosaur in the waters of Manhattan Beach so he can ride that 3-ball.
Clay, I'm playing in L.A.
From a life standpoint, it's such an incredible experience to play in front of my friends and family. I mean, I would go to Staples as a high school basketball player with my pops, just dreaming of playing on that floor, playing against the best in the world. Now to be here and be a part of it, I don't lose sight of that perspective of how great this opportunity is, and just excited to do it in a building where all my hoop dreams came about. I'm the huge Kobe fan, obviously. He was my biggest inspiration, and I'm just going to play my hardest, just to honestly honor him and Gigi, because without his play and all those years of me viewing his tenacity on the court, I would not be the athlete I am today.
There it is. And I'm going to
That
play.
makes me sad. Just hearing the Kobe part and his daughter, that just really makes me sad.
Long live Kobe Bryant. Long live Kobe and Gigi. No doubt. And everybody
But
else who
it's
passed
really
away in
cool.
that helicopter ride.
Yeah, it's really cool that Clay, I think a lot of people can relate. Like your first sports love, like you think of something like when I see Joe Montana in the building,
Right.
There's things that piss me off with Joe, and there's a lot of things, but like I get nostalgic, right? And I start thinking about my childhood and things like that. For Clay to acknowledge those things, that's really cool.
It is. I got Joe as the greatest quarterback of all time. One game, I'm taking Joe over Brady. Believe it.
You're not taking Sam Darnold?
The greatest thrower of football in 49ers history.
Taking Patrick Mahomes. Broken ankle.
Hey, when it's all said and done,
Sam
Mahomes
Darnold,
might be that
By the
guy.
way, training camp this year, just
Gonna
a quick
be
aside.
insane.
Yeah, it will be.
You gonna be my wingman, or am I your wingman?
What do you mean?
Everybody was asking where you were last year.
Well, trust me, I won't be on the European extravaganza this summer. Not happening.
I can't wait.
I'm going to play this cut. I don't even know what it is, but I'm going to play it anyway.
Nice bounce pass to Clay, but Reeves recovers. Runs Reeves through a screen. Clay shoots on the way. 3-ball, and he's still hot. Knocked it down. He's got 22.
You always love when you're hot at the end of a half, and then you hit that first shot coming out of the tunnel. It makes you feel like, oh, yeah, we've still got it.
He is 6 of 8 from 3 tonight.
And that crowd was charged up with Clay was rolling. Tim Roy and Tom Tobert on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. You're home for Warriors basketball. Look, we got final thoughts, man. This show is flying by here. So I want to get to all the calls. Let's go to Mark and Glen Park. Mark, Glen Park. What's happening,
Let's go.
Mark?
Hey, Shosky, this is Mark, Glen Park.
What's up, buddy?
Best place to watch best place to watch the Warrior games at Dubliner. Dubliner West Portal.
Let's go.
Sound like you're still
Let's
at
go.
the Dubliner.
The Dubliner in West Portal.
Yeah, it sounds like you're still there. Sounds like you're still there, Mark.
Still there, 14th Avenue.
Did you sleep
What?
there? Did you spend the night there?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
What you got, Mark?
Okay, the Warriors in Game 7 and all close games from now on.
I think he got lost in a pint. It's okay. I'm not mad at him. The Dubliner. Shout out Fog City Baseball,
Oh,
sponsored
man.
by the Dubliner. Go support the Dubliner. Support all your local bars, whether they be of any particular time of culture. But the Irish bars in particular are doing a great job sponsoring all the Little League teams out there right now. Carl's Beacon and obviously the Dubliner.
Mark, is he putting any money in it, or is he just spending all his money on pints?
What do you hit him with? Mark's good people, man.
Oh, man. Gonzo in the creek. Gonzo.
Mark was Gonzo.
Yeah, he was Gonzo. Gonzo, what's happening?
How's it going, guys? Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Shout out to you guys. You guys are the best radio show in the Bay Area. But unfortunately, I'm a Lakers fan here, living out, listening to all this garbage on the airwaves. I just want to say that the Lakers had no interest in that game, and everybody could tell. How do you go from a game from dominating the first game to the second game? Any kind of impact, any physicality. All I got to say is going 7 games, and shout out to Shafsky. He's the logical one out of YouTube. He actually says logic. Bonte sometimes leans towards being a fanboy, so that's all I got to say.
Hey, Gonzo, Don't you ever call back, you chump. You little faker fan. You talking about logical. The caption on your call was, hey, it's going 7 because the NBA is a business. How irrational is that? Come on, Gonzo.
Hey, Gonzo, text me on the side anytime you want, man.
Come in here talking about we're spitting hot garbage about your team. You got to root for Anthony Davis, who is checked out half the damn time.
Hate on my fans?
Anthony Davis shouldn't even came out the damn locker room after halftime. What a no-show from him. Top 75, my ass. He shouldn't be top 75. He's not even top 75 Laker, Gonzo.
Well,
how about that?
He is.
No, he's not. He's not a top 75 Laker.
This is number 3. He's going to the rafters, Bonte. Come on.
Please, Anthony Davis. Gonzo, get your ass out of here. Call me back Monday when you're down 2-1 and you're about to walk the plank.
Top 5 Lakers.
Because you're walking the plank. Who's the top 5 Laker?
No, I'm saying, like, if I were to say to you, top 5 Lakers.
Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Wilt Chamberlain, Jerry West, Elgin Baylor.
George Mikan.
I even got the Kobe Bryant, Shaquille O'Neal. George Mikan.
Pau
Gasol.
Yeah.
LeBron's not there yet.
Elgin Baylor.
Anthony Davis definitely ain't there. Mr. Invisible. Gonzo. You stink.
You didn't say
faker
Shaq?
Fan. I said Shaq.
Oh, did you? I missed that.
Yeah, top Anthony Davis. I think Anthony Davis led team is going to beat the Golden State Warriors.
If he gets a second ring, he ties Powell.
Anthony Davis.
I mean,
Anthony Davis. Hey, Anthony. Well, Powell's got 2 rings, right?
That's what I said. If he gets his next ring, he ties Powell.
Well, actually, he doesn't tie Powell because the bubble ring's a half a ring. It's a little gumball machine ring. You little Gonzo. Look, Gonzo, check it out here. Anthony Davis got swept by the Warriors in 2015. You got smoked in 2017 by the Golden State Warriors in 2018. Then he got smoked by the Dubs. Gonzo, your team's done. The Lakers are cooked. Anthony Davis. Anthony Darvin Ham. Logic my ass.
Favorite character in the Muppets is Gonzo.
I'm a big Fozzie Bear guy.
Are you Fozzie
Waka
Bear? He is good. Yeah, no Kermit.
You know what?
Who are you doing?
The Warriors win at 5. We're going to see who's logical. The Lakers. D'Angelo Russell, a starting point guard, going to beat the Golden State Warriors. Really?
It is funny how both these teams traded D'Lo, and D'Lo's back at the Lakers, so it's like a little revenge series.
And they're going to let D'Lo walk.
Important.
And they're going to let D'Lo walk after the season.
They traded him with Timothy Mozgov for Brook Lopez.
I do feel like at times when I'm watching Jordan Poole and D'Lo play, it's like I'm watching 2 12-year-olds play 2K.
Oh my God.
Where like one's doing ISO, like slow it down. I'm gonna get in my bag and do all the analog juking of the right analog stick to the left and right. That's D'Lo. And then Jordan Poole's just turbo button as fast as I can.
I mean,
wild shot.
Come on.
Button mashing.
Gonzo, think Jared Vanderbilt's going to slow out Curry.
In your head.
No, he's not in my head. I'm just giving him clapping back. He come on my station and said, first of all, I gave him a pass when he said at the beginning of the call, all the garbage that's being spoke on here at 95.7 The Game. He did preface it by saying we're the best show in the Bay Area, so I'll take that. But actually, I don't want the compliment anymore. Take your compliment back, Gonzo.
Gonzo in the win.
Stick that Lakers flag up your you-know-what.
Gonzo in 60 seconds.
I'm starting this off this week.
Oh.
All right, I'm starting this one. My final thoughts is, Gonzo, and you irrational Laker fans, your team's done. You got no adjustments. You got to count on Anthony, Mr. Invisible Davis, a.k.a. Street Clothes. It's just a matter of time before he gets his ass worn out in this series. And now you got to count on Austin Reeves. Y'all hyped up Austin Reeves. Please. I counter with Klay Thompson.
Well,
Lakers are done.
I'm glad you brought that up because my takeaway, Klay was spectacular. Obviously, Steph Curry with the facilitating was unbelievable. Klay was destroying Austin Reeves, taking beautiful shots, setting his feet, catch and shoot for days. Loved what I saw from Klay Thompson, and I think he can replicate it at least 2 more times in this series.
The NBA script is going according to plan. I think we're putting way too much stock into a game the Lakers clearly did not care about.
Oh, my God.
Like, that's serious. Like, let's be honest. The Lakers didn't care about this game. You saw it from the body language.
Get out of here.
You guys all think it's all hunky-dory. Now, come on.
That's your body language.
It's all going according to the script. It's the same as the Grizzlies series. They'll go up 3-1 night-night. Come on.
Get out of here. You're going to be calling this sick on Monday. Shut up.
Big
John.
Shut up.
Big John.
All right. Had a lot of fun watching the game last night. I've also had a lot of fun filling in for the great Sam Loveman on the producer chair this week. Great. So thank you guys for helping me out this whole week.
This your last day?
I will be back on Monday, hopefully with the Warriors up 2-1.
Hey, can you be back every single day? Because it's been a lot stressful around here. Sam Lutman, what is he doing? I haven't heard from him.
I know a guy you could talk to about that.
Look.
Oh, boy, I'm not going to do that. Final thoughts. Oh, texter, Fast Five texter. Hemet, hey, Lakers, keep doubling Steph. He will kill you in so many other ways. He is just too elite of a player. And D'Angelo Russell and Anthony Davis is not. The Lakers.
D'Lo cries so much.
That's their whole fan base. They're Hollywood.
Guess
Floppers.
what? Guess what? It's Friday.
Let's get the hell out of here. By the way, I didn't read this, so I'm going to read it right now. Got to give them the love. The Quest for Five brought to you by Alameda PD. Now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. May have to wear the D&Gs on Monday. That's how fired up I am. Steiny Guru. Actually, Guru out. Evan Giddings in. Evan Giddings, who was at the game yesterday, wrote a great article for 95.7 A Game about the win last night. Steiny, Evan Giddings next right here on 95.7 A Game. No LeBron, no Bonte.
My French toast.
All righty. Morning, everybody. Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings. Daryl the Guru Johnson is he's not here today. He'll be back Monday if all things are going well with Goo. Little family matter at home, health issue, and he's with his wonderful wife Mia right now.
Yeah, he's taking care of more important stuff. So.
Yeah, so he'll be back Monday. But
send a love your way. Buddy.
The news was good yesterday for Goo and his family, but he's taking one more day because it's the right thing to do. I'll be updating you on Goo all day in case you're just coming in and out because everybody loves the Goo and everybody wants to know. You know, we were talking about guys.
The stuff that tickles your goose.
You know what? I got to get to the game. We can get it. All right. So, yes, sir. Warriors. Yeah, Warriors. They tied the series 1-1.
Lock it up.
All right. Best of 5 now with the Lakers having home court. Here's what I would say, though. Do not overthink this and do not take too much stock in it.
I don't know if I can let you do this, Steiny.
Because that game last night is not indicative to me of the way this series is going to proceed. My point is this. That game was the closest thing to a load-managed playoff game that I've seen in a while. And I'm going to say it right now, I'm not taking anything away from the Warriors. But we saw it coming. We saw a Warrior blowout coming. And we talked about it coming a little bit.
Yeah.
And sure enough, the Warriors did exactly what they had to do. Lakers barely stuck around for a half. Second half, night with an 8-0 run. But again, I would go into L.A. tomorrow, if I'm a Warrior fan, acting like I know nothing about this series. It's game 1 of a best of 5 right now. Mm-hmm.
And the Lakers have home court.
That's right.
Momentum does not carry game to game. We've established this on the show. But I can't let you get away with saying we know nothing. Because what did you want to see from the Warriors last night?
That.
Exactly.
Okay.
So they gave us what we wanted.
They gave us what we knew they had.
We didn't know that they had it.
Of course. Come on. You're going to quit now? You're going to pull the Guru. Now, after 12 years, you're going to question the Golden State Warriors.
I question the Golden State Warriors at every turn, like somebody else on the station I know. But no, Steiny, that was a game that the Warriors, they were more desperate.
That game was scripted.
The first half was scripted.
No, the whole game.
If I told you that the Warriors didn't win wire to wire, even looking at the final score, like the Lakers tried, I believe, at the beginning of the game to win. We saw more aggressive LeBron James. We saw a much more aggressive Draymond Green. And we saw an Anthony Davis that couldn't put together 2 straight dominant performances. The Warriors needed that one, absolutely.
Absolutely. There's no way they were going to lose that game. They were not going to lose that game.
But
now,
the way that they did it, you're telling me doesn't inspire any confidence.
It inspires every bit as much confidence as the Game 1 Lakers win should have given confidence to Laker fans.
But
I think I am dead serious, honest to God, when I say I think this series is a coin flip. I think it's a flat-out coin flip. I really do. It's going to hinge on a few little things, I believe. I really do.
Well, and this is why I'm curious whether fans think, did the Warriors roll or did the Lakers roll over? Which one happened?
Now throw the number out.
888-957-9570. Because I think you can make a case for both.
Okay. I am not going to take the Warriors.
The Lakers were in that game at half. It felt
they were
like
down 11.
The Warriors should have been up by 20.
They were down 11 at half, and what happened? It started second half 8-0 and night. Do you know how many? Listen,
I told you yesterday that a load management game might be coming for the Lakers.
Exactly.
But we didn't know that they were going to load management until halfway through the third. They tried.
LeBron took nothing but jumpers.
He had 19 in the first half.
That's right. 3 threes and a bunch and like 1 drive and 2 little fadeaways.
Oh, he went to the rim, Steiny.
Once.
Twice.
Okay. 3 times a lady. Do you know how many playoff games LeBron James has played?
I'd venture to say more than anyone else currently in the league.
LeBron James has played 275 playoff games. 275 playoff games. I think LeBron knows the difference.
Well, that's 5 seasons
between a quote-unquote must-win, a quote-unquote we got to have tonight win, and a playoff game where he says, you know what? We got a little wiggle room. 275 playoff games he's played. Listen, I think and I'm going to be honest with you, I think the Lakers' strategy in this series is almost just play 4 good games. Just play 4 good games. We don't have to try to play 6 or 7 good games. Let's try to play 4 really good games.
But this is where I'll take the other side, because if you're LeBron James and you've never lost a series after going up 2-0, then wouldn't that place some sort of urgency? Like, you could essentially end the series.
When?
Last night, if you win that game.
Right, but as we've seen a million times, especially in the NBA, 80% of the time, the game goes to the more desperate team. The Golden State Warriors were LeBron James and Anthony Davis, hell, even Russell and Schroeder. They cannot convince themselves they're down in that series. You can't do it. You can't do it. You cannot take out of those players' heads that they won game 1. And you cannot take it out of the Warriors' heads that they need game 2. And to me, that's the difference. People say adjustments. I don't think there were any adjustments. Fine. JaMychal Green played instead of Kevon Looney. Okay, and he made a couple threes. To me, that wasn't the game was all about effort, desperation, urgency, how seriously that game, was to each team. And all those things do not take away from the Warriors winning the game.
I found out last night that if the Lakers are going to win this series, Anthony Davis has to be their best player.
Okay.
Because he was a non-factor. And if you want to say Draymond Green took him out, or the Warriors switched up something defensively, I guess. I think I'm more with you about the adjustments that were made. To me, they were necessary adjustments. I know Brian Windhorst was on ESPN not too long ago, potentially insinuating that Kevon Looney may or may not have been actually ill. I believe he was. He's an Iron Man. He'd be out there if he was healthy. JaMychal Green was solid in 12, 15 minutes, starting. But, the Warriors had to make that adjustment because Kevon Looney was unavailable. Now, we'll see moving forward if they continue to stick with 2 bigs or if they try and stagger them a lot like they did towards the end of the Sacramento series. But Anthony Davis was night and day game 1, game 2. And if there's any player I think that showed you that they didn't care about a game, maybe, it would be him more so than LeBron James, because I thought that he looked completely checked out, and the Warriors made sure that he stayed that way as opposed to game 1 where he got everything he wanted.
I'm with you. Anthony Davis has trouble playing 2 good games in a row when he's got 1 day off.
Shouldn't that worry you, though? If you like the Lakers.
But again, not if you conserved last night. You know what I mean?
But didn't the Warriors also get to conserve last night?
Well, here's my feeling.
30 minutes.
I feel like the Lakers yesterday came into that game up 1-0 and said, you know what? Let's of course we're going to try to win the game. But let's try to do as little as possible. And I think, the first 18 minutes, they're hanging in. Warriors go on the run. It's 11.5. And then it goes 8-0 run to start. And at that point, it's night-night for the Lakers. At that point, that's the other thing. The quick Dido, the quick white flag is another indication to me, not that they gave up, but that they're thinking ahead. You cannot tell me that both these teams in a way, but absolutely positively the Lakers, have to think 2 or 3 games down the road. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think they also are probably, if you're LeBron James and you played, 275 playoff games, you're also probably looking series down the road. Like, you got to win 8 more times after this series. The Warriors do also. And I think, look, Stephen Curry, I thought
he was off.
The Warriors had point guard last night.
The Warriors got great games from a lot of players.
But if there was one thing that I thought the Lakers did try to do, and I know Steph had, he ended up with 20 points, but he largely just kind of was passive, got everyone involved, moved the ball where it needed to go. They tried to take him out of the game. They did not want to let him get going. That's something I think they'll continue to try to do. And the Warriors prove that if the Lakers aren't hitting shots, if they're not getting the free throw line, if the Warriors don't turn over the ball, then games could turn into a blowout quickly.
Listen, the Lakers were not sharp last night, and the Warriors kicked their ass because of it. And the reason that happened was because the Warriors needed that game. They needed that game last night, and nobody understands what's at stake, to me, more than the Warriors. Like, they always know what's at stake, where they are in a series. And to me, there was no doubt last night they were going to play hard and they were going to win the game. Because I think that the second team that knows exactly where they are in a series is the Lakers. They do. It's no slight. It's a psychological. I mean, I'm sorry. How many playoff series do we have to see where, the first game something happens and then the next game, what's going to happen? That team that lost is going to be a little more desperate.
True.
That doesn't mean the Lakers laid down. It doesn't mean that at all.
I think at some point they laid down.
Sure.
They threw in the towel earlier than they would have if it was a game that mattered to them.
Absolutely.
Like, I think Darvingham threw in LeBron the tail end of the third quarter. They were down 22 with about 2 minutes left, and it was just, hey, let's just see if something can happen. We get hot from 3, maybe make a run, and then we'll decide heading into the fourth. Like, they knew by the end of the third that game was over, and they were already mentally on the plane back to Los Angeles. But if you compare the Lakers game 2 from this series to the first round against Memphis, I know Golden State is a far different opponent. I think they're better. But the Lakers came out flat against Memphis and made it a game. And maybe, to your point, they're saying, how much can we not effort ourselves and see if we can stay in? And the
can't
Warriors
do that against
took
the
it
Warriors.
to them.
Exactly. You can't do that against the Warriors. Now, here's the other thing. If I'm LeBron or AD...
So you said, the Lakers are going to give them multiple games in this series?
I'm saying this. If you're Anthony Davis and you're LeBron James and you're saying, we got to beat the Warriors... What if it's going to be a long series? Okay, it's going to be a long series. I think the Lakers know they can't play 6 or 7 games in a row, high-level intensity all the time without paying a price somewhere along the line. Like, I actually think the Lakers know that they cannot get into 6 or 7 intense games with the Warriors because they will run out of gas. I just think they have to be conscious of, you know what, when we're getting beat, let's get out of here. Let's just get out of here. That's all I'm saying. I think they're always playing with an eye toward the next game.
But that's a dangerous game.
It is a dangerous game.
That's a dangerous game you play when you let a team.
It's the only game they can play. It's the only game Anthony Davis and LeBron James can play. They can't come to post every single playoff game anymore.
What about
LeBron because of his age,
else?
Anthony Davis because of his brittleness.
Sure, but then that also is telling, at least the way I hear that, is the rest of the guys on those teams, the guys that played well, the D'Angelo Russells from game 1, Austin Reeves, Dennis Schroeder, those guys also checked out. And those guys are a lot younger. Those guys got fresher legs.
Well, they're not as good either.
They're not.
They're
but
not
neither. But we're not talking about the Warriors reserves. I mean, like if we're comparing teams, I think the Warriors are deeper. But it sounds like the Lakers at the top to you have the advantage, and that's the only way
that's the only way they can win. They need Anthony Davis to be really, really good, and LeBron James to be really, really good. And if that happens, the odds that Schroeder, Reeves, and Russell play well are better. If Anthony Davis isn't engaged and LeBron's taking threes, those role players are not going to be as good. They're just not, because then they have to do more.
But wouldn't that be more concerning, though? Like, if you need those two guys to win you 4 games, right?
Okay.
What if they don't have it in one of those 4 games? Like,
I know.
Like, what if they get themselves up and they just don't have it?
What if they would have lost game 1? I hear what you're saying. I think they kind of got to be perfect.
Well, and
I
that's
really
why
do.
I feel confident in the Warriors being able to win despite not having home court to this point in the series. It might come down to 7 games.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I think this series is a coin flip, and I just think the Lakers have to be more careful about. You're right. Nobody gets to manage a series. You know, you can manage yourself to elimination. I understand that, absolutely, positively. But we know LeBron has big picture in mind, and you know, neither he nor Davis played a ton of minutes last night. Early second half, they began the eyes to the game 3. So that's all I'm saying. Can we at least acknowledge the psychological component of a game 2 when the home team loses game 1? That is almost the essence of sports. Like, you can't change a mindset. You can't change the Warriors not knowing that if they lose that game, they're down 2-0 going to the Lakers. And you can't change the fact that the Lakers know we got what we wanted.
No, and I think, look, a lot of people are going to be coming down your road for this, but you are in a way, I think, giving the Warriors credit, because
a lot of credit.
They understood the situation. They clearly were more desperate in that game. That's why they kicked the Lakers' ass.
Right.
The Lakers rolled over, probably,
Right.
I would say, I don't know, probably like 6 minutes into the third quarter. I thought they played hard in the first half, but nobody outside of LeBron James and Roy Hachimura could hit a shot. The Warriors defensively were more buttoned up. Offensively, they got out on the break. And the one thing that honestly I think this series could come down to, and that stood out to me, is the fact that the free throw disparity, I think, was in game 1,
29-6.
29-6. Last night, I believe it was 17-16. If the Lakers don't win the free throw battle, they're done.
Night.
And I thought the Warriors did a damn good job of keeping them off the line. That's something they potentially could continue to do.
A lot of texts coming in from the Comcast business text line saying I'm crazy or I'm not giving the Warriors credit. Actually, if you go beneath the surface,
read between the lines.
If you go beneath the surface with me, you'll actually understand that it's a significant compliment to the Golden State Warriors. And the compliment is that I don't believe the Lakers think they can win a series, a long series against the Warriors, without really managing minutes, without really managing how guys play. They have to get out when they can if they're losing. They have to invest at the right times. Like, I'm sorry, they just can't play 6-7 games, balls to the wall, and we'll go beat the Warriors. You're not going to beat them that way.
Do you think the Warriors can?
Yes.
They can play balls to the wall.
Well, they can play more of that style. Yes, I think that's why the Lakers are kind of forced to almost pick the 5 games that they're gonna really go after. I know
they're
it
gonna
sounds
have to pick game 3.
I know it sounds ridiculous, but the Lakers cannot get bogged down in a tense emotion. Like they would rather lose that game like they lost last night than lose a close game where guys played a ton of minutes. I do believe that.
It's just interesting because when you juxtapose that game 2 with what Boston and Philly went through, like that felt like a letdown game for Philly because you're reintroducing your MVPs coming off a knee sprain. James Harden has a career playoff performance, and it's understandable that the Celtics go out there, they take care of business, defend home court, and they beat the crap out of them. But the Lakers, I felt like, yes, they weren't as focused at the beginning of that game, but I felt like it was primarily because of the force that Golden State came out with. And it started with Draymond Green. He was a completely different player. Stephen Curry was the point guard, only had a couple of turnovers.
Yep.
And Klay Thompson, and I'm sure we can get into him, but that was both an explosive but also steadier Klay, I thought, than game one. And it wasn't just because he was hitting shots. The shots that he was taking, I felt like he didn't start pulling up and taking those heat checks until he saw and played within the rhythm. The only guy that really didn't play well for Golden State, I felt like, was Jordan Poole, and they ended up not needing him.
Right. No, I do think...
even Kuminga got some minutes, Steiny.
Like I said, by the way.
Lock that up.
No, I don't even consider that a
I won
win.
the bet.
Which I said he's going to play.
Yeah, I had over.
I didn't win the bet.
No, I won the bet.
I said I have a hunch Kuminga's going to play tonight.
And I said over 9 minutes.
Okay, right. You won the bet, and so did I, but I'm not even taking that win because he didn't really play until the game was over. And let me get into that. Jonathan Kuminga real quick. You saw everything you need to see about what's going on with Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh, boy.
The message that Steve Kerr sent to the fan base and to Kuminga last night was absolutely crystal clear. I'll start JaMychal Green, who's been in this league 10 years, who's been in and out of the lineup, in and out of rotations his entire career. He's never had a role that he's ever felt is his role start to finish. Steve Kerr picked JaMychal Green as a way to say, hey, Jonathan Kuminga, this is how you are a professional. This is what a professional looks like. This is a guy who's been in the league 10 years and don't pout.
He's a dog.
That's all I'm saying.
No, I don't want to spend...
Let me finish this segment by saying, nobody's saying the Lakers laid down. You said it. The Warriors came out and they played with force.
Warriors didn't turn the ball over first possession.
The Warriors...
That's a win.
Okay? The Warriors came out, they played with force. The Warriors, the Lakers could not match that force. I believe part of the reason they couldn't match that force is because they knew they were up 1-0, and there was a psychological component. That doesn't take anything away from the Warriors kicking their ass. That doesn't take anything away from the Warriors got a game they must have. They got it. And they get credit for that. LeBron James gives them credit for that. I give him credit for that. I'm just saying I wouldn't say anything's figured out yet, and I wouldn't say the Warriors regained control of the series or anything like that. It's a 5-game series and the Lakers have home court. That's basically, to me, where we are, and I'm not reading much into game 1 or game 2 at this point.
Well, and I'm closer to the clean slate and middle ground that I think you're actually on, but may not sound like you are, as opposed to the Warriors are going to win in 6, or they're going to take care of this series, and it's going to be theirs to lose basically from here on out. But in a way, because it's hard to look at these two games and not see, in my opinion, both of them as, in a way, scheduled losses. Because game 1, I felt, was a little more even, but the Warriors are riding an emotional roller coaster from their 7-game series.
Right, and the Lakers had 4 days off.
They had an extra 48 hours.
And knew it.
And so they knew they could sell out in that first game.
I think so,
playing
yeah.
40-plus minutes.
Yes.
And they barely got over.
That's correct.
Meanwhile, the Warriors in game 2, that rest advantage is done with.
Yep.
They still are playing with more rhythm, and the Lakers were content. I mean, I do wonder inside of that locker room on the Los Angeles side, because I think it's equally about both. It's about how well the Warriors played and the lack of urgency with which the Lakers played with. And I'm curious which fans believe was more important to last night's game.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get to it. Warriors, they Bachman-Turner overdrive it. You know what that means, Spinone? Taking care of business. That's Bachman-Turner Overdrive's big song. One of them. Taking care of business every day. You've never heard that song?
Young people.
Way to go, Warriors. It's all sponsored by Hint Water.
Hint Water, delicious fruit-infused water with no sugar or diet sweeteners. More than 25 amazing flavors, including watermelon and pineapple.
Curry, dribble drive, goes to the corner. JaMychal Green is there. His jumper is good. Another three ball for JaMychal Green.
And they are crushing the three
They're
ball
working
right now.
every day.
Curry with a double-double, 10 points, 10 assists.
Hey, it's JaMychal Green with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Yeah, J-Mike. Quest for 5 brought to you by Meriwether Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. I know how to. What did I say?
You better be careful.
Meriwest Credit Union. Did I say Meriwest?
Said Merriweather.
I said Merriweather?
Run it back.
We need to start from the top, please. I need it clean.
Please.
Hey, the Quest for 5 is brought to you by Meriwest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
That's what we call taking care of business.
That's
That's a 4. That is a 4. That is a 4. We are just paying our respects to the defending champion.
You better be careful,
Golden State Warriors.
by the way.
You know, okay, here's what I'll say.
Remember the last time you started singing?
They won the series.
The
Warriors won the series.
What happened later that night?
They lost.
Yeah, so
what? They won the series. Big picture. Big picture. Stop trying to stick it to me. People want to hear me sing.
That's what you've been preaching about the Lakers.
Okay, here's what you know how I didn't make a prediction because I hate predictions.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not making a prediction now. But I think the Warriors are going to win the series. After what I've seen in the first 2 games, I think the Warriors are going to win the series. And the reason I think they're going to win the series is because I think the Lakers have to walk too fine of a line. And here's what I mean. Remember in 2018?
But the Lakers have to walk a fine line.
Yeah, too fine of a line. Okay. Correct. Remember back in 2018? I know these teams are different, but when the Warriors played Game 1 against the Cavaliers in the finals and J.R. Smith lost track of the time and situation in Game 1, LeBron had 50-something that night. He was unbelievable.
Yeah.
When J.R. Smith committed that blunder and the Warriors won that game, that series was over. That series was over. They had no chance. They'd invested everything in that game, and they lost it. And that's why when LeBron James was sitting on the scorer's table wanting to kill J.R. Smith, it's because he knew that was their only chance. Similarly, I think the Lakers looked at Game 1. They said, hey, we got 4 days rest. They're coming off a 7-game series. They have home court. This is we've got to invest in this game. We must invest. And so naturally what you're saying is, well, Steiny, they did invest. What if they would have lost? And I would have said, then they're in trouble. Then the Lakers are in big, big trouble. Had they invested in that Game 1 and lost. They cannot invest in a game and lose. I don't feel like they invested all the way in last night's game.
And some of that could be also the Warriors needing to invest less when you got the energy of the home crowd.
Yes, sir.
Right? You got that home cooking, you got home court, you're feeling good. But to me, the Warriors, and we saw it last night, they got a few more cards to play than the Los Angeles Lakers do. Whether it's because of necessity, what? You're distracted.
This is a great text. This is a great text from the YouTube. I got to get this. It's from Joe Blow, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Steiny's ready to pick the Kings-Warriors series. That's a good one.
By the way,
that's a 4.
You said the Warriors are going to win the series, or you feel like they?
No, I think. I feel like the Warriors are going to win the series.
That is a prediction.
No, it's not.
Why not?
It's a feeling.
It's a guess, which is what you define a prediction as. I got you.
No, you didn't.
Yep. Mm-hmm. No. Cut that.
By the way,
we played for Guru on Monday.
By the way, speaking of Guru, I was thinking about this, and 888-957-9570. People have been on hold. We'll get to you.
Oh,
you know, there was a silver lining to Guru not being here the last 2 days. I missed one cycle of the roller coaster.
You tell.
I missed the show where the Lakers are going to win it all. And then I missed the show the next day where the Warriors are going to win it all.
Steiny, you're fired.
So, like, you want to talk about what can be a draining series for me. In a way, I got the bye. I got the bye in Game 2. I got an easy win. So whoever, of course, wins Game 3, they're going to win the title on Monday's show from Guru. but I won't have heard the cycle Thursday, Friday.
Not for reasons.
Love you, Goo.
Exactly. We love you, not for reasons that we enjoy, but this show's been load managed a little bit for the first two games of this Lakers-Warriors series.
Let's go to May Money. May Money. What's up, May Money? Thanks for hanging in there.
Hey, top of the morning.
Mm-hmm.
I've been waiting for a minute. I've been waiting since Bate and Chesky.
Oh, boy.
We appreciate you.
All right. Thanks for waiting.
Yeah, no. It's always nice to make new friends.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I just had a few shout-outs that I wanted to, first of all, shout out to the YouTube chat. Every morning hanging out with the YouTube chat during Bonte and Chasky is always a blast. So I just got to shout out the YouTube chat.
All right.
And then I got to shout out Charles, the bartender from 2101 and Laurel Lounge. He always gives me the energy.
All righty.
Keeps my drink full. Shout out to Charles.
We do love that.
I always win. He's like he's my good luck charm. I always win. We always win when I'm hanging out with Charles during the game. And shout out to my man Clay. You know, he deserves to take a dip in the ocean in LA. He played great last night. So that's all I got to say. And shout out to y'all.
Thanks, May Money. Appreciate it. Yeah, shout out to Clay. Great game. Great game.
Cinco de Mayo money. That's a one.
Ever been to the Laurel Lounge, Steiny?
What's the name? I'm sure I have been.
Laurel Lounge.
I'm sure I have been.
Not coming back immediately.
It's like the old.
It's off MacArthur, down from Ghost Town Brewing.
Ooh, I do like that area.
It's like the Lakers used to have a PR director named John Black, and he had a lot of people under him who did a lot of work. And somebody once said, "Hey, John, was that a career high in assists tonight for James Worthy? 9?" And he said, "It very well may be."
Who the hell is John?
Justin in Menlo Park. What's going on, Justin? How you doing, man?
What's up, guys?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, I'm great. Hey, thanks for taking the call. Thanks for just doing an awesome job covering this series and the whole playoffs. You guys have been crushing it. So
appreciate it, man.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for that. Hey, I had a question. So this year, the first round and this second round, I mean, some of the most exciting games that I've seen. It feels like almost like a conference final and a final in some way, which has been just awesome as a fan. But I'm want to get your take kind of long term if this actually has a negative impact on them. I don't remember a year where it's been kind of this much energy, this much kind of emotional, physical early on in a playoff run. So want to see what you guys think the impact of that is kind of long term if they get out of this Lakers series.
I think it's a great question.
Yeah.
And I think in a way that question answers itself. Do they win it or do they not win it? And this is kind of where I've been at. Do I think they're going to win it? I think they got a better chance now than they did 2 months ago. Let's put it that way. But what I'm getting at is I always felt like this year there was Myers contract situation, Draymond opt-out, the punch of Jordan Poole, Wiggins taking off. They've had a lot of adversity, and I just thought and am thinking, God, it's just going to catch up with them. It's just going to catch up with them. As for playing a 7-game series in round 1, that's just the way this one's going to be. This one's going to be hard.
Yes.
Really hard. They're not going to get it done in 18 games.
And I feel like the more I think about it, the championship blood, the pedigree, we talk about it's the reason why they're going to win it. Well, in a way, I have no clue if they're going to win it or not, which is why I've been fixated on this specific team, maybe more than any other Warriors group, because I don't know what I'm going to get night in and night out. But where I think that the pedigree plays itself out is not necessarily just on the court, but these guys more than I think any other team in this league and have overcome a ridiculous amount. You just went down the laundry list, and there's plenty more we could get into. But that championship blood gives them tunnel vision, I think, more than any other Warriors team that we've seen, and they've had to have it. Like when you discuss, Stephen Curry giving a speech before Game 7 and the amount of things that he rattles off, it's not a laundry list. It's a very few simple, powerful words. And they've been able to put, so far, the Myers contract situation to the side, what Draymond did before the season. He's, according to reports, kind of reclaimed his voice in the locker room.
Yeah, so much so that Steph said, "You're not talking Saturday."
Well, but that was the right time for Steph to do
doubt.
that. If that was the regular season, I don't think Stephen Curry would have been. He wouldn't have had a problem with Draymond Green speaking, but he understood the moment. He had the tunnel vision to say, "Okay, everything on the outside doesn't matter. I got to speak to the team because I got to get our guys riled up." And I think that's also a reason why in Game 1 there was some shortcomings, because how can you get that high, have that kind of performance, that kind of energy, and then carry it over 48 hours later?
Well, okay. So you're acknowledging that it must have been tough for the Warriors to play a Game 7, win an emotional Game 7, then right after that have to play a Game 1 against the Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
So now the Lakers just played their kind of emotional Game 7, even though it was Game 1, because they had to invest in it. And I think, yes, I'll acknowledge, I think they caught the Warriors psychologically a tick down a little bit.
But the fact that the Warriors still had juice in that game, and it could have been because they're playing at home.
No doubt.
If that game was on the road, I don't know if they roll over the way the Lakers did. And we'll find out over these next two games if there's a situation like that.
But this is why I think the Lakers have a finer line to walk, because I feel like if the Warriors play well, they're going to win a game. I feel like the Lakers, they have to play well. They have to play really well and then play pretty good defensively. The minute the Lakers play a game they should have won and let slip, the series is over.
Well, and this is where I'm with you. I asked you before the show, who was the best player on the Warriors last night? You could go a few different ways, though. If you could make the case, could be Draymond, could be Clay, could be Steph, one of the big three. They were fantastic. In Game 1, who was the best player on the Lakers?
AD.
And it wasn't close.
Right.
Anthony Davis has to be their best player for them to win. Stephen Curry doesn't necessarily have to be the best player on a nightly basis for Golden State to win this series.
At home, so far.
Steph Curry didn't show up in the Sacramento series the way we saw him in the past until Game 3.
True. I'm talking about at home, this series. Like this is a new series, is what I mean.
Maybe he understands that, too. He's got to be Superman on the road. He doesn't have to be Superman at Chase Center.
Well, what I'm saying is I got to wait to see, because this is where I'm always the Whitey Gleason that he piggybacked off me.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody knows anything. Nobody knows a damn thing. Curry could go 2 for 17 tomorrow night and they could win. And Curry could go for 58 and they can lose. That's just basketball. So I don't know if I'm going to subscribe to if Steph plays terrible, they have no chance. But if Steph plays well, they're automatic. That's all.
No, I mean, I think it was last year.
Anthony Davis was a monster, and you're right. They did almost lose that game.
And the Warriors have lost games in which Stephen Curry's been incredible.
Sure.
I mean, I think it was Game 1 in the finals last year. Steph had a 30-plus point performance. They lost to Boston because they hit a ridiculous amount of threes. It's not always going to happen, but it was, I thought, a little eye-opening that LeBron had I thought, a great first half. The Warriors didn't finish the half well, and you look up and they're still up by double digits. I do think there's some people and Lakers fans out there that are feeling a little more timid after last night than the Warriors fans were feeling after Game 1.
888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, the bottom line is, do you take more than just a win out of last night's game? Are you somebody who, like Evan and I, don't necessarily believe or think there's a lot of momentum in a series, but did you see something last night other than the win that makes you think we're going to beat this team? Because I see a 1-1 series. I still see the Lakers having done what they needed to do, and now I see a best of 5 with the Lakers having home court advantage. So how good can you feel after you've lost the home court advantage through the first 2 games, I guess is what I'm saying. And it feels like Warrior fans are feeling pretty good, and why not? They got 4 titles in 9 years. Let's go to Roger. Roger's in San Francisco. Hey, Roger, how you doing, man?
Doing great. Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a little confused because a lot has happened since I was first put on hold. but I wanted to comment on Steiny's 50-50, this series is a coin flick comment, and why that's a bad take. And it's because we've seen this script before, which is middle, bottom half teams that get hot at the end of the year and sneak into the playoffs, excluding, of course, maybe the defending champs.
Of course.
Never go very far. They're lucky to get out of the first round. And we saw the Grizz. The Grizz were a dumpster fire. They were a mess. And that series still went to 6 games.
What about the Warriors?
As a Dubs fan, I'm feeling great.
How was the Warriors' first round
series? Be a gentleman.
It's pretty tough.
I mean, that Kings team, that was a good team.
Yeah.
That was a fast team. That was a young team. This Lakers squad is kind of a one-trick pony, and they've never had much success. Everybody knows the bubble doesn't count. So it's a gentleman's sweep, and I say 6 games at best for the Lakers.
All right, thank you very much. It's not really a gentleman's sweep either.
Well, I think
gentleman's sweep. The Warriors need to win in 5 now.
Well, rest of the way,
have to be game 4.
3-1. Is that, I guess, in a 4-game series? That's a gentleman's sweep. I don't know.
Oh, I got you.
3-1 rest of it, because I mean, like you said, Steiny, it's a 5-game series at this point.
5-1-0. You're right, but the Warriors kept it close in game 1. Absolutely right. I mean, it was 14 at one point, but your point's well taken, and that's what I mean. I think the Warriors. I think it's going to have to be a series where if the Lakers win it, 4-3, we're going to look at total points, and the Warriors will have more total points in the series, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, like they'll win the scoring differential because in the games they win, the Lakers will be okay with being absolutely lambasted. Like they were lethargic last night, especially in the second half, especially. But again, first half, D'Angelo Russell didn't play well. Dennis Schroeder, who had like 15 points in the first half in game 1 or something like that.
Yep,
didn't show up. Austin Reeves didn't play very well, and
he looked tired.
He's 24, Steiny.
What's up with that, Spadone? You can't be
all according to script, Steiny.
Let me tell you, and I'll be careful here, but you'll know what I mean. You can't be a player like Austin Reeves.
You're going after the melanin
and not be in great shape. You know
He's
what I'm saying?
a gym rat, Steiny. All right.
You can't be an Austin Reeves.
He's earned the right to load manage as well. Gutsy player.
Hey, Spadoni, how late do you think he was up after game 1 working out after that game? The last guy out.
He's a coach's son. You know it. Come on.
Let's go to Drew. Drew's in San Mateo. What's up, Drew? How you doing? Hey, by the way, we got Michael.
Guys, I'm good.
We got Michael Cooper coming up at noon. Coop.
Hey, you guys there?
Yes, sir.
What's up?
Hey, sorry, I'm driving up to Clear Lake right now. What's going on, guys? How are you?
Nice.
10-2.
Hey, how much money you make?
Good. Me?
Yeah, driving up to Clear Lake. What do you got? A second house up there?
More than I.
I got a buddy. He's watching my dogs for me, so I'm picking them up. I'm playing hooky from work right now.
Gotcha.
Attaboy. Hope he's not listening.
No, guys, but yeah, no, I think take really right now with the Lakers. I play cards. I don't know if you guys play Hold'em, cards and stuff, but if you look at the Lakers, right, they're playing with 2 cards with AD and LeBron. They're playing Hold'em. You look at us, right, we're playing Omaha, right? We got Steph, we got Clay, we got Dre, and we've got Poole, like whoever's going to show up. And I think we're going to come in Saturday. I think we take it. Game 3. Game 4, we can push, right? And we kind of just assess from there, right? It's like you guys are nailing it when it's a 5-game series right now. We've been here. We've come back from so much more worse, right? And it's kind of just game on from here.
Yeah, it is. Thanks,
Omaha,
Drew.
is that like 5-card draw?
I'm sorry?
He said Omaha, like the card game. Lakers are playing Hold'em.
I thought he meant we have options like Peyton Manning coming up to the line.
Oh, we're running audibles?
And bringing in a second and third option, believe it or not. That's what I thought.
Omaha, you have 4 cards, and you can use 2 of them. So it's similar to Hold'em where they put 5 cards down, but you hold 4, but could only use 2 of them.
I like that.
Counting Crows, Omaha. You ever hear that song? It's a good song.
We've already established my library.
I'll tell you something about the Counting Crows. They came out strong from Berkeley. Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Mr. Jones.
I do know.
That's their signature.
I'm only familiar with Creedence. Clearwater Revival.
Yeah, they
El
only
Cerrito
came about
boys.
20 years apart.
El Cerrito boys.
By the way, it's funny. I was talking with some buddies about greatest American band. Greatest American band. And I have CCR, that's Creedence Clearwater Revival, up there. Now,
does Outkast count?
Well,
it's more of a group.
Now, the tricky part is, Bruce Springsteen. Well, he's more of a solo artist, but I don't want to short shrift the E Street Band. But that's not really what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a band, the Allman Brothers. Are they on the Mount Rushmore of American bands? Mm-hmm. What about the Grateful Dead? Grateful Dead.
Do they have to have band in the name? Like
No.
KC and the Sunshine Band.
That counts.
Love those guys.
That counts. Like Fleetwood Mac, I think, would count, essentially. It's
the Bee Gees.
Somebody who's not, they're from Australia.
Oh, that's tough.
Mm-hmm.
Fleetwood Mac is also English. Mick Fleetwood. It's from England. Come on, Steiny.
Come on. Damn it. Yeah. Like the Doors, if you like them from way back in the day.
Warriors shut the door last night.
You know what? And I said this one, the Beach Boys. Beach Boys, maybe? Mm-hmm. Wouldn't
How about
it be
Grand
nice?
Funk Railroad? They literally have a song, We're an American Band.
Yeah.
Yeah, Green Day.
I'd put
Shout out the Bay Area.
I'd put like Leonard Skinner over them, but that's just me.
For the longest time, I thought I was Lynyrd Skynyrd. I have to admit.
He's named after a high school teacher of theirs.
Got
Mark
goofed
in
about that for
Berkeley.
years.
What's up, Mark? How you doing, my man?
Mark is
no Aerosmith.
great. I
Go.
agree with you. The Doors
Yeah.
are up there, but I see the Warriors in 5.
Oh.
And I just hope they don't get too heavy here because they got another series to play. But the Lakers are through. I can see it.
Okay.
That's my prediction.
All right, so you got the Warriors winning 4 in a row. My guy Ernest D. See, I don't like this, Ernest D. You need to learn some manners. Steiny steals my take and gives no credit. Clown.
I'm with him. No, not the last part.
What is his take? I'm going to Ernest D.
There's something.
What was his previous
something in
take?
there. Well, we give credit where credit is due. 650.
Just talk
Eagles.
for a sec. I'm going to find this take that he apparently
By the way, I think
stole.
Aerosmith is actually coming to Chase Center, so you better be careful.
Oh, Ernest D. Omaha, you get 4 cards dealt to you instead of 2 in Texas Golden. Spadoni told me that. I didn't even say that. I didn't give you no credit. Spadoni knew.
He said Beach Boys, too. He might think you stole his thunder with saying that one.
I said Beach Boys to my friend Dave Lawrence 2 days ago. Sorry. Mm-hmm.
Who the hell's Dave?
My buddy Dave.
Oh.
Everybody's my buddy. Oh, we got to go to break? Oh, boy.
Gotta go.
Hey, the Quest for 5. It's brought to you by Alameda PD. Now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. Experience the downtown bubbly stroll. All kinds of fun with sparkling beverages and live music. That's Friday, May 12th at 6 p.m. in one of my favorite places, downtown Los Altos. It's sponsored by the Post and the agency Los Altos. Info and tickets at downtownlosaltos.org. Your calls, 888-957-9570 on the other side.
$25 all-in tickets.
handoff, chased by Vanderbilt. Pump fake, head fake, down the lane, scoop to the hoop, flipped it up and in. Beautiful move by Curry coming from the top.
You know how tough that is shooting when you're coming down?
Yeah.
I mean, you got to generate so much force.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
It is hard shooting when you come down. Haven't done it for 29 years, but you gotta aim high on the backboard.
I didn't even know you could get up.
Do it.
I couldn't really. But if you get up 2 inches, you're still coming down 2 inches. Yes, but did you just say? Beach Boys, we're talking about greatest American bands.
What did they used to call credit card hops before credit cards? Like, you can't jump. You got credit card
Sheet
hops.
of paper.
You can't jump over a piece of paper.
Yeah. Now, interesting. Who did we have? Oh, Mike Breen had it on. He was talking about. Was he talking about Anthony Davis getting hurt because he doesn't play? Oh, he's talking about Looney, I guess, because Looney played all the games, maybe because he plays close.
The Iron Man.
That's what they always used to say. And Spinoni will know this. I don't know if you will. If you look at Andre Miller's career. Andre Miller,
He scored 50 in a game.
The former guard who played for the Cavs, among other teams, Utah. Iron Man. And he had no lift. He might not have been able to dunk, and he was about 6'5". No, he could, but Andre Miller used to play very close to the ground, as they say.
Rod Strickland?
Look at Karl Malone. He wasn't a high flyer. He never missed a game. Let's go to Sam in New York. Let's get him in here. What's up, Sam? Get him out.
See it.
That's the difference right there between Pennsylvania and New York, and Philly and New York. Philly's got a sense of decorum that New York doesn't have. There are people actually from New York City who call, and they'll expect you to then wait for them. It's unbelievable. D's in San Francisco. What's up, D? How you doing, man? I do like Rick James.
Hey, listen, man.
Mary
you
Jane
guys,
does? Yeah.
Listen. First of all, let me just say that home court advantage in the NBA is overrated. All you got to do is win one game on the road, and you got home court advantage.
Mm-hmm.
It's only good for the team that has it at first. After that, it's overrated. So you're telling me that the Lakers thought that, since they won game one, they could take game two off. Riddle me this. If the Warriors win game three, I'm not saying they are, but if they do you think that they just going to take game four off with the 10? Because we got home court advantage back. That's the difference between a championship mentality and just a team that's glad to be there. I'm going to tell you right now, the Warriors is trying to knock their whole head off. This is the R5 quest for 5. We in it. So I'm telling you right now, if they're going to take games off during the series, it's going to be over for the Lakers.
Thanks, D. Appreciate the call. Yeah, I think games off is. I kind of inferred that, but it's just they can't lose a game where they invest a lot of minutes from their big guys in. Metallica, I'm hearing a lot of Metallica.
No, the Lakers are playing a dangerous game, but that's also
the Cardigans.
What you were talking about, the only way that they can win. Who are the Cardigans?
They're a band.
Oh.
They're from Ireland, Scotland.
So I thought we were talking about American bands.
Well, we were. But you said Dangerous Game, and they have a song, Dangerous Game.
Oh, okay. But
Swedish, according to Tron Coltrane.
Speaking of, the Warriors.
Sure.
Little strength in numbers feeling last night.
Oh.
Considering.
Well, Kuminga got 9 minutes.
Well,
so.
That's not what I was talking about. JaMychal Green stepping up off the bench. In fact, actually,
absolutely.
I saw a funny tweet from.
We should give him credit.
Warriors
and
legend
I'm dead serious.
Mo Spates. He was saying, "I wish the Warriors would have started me back in the day because he would have been able to step out and hit those Jays." Love Mo Spates.
He got his shots up.
Mo buckets.
James is in Vacaville. What's up, James? How you doing, man?
Hey, first and foremost, our thoughts and prayers out to Guru. Hope everything works out okay for him.
100%.
Thank you.
I know I'm not going to get any love for this, but when he said top bands, it's just me, but I thought at the time, 777, 9311, Ice Cream Castles. I like that, man. Good Minneapolis sound there.
Oh.
Hey,
Nick, who?
Have you heard the interviews with Clay in all the post-game interviews?
Yes, I did. I love Clay at times when he's talking.
He's jacked up about going to L.A. and playing in front of that Lakers crowd. I mean, his family, his friends, he talks about it every post-game interview, at least the last two. And, he even made a reference about dedicating it to Kobe and Gigi and everything. So I'm looking at something really, really, really big from Clay. He's the kind of guy, when he says he's going to step up, he usually comes through. So,
you know what, James?
And I really like your show, you guys.
Thanks, you, James.
That's interesting.
And just for you, James, we're going to play that.
From a life standpoint, it's such an incredible experience to play in front of my friends and family. I mean, I would go to Staples as a high school basketball player with my pops, just dreaming of playing on that floor, playing against the best in the world. Now to be here and be a part of it, I don't lose sight of that perspective of how great this opportunity is, and just excited to do it in a building where all my hoop dreams came about. I'm the huge Kobe fan, obviously. He was my biggest inspiration, and I'm just going to play my hardest, just to honestly honor him and Gigi, because without his play and all those years of me viewing his tenacity on the court, I would not be the athlete I am today.
Damn.
He ain't lying.
But how can you not love that, Clay? That kind of honesty and that kind of dedication and that kind of drive.
Well, that's also one of the reasons why I think that the playoffs are incredible, because generally after each game, all of the top players, win or loss, have to speak. Klay Thompson's a guy that is, maybe less inclined sometimes in the regular season to speak with the media, doesn't particularly get always as engaged as he was, for example, in that quote. But going back to LA, he talked about it before the series. This is a big series for him for multiple reasons, not just his family, but he mentioned the inspiration, the emotion behind it. And I am curious, though, which Klay Thompson we are going to get in games 3 and 4, but primarily game 3. Are we going to get the game 1 Klay? Are we going to get the game 2 Klay?
Well, I don't know. Is it what's the word? Cynical or is it fair?
Is he going to be steady? Is he going to be volatile?
When we all know that Klay tends to be better when he lets the game come to him.
Yes.
Would you agree with that? It's
literally what he said last night.
Right. So I think it's a normal fear to wonder, you still got to let the game come to you, Klay. And that doesn't mean that you're not honoring Kobe and playing hard and all that stuff. And I'm not questioning whether him being all excited about playing in that arena is going to translate to 36 shots. I'm not saying that, but is it fair to ask if Klay is in that particular mindset, is his game going to be a little bit different?
I think there's going to be some juice in there. And I do wonder, Klay is always aggressive, but last night he quoted, he was talking about being in more of a flow state last night.
Right.
And you can tell pretty early, I think, when he is and when he's not. Even when because he shot pretty well, I think, in the first half of game 1, but the looks that he was taking and that he, to his credit, was making were more difficult, I felt like, and less in rhythm than in game 2. And I don't think it's a coincidence that he had an 8 for 11 from 3 game.
Right. Mike's in San Francisco. Hey, Mike, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Doing well.
Fantastic.
Hey, just a quick comment from last night. I know everybody wants to extrapolate and say, we're winning this thing in 5 and everything. And I don't subscribe to any of that. The one takeaway I think that is pretty clear from last night is that we can control Anthony Davis. And I think that probably is the most important takeaway from last night for me.
Yeah, I
wouldn't use the word control.
Yeah, and I wouldn't take that all the way to the bank because I think I feel like Anthony Davis last night. It's one of those games where you try to tempt the basketball gods by taking the easy way out. You know, if Anthony Davis comes out, knocks down a 17-footer, and then he gets into that lane and hits that little 12-foot half hook early, and he follows up, gets a dunk. But you're taking a 18-footer, you miss it. The Lakers were not willing to try to even pay the price to win that game last night. And the Warriors just played. The term is force. They played with way more force.
To the caller's point, though, if you're looking at a way to, I wouldn't say control, but contain, make the game difficult, limit potentially Anthony Davis on both ends, Draymond Green was the reasoning behind that. I think AD was 1 of 7 when he was defended by Draymond Green, who contested pretty much every shot he took.
Right.
And after the game, Anthony Davis said, "Those are the same looks I got in game 1. I just didn't make them." I also don't subscribe to that.
I don't either.
And I think that if you want to say it's mental fatigue or physical or whatever, I guess I'll hear you, and that perhaps plays into the Dido conversation about the white flag that the Lakers raised midway through the third quarter. But in the first half, Anthony Davis, I thought he was a little complacent. And defensively, I know that JaMychal Green was out there, but they didn't respect him. They let him shoot.
No.
He hit a couple of threes, but Anthony Davis was not the same center field defender that he was in game 1. And that's where, honestly, I felt like AD was more checked out, was honestly on the defensive side of the court, because the Warriors got into the paint at will, something that it looked like was walled off to them in game 1.
It feels to me like Anthony Davis has kind of given in to the fact that he's going to be every other game. It's weird.
Well, and now do you look at his comments after the first game differently when he's talking about, we haven't done anything yet, and I got to be up on guards, and like to me that sounds more like coach speak after game 2.
Let's see what happens in game 3. The Quest for 5, brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together. Don't forget, at noon, we got Michael Cooper, 5-time NBA champion with the Lakers, and he coaches high school basketball in Culver City now. We had him on, I want to say last year. He was great. He was phenomenal as a guest last year. Michael Cooper.
He's been there, done that.
He has. All right, let's go to Sam back in New York. But first, you know what? He gets the little T.
Uh-oh.
Yep. Sam has coming in with a technical foul because he left me hanging. What's up, Sam?
Oh, sorry about that. What's going on?
That's all right.
You guys are great. Great show.
Thank you.
Just want to 2 quick things.
Yep.
First of all, before I get my prediction, if we get like any of your predictions on the Warriors and Lakers series, where's that series going to go?
Steiner already gave his prediction.
Games before I get my prediction?
Yeah, 7. I think it's going.
Warriors are going to win though.
Warriors in 7, right?
Yeah, something like that.
That's a prediction.
I mean, because like you once said, once it goes to 7 games, it's a Super Bowl. So it's
I wish I was
take it in 7.
What's your prediction now, Sam?
So, Warriors in 6 on the Lakers home floor.
Oh,
Warriors in 6.
Thanks, New York.
Well,
by the way, Evan Giddings sitting in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Hey, Guru, taking care of a family matter. He's going to be back Monday.
Yes, we wish him the best.
Mm-hmm.
I do think, though, because again, if the Lakers are trying to, in a way, rope-a-dope the Warriors by taking a game off here, picking their spots, going after, if they lose one game in which they choose to put the full court press on, then I do think this series could be over in 6. Because the Lakers have to apply, I think, or I should say exert themselves more just because they have less options than the Warriors. I mean, we saw last night without much of Kevon Looney or 10 minutes of Kevon Looney, the Warriors were still able to out-rebound the Lakers. They still got over double the points in the paint that they did from game 1. That doesn't mean that Kevon Looney's not important, but there are more ways, I think, for the Warriors to win in this series, even though the Lakers if Anthony Davis plays as well as he did in Game 1, I think have an equal chance.
One of the things I was thinking about is the idea of adjustments and moves the Warriors can make as opposed to kind of the way it used to be. And it feels like the way it used to be 10, 20 years ago, whatever, is you had a style of play and you established that style of play, and the opposition either matched it or not, or adjusted or not. And talking to Guru a lot, I can tell, when the Warriors change their starting lineup or when they have to do something a little bit differently, I think sometimes it's viewed as a weakness of a team when the reality is, in this day and age, it's a strength. And you're right. The Los Angeles Lakers, they have one way to win this series. And it was essentially seen in Game 1. They have to control the pace. They have to control the pace. And if they don't, they're probably not going to win the game. Now, if they do control the pace, I still don't think it's automatic they win. Because I still think the Warriors, and I think this is what you're referring to, got a couple more moves I think they can make. So, the Warriors, it's what Ramona Shelburne said last week. Their ability to adapt, I think, has been one of their greatest strengths.
It always has. I mean, even though they've had better players in the past and a more dominant group, all of those, I think, we look at those players as supremely dominant because they could play differently in each series. And that's what Steve Kerr always preaches. And Stephen Curry's talked about it ad nauseum as well, how every series is very different. Sacramento, you couldn't outrun them. The Lakers, you can. And I think we're starting to see the Warriors, they had to adjust midway through Sacramento. Maybe they had to go a little bit bigger. They had to rely more on, honestly, like being able to outscore Sacramento. Now with the Lakers, it's more about, I think, kind of goading them a little bit into the jump shooting team that they're not.
Right.
And when the Lakers can slow the game down, when they get to let's put the right on the table. Of course, sponsored as always by Atco Pest Control. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pet control needs. If the Lakers don't win the free throw battle, they're not winning this series. If you're talking about the Warriors, you mentioned point differential at the end of the series. You could see the Lakers potentially winning 4 games. The Lakers would not score more total points than the Warriors. If the Lakers don't even if they don't have a significant free throw advantage at the end of this series, they're not winning.
I think you're right. And the question is, at what point can the Warriors balance it out enough that they have the advantage? Obviously, the Warriors shot more foul shots last night, so that's a win. I think but that's another thing. I think if the free throw disparity is, 10, 12, the Warriors can still overcome that. 20-ish, then they're in trouble. Joe in San Jose. What's going on, Joe? How you doing?
What's going on? What's going on, gentlemen? Happy Friday.
Yes, sir.
Happy Cinco de Mayo.
Anyway,
happy Cinco de Mayo. Yes,
yeah,
sir.
Cinco de Mayo. Yeah. Who's going to jail tonight?
That's a drop.
Let me tell you something real quick.
Yep.
Last night was a case of Steve Kerr is about to outshine Ham. He's going to show him that this is how you coach champions. And the second thing is when LeBron was walking off in the fourth quarter, he had an expression on his face, and I took the expression as, we don't have enough to beat these guys. So I'm going to sit back and enjoy the Warriors winning this, probably in 6, because if they keep doing what they did last night, if they blew them out last night, 27. So if they beat them by 10 in each game, they're still winning. So let's see what happens. You guys have a good weekend, and catch you next week.
Be safe out there, Joe.
Good stuff, Joe. Yeah, happy Cinco de Mayo to all those who
celebrate,
honor, participate. I know I do.
I will too. I ain't drinking domestic tonight.
As you know, Steiny, it was Mexico defeating France at the Battle of Puebla. A small Mexican army defeating a large French army. David versus Goliath, that's what it kind of symbolizes.
Were they using slingshots?
No, they were not.
Muskets?
Some sort of, gunpowder.
I got you. Evan, you're sitting this one out?
I'm getting a history lesson right now, Steiny.
Well, I'm trying to give you a history lesson in music, too, if you want to take it.
Yeah, I respect that. I don't know if that's going to be something we can get done in 3 hours.
What about the Jackson 5?
Oh, I have seen the childhood home of the Jackson 5 in Gary, Indiana.
Gary, Indiana.
Does not have a great reputation. What a beautiful home.
That's where the Music Man takes place. You know I love musicals.
I know, yeah. Wait, the Music Man?
Yeah, it's a musical. Have you ever heard?
Is it all about the Music Man?
Okay, have you ever heard of the Music Man? It's a musical. Okay, the Music Man was a con artist who came into a small town, and he wanted to sell instruments to all the kids, but he was really ripping them off. But in the end, it worked out. It really did.
It really did. Yeah. By the way, on the text line, 408, along with some of the YouTube chat, they've been asking about my shirt. So, of course, I got to plug it. Oaklandish, yes, this is a Bart shirt. That is in the form, in the shape. You can see it on YouTube, 95.7 The Game. Subscribe, please. It is in the shape of a tree with the root, Oaklandish, and it has every single BART stop in the Bay Area as of 2016.
Yeah, the reason I don't like that BART shirt is because if BART really were worth its salt, it would go loop around San Jose. It would go up into Marin toward Petaluma and Santa Rosa.
Well.
But it doesn't.
Well.
Because they're gutless. Because we went halfway through with a project and we said, let's pack it in.
That was from
the
70s.
Because we didn't have the wherewithal.
Kind of like the Lakers packed it in last night.
Exactly. Didoed it. Carlos in Richmond. What's up, Los?
Hey, guys. How are you, man? Thanks for always keeping it entertained while I'm in the car.
Thank you. Appreciate it, man.
So I think it's going to be Warriors in 7, but I got a question for you guys. What do you think the outcome would have been if we get Lakers game 1 versus Warriors game 2?
I think the Warriors win that game.
I do too.
By 5 to 10. 5 points.
At least 5.
Yeah. And you know why I say that? Thanks, Carlos. It's a good question. And basically, I'm going off 21 for 53 from 3 in game 1 and 21 for 42 in game 2. So we're shot at even better in game 2.
Well, they made 21 threes in both games.
Right.
But they got inside the arc in game 2. I mean, repeatedly. And it wasn't even just mid-range.
Well, they shot 50% from both, essentially.
They
2s
did.
and 3s yesterday. That's going to win you a lot of games.
Well, and all right, if you're looking... As someone, a caller brought up the kind of the coaching matchups. I do think that there is, like, Darvin Ham and his lack of experience, I do believe will show at some point in this series. And whether it's because they don't have many adjustments to make, whether it's because he hasn't been there before, I do feel like the Warriors have an advantage on the sidelines. And like the challenge he made last night was simply to appease LeBron, to make sure that they get on the plane and he's not pissed at him about contesting a Moses Moody 3 that he thought he didn't foul him on. Like, that to me is where Darvin Ham is. He's at a loss. Like, LeBron James is more of a head coach at this point for that team than Darvin Ham.
Maybe. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number you want to jump into the conversation. We got an open half hour on the other side. And I want to know your impressions of game 2. Game 2 really tell you anything? I think the Warriors did what they had to do, absolutely, positively, but I'm not sure I'm going to read too much into that particular game. It's a best of 5. Lakers have home court. The Quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org. to apply today. Half hour open. Then we got Michael Cooper, one of the best defensive players in the history of the game, at noon on 95.7 The Game.
Comcast Business Complete Connectivity checks all the boxes. With cyber threat security, the largest
think you got to throw Pearl Jam in there then. We missed the boat on the Eagles. The Eagles. I believe they belong in there.
I called them out earlier.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. Big fan of the Eagles.
Somebody's going to say we stole it. Somebody also saying
That's right.
Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. And again, absolutely positively, we're focusing more on the band itself. You know, like Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. Are we going to say E Street Band? Not to take anything away from the E Street Band, but it's more like the Allman Brothers.
Earth, Wind, and Fire? Band, group?
First concert.
How do we... Really?
Yeah, first concert.
I thought it was Rick James.
It was. It was an all-day...
Like a festival?
All-day shindig in Philly. I was in 10th grade.
Perfect time.
And living in
Perfect
Pennsylvania. I pounded 6 light beers at like 10 in the morning. By 3 in the afternoon, I was like, when's this over?
A lot of Yingling.
No, it was Earth, Wind, and Fire. It was War. It was Rick James.
Fox Wine.
Atlantic Star, I believe, was in there. Long time ago.
Oh, boy. My first concert was Snoop Dogg.
What about
He's actually Snoop Lion then. That was unfortunate.
Francisco's in San Jose. What's going on? Oh, Francisco went to game 2. What's up, Francisco?
Yes. Hey, how's it going, guys? First time caller. Just want to say I love the show.
Thank you.
Definitely, you guys were some of my favorite. But yeah, actually, we were at game 2 last night with my wife. I just want to say happy 11-year anniversary to my wife, Christine.
Nice.
Oh, congrats.
Thank you for
having
the life partner. But yeah, we were at game 2 last night. It was a hell of a time. I want to say my wife kept clowning on Tristan Thompson because she said he looked like a soccer mom, just kind of out there trying to hype those boys up. It really didn't do too much. LeBron, I want to say LeBron looked a little tired. I did want to say that shot he hit at the buzzer was impressive and one hell of a show to watch live. But we had a great time. The one thing that concerned me, especially that, being that we're at Chase Center, the amount of cheering we had from Lakers fans, like it actually got kind of loud, and it concerned me because I was like, you know what? We're at home. We should be louder than these guys. Why do we even hear these people cheering right now?
Hey,
but
real quick,
I don't know.
Francisco.
My boys.
Francisco, I got a question for you. I am worried about one thing, though. I'm worried that you're counting your chickens before they're hatched. You know what that means?
Yeah.
You called. You said Christine is your lifetime partner, but you've been with her 11 years.
Oh, boy.
You got work to do still, Francisco. You still got work to do.
Definitely. I know I've got a contract to fulfill myself. I know I've got a lot of boxing out to do. I know I got a lot of work to do. So I'm hoping that I can fulfill that contract and hoping that work ends up working out for us in the long run. So I appreciate that. So.
Appreciate it. And Francisco and Christine, happy anniversary.
Congratulations.
Yeah, you don't want to sign the bag and then play like Jordan Poole, Francisco.
You think he makes it to 20?
Yeah, I actually do.
He sounds like a good guy.
You know what? He's locked in.
If he's got a list of things he needs to improve on, that's better than 90% of couples.
Let's go to... all right, you know what? Let's go to what? I was there last night. Let's go to Gus in Tracy. What's up,
guys? How you?
Gus, I was at...
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you guys? Hey,
I was at Legacy Fields. Fields.
Yeah,
Nobody cares.
It makes my commute a lot easier.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
How about the Doobie Brothers and Fleetwood Mac?
Apparently, Fleetwood Mac is from England, according to Joe Spadoni. But the Doobie Brothers,
we'll take them.
All right.
Yeah, they were good, man. It was really nice to see how the lane opened up last night. How they were just able to get those layups. That was a perfect move by Kerr putting Green in. Now Davis couldn't just plant himself in the paint. He had to go out and guard somebody last night. So that was a fantastic win. And I think the Warriors are going to take it in 6. And tomorrow, I think they're going to go ahead and roll the Lakers again, you guys. I love your show. I listen to you guys every single day on my way home. I got an hour commute, and you guys make it so much pleasurable to be in the car. You guys are great. Hey, and tell Guru, I hope everything's well. And I'll talk to you guys next week.
Thank you, Gus.
Will do.
God, that's a nice call. Thanks, Gus. How you getting to Tracy in an hour, though, from Oakland or San Francisco? Hey, boy.
With a plane?
I'll tell you what, yesterday was...
Well, you're out there in peak traffic hours.
About 2 hours. It was worth it, though. 2-2 tie. 2-2 tie for the Walnut Creek Surf.
And you got to watch the whole Warriors game, right?
I watched the first half.
So you watched the whole Warriors game, right?
I ended up watching it. I got home at about 10 o'clock. But her game wasn't until like 7, so I watched the whole first half. Got there fashionably late, like a Laker fan would get to a kid's soccer game.
Earning a lot of dad points, it sounds like.
Let me tell you what stinks. When you find yourself watching your kid's soccer game, but they're not playing. Like, because the coach splits time. She played half the game, but she didn't start the second half, and it's 10, 20 minutes in, and I'm like, what am I even doing here?
So her team load managed the soccer game?
That's a 3.
You were watching the game.
That's a good one. Let's go to David in El Cerrito. Wants to talk about Draymond Green. What's up, David? Oh, I forgot. I got to say something about Looney. Go ahead, man.
Well, real quick.
Yeah.
I do coach kids soccer, and load management is very difficult. It's very stressful, and you just, my kids are 8, and it's hard. You give the worst kid the best kid, and you got to tell them it's not about winning, and the whole thing. So it's not fun. And the best American band of all time is the Grateful Dead.
All right.
That said, I'm a hater. I'll just admit it. I'm a hater. I don't care for Draymond Green. I think he's a good basketball player. I've always thought he was a good basketball player. Like, I get it. But I'm having a discussion last night with someone at the Pixies concert.
Oh, nice.
The Great American Band. Yes. And they played the Fox. And after the show, and I said, tell me what title the Warriors wouldn't have won if Draymond Green wasn't on their team. That there's not another player who could have been lucky enough to be in that role, learned that role, played that role, and not to say he's not a very good player, because you can replace a left tackle on a great team, a Leon Lett, and the Cowboys would still win titles. So I get it. But what title does this team win or lose if he wasn't on the team? Because when they show the 3 of them sitting there, I'm like, well, 2 of those guys are hard to win without, but one of them they can win without. Whether they did or didn't, different story. And him being part of that, that triumvirate right now, it's tough for me.
I got you. That's fair, David, but I lean towards 0. I really do, in terms of
maybe
Warriors
the
have
2
4
Kevin
titles.
Durant ones, they might have been able to get done without him.
Maybe.
But
the defense, the reason, look, Clay was a great 2-way player in his prime, no doubt about it. But, boy, defense is so important, and Draymond just spearheaded that defense. He gave him an identity. And that's one of the things, and Evan, you're our producer, so Guru thinks we can move forward without Draymond, and of course you can, but what are you left with? I'm not sure. Like, you kind of don't want to find out, if you know what I mean.
Over 82 games, I'll maybe hear you. I mean, if it's a Tuesday night in Oklahoma City per Draymond Green, you might be able to get by without him. But it's interesting that call comes after last night's game, because I thought Draymond was incredible. And to his credit, he was a man of his word. He said that he needed to be more aggressive. He said he needed to play better. He was disgusted with himself after game 1. And he was a big part of one of the big reasons that they blew them out. Like, Draymond Green, and I look at him kind of the same way I look at Clay. I don't think they win without either of them. Like, if you take one of them away from the previous championship teams, maybe the Kevin Durant years I'll give you, but those other 2, I think those guys are just about as important as any other piece. And Draymond brings so much defensively. Like, we're talking about the cards that Golden State can play. Defensively, they can play those cards and have played those cards because Draymond Green has allowed them to. And even though he didn't have a magnificent postseason last year, I don't think they beat Boston without Draymond Green.
I don't either.
I don't know if they get past one of their Well, they probably get by Dallas, maybe, but they get by. I don't know if they get by Memphis without Draymond Green.
Yeah, I don't. I lean. Here's what I will say. I lean 0. That's how many titles the Warriors win without Draymond Green. I lean 0. But if you're going to say, well, maybe the 2 Durant years, then I think it's fair to say, okay, could the Warriors have won a title with Clay, Durant, and Draymond, and no Curry? And no Curry.
No Curry.
No Curry. Or could they have won it Curry, Durant, Draymond? You know, in other words, what I'm saying is, it's not fair to say, well, they could have won it without Draymond. Could they have won it, a title those 2 years, with Durant being the best player, Clay being the second best player, and Draymond being the third best player? I don't know. Their point guard is somebody solid, but not a superstar.
I just think it's interesting, and Guru has talked about it a little bit, but not as viscerally as that caller seems like it is to him. People talk about Draymond like he's replaceable. And I don't know, maybe it's because he doesn't score a lot or he doesn't stuff the stat sheet. But I think Draymond is almost as unique a player as any generational defense. Like, he has helped. She hasn't changed the game and shaped the game the way that Stephen Curry has, but I think he's shaped the way that position is viewed around the league. Being able to play small, being able to play a 5, play the 4. I mean, he's why David Lee, coming off an all-star season, did not return once he came back from injury in 2015. They saw this guy was better fit for that team in the passing, the orchestrating, defense, obviously. I don't think they win in 2015 without Draymond Green. That's the one I feel the most confident in saying.
No, I mean, listen, when you talk about the big 3, if you really want to get into it, Curry's his own entity. But if you're going to say the big 3, you cannot omit Draymond. You can't.
Klay Thompson said it.
I'm sorry. If you say, well, Dre, it's Steph, Clay, Draymond. Sorry, it's like here's why it's perfect, because, and people are going to get mad at this, but forget it. Just don't take it literally. Steph's a great offensive player. Clay was a great offensive and defensive player in his prime, and Draymond's a great defensive player. So they had a perfect balance there of kind of offense and defense, and then you throw Draymond's playmaking into it. Ooh, I'm somebody that does not downplay Draymond's importance.
I don't want to find out what they look like without Draymond Green.
Well, we're going to at some point,
that's true.
And you're right. It's something you might not want to see. Let's go to Rafi. Rafi's in Berkeley. What's up, Rafi?
How you doing, guys?
Doing well. How are you?
Afternoon.
Yeah.
What's up?
Just it's not exactly on topic, but I was just thinking about the game last night, and this is just maybe a thought experiment. But could you imagine if AD seemed to care about the game like Draymond, or I was thinking like a Kevin Garnett or like a LeBron, somebody who wanted to kill and win at all costs. I think that guy, when he grew, the whole story with when he grew, and he was a point guard, he probably would have played college ball, and that would have been it. And he was kind of forced into the NBA. And I'm a Warriors guy, but I'm just thinking a lot about what kind of talent that really could have been. And apropos of nothing, have a great day, enjoy the win. I just wanted to say that out loud.
Thanks, Rafi. And yet, Anthony Davis is a lock to go to the Hall of Fame?
Yes.
Anthony Davis a lock?
Yes.
The top 75 player.
If he retired today, he's in the Hall. Okay. But I also think you could make that argument about a lot of players. And that is
no doubt
one of the reasons why Draymond is as important, because he's the guy that can get rattled in the Boston Garden and then show up the next game and be effective. Like, he takes so much of the crap and the flack for both Clay and Stephen Curry. Stephen Curry is probably a little bit better at internalizing the criticism than I think Klay Thompson is. But Draymond Green takes all the hate for Golden State, and he's kind of the poster boy for it, and he's completely fine with it.
Yeah.
Anthony Davis nor I think a lot of people around the league had that kind of internal fortitude as Draymond Green.
Speaking of great defense, coming up in 10 minutes, Michael Cooper, 5-time NBA champion with the LA Lakers. He was a great defensive player. He could guard at least 4 positions. Now, I don't know that he was asked to guard centers because back in the day, centers were typically 6'10", 6'11", 7 feet, but he guarded Larry Bird, who was a power forward.
Was he the Andre Iguodala of the Showtime Lakers?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Came off the bench, great defensive player.
I think that's fair. I think Iguodala a little more of a playmaker. Cooper could set up Cooper as a catch-and-shoot 3 guy. But Cooper, it's not a bad comparison. Not a bad comparison.
Just curious.
Yeah. I got to get this off my chest. And you know I love Windy. Brian Windhorst, ESPN.
Yeah, I know you do.
This is kind of funny. He said, yeah, okay, so Looney doesn't start because he's kind of sick. Oh, do you have it? Go ahead, hit it, Spadone.
Tried to throw everybody off that Kevon Looney wasn't playing, wasn't feeling well, which I find dubious, but maybe it's true. I don't know.
Dubious.
Hey, Windy, I love you, but you better be careful. This is Kevon Looney. Kevon Looney would not be an accomplice to this kind of deception. That's
Kevon
not
Looney.
who he is. This is a guy that always has change for $1. This is a guy who helps old ladies across the street. There is no chance that Looney was healthy. He is not that kind of duplicitous person. He would have said to Steve Kerr, I cannot take part in this charade. You know me. I'm more honorable than that.
He also played. I mean, like, he was sick.
He
couldn't
was
start.
sick as a... And you know what? Knowing Looney, we're going to find out that he was way worse than anybody thought. We have no... Cut Windy.
Had to get rolled to the arena in a wheelbarrow. I mean, that's how much this guy wanted to play.
Let's go to... let's go to Alan. Alan's in Concord. What's up, Alan? How you doing?
Hey, good. My comment is about the Draymond Green. They cannot do it without Green.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you.
100%.
100%. Name another 4 or 5 player that could facilitate, run the ball up court, and manage the game he does, the way he does.
Well, you know what? Great call, Alan. Let's put it this way. Is Anthony Davis a 4?
Yes.
Okay. Would the Warriors have been as successful with Anthony Davis? Yes.
Well,
I think we can say
probably.
yes.
Both of them are going to the Hall of Fame.
Okay, give me another really good power forward.
I mean,
Aaron Gordon.
I don't know if they win with Aaron Gordon.
I don't know either. And I'm leaning to the no. How about good power forward?
Bam Adebayo.
See, that's a good one.
To me, he plays maybe the most like Draymond Green of guys, but he's not the same.
Yeah,
he's a good passer, he's a good defender, he can score, but
that's a good question. It's a real good question.
Well, because like people have posed, hey, like who's the guy that reminds you of yourself to Draymond Green? And I think it's pretty difficult to come up with a comp. He's very unique.
Right. It is. Dave's in San Mateo. What's up, Dave? How you doing? Michael Cooper coming up in 10 minutes. One of the greatest defenders of all time.
Mm-hmm. I'm doing good. I just wanted to give you guys the props for supporting Draymond. That was a caller that came in about 3 calls ago that was throwing some shade on him.
Yeah.
And that guy needs to really just watch the game and isolate on Draymond and watch every single thing he does. Because, boy, when you really start to understand the game, there's a reason that he's out there, and there's a reason the organization hasn't cut ties with that guy. I mean, he's an amazing basketball player. And that guy that called in got about a good talent scout as Dylan Brooks, I'd say.
Let me just throw some names at you.
I'm a hater.
Just for kicks. What if during the dynasty it was Blake Griffin and not Draymond Green? Do the Warriors have 4 titles? Let's say 3.
Nope.
What about LaMarcus Aldridge?
I don't think so. Although LaMarcus Aldridge, he was good back in the day.
What about Siakam?
Well, they might have got 19 if he played like he did in the finals.
What about if you replace Draymond Green with Kevin Love? Do they win 4 titles?
I don't think so.
I don't either. Blake Griffin stinks. Oh, my God.
What about Miles Turner?
No. What about Amari Stoudemire? What a weapon he would be. I know, I'm just thinking.
I still remember he absolutely embarrassed Anthony Tolliver.
AJ. Oh, my.
That was one of
that.
the best dunks I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. He made Tolliver turn to God, I think, actually. Tolliver's very religious. And I think he was more religious after he got dunked on.
He lost his religion on that play.
Hey, Tolliver is a guy who I have a ton of respect for because he had trouble making it, finally made it, broke through, and never, ever gave anybody a chance to ever take his spot.
Speaking of respect, Quinn Cook was at the game last night. I've never seen a player get more love from 2 teams in the same place than Quinn Cook. And
let it be a lesson to everybody out there.
Except for, of course, the people on the court.
Let it be a lesson to everybody out there, and it's the way I try to live my life. If you're a great teammate to everybody, everybody's going to respect you. Mm-hmm. Michael Cooper, one of the best defensive players in the history of our game. Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? You want to earn up to $39 per hour within 3 years of starting? Then apply to become a VTA bus driver by texting VTA bus to 333-161. That's VTA bus to 333-161 to apply.
That said, I'm a hater.
Hey, Brad. I thought you had a date tonight.
Hey, Mom. She just left, using my phone for a Wi-Fi.
Cooper. Michael, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, man.
Gentlemen, thank you for having me.
I'm trying to think whether I want to start with your resume or whether I want to start with just a blunt question. I'll give you the blunt question. Were you a better defender than Draymond Green?
Well, I think I was a different type of defender. I think Draymond's more physical. I'm not saying that I wasn't, but Draymond's bigger player at 6'8", 6'9", I guess. And I think he's willing to do whatever it takes for his team to win, whether it's dirty tactics or not. But again, he's getting the job done. But I was able to guard 1 through 4, and Draymond's able to guard 1 through 5.
Yeah, but the centers were different back in your day.
For sure. So I think if he had played in the 80s, no way he's going to be guarding Artis Gilmore or Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or Lambeer or some of those guys like that. But again, you know, in today's game, he's able to do that, and that makes him an extraordinarily good defender.
Coop, you played in 168 playoff games. It was something we were talking about earlier with the Lakers and the Warriors. LeBron James, he's played in nearly 280. When you were going through those wars over 12 postseasons, were there ever times where you felt like there wasn't a game that you needed? Because we're talking about must-wins and the Warriors getting back in this series and the Lakers maybe not having as much desperation as Golden State. Is that something that you as a player ever sensed, even though you played in a different era? The fact that you guys went through so many different battles with different teams, was there an occasional game here or there where you knew that it wasn't necessarily a must-win, and you could, you know, kind of look ahead a little bit?
You know, Pat Riley always mentioned championships are won on the road. So if we started our game at home, we knew a must-win game was going to be that next game on the opponent's court. And I think this game coming up is definitely going to be a must-win for the Lakers, even though it's a home game. And I know Golden State is still in the same way. So this is a big game for both teams, this next one coming up. But every time we play, if we had lost a game and it was going 1-1 somewhere, whether we're coming back home or going on the road, that third game was always a must-win. But, you know, our team was built around every game was important for us, you know, because it was about getting the series over with. And going back to what you said about LeBron playing all those games, you got to remember, we didn't have load management back then, so we were playing 82 games our regular season. We didn't sit out 50 games and try to save our energy for the playoffs. So I think our schedule or my 168 games were a little bit more grueling because I tried to play 82 games all the way through the course of the season and then went into the playoffs and did whatever we did then.
Michael Cooper joining us. He's a 5-time NBA champion with the LA Lakers. That's actually an interesting point that I hadn't thought of, but now I'm putting myself back in the 80s, Michael, and you know, the East was brutal, and Boston would have to get by Detroit. Milwaukee was good, and Philly. And the idea of you guys wanting to get series over in a hurry because that's the way you got more rest, I think is very interesting.
Oh, for sure. And again, you know, as you finish off the regular season and get into the playoffs, and especially those first rounds and you get by that, you wanted to get these games. You know, the more you extend it, the more fatigued you were going to be and the more likely somebody would get injured. So for us, it was about if we had a team down 2-0, we were going in for the kill because we know if we got that third game, we could possibly get this series over in 5.
Right.
And I think players are definitely looking like that. I'm loving this series. The Lakers-Golden State Warriors was a great game. I knew the Lakers were going to lose last night. I just had a feeling because Golden State had expended a lot of energy in that Sacramento 7th game that there was a good chance if the Lakers were going to steal a game, it would be that first game at home. But expect the Warriors to come back. They have the heart of a champion. They understand what's going on. They got that last game, and this next game is going to be important. I don't think either team is thinking about getting this over with in a hurry.
Right.
Because, again, you got two teams. I think the Lakers are a very formidable foe. I think the Lakers are going to win a championship this year, and if they can get by this series here, which I think they will, probably be a 7-game series, then they can think about that. But right now, you can't think about getting this team 4-1, 4-2. You got to look at it game by game and just win the games that you can. And hopefully if it gets over in 6, then you can get it done, or in 5, in any case it goes. But for sure it's going, you know, you're looking forward to that 7th game.
Michael Cooper joining us on 95.7 The Game, a mainstay of the Lakers dynasty in the 1980s. You know, Michael, the one thing that I think is different now than it used to be is it feels like after every single playoff game we say, oh, well, now the Warriors are going to win the series. And the Lakers will win game 3, and we'll say, oh, now it's over. The Lakers are going to win the series. And then subsequently, the Warriors would win. You played a game 1 in the mid-'80s against the Celtics. You got beaten game 1, 148-114. It has a nickname, the Memorial Day Massacre.
Yeah.
And you won. You won that series. So my question is, what happened after game 1 when you got run out of the building?
Well, you know, we got beat, and I think that was 1985.
Yep.
And what we did is after that game, we had a reflection on 84. And, you know, me growing up here in Los Angeles, watching how the Celtics beat the Lakers with some of the great Laker teams that they've had with Elgin Baylor, West, and Chamberlain, you know, we just shook ourselves. And Coach Riley put it on us. You know, we watched that game twice in stop time. Every time we did something wrong after that game, we came straight back to the hotel, went straight to a ballroom and watched the game for 2 hours. So we were up to like 10:30, 11, and he just challenged us. And, you know, we had enough. We had to reevaluate ourselves because the Celtics were being physical with us in 84. They came out that first game and got real physical with us, and we just had to man up at that time. And I think what you're seeing now, trying to compare that series with what's happening today, I think the Warriors have made their punch. They threw their punch. Lakers now are coming home. You can't rest on your laurels. You got to make your adjustments and come on out. And I think, obviously, AD having a monster game he had that first game, he has to reevaluate himself because you can't come out the second game and play that. Was it 7.4 rebounds or whatever? You got to come with your A game every time because you are playing the defending champions, and they're not going to go down easy.
Well, you're talking about not going down easy. They went 7 games with Sacramento, but before Game 7, it was reported there was a speech made by Stephen Curry, took the mic, established both what he wanted to accomplish and what he wanted from his teammates. I'm curious, as someone who's been in a locker room with the likes of Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, was there any, I don't know if it was a speech, some sort of conversation in which they led that you felt like galvanized your group to the point of, you know, maybe it's not in the finals, but when you guys had your backs up against the wall, was there a time when Magic or Kareem took the floor the way that Stephen Curry did with Golden State?
Well, you know what? Magic did it. The 1980, when we were missing Kareem in that sixth game going to Philadelphia, Magic, he just said a sentence. He got on the plane. He saw that everybody was kind of nervous and Cat wasn't going to be there. And he said, you know what? Have no fear. Magic Johnson's here. And when you got a young guy like that saying that, going to Philadelphia, and, you know, the rest is history because he had 42 points, 15 rebounds, 15 assists, those type of statements from at that time, Magic wasn't necessarily our leader. Kareem was kind of our leader. But for him to take that torch and to step up and say that kind of put us at ease. And we went into that next game and did. So great players do things that they have to do. And Steph Curry making that statement, I'm glad to hear that because, again, they were drained in that seventh game, the things that he did. And now to come back and make that statement for this second game to get his team back up and fired and ready to go, that's what you expect of your leaders. And you know what? At one point in time, it's going to be Steph. One time it may have to be Draymond. One time it may have to be Wiggins. Somebody's going to have to do it almost every game because adjustments are constantly being made. But Steph Curry, as Magic did in 1980, he has set the standard for what's going to be happening. So, you know, the Lakers going to have to be ready this next game because this could, you know, you did what you're supposed to do. You went and got a game on the road. You split, you come home. You got to take care of business. And the business at hand is tomorrow, first game at home.
Wasn't that the game Magic sat in Kareem's seat on the plane?
Yeah, same thing. But he got in before, and as he walked on the plane, he looked at all of us because back then we flew domestic and we had all the first class. Like, what's wrong with you guys? And everybody was kind of like, what? And he said, hey, listen, have no fear. Magic Johnson is here. And he turned around and he sat in that first seat right up front. And, I mean, that was, you know, the words weren't as dynamic as him sitting in Cap seat because we were kind of like, oh, that's holy ground. Nobody sits there. Everybody gets... No, he sat there. And he let us know that he was going to be the leader.
Yeah, he was that night. If I remember correctly, I want to say Keith Wilkes might have, or Jamal had 37 that night, maybe, or 30.
Hey, you know what? That's the thing about it. Magic had such a fantastic game. They forgot about Jamal Wilkes had a career-high 37 points.
Yeah.
That was overshadowed by that game. Michael Cooper had a career-high 17 points. First playoff game.
I'm sorry, who?
Playoff game ever. So everybody had big moments in that game, but it was all instituted and instrumented by Magic Johnson making his statement for all of us to stand up and be good. And you know what? The perfect example, he said that the other night, who steps up? Clay Johnson has a big monster game. So, again, hopefully the Lakers are doing that, but the Lakers just have to make their adjustments.
Let me check that box. I got Coop for 16 points.
16, okay.
I got Coop 4 for 9.
Career high. I'd only been averaging like 6 or 7 points a game.
Yeah, you played though. You played you were part of the rotation. That was only your second year. So
exactly.
Man, hey, hey, Michael. I try to tell the kids now how it was, but they don't want to hear it. I'm looking at your bio right now. 5 straight years we played all 82 games. And now they're load managing.
That was a badge of honor. I mean, back in those days, guys didn't want to miss games, especially on our team, because we always felt if you missed, somebody on the bench was going to say, hey, man, you playing tonight? And you say, no, okay, I got you. So those minutes were going to be absorbed by somebody, and you may not be able to get them back. So that was our flag badge of honor, so to say. But in today's game, because players are so bigger, stronger, faster, and things are moving a lot faster, and the game is more toward the offensive player where it's up-tempo, and that's why you have these high-scoring games. Load management can be a good and a bad thing, because right now when you're playing, you got to keep that rhythm, you got to keep that flow. So if you stop playing for a game or two, you got to get that back up. So again, they do that in the regular season so that these guys can play these minutes now. That's my thinking.
No, it's interesting you say that, Coop, because after Game 1, Darvin Ham was asked about Anthony Davis's performance, how great it was, and him playing the entire second half, and his response was, that's why we load manage games. A player of yourself, a player that played 82 games, that prided themselves on being available and being effective as well, is that just a difference of eras, or how do you feel when you hear a head coach literally cite load management, not only admitting to it, but it also playing a role in being effective in helping one of his star players in the playoffs?
Well, like I said, it can work both ways, but I think the players in our era, and this is something that I think today's game has lost a little bit, and the guys got to get back to realizing it. You play for these fans. People pay to come see you play. That's why you get these monster contracts. So in a sense, we always said we owe it to the fans, whether it be at home or on the road, to come out and at least try. Come out there for 3 or 4 minutes. If you don't have it that night, hey, coach, I don't have it. But at least the fans can see you out there because they want to see you. You know, you come, especially you go to the East. When we only go on to Boston, Philadelphia, New York one time. So just the game before, the coach is, okay, I'm going to load management this guy. Hey, you got to remember, there's fans that are there, L.A. fans in New York that want to see you play. So for me, it was always about giving it back to the fans. And today's game is a little bit different. I understand what Coach Ham is trying to do, but again, you know, I wasn't that type of player. I wanted to, if I could get up and down the court and play, or get out and do layups, I was going to at least give it a try, hurt or not.
Mm-hmm. I tell you what, we got to rewrite history here because everybody talks about Magic replacing Kareem. Well, Magic started every game. You were the guy who started really in place of Kareem that night because you'd been coming off the bench that whole series. He didn't pick Landisberger or Brad Holland.
You know what? I almost wet my jockstrap that night when they told me I was going to start. I was like, what? You're taking me out of my role. But you know what? We had been so accustomed to stepping out of roles that year because we had players. Kareem was hurt for a couple of games. Magic was hurt. So, again, I was scary, but I still went out there and did my job. And I was glad that I got to do that because I got a chance to show not only the team, but the world of basketball that Michael Cooper could play this game.
Yeah, he could. He sure could. Let me ask you this. You're coaching high school basketball. What kind of coach are you like?
Well, I got a mixture of Pat Riley, a little bit of Jerry West, and my college coach, Norm Ellenberger, in me. But, again, Pat Riley was very attention to detail and went over our practices real good. And I'm not a screamer. I do all my screaming in practice if I have to do it. But when the game starts, I just kind of like let the kids play. But I'm a demanding coach, not a coach that get up and walk up and down the sideline. When necessary, I'll do that. But I'm a sitter. I'll sit and watch. And it makes it comfortable. We had a very good season this past season. A team that really wasn't supposed to go anywhere. They said in our league, we're in the Bay League, and although we're a small 3A, they said we wouldn't win one game. Well, we won 8 games, and we were a game away from making it to state. So we had a very successful year, and we look for bigger and better things next year.
Terrific.
Coop, I'm curious because you mentioned the legend Pat Riley, and a lot is made in playoff series of adjustments, and Steve Kerr or a certain head coach playing chess. Like, how many adjustments did Pat Riley make over the course of a playoff series, if any?
You know what? You always make an adjustment. When you win a game, you kind of like leave things the same, whether it's the rotation of players or whether it was a defense or an offensive set. It's the adjustments are made when you lose that game. So there's going to be probably 4 adjustments that both teams will have to make. Obviously, the Lakers, it's their turn to make the adjustments. Golden State has made theirs. This next game is going to require whoever wins, there'll be another adjustment made. So it's not going to be anything drastic where fans will actually see. It might be the Michael Green, the kid that came in for Looney. Okay, Green. That's an adjustment. He hadn't been playing at all. Got very few minutes for Golden State in the Sacramento series. Now he's a starter in the second game because they need that adjustment. They need his jump shot. So Riles wasn't really big on a lot of adjustments. They're just very subtle ones because you got to keep that boat flowing and you got to keep things as normal as possible. But we do know as a team and as players that something has to be, especially when you lose a game, something has to change, whether it be a 3 defense a little bit more or man-to-man or whatever it is, an adjustment will be made. And the Lakers now have to make their adjustments after this loss. And, you're going to always see it's definitely going to be a chess match.
Mm-hmm. Coop, I keep telling the kids that when Kevin McHale took Kurt Rambis's head off, that was a common foul.
And we definitely made an adjustment.
Yeah, you did. You absolutely did.
A little bit more physical with all of them. But again, those are the type of things that you see that players have to make at the spur of the moment in the game.
Yeah.
But as far as coaches, yeah, and you know what? You're right. Common foul, got a technical out of that, and we got up and kept on playing. Today's game, they spend 2 minutes kind of looking at it, referees discussing, and then, okay, it was a flagrant 2, guy gets kicked out, a flagrant 1. Back then, hey, I'm a spontaneous guy. Make that play, make that call right there. Let's move on.
Yeah. Michael, thank you so much for joining us. Really, really appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the series, man.
Thank you, guys.
Yes,
appreciate
sir.
It.
Michael Cooper, 5-time NBA champion.
He's the man.
Head coach at Culver City High School. I knew we had him on before, and he was exactly the same. Great enthusiasm and a great player. I'll tell you what.
Also pretty non-biased, you'd think, for a guy that's a lifetime Laker. 5 champs, and he's still just calling it like it is.
Yeah, he stuck it to Draymond a little. What do you say? He's a little dirty, even if he has to get dirty.
Well,
but that's not.
You
that's
also
not necessarily
insinuated
an
that.
insult.
You also asked him to compare himself to Draymond Green.
That's true. Cooper wasn't dirty.
No,
I don't think Draymond's dirty either. He can make a play that's right on the edge, but
on the court.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Cooper was. Cooper could D up. Larry Bird once,
back when men played,
spent an entire summer working on a right-handed half hook from the low post because Bird liked to get on that left hand and hit that little lefty in the middle of the lane, and Cooper could take that away. So Bird learned to turn the other shoulder and hit a little. Okay.
Do you think they still wear jock straps? Coop said he wet his jock strap.
I think they're
or almost.
I would guess compression shorts, but
I haven't.
Let's do it and do it.
I don't know.
Jock strap in a long time.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Don't talk about that.
Well done, Jim. Mike's in Hayward. Hey, Mike, how you doing, man?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Doing great, thank you.
I have a question. I went to the game last night, right? And I took my nephew. He's like 12, right? And he said, "Well, Uncle Mike," he said, "what's the difference in the game with the first game?" And he said, "I said, well, they spread the offense out, and they made the Lakers defend outside the perimeter more, and they took Anthony Davis away from the paint." He said, "What's going to happen next game?" I'm like, "What kind of?" This is what I was. And they took him off the line. They almost kind of like took their Lakers identity from him, and they looked like they were very confused and really didn't know what to do with the Warriors, right?
Right.
So, what kind of adjustments do you think that the Lakers are going to make? Because I think Kerr's going to come out with something similar. What kind of adjustments can the Lakers make when they depend on getting 25 points from the free throw line and getting all 8 points in the paint? And now all that's changed. So what kind of adjustments you think they're going to make against the Warriors?
Mike, thanks for the call. I mean, to me, the adjust. Like I think there's two kinds of adjustments. One is we're gonna play Jermichael Green instead of Kevon Looney to give us an extra shooter. But I also think there's another adjustment where you just emphasize we have to control the pace of the game more. And the Lakers have to slow this game up because for a number of reasons. One is they've got a height advantage, and that means they want to play in the half court. The other thing is I think playing in the half court, if you're the LA Lakers, obviously lessens the possessions. It lessens the opportunities the Warriors can take 3-point shots. And I just think they've got to milk this thing. And that's where the free throw shooting comes in. They got to the line 29 times in game one, guess what? A little slower pace than last night. That's what happens when you go to the line. So for me, maybe there is an adjustment, personnel adjustment. I don't know. But to me, it's we've got to be conscious of the pace of the game for 4 quarters.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything starting lineup related that's going to be changed, but to me, I'm with you. It has to do with the Lakers, in my opinion, shrinking the game. The way you see a team try and run the football and keep the ball away from the opposing offense. Like, you want to make the amount of possessions fewer than game 2. And I know they scored 117 points in game 1, but it was primarily due to the amount of easy baskets they got, along with the amount of, I think, stoppages in the game. They made it clunky. And the Warriors, when they're getting out and running and they're in their flow and they're in their rhythm, they can run on the Lakers like we saw last night and we saw in periods during game 1. I also think if your best players are LeBron James and Anthony Davis, those guys also benefit from the game slowing down because whether it be due to stamina, LeBron, I think in the half court, he is able to orchestrate better than the majority of players, if not any player in basketball. And defensively, he's not the same guy he used to be. So they need to force the Warriors also to play in the half court so Anthony Davis can be that defensive force that can alter shots, keep guys off the glass. And I also think, too, like the Lakers all year have benefited from just body-blowing the hell out of opponents, especially when they made the trade and got this new group. They played at a slower pace. They played defensive-minded basketball. And I also do think that their attempt to take the ball out of Stephen Curry's hands, I think they're going to rely a little bit on the Warriors not making as many jump shots as they have the first 2 games because the Warriors haven't been as effective, especially on the road and efficient.
Well, that's true. You know, we haven't even talked about that, and we can talk about that on the other side. 2 wins on the road at Sacramento, and now we've all forgotten that this team couldn't win a game on the road during the regular season. The Lakers aren't Sacramento. Do we have to put that into the equation? 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to take a little break. I got some phone lines open. I see Bobby in Los Altos. I see George is in the jungle, and we'll ask Bobby if you've been filling the content with legitimate content, or you've been
load managing
a little bit. Hey, The Quest for 5, brought to you by Mara West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
I'm Howard Mackler, founder of Innovation Refunds. You've heard me talking about...
looking good.
He's a
And
big fella.
He will likely be back Monday. So the best to Darryl the Guru Johnson and his family.
No doubt.
TCB, taking care of business. Welcome, Mark Grandy in the power chair.
You got the Bay Area Panthers crew with you right now, Steiny.
Ooh,
big game this weekend.
We're what 3-6 this year?
Please, 3-2. First time in franchise history they've been over 500.
Are they setting attendance records? More. Give it to me.
The people inside of SAP Center are some of the best sports fans in the Bay Area. You can book that. By the way, you can hear the game after the Warriors game on Saturday. So, of course, tune in to 95.7 The Game for the Warriors.
There you
Got
go.
John Dickinson, Warriors this week, leading up to Game 3, coming up in Los Angeles. And then after the broadcast, after post-game, Bay Area Panthers.
All righty. We just had Michael Cooper on from the Lakers 80s dynasty.
I got kind of nervous, not going to lie.
He's great.
He's awesome.
He's great. He really is. I just want to throw this out to Warrior fans, and I'll be honest with you. Usually I'm a contrarian by nature, but this time I am actually just kind of bringing this up on purpose, and that is, 2 games and now their road woes are all gone. If the Lakers aren't the Kings, they're better than the Kings. Don't the Warriors have to prove all over again? They can go on the road and win a game, which they couldn't do in the regular season. I don't even have to look at the numbers. They were 0-4 at Staples or Crypto, right?
Well, the Lakers were the 7th seed, so don't disrespect the Kings.
Okay.
As the 3.
Right.
Kings were the better regular season team. So maybe, in fact, I am curious, though, because Golden 1 was, by all accounts, a fantastic environment. It was electric. It was energetic. They had the pent-up frustration of a long time not making the playoffs, the cowbells and Bob Meyer's ear, all the rest. I do wonder what Crypto, formerly Staples, that arena is going to be like for Game 3, because they've also played a lot of huge games in that building. Not any recently because of the bubble year, which was when they won the championship. They didn't get to play there then, but LeBron James, Anthony Davis coming home. I do wonder how much juice is going to be in that building.
To me, it almost doesn't matter, because 2 things are going to happen. One is the crowd itself will not impact the Warriors, but the crowd will have the Lakers ready to play. There's no doubt. I mean, you got 18,000 or 20,000 in a building. It's your home crowd. We come out for warm-ups. Even if the crowd's not very good, you're going to hear it, you're going to feel it, and you're going to respond to it. And the Warriors have been in that position a million times, so they know how to deal with it. So I kind of see it balancing out that way.
Well, but so let me ask you a question. Game 1, the Warriors have the late 14-0 run. I felt like that was spurred in a few ways by the Chase Center crowd, that extra energy, that second gear, the second win the Warriors got. That game's on the road. Do you think the Warriors have a run in them late?
It's a good question.
That's where I think Game 3 and Game 4 could affect the Warriors, is if we see them begin to look a little bit tired,
right,
how much can you actually conjure up when you don't have anyone cheering you on?
Well, and I also think that's kind of the mindset. So the Lakers are up 14, and the Warriors cut it to 11, and the Lakers miss. And then the Warriors cut it to 8, and the Lakers miss. And the Warriors cut it to 5. And then the Lakers start thinking, let's try to hit a 3. Let's just hit a 3. They can't hit a 3. I think at home, your mindset is more, we've got to get a bucket here. You're more likely to get a call. You're more likely to, I think, drive to the basket at home, to be honest with you. So
maybe a home whistle?
Yeah, for sure. And if you're asking, would the Warriors be able to go on a 14-0 run at Crypto? Yeah, it's going to be a lot harder.
It is. Yeah.
They'll call a timeout, I think, at that point. But let's get to we got an important call here. It's Bobby in Los Altos.
That's right.
Bobby complimented Evan Giddings yesterday.
I'm really nervous.
He said that he was really impressed with Evan's content, but worried that Evan might not be able to fill 4 hours with quality content. Evan now 6.5 hours into 8 hours on the radio. Bobby's in Los Altos. How's Evan doing, Bobby?
Oh my goodness! I appreciate you that you want to hear my comments on this.
Sure.
I'm going to say it like this, taking it in relation to the game. I'm going to equate him to Jermichael Green. So before the game started, I had zero expectations for Jermichael and for Mr. Evan. But
I'll take that.
Obviously, I was pleasantly delighted when I saw the performance. But now I have a level of expectation for Mr. Evan. So you're gonna have to, it's hard, So I know he's got talent. So he's doing well, but I'm just saying now the level of expectation has been set, so you don't really get kudos for having one insightful insight.
That's fair.
I appreciate that, Bobby.
That's fair, right?
Yes.
So I'd like to share a couple quick comments about the game, and then a little bit about Draymond. I've been in and out of the radio, so I apologize if I didn't get the full context of your conversation. But first of all, Jermichael Green. Let's just say that Jermichael is going to get his bag after that game last night, and it'll be a small bag in relation to NBA standards, but it's more money. It's more money than the three of us will ever see. So I'm very happy for him. And then I'll be honest with you, I felt like Clay was no longer a splash brother. He was almost like a splash brother-in-law. So I'm glad that he found his stroke. I would say he actually had a lot of tough shots. There was always a hand in his face, but, it was pretty much a straight up and down shot, and he made a lot of contested shots, in my opinion. So I was really happy for him and obviously happy that he contributed to the win. So as it relates to Draymond, here's my opinion. I guess it won't be that popular, but I certainly believe that he's a defensive genius, but I really am unimpressed with him offensively as a distributor because, and maybe it's just selective memory, but every game I see, he just kind of stands in the top of the key, stops his dribble, and waits for Steph or Clay or somebody to curl around so he can literally hand the ball to them, and he doesn't even move to try to set a pick. I'm not really super impressed with him offensively. Those alley-oops he tried to throw to Jermichael Green I thought were ridiculous. They had no arc. They were like line drives. So I will agree, he is an incredible defensive player, and we couldn't have won championships, nor can we progress very far without him, without his defensive efforts. But offensively, I just don't see him. I don't see what everyone says. I don't see what everyone is saying about him being a good distributor, because to me it's just sort of this handoff and set screen. I think it's something any of us could do. But I appreciate your thoughts on that.
Thanks, Bobby. Appreciate it. When I envision Draymond, I envision a guy who can pass, obviously, in the half court. But I also envision a guy who's got who's got the knack for being able to push the ball as a big man, avoid the charge, and make the right decision on the pass. Those aren't happening quite as much. But, I mean, early in the Sacramento series, didn't we see that? They're laying off Draymond, clogging the passing lanes, and making it tough on him. I do think that I think Looney's a good passer, too. Mm-hmm. But I think Draymond has a little more of an ability to see a play a split second before it happens than Looney. Just my opinion on that.
Well, and Looney also can't go coast to coast. I mean, right. Draymond, I think one of the maybe underappreciated parts of his game is that he can push the break as soon as he grabs the rebound. And I know more big men do that now, but I would like to think he kind of helped popularize that from his position. I also think, and I know you don't see a lot of guys, and Looney does this really well, and maybe he took after Draymond, but the subtleties of setting screens and being able to free up Steph or Clay or even Wiggins, I do think that also goes a bit underappreciated because you don't often get an assist for it, but I think that, one, allows the shooters to open up, but it also gets in the minds of the opponent that, like, you always got to be aware of how Draymond Green is going to try and nudge you, push you, how you have to fight around that screen. I think that's one of the reasons maybe why you saw late in that third quarter Dennis Schroeder try to kind of sweep the leg a little bit, pull it from under him, because he's trying to get around him. He's trying to let him know that Draymond can't just move him off the spot. And those are the subtleties about Draymond Green's game that I think are valuable specifically to the Warriors. I don't know how they look on another team. That's a conversation for a different day. But Draymond Green, I don't look at the assist numbers as being, all right, they got to be here, they got to be there. I think when Draymond Green's having a good game as a distributor is when he's only got 2 turnovers. I mean, because he can get very loose with the basketball, and there's some occasional disconnect between where he wants a guy to go or where he thinks a guy should go. He's looking for a cut and it's not there, or like Bobby's point, trying to throw a lob when it's not there. There was not much of that last night, even though there were 1 or 2 examples of him getting a bit aggressive.
I'm going to disagree with Bobby in Los Altos that you're like JaMychal Green. JaMychal Green's 32. He's a veteran in the NBA. He's been around. He's been around. He's paid his dues. You haven't.
What do you mean?
You haven't paid your dues yet.
You ever lived in North Dakota?
You're more like Anthony Lamb.
You ever lived through a cold winter in the heart of the God's country?
You're more like Anthony Lamb.
You ever lived through a 90?
I was in Milwaukee. Same thing.
You ever lived through a negative 60-degree polar vortex for a week?
Let me tell you something about that negative 60. I believe that's exaggerated.
It's a wind chill.
Exactly.
It was only negative 20. I apologize.
Thank
Creates
you.
Strong.
Put a scarf on
bones.
And suck it up.
Put a scarf on.
Serious. Let's go to Jimmy in Dublin. What's up, Jimmy? How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. How you guys doing on this Good Friday, man? Cinco de Mayo, man.
Yeah, yes, we're getting close.
Too close.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I just want to say 2 things. First thing, man, that was a great conversation you guys had with Michael Cooper. My dad actually was roommates with him at New Mexico. They played together at New Mexico. With
wow.
My dad said the coach was crazy, man. Storm and Norman Ellenberger.
Yeah.
And they were number 12. Yeah, they were number 12 in the nation. And I want to say they lost in the first round, man. It was a big upset. I want to say they lost first round in the tournament, though. And my dad, to this day, man, says that he thinks that some players were paid off because, I mean, he never saw Michael Cooper in a game ever.
Careful.
But anyway, man, moving forward, man, I just want to say I think it's a big overreaction, man, from Warrior fans, man. I mean, like, what were the Warriors supposed to do? Like, not win and go down 0-2 again? Like, I mean, everybody, including me, which is a Laker fan, knew that the Warriors were going to tie the series up at 1-1. Now the big test is what are they going to do on the road? And everybody's praising JaMychal Green. Like you said, the dude is a 9-10-year veteran, and he was wide open, shooting threes wide open. You're supposed to knock those down. And he had a couple of dunks when he was already in the air, and then the defender was jumping when he was coming down. So, I mean, hats off to him for being ready, but I think it's overreaction. Let me know what you guys think off the air, man. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Jimmy. That's basically how I started the show at 10 today.
I was going to say, did he hop on a call with you beforehand?
I do think he's right. I think he's right. I wouldn't make too much out of last night's game. I wouldn't make any more out of last night's game than I would about game 1, is all I'm saying. The both teams, the Lakers did what they had to do in the first 2 games, and the Lakers and the Warriors did what they had to do last night.
So, but like you're basically saying when you're going on the road in the playoffs, it's all about just getting a win, stealing a game.
Oh, absolutely.
And then the Warriors, I mean, but if they had won by 5 or by 10, if it was a closer game, would you still feel the same way, or would you be a little more hesitant to call it even, a 50-50 series, so to speak?
I wouldn't care either way.
Warriors just had to get a win.
If the Warriors win
back to even.
Now, if the Warriors win last night on a Steph Curry half-court shot by 1, and it looked like a dental office, and it was just oh my god, that might be different. But the Warriors did everything I thought they'd do last night, and kind of the Lakers did too.
It did feel like in a way, like if you're looking at, okay, you got 48 hours between every game to get your body right, get ready. It was kind of mutually beneficial. Like the Warriors blew them out. They got to rest, and the Lakers basically waved the white flag, and LeBron's probably been in a cryo chamber ever since, trying to get ready for Game 3.
Right. I mean, I really, like, the Lakers are going to cash in their chips as early as possible if they think they're out of a game. And to me, that makes a lot of sense. And in a crazy way, the Warriors are the same. The difference is that the Lakers might be out of a game down 15. The Warriors aren't really out of a game till you're up 20 plus. Anyway, that's just kind of the way the way I look at it. Let's go to George. George is in the jungle. What's up, George?
Gentlemen, it's a beautiful day. Thank you for taking my call.
Sir, absolutely.
You know, I got 2 points I want to make. One you're going to think is entirely crazy, but think about it. The first point is, without Draymond, they don't get KD. Because you got to know that Draymond was the engine that was driving that train. You got to know he was pushing. We got to get better. We got to get better. We got to get better. Steph and Clay, they're not going to do that. You know, so those 2 KD championships, Warriors probably don't get them without Draymond.
Well, that's true. That's one way to look at it.
Yeah, the second thing is, you're going to think this is entirely crazy, but is Steph without Draymond? Because Draymond brings him confidence. Draymond settles him down and gives him space to be Steph. You know, he takes the defense on his shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, appreciate the call, George.
I think there's
slippery slope.
Well, there's multiple two-way streets.
No doubt.
Number one, I agree. The Warriors don't probably get Kevin Durant without Draymond Green.
I actually completely agree with that. I didn't think of it like that before, but yeah, if Draymond doesn't make that call. I
also think that Kevin Durant might not leave if it was not for Draymond Green.
Ooh.
So you get the good Draymond, you also get a bit of the bad Draymond. Secondly, as far as Draymond and Steph, their relationship, I think that's also a two-way street. Yes, Draymond Green's probably not the same player without Steph Curry. I doubt anybody would be when you're talking about a potential top 10, top 5 player of all time.
Exactly.
But I also don't know if Stephen Curry is as great as he is without Draymond Green because of what we've discussed for the last hour, which is the amount of intangible things that Draymond does both on and off the court that alleviate a lot of the pressure that Steph has to deal with.
Go down the greatest players of all time, among which Curry's one. They all had great teammates at some point. Jordan had Pippen and Rodman. Bird had McHale and Parrish. Would Magic have been Magic without Kareem and Worthy? No.
It's a team sport.
Thank you. Thank you.
They wouldn't have been the same without Michael Cooper.
I would agree with that. He gave him a dimension. Did
you hear him talking to the third person?
Yeah.
Michael Cooper had 16 points. He had a big
I thought
game.
he said 18 at first. That's why I said, I only see 16
Had to
here.
check him.
Yeah, I had to check him. 4 for 9, 8 for 9 from the line. He had 4 turnovers, though. 6 assists.
Got to clean that up.
Coop. Let's go to JJ in San Jose. Hey, JJ, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Happy Friday. Happy Cinco de Mayo.
Back at you.
Love the show.
Thank you.
Real quick, you guys, I don't know if you guys mentioned, but greatest American band of all time is Metallica. Just throwing that out there.
Fair enough.
Anyways, I think one thing I liked what I saw, I don't know if you guys remember when Draymond was on AD all night, and yeah, you could say AD, he was already in LA. You know what I mean? He probably didn't even want to be there. But either way, you gotta come with it because Anthony Davis could drop 25 on you, in his sleep. And Draymond checked him in the elbow, but he put his knee in there.
Oh,
we lose JJ?
Go on.
We lost JJ, but excuse me.
Point taken.
Listen, Draymond Green is going to give Anthony Davis as much trouble as anybody in the league. Maybe.
I think what Draymond does better than most post defenders, especially on a guy like Anthony Davis, it's not about, again, AD said he took the same shots. I believe that he believes that. But
I actually don't, but go ahead.
Okay. But it didn't look like it because, and this is what Draymond always emphasizes, is you just want to make the guy take shots that he's not accustomed to from different spots on the floor. So if AD, it's a one dribble pull up from the elbow, okay, well then you want to try and force him outside of the elbow so that it's a slightly different angle than he's used to taking. Like Draymond, I think, is really good at being able to work both quickly and, of course, he's got really long arms, but he just disrupts the comfort and I think the kind of routine that a lot of players that are that good offensively as Anthony Davis tend to have.
Absolutely. It's not about blocking 8 shots for Draymond. It's about putting a thought in Anthony Davis's mind If I go that way, he may be there. He's got to, you got to take care of the ball. He really has to be strong with the ball.
And Anthony Davis is also a guy I think you can get in his head a little bit.
I agree. I completely
Draymond
agree.
Green's pretty good at that.
D's in Walnut Creek. Hey, D, what's going on?
Hey, you guys. Good afternoon. Hey, I just want to talk a little bit about Game 1.
Okay.
You know, everybody's kind of worried about that game. The Warriors faced the Lakers. If that was indeed their A game, they got nothing to worry about because they only lost by 3. Am I right or wrong?
They lost by 5, but you're essentially right. But LeBron was 9 for 24.
Yeah, that was their A game, and they barely lost that game.
All right. Thanks, D.
No,
It was their A-D game.
That's a 4.
Sorry. No, we lost D. Sorry about that.
What I was trying to say, D, is I thought the Lakers played really well in Game 1, but LeBron was 1 for 8. You got to say, what if LeBron goes 3 for 8?
I do wonder, like, if these two teams, they're eventually going to come down to a close game down the stretch. I do wonder if the Lakers are built a little more to get stops when they need to than the Warriors. But then again, the Warriors also showed against Sacramento that they, after kind of struggling a little bit in the first 2 games down the stretch, could also summon that championship blood when they needed to.
Yeah.
And they're going to have to against LA.
Especially down there.
Yeah.
I don't. Again,
Curry doesn't play well in Los Angeles.
I'd need to really look inside the numbers there, but I'll bet you he doesn't shoot well there. But I'll bet you
isn't that that's what his game's all about, right? I mean, 12 assists, a complete anomaly.
No.
The point guard.
He's gotten better defensively. He's a good rebounder for a guard. Mm-hmm. And I'll bet you Steph Curry's struggling at crypto.com is another person's thriving. Mm-hmm. Experience the downtown bubbly stroll. All kinds of fun with sparkling beverages and live music. It's Friday, May 12th at 6 p.m. in downtown Los Altos. Sponsored by The Post and The Agency in Los Altos. Info and tickets at downtownlosaltos.org. Your calls on the other side.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best...
free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Free for All Friday starts now, 1 o'clock. We got an hour left in the show, and then we're out of here. It's Cinco de Mayo. Celebrate responsibly. Evan Giddings is in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Guru taking care of a family matter. Be back Monday.
He's the best.
Warriors-Lakers Saturday, Game 3 at Crypto.com, 5:30, and the 650 says Curry struggled at Staples Center, not Crypto.com.
Good. That's fair.
And then someone else says, he struggles against the Lakers, but he shoots fine against the Clippers.
That's also true.
There's a lighting issue, the difference in lighting. Theater style lights for the Lakers game, and Clippers games are like a regular game.
He kind of shies up in front of Jack Nicholson, but in front of Billy Crystal, he can shoot the lights out.
Yeah, and those are two different levels too.
Mm-hmm.
Filmo Mike, what's up, Filmo?
Yo, I'm getting my car washed right now. Hey, speaking of that, I thought the New York Knicks, don't they kind of do like theater lighting? Or no?
Filmo, get that car washed and call back. I mean, seriously.
I'm just glad it wasn't the activity from yesterday.
I love you, Filmo, but you got to call back. I mean, I do like a drive-through car wash, though. It never gets old. You always like, once you get those wheels in that track, put it in neutral, it's kind of fun.
It's not as fulfilling as getting a haircut, but it's kind of like you're rolling out, you got your car, it's nice and clean, you hit the strip, and you're just, I don't know, there's a different confidence you get rolling with a fresh car.
I would agree with that. Especially if they do a nice job on the interior. What kind of fragrance do you go with when they ask you? Because they have a lot of different fragrances.
Well, an interior cleaning generally costs more, so I tend to do that myself.
Oh.
Yeah.
So like when they say lemon or
they don't ask because I don't ask for it. They're
new
like,
car.
They're like, what do you want? I'm like, I want the basic scrubbing.
Oh.
Just the exterior, maybe a little bit around the rim. But okay, when was the last time you washed your own car?
Long time.
I think
I usually pay.
I'll pay a
daughter to wash it.
More recent,
and they don't really wash it that well. But yeah, but I go to Betts.
I think that was one of the few things my dad actually trusted me to do.
Yeah,
was wash the car.
Yeah, so you get a choice of fragrance, and I usually go with baby powder. But you know what? I think I'm going to go with
baby powder.
Baby powder, yeah.
What kind of fragrance? Like
it's baby powder fragrance. You know what baby powder smells like?
Well, I haven't smelled it in a long time.
Well, it smells nice. That's why people use it on their own bodies.
I usually go with lavender. Like if I have a choice,
lavender.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for them to come up with the cigarette fragrance, where you get in your car after a cleaning and it smells like somebody's just smoked a pack of Winstons. That's always a good smell.
What is going on?
Yeah, I don't know, Bobby. Let's go to Rich in Fremont. Back to Wiggins.
Hey, fellas, thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Giddings, you're doing a bang-up job today, and I'm praying that Guru and his family are well.
Same man. Thank you.
I just want to chime in on the Draymond Green discussion, and I just want to say that for the most part, no, the Warriors don't win any titles without Draymond. Draymond, he not only brings you the passion when he's on the floor, but he does so many other intangibles that other guys like him can't do. Okay, it's a mindset with him. I remember when Wiseman was playing with them, and Draymond went to throw him a pass, and Wiseman didn't see it, didn't catch it, and then they asked Draymond about that, and Draymond said, "I meant to put that pass there. I'm going to put him in that situation." You see what I'm saying? It's like it's his mindset, the way he thinks. That's the reason why, Simon, to your point, because you stated that, Draymond has the ability to see the play develop before it even happens. And you just can't get that type of quality of play from just any other player.
Correct.
Thanks, guys.
No, that's good stuff, Rich. And, I don't want to – I see a lot of Draymond's calls. I don't know if there's a debate here. I mean, I don't know if or a disagreement.
I don't think there is.
I mean, I don't think many Warrior fans out there, or even basketball fans, say, oh, the Warriors would have had the same success without Draymond as with Draymond. I mean, come on, nobody thinks that, right?
No, and I don't mean to open up a can of worms, but I do wonder, because there's a lot of people, some of my friends, that after the punch went down preseason said, we're done. Like, I'm out on Draymond Green. I cannot root for this guy anymore.
How's that going?
Well, and I wonder if there's anybody out there that still feels like that. I'd be curious to know, because I feel like there's a lot of people that initially had that sentiment, but then over the course of the season, whether he's earned back the trust of the team and, and with the way he's contributed in the playoffs outside of, maybe stepping on a guy's chest, I do wonder if there's some people that are back in his corner, especially like if they go on to win the championship. Right. I feel like it would be very difficult to continue to say Draymond sucks. Like, I don't know. He's obviously polarizing. The other part of Rich's call got me thinking a little bit. This is where I know me and Guru are kindred spirits and you and I are not. After game one, Guru and I both thought about James Wiseman. And I doubt he crossed your mind.
Why would he?
Because in game one, there was something missing, right? An interior presence.
Okay.
Anthony Davis had his way.
Okay, I'm still with you.
I'm not saying that James Wiseman could have been the guy to potentially change that game.
Right, because he couldn't have. Go ahead.
He couldn't have. But that's why the Warriors drafted him. That's why they swung on him.
Okay.
And they missed. But Guru and I both had the same thought, whereas you were like, yeah, James Wiseman.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Well,
out of sight, out of mind.
In Detroit.
I mean,
I'm just saying.
I don't think there's a scenario where I'll be in Detroit ever again in my life. I unless I don't see it coming, I'd be pretty surprised.
No, and I'm not saying that Wiseman's a defensive presence. I'm just saying that game is why he was taken as high as he was, because they had hoped that he could become that guy.
You know what
I'm
envisioning? You know what I'm envisioning? I'm envisioning James Wiseman being put into one of these games and the Lakers just licking their chops and attacking him. You know, the Warriors they've targeted Austin Reeves a little bit in this series. Absolutely.
Why do you think that is?
Because he's Austin Reeves.
Okay. But okay, so is that, to your point, is that why maybe Jonathan Kuminga hasn't gotten more than 9 minutes at the end of a 20-point blowout?
Why is Moses, besides why is Moses Moody playing? You know what? Let's take this call from Jay. He wants to talk about Moody.
Okay.
What's up, Jay? How you doing, man?
Hey, happy Friday, fellas.
Yes, sir.
You too. Want to give a shout-out to Moses Moody. You know, there's been a lot of news about Kuminga having some comments, some dissatisfaction, but, you know, Moses Moody has been on a kind of a similar minutes restriction this year, I think, compared to last year. Definitely seeing the court less. But you know, he's come straight into the playoffs and had quality minutes every time he's on the court. He's been great on defense, chasing down loose balls, getting rebounds, hitting threes. I really, you know, it's great to see that from another young player and not seeming to have much of an attitude about it either.
Nope.
So I thought that deserves some praise.
Absolutely.
So I had to say thanks, fellas.
Absolutely. Great call. And Guru and I go back and forth on Moody. You know, I mean, Moody was great last night. Well, no, he wasn't. But he was very good, and he was productive, and he was a positive contributor in a victory. He does what he's asked to do. He plays with Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins. He knows what that means if he's part of that five or any five. He's able to look at the court, look at his teammates, and have an understanding of what his role will be that night. Kuminga is still, unfortunately, checks into a game and says, what can I do? I think Moody is, what can we do in a way? Like Kuminga's looking to make an imprint. I need Jonathan Kuminga, me, to make the imprint. Moody goes onto the court and says, I'm going to be solid, and if I get an opportunity to make an imprint, I'm going to make an imprint or try to. Like it's to me, Moody has graduated to. It's not one guy's selfish and one guy's a team player. That's not what I'm saying. But it's one guy kind of gets that he's a role player on a great team, and Kuminga is too young in a way to see that just because you're a role player now doesn't mean you're always going to be a role player.
No, Moses Moody is ahead of the curve. And
absolutely.
Even though he only played
up here.
Up top. And look, I mean, he told Steve Kerr he'd rather develop in the NBA than in college when he asked him if he was cool about not playing. That is a veteran answer. That's the kind of answer we heard from JaMychal Green at the podium last night in response to Stephen Curry's pregame 7 speech about we need buy-in.
Yep.
How can you not buy in, is JaMychal Green. That's what he's saying. But I do have to say, Moses Moody, and I told you guys this, if someone ever gave me the chance to cross up LeBron James, hit a step-back 3, I could die and retire a happy man. That was one of the coolest things, and I didn't know he had that, but that was one of the coolest moments of last night's game was Moses, and I'm sure he was ready for the moment.
Ha-ha.
No, but that's the
I'm
thing.
back with ha-ha.
But he's not a ha-ha guy. That's the point.
No, you're right. He's not.
In fact, he might be the slowest high leaper, if that makes sense, of any young guy I've ever seen. Like, he's got bounce, but he just kind of moves slowly, except for on that crossover. It's like, woo! Woo!
The 925, see, don't get bogged down, Steiny. Don't get bogged down.
What?
Steiny, Moody was great last night. For what he's asked to do, he did his role great. Tell you what. Go 5 or 6 for 9 from the field instead of 3 for 9. I'll give you a grade. Right?
Yeah, an A+.
He's 3 for 9.
But did it feel like a 3 for 9? What?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, finish off the game.
Oh.
Finish,
There's another thing I have for you. Who do you think was... Okay, so we're talking about the best player on the floor. It could be 1 of 2, 1 of 3. Who do you think had the best plus-minus last night's game without looking at the box score? Because it wasn't close, actually.
DiVincenzo.
No, but you're on the... It was Andrew Wiggins. It was a plus 35. I would not have guessed that. Just like I would not have guessed that Moses Moody was 3 for 9. Sometimes the box score lies.
No, the box score actually never lies.
What do you mean?
The box score never lies. The box score is what it is. What lies is the way the box score is interpreted. Don't get me all literal right now.
It's a Friday. Calm down.
You know what? Let's lighten the mood.
Okay.
Brian in Palo Alto. What's going on, Brian? How you doing, man?
Doing good. How you guys doing?
Oh, dynamite.
Good.
You got 45 minutes left.
So I was probably one of the first people to outspokenly criticize Draymond, almost relentlessly. I've done a 180 on that, and I'll admit I was wrong. So I was never really I was never like, get rid of Draymond after that. I'm certainly not like that now. I would want Draymond here much more assuredly than I want Poole here long term. At the right price. I mean, you can't give Draymond a max contract. You can't play a max contract for that matter. So to me, I think there's general agreement amongst the fan base. Secondly, I think with Moody, is Moody ahead of Kuminga now? Like, not just now, but moving forward? Kuminga just looks like it's a preseason game for him in the playoffs. Jogging around, bobbing his head. I mean, he just does not look engaged. And I don't really care what his issues are.
Right.
Like, this guy was a top 5 pick.
7.
This is the second straight postseason. He's unplayable. And he's done real damage to his future here. I don't think that's questionable.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me throw this at you, Brian, because you know what? I don't know if you're right or not, but that's your opinion that he may have done irreparable damage for the future. Could Poole be in the same boat?
This year?
Well, just kind of the whole attitude thing.
Especially with the postseason.
I think it's a pretty fluid concept. Poole's in the rotation, so he's sort of writing his story in real time, I think. I really couldn't tell you on pool.
Fair enough. Thanks, BPA. Have a great weekend. Love you.
By the way, I think I detected an apology on Draymond Green from BPA.
You know, I was listening to the apology, and then the guy who's in what he thinks is a power chair is in my ear trying to say, Moody missed 4 shots in garbage time.
Precisely.
Moody's a 20-year-old punk.
Thank you, Mark.
There is no garbage time.
What do you mean?
For 20-year-olds.
Why was Kuminga in then?
Exactly. Because he treats it like garbage time. You can't treat it like garbage time if you're a young player. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Thank you, Grandy.
State worker of radio.
Panthers broadcast
What does that
stay
mean?
together.
Love you guys, but sometimes, Steiny, you come across like the state worker of radio. What does that mean? The state worker.
All the California state workers I know are pretty nice.
And
I think the 415 was meant like you're more of like you work like a DMV, you know? You ever been in the DMV? People in there, not a lot of grins going around. You don't see teeth often.
I get you. Okay, I got what you're saying. I'm actually way more upbeat than you think I am, 415. By the way,
especially on a Friday.
Remember that interview we had with Bob Myers way back in the day? The question I asked,
been too many to count,
where he gave me his answer, and I said, "I don't see it, Bob."
Yep, that's a drop.
You know, that wasn't about winning a title.
It wasn't?
No.
What was it about?
It was referring to the 3 young players, Kuminga, Wiseman, and Moody. And me saying, people think these 3 guys are going to help in the postseason. And he said, okay, maybe not 3, but maybe 1.5. And you know what they have now? A half. They have a half a player.
You wouldn't say
I
one?
don't see it, Bob. I wouldn't say Moody is. I'd say he's half in the rotation. Like if
even though he's contributing to wins in the playoffs.
Come on.
Well, okay, yeah, but he's in the playoff rotation. That's a player.
Right,
is GP2 a player? Because he didn't play last night.
Well, okay. Why would Bob Myers use the phrase 1.5? What is a half?
Sorry, GP2 played in garbage time, just like Moses Moody's misses.
What did Bob mean by a half? To me, he meant one of the guys is in the top 7, and then maybe 7 or 8, and then maybe another guy's 9 or 10.
You think Bob Myers felt like coming into this season that one of those 3 guys could be in the top, could be the 7th man behind Jordan Poole?
Kuminga. Yes.
Really?
Absolutely.
Even though he did not get much burn at all last year, and especially in the playoffs.
Oh, I think that's what the whole start of the season was about. To find out what those 3 kids could do.
Was it more about Wiseman or Kuminga?
I think Kuminga was a big part of it.
Because I thought the one that they had hoped for would have been Wiseman. Because he's the only size they had behind Looney.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well,
no, I'm with you now.
The way I looked at it is I don't care who the 1 is and who the 0.5 is and who the 0 is. Because I kind of lump all those 3 together. 2, 7, and 14, those are 3 lottery picks.
Well, based on the math, you lost the 1.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess you are stuck with a half player right now.
Yeah. Let's go to Robin. Robin's in San Francisco. Hey, Robin, how are you?
Hey, you guys. Hey, Steiner. Before I get started here, I just want to give a shout out to my son. He turned 25. I can't keep up with them kids no more. Otis, the one that kicked out the house, him and his girlfriend. They never been back. They've been Vegas. They got a baby now. But get this. I went and picked up his paycheck. He said, Mom, you go pick my paycheck up for me because I want to pay you back. I said, yeah, baby, I'm going to go get your paycheck. And now you're learning because if you don't pay me back your money, you're not going to get a damn thing else. So I just wanted to give you an update on the progress of Otis and his little girlfriend. They doing well. They gave me a little grandbaby.
Nice.
I wanted say that, and he's 25, I think. I don't know about you, but I can't keep up with my kids' ages, and I call them all by the wrong name.
How old's the baby?
I'm talking. When I'm looking at you, I'm talking to you.
Okay.
I wanted to say that the 3 ball and the balls have been dropping. But what are they going to do when they're not dropping? Do you think they're already ahead of the curve? Because there is a bad 3-point game coming. It's just inevitable. Where the shots are not going to keep, not going to fall, and are they going to keep shooting up those threes. And I just like to know, if they think they got a game plan for that. And second of all, I want to ask you guys something. I'm so sick of this fan base, not just on this radio station, but on social media.
I can't stand it.
Always dogging Poole. Here's the question in life. I just want to make this a general question in life. If you have a person let's just use our children, and they start in the G League. They first and then they rise to come above the G League, and then they contribute to the championship, and they get paid for their reward. The reward is in your work. Then why is it that at that point everyone makes that person the end all be all? He got to play defense. He got to do this and he got to do that. They don't process. I hope I'm making sense. The whole information, they don't process that whole, how he's progressed and that he's got a lot more to earn and a lot more to go. I hope that makes sense.
No, it does. It absolutely does, Robin. This guy was almost out of the league. And now they want him to be the next Steph Curry. Not they, but some people do expect too much too soon out of players. And there's also kind of, how we talk about, adjustments. To me, that's one of the reasons, and I look at it as a good thing. I think Draymond Green in the postseason now is more inconsistent than he was 5 or 6 years ago. Of course. But his ability to adjust still makes him hugely viable. Like a lot of players, when they get older, it's just over, kind of. Well, Draymond can play a game one like he played game one and say, I can actually change my game to have a good game next game. And he can. But if you're a player who you just have your game and that's your game, then you can't really make an adjustment, if you know what I mean.
But isn't that people's frustration with Jordan Poole? It's that
he's 23 or whatever he is.
He is. But his game this year, and I agree that this season he has been thrown all around in terms of his role, the different minutes, the rotations, but specifically in the playoffs, I'm with Robin up to a point. You can't just dog a player for not doing everything. Some guys are better at stuff than others. But the issues, look, you played Steiny. Would you consider yourself a heady player?
Yes.
You had to play smart, correct?
Yes. Of course.
Jordan Poole, at times, does things that I cannot comprehend.
Right.
Such as fouling Dennis Schroeder with 2 seconds left in the half after going down and getting a basket. The one thing you can't do is put your paws on him. Like, that's a mental mistake. I don't care about the physical mistakes. Even if you're taking a 28-foot pull-up, I don't care about that.
What about when he makes a three and he tickles the ivories? He tickled the ivories in game one. Did you see that?
I don't feel like that would tickle your goose, but it does?
Well, just right now it does.
Oh, okay.
When he was doing it at the time, I was like, stop it. Stop it.
He is a frustrating player.
He can be, absolutely.
He's also a firecracker in a good way, and he helped the Warriors in Game 4 against Sacramento. I thought he played really well in Game 1 against Los Angeles. But, one of the reasons why we've been, up and down on Klay Thompson throughout this season is because he's been volatile, because he hasn't always been locked in. And Klay Thompson has the 4 championships and a background, a long list of things that prove that he is a winning player. Some people, I think, are still wondering if Jordan Poole can be a winning player.
I got to believe Poole won his first ring before Klay and Curry did.
Who do you think that was because of?
Poole had something to do with it.
He did.
The Quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. We're going to get to all the calls. Short segment coming up next, but we have plenty of time for your calls, and then it'll be time for the changeover. The Quest for 5 also brought to you by Mara West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together on 95.7 The Game.
Give your small business one tech solution that checks all the boxes. It's all here with the Comcast Business.
That was clearly for a purpose. Mike Malone, talk about playing chess.
I do feel like that's a team that has every right to feel disrespected. I feel like at our station, for example, I've given Denver the most respect of anybody. That includes John Dickinson.
Oh, please.
Who'll be coming in next.
Well, you and I clearly haven't talked enough. Oh.
I think Denver's really good.
I was telling you early in the season.
No, yeah, but then you gave up.
What do you mean I gave up?
Remember, you and Guru were the same. They lost the game.
They lost to the Spurs.
Exactly.
At home.
Yeah. And then they stink. They stink for the next month till you watch another game.
But now I realize, shout out Guru, new information. I realized this is actually a turning point.
Welcome to the chair. Dale in Cupertino. Jesus. What's up, Dale? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Happy Cinco de Mayo, Friday, you name it. And I actually got a weekend to enjoy this weekend. The last many weekends I've been too busy. So
sweet,
I want to talk about the rat on the roster. You want to make your pitch right now?
I'm sorry, one more time?
What about a bet?
I want to talk about the rat on the roster. I think you always give some company credit at that point.
Oh, Atco.
Anyway,
yeah, that's sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pet control needs.
Concerned, and I don't sway easy. I still was for him after the KD incident. I was still supporting him after the pool punch. But if you watch him during the game, he overcoaches the young players during the game. You don't coach in the game. He's like Aaron Rodgers. He thinks he's running this team now. And, basically, Bogut gave him good advice to coach young players, but he's gone way past that these days where he's just trying to run the whole place. He's got to go on to the New York Jets, too, or something.
I hear what you're saying. Thanks, Dale, for the call. I appreciate it. Iguodala bothers me more when it comes to that kind of thing.
What?
Like pretending you run the team.
What do you mean? I mean, they show him on the bench on television as much as Steve Kerr. I mean, he might as well be. Well, because of his veteran leadership, of him. I mean, you didn't see him sitting on the bench talking to Jordan Poole last night, telling him, "Hey, young guy, stay in the game." You didn't see when Poole went to the locker room a little disgruntled. Andre Iguodala goes back in, brings him out.
Iguodala's shark has been jumped. He's jumped the shark. He has. I believe Warrior fans. Let's put it this way. I believe Warrior fans aren't as crazy as Iguodala.
The jury's out on Andre Iguodala.
As they used to be. Let's put it that way. I'm going to say it right here. And I'm interested. If you're telling me Andre Iguodala is a Hall of Famer, Michael Cooper's got to be in the discussion.
That's my question.
Michael Cooper's got to be in the discussion.
Better three-point shooter.
Well,
Michael Cooper's got a Defensive Player of the Year, by the way.
Thank you.
As many as Draymond Green.
Thank you. 5 titles. Does that count for anything? 5. And did you know he scored 16 points in the famous Magic Johnson game?
Not 18.
Chris is in San Jose.
Check that box.
What's up, Chris?
What's up? How we doing today, gentlemen?
Man,
amazing.
Doing great.
I just wanted to touch bases on last night's game and just cover two things. One, Moses Moody. I had a call last time about you guys asking who we should use outside the main core, and I said Moses Moody, and I think I can agree that it wasn't a spectacular game, but he's getting those rebounds, he's getting threes, he's getting the shots. I really feel like we can use more minutes for him, and I'm not saying to take away Poole's minutes, but I feel they can go 50-50 for that position. What do you guys think?
Hey, Chris, you know what? You're 100% right.
What do you say?
The bottom line with Moses Moody is he is smart enough to realize that when he gets into a game and he's playing for an NBA championship and he's playing with Hall of Famers, that he might have to defer a little bit and might have to let the game come to him and might have to do the dirty work. That's pretty smart for a 20-year-old because the Warriors apparently had 2 other 20-year-olds that couldn't not make the game about them. Kuminga's not ready yet to make the game about anything other than him. I want to be clear. It's not selfishness. It's more youth, experience, age. Moses Moody, he played 1 year at Arkansas But this guy's a grown-up. He's a grown-up. He's just one of those guys who at 21 or 20 is grown up. Kuminga and Wiseman, different circumstances, need a little more maturity. Is that? Am I killing those guys for saying what I just said?
And I'm glad you mentioned Arkansas, because let's put the rat on the table. Got interrupted during the call. I apologize for that. Sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. You know why Moses Moody played such a smart game last night? You know why he was poised?
Why?
Because his head coach in college, Eric Musselman, was there in the building last night. Talked to him before the game.
Oh, did you?
Saw him. I didn't talk.
Did you get his new number?
No, but he's willing to come on the station anytime.
Of course he is. Love you, Muss.
But that's
Probably
why,
still in
Sonny.
the Bay.
No, it was a joke. But
he wasn't at the game?
No. He was at the game. I'm saying that wasn't the reason why Moses Moody was so good. Yeah. But he got the pep talk from his head coach, and also a big part of cultivating the young veteran-minded man that is Moses Moody.
I mean, the bottom line is Kuminga, didn't go to college, went right to the G League, didn't have as much playing experience. Wiseman played 3 games at Memphis, and Moses Moody played for one of the best teams in the country, a nationally prominent program for a year, and I think that year's showing. Doug's in Berkeley. Hey, Doug, how you doing?
Hey, guys, I'm doing well. I just got a couple of thoughts. Basically what you just said, Steiny. Wiseman played 3 games in Memphis. He was a kid. He's like a high school kid.
Right.
We didn't know how to develop a center. I put the blame on the Warriors as much as I do, if not more, than I do on Wiseman.
All right.
Okay? And here's the reason. Here's what I mean that they didn't know about. They started him. First year they drafted him. Kerr started him. He played him over anybody else you could have put at center. Doesn't know anything. He's never coached a center. He's never played with a dominant center in his career.
Interesting point.
It's not Wiseman's fault. We have no idea how good Wiseman or how bad Wiseman's going to be. We have no idea. Second thing, real quick, about Draymond, and we couldn't win any titles without him. Absolutely true. But we couldn't win any titles without Steph.
Right.
Without Clay.
Right.
That's strengthening, but our team is the perfect example of that.
Thanks, Doug. Appreciate it. Breaking up a little bit, but your points certainly made it. Absolutely made it. I mean, you know what? Sometimes something's said and it just hits you, and something Doug just said hit me. So Wiseman played 3 games at Memphis. 3 games.
Yeah.
That's it. And he started his rookie year for the Golden State Warriors. And I get it. They weren't the Warriors. But think about that. And Kerr said, hey,
Kerr's apologized for that, by the way.
Yeah, but it's up to the kid to get it back.
On hollow ears.
Exactly. The Quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. You know what's coming up next? The Changeover on 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help.
back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, this is the crossover brought to you by California Academy of Science. Every visit supports the Academy's mission to regenerate the natural world. Learn more and reserve your ticket at calacademy.org, and you must regenerate the natural world, gentlemen.
Yeah, you must, yeah.
JD and Dan Dibley in the house. What's going on, guys?
I don't catch a nickname. I get formal, like my government name. He gets JD, and I get Dan Dibley.
You have any middle names?
Steiny?
Oh.
Edward, Edward.
Nostradamus.
Daniel Edward Dibley.
Yes, thank you. We're from English stock.
Okay.
The wrong side of the channel, unfortunately. The wrong side of the tracks in England.
And let me let the listeners know that JD is coming in hot today. He
So
first
hot.
noted that this year, St. Patrick's Day and Cinco de Mayo, both on a Friday.
Those
on
are
a
facts.
Friday.
Those are facts.
Yeah, doesn't happen every year. So, you know.
No,
So-
but I'll just say this, though, because based on the way that leap year goes, those 2 days will always be on the same day of the week.
That is correct.
You're welcome.
That is correct.
Because I know this because
Yeah, but they're not always Fridays.
Correct. It would be every 7 years.
But every
or-
year they are the same. Every year they are the same day. Like
Exactly.
next year, for example, they will both be. It would be Sundays because there's a leap.
See,
in
you're so
between.
smart.
Of course.
But I know this because actually all three of my children and I have our birthdays on the same day of the week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's my two sons are 4 weeks apart, and then my youngest and I are 8 weeks apart, and then my baby and I are 2 weeks apart. So, like every year, it's like, okay, our birthday's on a fill in the blank this year.
Nice.
Oh, that's nice. You can keep track.
It's easier to keep track.
All
Yeah.
right, well, sorry, his birthday's Wednesday's going to be tough this year.
No, and it's tough as Evan, as you get older, you'll start to realize it's like, damn, how old am I? And you got to actually like stop and do the math because these years they go by so fast. It's like sometimes I think I'm a certain age, and then I remember what year I was born, and then I do the math. It's like, damn.
No, that's true. No, we had a call. I think Robin called in earlier and said she forgot how old her kid was. Around 25, right?
Right.
You know, that's not that bad.
What?
The specific. Look, I know
like
what
how
my
old's your oldest?
I think she's 24, 25.
Case in point. The ballpark.
I mean, my middle one just turned 21, and my youngest
That's an important
is
one.
Still 16. Her birthday's in October.
Man.
Which birthdays would you identify as the ones you have to know, like for your kids? Well, then it turned 10, like 20?
It starts with one.
Probably
Okay,
all of them until
one.
like 18.
I would think so, yeah.
And then you just kind of let them loose.
Yes and no, but I mean, honestly, like the big ones for your kids are, one, the early ones, the 1, the 2, the 3, the 4, the 5, and then 10's big. 12 was always big.
Yeah. 13 was big because it was you're a
You're a
teen.
Going to high
you're a
school or so-
teenager.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And then
Oh, that's right.
16, maybe you can drive, and 18, pack your things.
Post-pubescent, yeah.
Right.
So,
Yeah, maybe for some of us.
Yeah,
Keep going for that.
As it relates to last night's game,
Sure.
I came out of that game thinking I wouldn't make too much out of it. It's 1-1. The Lakers now have home court, and tomorrow's just a completely new and different game.
Yeah, I actually took a lot out of it.
Did you?
Yes.
You didn't think.
No,
you knew
thought
that you knew the Lakers weren't going to be
For
able
the
to
Warriors,
put together.
I
a
told you in the
monster
changeover
performance.
yesterday that, and I tried to goad you into making a prediction. Then we both agreed that you're not allowed to make a prediction.
You didn't hear his
but-
prediction today?
No, he better
Just
not
let
have
him-
made one.
let him go,
He
right?
better not have
Huh?
made one.
Huh?
I'll go to the
It
tape.
wasn't it
because-
wasn't a prediction.
Good, because you've lost your right,
Debate.
quite
Thank God.
frankly. But I thought it was a double-digit feet on the ottoman kind of game, as Mark Willard would say, an ottoman game, and it was. But I do take something out of it, and the one thing I take out of it is the Warriors have somebody who can guard Anthony Davis. And it doesn't mean he's going to stop him every single time down, but to me, you saw it in game one in the end, the Warriors now have somebody who can guard Anthony Davis and make it tough on him. That I think is a takeaway.
I would agree. I would agree, but 2 quick fouls can change that.
Sure.
It's
Which is what happened in
fragile.
game one.
Right.
Yeah, no, and it did happen in game one, and then Davis had his way. I thought the Warriors did a much better job on Schroeder and D'Angelo Russell in game two as opposed to game one, although sometimes those two can guard themselves just
Right.
based on the night. But the thing that sticks out, there's a lot of things, but the Warriors making 21 threes in both games is interesting. I mean, that's something that probably doesn't keep up as this series goes on.
Yeah.
But the Warriors are getting good looks. I thought the Warriors' patience last night was just much better. They didn't take as many threes. They shot a better clip, obviously, because of it, and they were just much more patient attacking the basket in ways to where they weren't going to get their shots thrown like they did in Game 1.
I just think it's always interesting that you can look, anybody can look at this series. Oh, you know what? The Warriors made 21 threes in both games, but it's only 1-1.
Right.
You'd think they'd be up 2-0. So the Lakers have something to hold on to. The Lakers have not made threes yet.
They
I
might
don't know.
not, though.
You're right.
Other than one game.
You're right. They might not. I just
Their
felt
difference was the paint points and the free throws. I mean, they completely made up in Game 1 for those threes, like we talked about yesterday with the paint
Which
points
they
and free
seemed
throws.
completely disinterested in getting or trying to get.
The Warriors made it harder on them, though.
That's true.
Especially early. They ended up, I think, over 50% shooting in the paint, but it wasn't that way in the first half as the Warriors were taking the game over in that second quarter.
No, but to Dibbs' point, like I threw this by signing as far as what I took away. Who would you say was the best player on Golden State last night?
Klay Thompson.
Klay Thompson.
Okay, sure. But I feel if you said Steph Curry, I wouldn't say you're wrong.
Right.
If you said Draymond Green, I wouldn't say you're wrong. It was the best
If you said Jordan Poole, I would say show yourself out.
I would say hit the pike. But if in Game 1 you said who's the best player in the Lakers, it's unequivocally Anthony Davis.
Right.
Anthony Davis has to be the Lakers' best player, in my opinion, for them to win this series.
I don't think so. And
I don't know if you would say the same thing about Golden State.
One thing JD and I were talking about, and we'll get into it as we get through our show today, 2 to 6, is the nature of the free throws. And the Lakers already pre-complaining for Game 3. Oh, he didn't get the whistle. They need the whistle. They need the Warriors in foul trouble, to your point, Steiny, about 2 quick ones on Draymond. They need the Warriors in foul trouble playing a little bit more tentatively, and they also need free points at the line. Dennis Schroeder didn't get free points from the line. Anthony Davis was completely neutralized. The Lakers did not get to the foul line anywhere near the level that they want to, and I think that's critical for them, not only to get free points, but also to make the Warriors play a little bit softer.
And where they can buy a little rest.
Yeah.
True.
Buy a little bit
the
of rest.
game was much more open last night, so the Warriors could relentlessly attack them.
Yeah, and I think everything's right on the money. And the one thing I think is, and I always go back to, when I go back, but 40 years ago in the 80s, it was the same thing. Celtics-Lakers was essentially the same thing. The Celtics could not let the Lakers get out and run or they were going to lose. The Lakers didn't want to play in a half court. So the Celtics just paced, slowed it up. They fouled. They didn't give up any easy baskets. They pounded the offensive glass. The Lakers have to do that to the Warriors, and the Warriors have to try to get out and run and spread it out.
Yeah, it's interesting what JD said about them showing patience when they played so fast. And you're right, but how do you play that fast and still show patience? That's a tough needle to thread, but they threaded it last night because every time they would get a rebound or even take the ball out of the basket, it was long outlet pass, burst in the front court, try to get early offense. If not, then get into it and be patient. But I think that they put the Lakers on their heels from the opening tip in terms of we're going to have the ball in the front court really fast, and you're going to have to defend early and often.
Yeah, and I think it was the old chicken and the egg game last night, too, with as far as did the offense ignite the defense or did the defense ignite the offense? Because the first quarter, I'm texting Steiny, like the Lakers look really comfortable again. Basically the 5th straight quarter that
They're
the
up
Lakers
7, I think, right?
offensively looked like the Warriors, in some ways, looked like the Warriors couldn't stop them. But as the pace really picked up and as the Warriors' offense became more efficient, then the Lakers can't really keep up with this unless they are getting to the free throw line a lot or there are stoppages or the game gets mucked up a little bit more than it had been.
And I wonder, if the adjustment for the Lakers isn't to get more of their offensive-minded guys on the floor, and that includes, to me, Rui Hachimura, who was so good early in the game, hitting the three-pointers and getting D'Angelo Russell more involved. And I don't know if it means less Anthony Davis in terms of the offense, but I think the Lakers have an ability with Reeves to play a little bit faster if they want.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I don't know enough about the Lakers personnel to talk about they could put Lonnie Walker in or something like that.
Right.
To me, their adjustment's more of a pace adjustment. They might have those moves. I just don't want to speak for something I don't really know. I know what certain guys will give.
It does feel like they need to grind the game to a halt to play their best game. I think that was also a common theme of their late season run after they have this new form roster, because simply put, they just don't have enough consistent shooters out there, and especially if you're not even going to try and play Malik Beasley, who's their best 3-point shooter, until garbage time, then you are making a concentrated effort not to attack from the outside. Everything has to be at the rim or around or cutters. And to me, and I don't know what you guys thought of this too, there seemed to be more so in the second half, but even at times in the first half, it felt like kind of a lack of interest from Los Angeles. Those kind of second efforts and third efforts to rotate where we saw in game one, they're making the Warriors work for every single basket, even though they hit 21 threes. There was, I thought, less defensive intention from Los Angeles last night compared to game one.
I think they shut it down.
Yeah.
I think it just got to a point where you want to work hard to maybe have a chance to win this game and have that take a little out of us for game 3 or game 4. Not worth it. And so they, in some ways, made a business decision as far as the rest of the series.
Did they load manage a playoff game?
It's kind of how they roll.
They
did that against Memphis. They won the first game, and then the second game got away, and they gave up on it.
They have to.
They won the third game, and they won the games in L.A., obviously, and played well. And I think you'll see it a little different story in L.A., but then they went back to Memphis the fifth game. That game got away. They said, bleep it.
Game 2 was closer in the Memphis series than game 2 against the Warriors. They just got the doors blown off them. I think they hung around in game 2 against Memphis. That was the only thing I was like, okay, well, if they're not going to go all in, then you had better make sure that the 4 wins you try to get, that you go all in for, you got to win all of them.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That might be their only shot. Beasley, I think, might play. That's the one guy I think could play more.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. I compared, remember in 2018 when J.R. Smith made the bonehead play? The minute that happened, the series was over. It was over. That was the game that Cleveland had to get.
Yeah.
And I feel like, in a way, and even if they get that game, they probably still don't win the series, but it's far more competitive. I really felt like last night, or game 1, the Lakers are smart enough to say they're coming off of game 7. This is the one we're investing in. And so, again, I said this earlier, so the natural thing is, well, what if they would have lost that game? Yeah. They would have been in big trouble.
You lose that game when you have a 14-point lead with 6 minutes to go, and then you get run out in game 2 in the second half, then night-night, potentially.
The Lakers can't invest that much in a game and lose it.
Well,
and
especially
still
if
win the
top
series.
2 guys are playing 85 minutes.
And I think we're
you
getting
put the
full
shoe on the other
investment
foot.
next 2.
Well, I think you put the shoe on the other foot, though, from the Warriors' standpoint, and you look at these next 2 games, and you think maybe game 3 is a mirror image of what the Lakers did in game 2. If you go down to L.A. and you find yourself falling behind and maybe things aren't going your way early, maybe you then shut it down because as a Warrior team, you just need one of those. You don't need both.
Yep.
You need one of them to get home court back, and you feel good about if it's 2-2 coming home for a game 5 and you have 2 of the next 3 at home, you feel good then about game 5, our best foot forward. The Warriors can win, I think, a one-off elimination game against the Lakers better than they can go down there and think that we need to win both these games.
It's like they're 2 teams. They're too smart for their own good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're trying to manipulate the series in a way or figure it out. And I think, the every other game, you almost have to take a long look at the series or a longer look. Now, I'm not saying
especially
something
when
happens
you got
in game
older guys on your team.
Right. I'm not saying you look down to 6 or 7, game 6 or 7 that isn't guaranteed yet, but you're darn right. You have to, when you get down 18 early in the second last night, when do you want to pull the plug?
Well, I think the Warriors would love the fact that I think they feel like the Lakers they're a much better conditioned team. The Warriors are. They want to play faster. They're more used to playing faster. And that the Lakers have to really slow it down to hang in the series. And so I think the Warriors have got to feel pretty good about where they're at as far as continuing to push, and maybe it takes a piece out of the Warriors for the next series. Maybe ultimately it all takes enough out of them to where they can't win the title. But the one thing I do think is fair to look at these first two games is the Warriors, I think, because they're used to wearing opponents down, might be thinking, hey, we can definitely wear these guys down, because you already saw a little bit of it in game two.
And maybe that's what the feeling out game was about. I mean, I wonder, because it is tough to take big picture, in my opinion, a whole lot away from that game. I think there was some individual matchups that were interesting, but if Steve Kerr is calling game one a feeling out game, you're heading down to LA, is it, because I don't know if they're on the road, if they make that 14-0 run with 6 minutes left in
Probably
game
don't.
one. So, I mean, in a way, you're kind of looking at, all right, what do we need to do? You need to continue to shoot the ball well. You have to try and keep Los Angeles out of the paint. Have to try and defend without fouling. Even though they did all of those things in game two, those are tall tasks, especially when Los Angeles has a little more rest and is back on their home court for the first time in a building that I assume is going to have, dare I say, maybe some more juice than even Chase Center.
Yeah, to me, there are two things going on, and I get it. Warrior fans are feeling pretty good, but Lakers got the split.
Yeah.
They got their split.
No doubt.
And I get it. The Warriors have won their last two road games, but it's going to be a little bit different down there.
The Lakers are still in a position where they can say they've got it right where they want it until they lose one of the games in LA.
Well, so the Warriors go down there thinking in terms of what you just say. The Lakers got their split. How do the Warriors go down there and get their split? And they look at game three and they say, well, Steph played 30 minutes and Clay and Draymond played about 30 minutes. So you go in there fresher than the Lakers were in game two. So it comes down to that first 2 or 2.5 or 3 quarters of basketball. And if the game is not going your way, if the whistle's not going your way, and if LA's beating you up and Anthony Davis is having his way and you find your way down 11 or 12, then maybe you're in a spot where you pull the plug earlier than you would have. And you look at the Lakers last night, they're down 68-60, 2 minutes in to the third quarter, and the Warriors go on a 14-4 run. So now you're down 18. And at that point, you got about 4 minutes to decide whether or not you really want to make a go or not. And you get to the end of the third quarter, and it's clear this baby's over. So I'm not saying that Steve Kerr and company will pull the plug that quickly in game three, but you do know that you've got 96 minutes in LA, and you only need one of them. So if it's not going your way in game three, it's okay, maybe not for fans or for broadcasters, but in your mind as a Warrior player and the Warriors organization, you know what you're faced with. Just win one of the two.
Yeah, it's a clean slate. I mean, I know they don't have home court for the last five games, but like you said, Dibs, all you got to do is get one. And I do wonder how much we'll see LeBron and AD in game three, even if the Lakers fall behind some, because, I mean, they waved the white flag. Like, their minds were already on the plane in the third quarter. And I think that LeBron James kind of, whatever, he was asking for a challenge on the Moses Moody 3 on the foul. Like, that was his I'm tapping out. Along with, have you ever seen LeBron get back cut on an inbounds play? Like, ever?
Yeah, I have. Because I have. Just, in fact, it was happening a lot early in the year when they had their crappy team. I mean, they were as gutless a team.
But that's the point. Like they were checked out.
Well, they also weren't very good, and he isn't what he used to be, especially defensively. And I think he just like I have seen it. Like, I've seen him look pretty bad these last couple of years with the Lakers, and it's part of the reason why they haven't had the record that they've had, is because he can't carry him and refuses to carry him like he used to try and carry teams. So
I also think that's why Anthony Davis I think he has to be their best player, because he's the only guy now that can be a force on both sides or both ends.
Well, and I think the Warriors would love LeBron to try to take over if they could keep everybody else down. I mean, that's the template, because there's no way he's going to be able to do it over and over.
He should change his name to JJ James, because he's basically JJ Redick.
Okay.
That's what
he was in the first half.
He thinks that he is like Reggie Miller reincarnate. Go ahead and shoot the three, LeBron.
Take the easy way out.
Oh my God.
You hit it.
Yeah, every time I see LeBron take a three, I think he's tired or he's old.
He's tired of being old.
It just takes so much more effort to drive than to shoot a three. It's unbelievable. So,
but even when you're LeBron James, where you don't have to go by anybody, all you have to do is get in within 6 feet, and no one can stop you.
In a way, that takes more out of you because there's so many bodies.
And you used to bully people in D3. I know that.
Got a big butt.
The one thing I've noticed about LeBron over the last 3 to 5 years is, and I'll use the term, he's getting roofed more than he ever has gotten roofed.
That's a volleyball term.
Yeah, he goes up and he's just getting smothered, and it's because he's lost a little athleticism. But if you want to talk about something you can live with, I'll live with 8 threes a game from LeBron James.
And the back cut point, like the back cut is what you said about him going 75%. Like the back, like him getting beat on that stuff is the fact that he knows there's certain chunks of games where he's playing at C+ effort and he's not quite as locked in, and it just leads to those opportunities to beat him if you're the Warriors. Like that's part of the game plan. That's part of the secret sauce. Keep making them work.
The other thing is, as opposed to when you wave the white flag, because I think both teams are going to be cognizant of that. Problem is, if I'm the Lakers and I get behind the Warriors by 16 in the second half, honest to God, that's getting there. That's getting to white flag territory.
If you're the Lakers.
Correct. Yeah. But if you're down 15 to the Warriors, but if the Warriors can get down 22, and they still got a shot. You know what I mean?
I heard you say that earlier, and you're absolutely right, because 4 possessions, 12 points. Now we got a 10-point ball game. They got to call timeout, and we got action.
And you know what that is? That's important. This is where the 3 is huge. I mean, you're down 11, and you make 3 threes, you're there. Guess what? The Lakers are going to get a 3-point play, then 2, then 2. That's their run.
The Lakers are prone to having some scoring droughts,
no doubt,
which can open the door, I think, for the Warriors to keep pushing in some of these games. But the Warriors have played a couple of really ugly games down there, and I know Curry played in one of them, and they both were after the trades that the Lakers made, and so we'll see. I mean, this is another one of these road tests as far as, did they really figure it out in the Sacramento series on the road, or was that just...
Exactly.
It was just what they had to do, the desperation. Because the truth is, they really aren't in desperation mode until Game 6.
No. And did they figure it out in terms of how to put the team on the floor with JaMychal Green? Is that all of a sudden now just a ready-made fix for the rest of the series, or are there more adjustments? Do the Lakers adjust to JaMychal Green and then the Warriors go back to Looney? I don't know if you can go to an all-small lineup with Jordan Poole right now, because young man is lost.
But it sounds like you think JaMychal's going to be starting Game 3.
I do think so, yeah. I think the dimension that he brings, even though he gets the ball, he's open, he looks at the logo and the laces.
Lines it up.
He lines it up, still no one closing out, and he goes to shoot, and it's a long draw on that 3. I mean, am I wrong,
He's
Steiner?
casting, yeah.
No,
he's totally casting.
I'm a firm believer in that. He's never going to be able to make enough threes for them to guard him. That's what they have to live with. They have to.
Well, and the Warriors are hoping he goes 2 for 4.
Exactly.
You just got to make a couple of them.
Exactly.
You just have to make a couple of them to make him pay. I thought DiVincenzo.
Yes.
Much better.
Well, Poole being so bad opened the door for DiVincenzo to play more, and DiVincenzo plays better when he plays more. So the Warriors have kind of been fighting that. Oh, DiVincenzo, there's only 15 minutes. Well, he didn't play well.
Were you guys surprised to see
28 last night. He played great.
I was going to say GP2 on ice,
and Moody chips in.
And it was Moody. Moody was taking Peyton's minutes.
Yeah.
I think Peyton's just more, he's just less of a threat.
The Lakers also don't have any guards that can really challenge, like the way De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk
a threat offensively, whether they're good or not. Players that just aren't a threat offensively are like that. Just the Lakers need as many of those as possible. So whether it's Looney and Draymond, whether it's Peyton, whoever it is, sometimes if Poole's playing bad.
And unfortunately for the Warriors, and I'm not saying it's going to get them beat because they'll have enough, but they have too many players who are either offensive or defensive players.
So even like Peyton, the only way Peyton's scoring is if he's left wide open for a corner 3 or it's a dunk off the play.
Yeah. All right. Guys, have a great show.
Steiny.
Have a great weekend. And we'll see you Monday. We'll reconvene.
It's a nice uptake.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, it's a great Friday. It's a happy Friday. I miss my partner, Mark Willard, but I am happy to have my running man, my running mate, John Dickinson in the building, a pre-flight JD. What time are you flying out, JD? I know you're locking in on Game 3 down in L.A.
Yeah, 9:05 out of OAK. 9:05 tonight. Quick shot down to LAX. Get in about 10:30 or so, over to the hotel.
Nice.
Maybe enjoy a little Cinco de Mayo.
Okay.
Just a taste.
Just a touch.
Just maybe maybe a little margarita and a shot.
What's
maybe.
your parking situation when you go out to Oakland Airport? Because I always go to Air Park, the great Stephen Douglas, great lot on 98th Avenue, in case you ever need it. Quality long-term parking, great regular shuttle service. Go to Air Park. Tell them Dibs sent you.
I like that. I bypass that. I'm going BART, and you're there.
Look at you.
Yeah.
You go BART and then the BART extension.
Today, BART extension. That's how I rolled today, just because I didn't want to be driving in on a Friday, and then you're getting out on a Friday.
Good point, yeah.
So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to bypass it. I'm coming in at a time where there aren't going to be a lot of people on BART. Got here in a breeze. Got my bags here. I'm ready.
Yeah, I saw that. You look locked and loaded, ready to go. John Dickinson will be there, boots on the ground for us live for Game 3. But today, it's about you, Warrior fan, and it's about your calls. 888-957-9570. The phone lines are open for you and your calls because we want to hear from you as far as what did you take away from Game 2? How much permanence do you put in to what you saw? Because, JD, you mentioned it during the changeover. There's Game 1. It went the way it went. Game 2, totally different. I don't know what sort of a carryover effect you have from one game to the next in any best of 7.
Well, the Warriors really, I thought, coming off of Game 1, they had the sound of a team that was pretty confident even in defeat. And I'm always a little leery when a team sounds the way that the Warriors did as far as immediately acknowledging things that they thought they could correct and seeing pathways to playing a lot better in Game 2. And then they go out and they get down at the end of the first quarter, 33-26, and it felt, I thought, like an extension of Game 1 a little bit, but then they just blow the doors off the joint in quarter 2 and quarter 3, and you look up at the end of the night, and it's a 27-point blowout, and I found myself thinking at the end of the night, Dibs, a lot of the things that they talked about so confidently in defeat after Game 1 on Tuesday night, they went out and executed in Game 2 on Thursday night, and that, I think, bodes really well for the remainder of this series as things shift now to Southern California.
What'd you make of the Steph Curry performance? Because I was fascinated with the way he went about playing almost from the outset, because they were top blocking him, as we like to say. They were top locking him. They were taking away any of his ability to get a shot off from 25, 28, 30, 32. They did not want Steph Curry to get into any kind of rhythm, and it seemed like he immediately in that game shifted into full, true point guard mode where he was only interested in getting his teammates involved. Only 12 shot attempts, JD, and this after, a 38-shot performance in Game 7 against Sacramento.
He controlled the game. It was awesome. He controlled the game. He got rid of it. He attacked. He was patient. He was confident. It was the quintessential point guard performance, not hunting shots, understanding that Klay Thompson was the guy who had the hot hand, and that if the ball movement was quicker, that they could beat the Laker shot blockers to the punch. And I think that's exactly what the Warriors did. They played faster, but they also played more poised, and they knocked the Lakers from the 10 block shots in Game 1 down to 3. Just a non-existent paint presence, really, for L.A. But the Warriors had a lot to say about the reason why, and Steph Curry in particular had a lot to say about the reason why, just by way he commanded the game. It was almost a Chris Paul point guard clinic, the non-shooting stuff, the stuff that they always say, well, this is why Chris Paul is more of a true point guard than over the years.
No, exactly.
Steph can do all of that and hit you with maybe the best shooter in NBA history.
But it's funny because if you would have parachuted in for this one game, having never seen Steph Curry play in your life, you would have thought he was one of the true great point guards in the association just by the way he was a maestro. He orchestrated the game. He was not forcing his shots. He wound up only taking, 5 3-point shots in the game, 3 of 5 from 3, and 2 of those came right before he got pulled out. Felt like a little bit that Steph Curry was trying to get his numbers toward the end of the game, JD, when they left him in there to start the fourth quarter. Even though the game was already well in hand, Steph got the last couple of minutes to go out there and, pad the stats a little bit. He wound up with 20, but you mentioned Klay Thompson, 8 of 11 from 3, 30 points in 31 minutes. That was not quite a Claymaker game, but it might have been if he would have played a full 4 quarters.
Klay's best games always tend to have the same vibe to them. His best games always look like games where he's not taking bad shots. Like his bad games, how many times in his bad games you go, oh God, that was a bad shot. That was a quick one. Did he take that one because he missed the last one? There was none of that. And maybe it's just that they were all going in and I'm just, singing the praises because of the result. Come down my road, if you will, on that, Dibs. But it just seemed like he was much more in control of what he was trying to do last night when he got the ball, taking the right shot. And you look up, again, I know because of the blowout, only 31 minutes, but that 17 to 18 shot range for Klay, that's where you want it to be. You want it to be 11, 12 makes in 17 to 19 attempts with a high percentage from 3, and that's exactly what he was able to do in the game last night.
30 points on 18 field goal attempts. Curry had 20 on 12 attempts, but really, I think the story of the starting 5, obviously not the key player, not the superstar of the game, but Kevon Looney out, not feeling well, only played 12 minutes off the bench. He was under the weather. JaMychal Green gets the start. And JD, that first opening stint, I think it was about 5 minutes, maybe 6 minutes. JaMychal Green left open from 3, knocked down a couple, and I think that was key early to be able to space the Lakers out a little bit and get some production from JaMychal Green.
Yeah, it was highly necessary because he provides something that Kevon Looney doesn't, and the Lakers are going to give him a lot of those shots, and so he was welcome to take them. When you look at the corner 3, they were all corner 3 attempts and then paint attempts for JaMychal Green in the game last night. And the shots that he makes, you're not accounting for 15 from JaMychal Green.
Right.
That's just, if you're the Lakers, you're thinking, he might make 2 threes.
Maybe.
And you're thinking 4 to 6 in terms of the point production at best. And what you're hoping for is that he clanks a couple of those threes and it leads to maybe some transition opportunities going the other way. To me, when he makes them, it's almost backbreaking because, as Steiny pointed out in the changeover, you're probably still going to give him those shots anyway because you're convinced that he can't beat you. Well, last night he helped beat the Lakers.
You, yeah.
He
no
beat
doubt.
you. I mean, 15 points. That's where, if you're the Warriors, and I think both teams are in this mode a little bit, in that the Lakers need Anthony Davis and LeBron to be the 2 alphas, but they also need a couple other guys to be able to score, and they got that in game 1. You can get away with Steph Curry having 20 if you're the Warriors and controlling the game the way he did if you're going to get 15 of that offset by JaMychal Green.
Yeah,
Big
20
time.
and 12 from Steph Curry. JaMychal Green gets 15 points in 13 minutes, and here's your plus-minus is a fraud stat du jour, JD. Andrew Wiggins, he was a plus 35.
He was good, though.
He was fine. He played good, solid defense.
I don't know if he was plus 35 good, but he was really good.
Offensively, he didn't really provide too much. He was 3 of 8 offensively. Defensively, yes, he was great. He D'd up LeBron James. He did an awesome job of that. Only 2 turnovers in 30 minutes. He rebounded a little bit. He distributed the ball a little bit. I think defensively is where he made his bones last night. But offensively, what, was he the 4th or 5th best player for the Warriors, just purely offensively?
Yeah, I think you could make that case, but I do think he took the right shots, and he kept the ball moving. He got to the free throw line a couple of times. I just thought his energy was good. I thought his energy was better, and it's not so much the result necessarily for Wiggins, but it's just how does he look? Because I think there's been some games where he's clearly looked like physically he's closer to 100%. And then there's been other games where it's looked as if maybe he's still trying to work through some of the wall of missing 2 months and coming back. I thought last night was a game where he looked spry and bouncy and athletic and enthused, and the Warriors need that version of Andrew Wiggins, even if he isn't going to score at a real high clip.
Speaking of spry and enthused, Dante DiVincenzo looked all that and more, and he looked a little bit more confident. I know he was only 2 of 8 from three-point range, a couple of big threes he did hit. He wound up with 8 points off the bench in 28 minutes, a lot of hustle plays, good quality bench energy, I thought, from Dante DiVincenzo, which is what the Warriors had been missing over the last small handful of games. And do you think it's just as easy for Dante as he needs that kind of playing time in order to get comfortable?
I think that's a huge part of it. I think he's played better down the stretch when he was in that 25 to 30 minute range, when he was starting because Wiggins was out. And so last night, I think he brought it, but I think because of Jordan Poole's bad game and needing to get less minutes from him, it opened the door for DiVincenzo to just know that he had a little bit more free reign to get out there and let it all hang out, make some mistakes. So that's one, as we start to shift a little bit toward what's next.
Yeah.
And it was 2 different Jordan Pooles from game 1 to game 2. But I think one thing the Warriors might believe they can get away with is if it is the bad Jordan Poole, well, maybe Poole only plays 15 minutes. But now in this series, and I think the Warriors were uncomfortable with this in the Sacramento series because DiVincenzo just wasn't making shots.
Right.
He doesn't quite have to make shots at the level that you did against Sacramento because they're such a prolific offensive team. Against the Lakers, even when the Lakers are playing well, they're not going to necessarily shoot a high clip for the entire game. And so there's just more opportunities to maybe miss some shots and still be effective, which I think DiVincenzo needs to be effective. And
Absolutely.
And so he had it, and he was a positive force for them.
Jordan Poole, 16 minutes off the bench. He had 6 points. He did foul 5 times, and that was really part of the frustration from Jordan Poole. A little bit rough on defense and a couple of just really reckless fouls on the defensive end as well. 888-957-9570. Your phone calls are coming up on the other side. Plus, we'll get some sound in from Steve Kerr, Klay Thompson, who had a game-high 30 points as well. And we'll get more thoughts from JD. He's heading to L.A. to the Crypto.com arena for his Warriors Live show tomorrow with Whitey Gleason. And obviously Game 3 from Los Angeles. And he'll be down there for Game 4 on Monday as well. 888-957-9570. Your phone calls coming up. We are sponsored by Hint Water. It's Willard and Dibbs with JD in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
Hint Water. Delicious fruit-infused water with 0 sweeteners and 0 calories. Hint's 25 flavors.
Staples stores are a new world of possible with innovative tools for small business and remote workers and learners. Explore more at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
Curry throws it into Looney. Curry takes a handoff, chased by Vanderbilt. Pump fake, head fake, down the lane, scoop to the hoop, flipped it up and in. Beautiful move by Curry coming from the top.
You know how tough that is shooting when you're coming down?
Yeah.
I mean, you got to generate so much force.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
That's Tim and Tom right here on 95.7 The Game. Steph Curry with the bucket. Steph Curry, 12 assists in a fantastic game as the Warriors even things with the Lakers in a decisive 127-100 win in Game 2. The Quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. Steph Curry, John Dickinson in for Mark Willard today. I thought it was a virtuoso performance of distribution from Young 30.
Just excellent. I mean, just total command of the game, and the ball was put in his hands more by the Warriors. The Lakers picked him up out a little farther, but I think the Warriors went a little bit opposite of the Sacramento series. The Sacramento series is more take Curry off the ball to get it back to him. This series is more put the ball in his hands and let him play make, not only for himself, but his teammates, and he was able to do that last night.
And I look forward to seeing how the Lakers adjust to that, because the Warriors clearly made it a priority for Steph to have the ball, bringing the ball up the court, whereas Draymond mostly will bring it up court. Occasionally you'll have Jordan Poole bring it up and Steph works off the ball, but the Lakers and Jared Vanderbilt have been harassing him to the level where it was better to have Steph Curry with the ball to be able to play make for the others around him and not even worry about necessarily looking to score in that game.
Yeah, the ball is going to find Steph Curry eventually.
Right.
And if he's in rhythm, he's going to knock down shots regardless of how it starts. And so the Warriors showed, I think, a lot of patience early in the series. And Steph, I mean, that's just another level of his superstardom. The fact that he can command the game to that level without needing to make 10 three-pointers.
888-957-9570. We'll go to your calls here momentarily. But first, Steph Curry, older player now, JD. He's got 3 kids and a bunch of problems, and he talked about playing in front of his kids.
Me and Draymond talk about that all the time. Like, they're like kind of the timestamp on a lot of things that you've experienced, and it's a beautiful thing to know you're still playing at a high level and you get to enjoy it a little differently than we did back in the day. And he was talking to Bron about it. He's got a almost college student. Like, it's crazy just to think about all the things that we've been through, and your family and the way that we get to enjoy the on-court, off-court experience of what that is truly special. So I'm grateful for that for sure.
Kids are like a timestamp, JD, and my oldest is about to timestamp his way out of Cal a week from Monday. So I feel you, Steph, in terms of like the timestamp. You wake up and you got a kid graduating college, and it kind of hits you that the kid's 21, which means it's been 21 years since he was born.
Pretty amazing.
Captain Obvious over here.
Pretty amazing. That's good. That's good. It's good math.
Thank you. I'm
right
working
there.
on my JD math
That's
right
good.
there.
That's good calendar math.
Totally.
But no, it really is incredible when you think of Draymond's got his son and daughter at the podium with him, and they're doing the typical brother sister back and forth, and so it is interesting as somebody that's covered this run really in its entirety to watch those kids grow up around these superstar fathers of theirs.
888-957-95.
What's up, guys? That timestamp is real. My son is 13. He plays AAU basketball. He's been playing since he was 7. So, watching Curry, watching the Warriors dynasty, it has been incredible. And I've really watched Steph Curry change the game. Like, it's really been the Steph Curry era for the past 7 years. I mean, the little kids aren't trying to, replicate a LeBron move. It's all about Curry and the step back threes. But I want to talk about Draymond. He is really, really giving me Defensive Player of the Year vibes. I mean, he locked Anthony Davis down. I think he's all in Anthony's head. He's not going to be able to handle it. I've got the Warriors in 6. I also want to give a shout-out to Loon. He was sick, but still showed up. And he's done a lot of stuff off the court, doing shoe giveaways for kids in Oakland. He's incredible. I do want to say, Kuminga, I need you to pull it together. He was the only one that had like a -4. Everyone else was in the plus, and you got an opportunity to play, even though it was, garbage time. And, he was still missing shots. I thought he would be locked in coming off the bench, talking about the sun rising and you can't hold me down. So I just need him to really step up, similar to like GP too. He was great. He made all of his shots last night. I mean, he was totally locked in. So I need Kuminga to kind of pull it together. He had an opportunity last night to just go hard. And, he was a little bit disappointing. But I think he's going to have a breakout game soon. And Jordan Poole, I need you to go watch film from last season. He was great. I don't know what's going on with him, but, I still got the Warriors in 6, guys.
Thank you, Rose. I do too, and I appreciate the phone call. JD, Jonathan Kuminga, will he get the chance to do what Rose is clamoring for in terms of having that game? I was mentioning this to Mark before the series started, and I kind of took a cue from you talking about Kuminga. If you're going to play him at all in this series, you give him game 1 minutes early, and you see what you got with Jonathan Kuminga. He didn't play game 1 at all, and game 2 he didn't play until game 2 was basically over. Is he so far buried on the bench that we should stop even worrying about it?
Yeah, I said it last night on Warriors Wrap-Up.
I missed it.
We're just going to have to stop talking about whether he's playing or not playing and should he be playing. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious he shouldn't be playing at this point based on the way that he played in the Sacramento series. And now I wonder, and this has been my thought over the last couple of days, is did he not get that opportunity early in the Lakers series that we all thought was coming, including myself, just to see if he could be somebody that could help? I wonder if part of the reason why he didn't get that second chance basically with the new series is the fact that the reports about him pouting.
Yeah.
And to me it's and the cryptic tweets, and I know he had the article with CJ Holmes where he spoke to him, CJ Holmes of the Chronicle, about how difficult it's been and different, and to me that's the kind of thing where if it's taken a certain way by the organization, then you aren't going to get that opportunity.
Right.
You're basically going to have to wait until there's an injury or foul trouble or something happens to where it almost becomes an emergency situation. And I think the template for Kuminga now, and I'll be honest, he didn't look locked in last night.
That's
he
what
looked
Rose
like,
just said on last caller.
He looked like a guy that was kind of ticked off that he was even playing in that time frame. And so the template, though, I think, is Moody, because Moses Moody was not in the rotation at the beginning of the Sacramento series and probably wasn't going to play at all if things had gone to plan. Well, Kuminga, in a way, was so bad in the second game of that series that Steve Kerr had a choice when I think it was Draymond Green got in foul trouble at the end of that game where he got tangled up with Sabonis. He went to Moody instead of Kuminga. And it was an emergency, like, why not? I'm going to throw Moody out there. And guess what? Moody was good in that game.
Yes.
And then because he was good in that game, he got to play in game 3, and then he was good in that game. And then he's been in the rotation ever since, to the point where he's playing 25 minutes last night in a game 2, even after he didn't play a lot in game 1 by comparison. So to me, for Kuminga Dibs, that's the template now, is keep your mouth shut, keep your head down, and it's going to take foul trouble or an injury or Steve Kerr to just kind of say, bleep it, I'm throwing you in because others aren't playing well. Go make the most of that opportunity when you get it. Beyond that, I think we got to just stop talking about it.
Yeah, and that's fair. 888-957-9570. That's actually a great way to look at it, because I don't think that he's going to get the opportunity. He played 9 guys last night, and it was Moody DiVincenzo, it was Kevon Looney, and really it was only 8 guys, because GP2 he got 7 seconds, and he didn't even get 7 seconds because he comes on the floor. The Lakers throw a length of the court pass. Nobody touches it. Warriors get the ball back, and GP2 is immediately pulled. And Jeff Van Gundy actually had a funny little riff on that, because he went from 0 minutes played to has not entered the game yet. And Van Gundy's like, how could he not have not entered the game yet? I just saw him on the court, but that play actually took no time off the court. GP2 comes off without having played a second, and you see him on the sideline, and he's smiling ear to ear. He's not worried about minutes. And you look at Kuminga, And he's definitely sulking. And the reports on Jordan Poole that when he came off the floor out of the game, he immediately went in the tunnel and Iguodala had to follow him and basically talk to him and coach him up in order to come back out and be ready to go. That's sort of babysitting you can't do here, JD, when you're one of the last 8 teams remaining.
No, when it gets to that point, you become unplayable and untrustable. And I think we even saw a Jordan Poole version of that last night with him only playing 15, 16 minutes and DiVincenzo getting more run and Moody getting more run.
888-957-9570. One guy who is playable, JaMychal Green.
It feels good to be able to do this after the year I had. It's been a rough one. Haven't been through nothing like this before, but just feel like this is a year of growth for me. I feel like I get through this, I get through anything. So just want to thank God for keeping me with it and, just staying ready.
We'll get into the JaMychal Green story momentarily, JD, because he is so well-traveled and I think 31 or 32 years old and finally getting a crack at this level. But let's go to E in San Jose who wants to praise JaMychal. What's going on, E? You're on with JD and Dibs.
Gentlemen, how you doing? I called in yesterday after a gentleman named Eric called, and he said something about PBJ, and you guys kind of laughed him off the air.
Yeah,
and
I remember that.
Came in off the top rope and said something about how JaMychal Green was one of the only guys who could do anything to get AD's attention. And I'm just calling back for my flowers. And Dibs, since you were the only one that was there yesterday, I'll take those off air.
It's a nice uptick, E, and you deserve it, and you're welcome. And actually, I was another one who was saying that JaMychal Green was going to have a role in Game 2 because, and forget the Kevon Looney illness, nobody knew about that going into the game, but in terms of having more than one non-shooter on the court for the Warriors, that's a losing formula for Golden State, JD, I think, in this series, and you've said it on your show, and we've said it here on 95.7 The Game a bunch, and JaMychal Green, at the very least, he provides an offensive threat in some way.
Yeah, you got to have threats out there, and I think that's part of going back to maybe why Kuminga isn't getting the opportunity in addition to some of the other stuff is the fact that I referenced that game in February coming out of the All-Star break where I believe the Warriors took Kevon Looney out of the starting lineup and put Kuminga in that game, and the Lakers gave Kuminga 3 straight just take it. We dare you to take wing threes, and he took 3 of them. He missed them all. It led to a better play later because I think Steve Kerr used it as a teachable moment. Like, hey, you don't have to take that shot, or you have to understand that the defense wants you to take that shot, and so keep it moving, get into a dribble handoff. If the ball comes back to you, maybe you take that shot. I think part of that fear is also part of why Kuminga hasn't gotten run, in addition to maybe his headspace not being where it needs to be. JaMychal Green, the one thing is he likes to bang in the paint. He brings a certain level of physicality, which does play in this series against the Lakers, and he is unafraid as a veteran player to stand in that corner, and if the ball finds him, he's going to wind up, as you detailed earlier, and let her rip, and has the ability to knock a few of those down, and every one of those that he hits, I think, is a gut punch.
Money.
It's a gut punch to the Lakers based on the way they're trying to D up the Warriors.
And give JaMychal Green credit, 32 years of age. He was undrafted, went to the Spurs. He was waived. Then he went to the Austin Toros in the old D League, not the G League. He's that old. It was the D League. Didn't stick. Then he goes to Choral Rouen in France. Aww. Thank you. Plays there. Comes back to the Spurs, Grizzlies. Clippers, Nuggets, and finally he gets traded alongside a 2027 protected first to OKC for the draft rights to Peyton Watson in 2 seconds. I don't know if you ever reacted to that trade, JD, but feels to me like the Warriors might have got the better end of that one.
Possibly.
Yeah, you don't even. I mean, Peyton Watson, right? What? I didn't even remember that trade back in. It's about a year ago in June 23rd. So that must have been
draft night, I think.
Yeah, right after the parade, because we went championship, 3 days later parade, and then 2 days later draft. Is that how that went?
Yeah, that's exactly how it went. It was 2 or 3 days later.
Yeah.
2 or 3 days. I think the parade was on Monday, and then Thursday was the draft of that week.
Right. So the Warriors wasting no time to make an innocuous, by the way, trade, and yet it netted JaMychal Green and a 2027 protected first, which if OKC keeps playing the way they're playing, that first, it probably won't be protected because I'm sure it's top 10 protected to where if OKC's a playoff team, so the Warriors coming up in 4 years, JD, they're going to have an extra pick. Well, and that's going to be important for the 3 timelines as we start to extend these timelines out just a little bit. 888-957-9570. React to Game 2. Manuel is in Dublin, and he wants to talk about garbage time. What's up, Manuel?
Hey, guys. A couple quick things. I did notice that Tristan Thompson's still a pretty good cheerleader. He had actually, when he was rolling back in the day, man, he was a force to deal with when we were playing him back in the day. I like Hachimura. I think he's a fun player to watch. I thought that we contained him. He got on a little heater last night. I loved, I want to say, was it Wiggs guarding D'Lo for a minute? Because I know D'Lo can get on a little. And I think when D'Lo gets rolling, the Lakers get rolling. So I like that. I got to finally see the footage of Ham breaking a backboard. And I thought Ham kind of panicked a little bit last night. He put Vanderbilt on Clay for a minute, trying to get him up at the early part, coming up the court. And lastly, I don't know if you guys got your take on what Brian Windhorst reported. I thought that was kind of unprofessional. I don't want to call it unprofessional, but I don't know, JD, if you would report something like that. I don't think you would, but I just want to get you guys' take on that. We'll put tonight's game, last night's game away and get ready for tomorrow. I got the Warriors winning tomorrow. And a good game tomorrow, guys. You guys have a good evening.
Thanks, Manuel. You do too. Have a great weekend. We'll play the Windhorst sound for you coming up.
Perfect.
And, we can react to the Brian Windhorst. He basically said that Kevon Looney not starting was dubious. And he called Kevon Looney's illness dubious. And I'm not sure if it was a player who had a greater ego, I could get a sense that maybe that would be dubious. But I can't imagine that Steve Kerr is trying to bait and switch a starting lineup over Kevon Looney and J. Michael Green.
To me, you wouldn't need to act like there's anything wrong with Looney. You just make the move. They wouldn't need to do that. To me, that was, I don't know, silliness. But
yeah, it's
also kind of a who cares,
right?
I guess in a way. I mean, I know we talked about narrative season a couple of weeks back.
Yeah.
And what was going on maybe with the De'Aaron Fox injury and the way that was kind of set up. I mean, Windhorst.
Right. So it's Windhorst, Looney, Game 2, Western Conference semis. This is not NBA Finals Game 6 Steph Curry, where the report is Steph Curry, man, his foot, it's really bad. I don't think he's going to play. And then, Steve Kerr comes out and says, I don't like Steph's chances of playing. And then all of a sudden, Steph is in the starting lineup running around like he's good. That would be dubious. When you've got a big man who is probably he's been important. I don't want to diminish Kevon Looney,
Try to throw everybody off that Kevon Looney wasn't playing. Wasn't feeling well, which I find dubious, but maybe it's true. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, dubious. That's brief Windhorst there.
Whatever.
Is he really trying to throw everybody off? I mean, to me, if you're trying to throw everybody off, then you say nothing about Kevon Looney, and at the last minute, Kevon doesn't play at all.
Which they easily could have done. I mean, I don't know. It just doesn't make... I don't see what the upside was into saying, he was sick. You're not protecting Kevon Looney's ego in this thing.
Right, and you're not really throwing the Lakers a curveball, so the Lakers are going to do what to react to the fact that Kevon Looney's not going to start? Are they going to suddenly, go to Mo Bamba because they feel like there's an advantage? Or Tristan Thompson gets the start because there's no Kevon Looney? I don't think that there is anything nefarious or there's no advantage gained, in my opinion, on trying to hold back the Kevon Looney illness. 888-957-9570. Mike is in San Jose. Mike, you're on the game. What's going on?
Hey, guys, you just a great show, by the way. Listen every day. You guys said the timestamp comment earlier about Steph and Draymond with the kids all running around. And
yeah.
As an older guy, it just reminded me that 20 years ago, you got to remember that Steph, Clay, Wiggins, and Peyton, that was them. All 4 dads played in the NBA. That was them running around. So pretty cool lineage to have two generations of the kids at the podiums running around.
No doubt. So you're saying that 20 years, and don't hang up on Mike just yet, but 20 years ago, all four of their dads were still in the association?
Well, you got Gary Payton, you got Del Curry, you got Michael Thompson, and Wiggins' dad played. So, I mean, I don't know, it was 18 years or whatever, but I mean, that was them as the kids. I just mean, it's pretty cool. You know, if you're Del Curry, you sit there and you watch Steph and then his grandkid. About 20, 30 years of kids running around. It's just cool to watch as an older guy.
Thank you, Mike. Good call, and I appreciate that. And, Michael Thompson's last year was 91, but to his point, it is kind of cool. And I think it was last night where they went to the split screen and you saw Michael up top broadcasting for the Lakers radio, I believe, and Clay's on a heater and Michael's doing his thing. It was pretty cool to see that side by side.
Very cool, and the first opportunity to see that period, because this is the first opportunity for the Warriors and Lakers to meet in the playoffs in 32 years
since Michael's last year in 1991.
Yeah, 1991, and then of course everybody remembers 87 with the Sleepy Floyd as Superman game.
Yeah.
In addition to that, but wow, yeah, I mean, it's amazing to think that the Warriors and Lakers haven't squared off in this last decade of Warrior dominance.
Yeah, it is a little bit weird because we talk about the Kings and the Warriors, and both teams haven't been good at the same time ever until this year. Well, the Lakers and Warriors have both been good for the most part, I think, similarly over the years, although the Lakers did have that down period post-Kobe, pre-LeBron. They had a few years where they struggled when the Warriors were making their hay, but no postseason matchups going back to 1991. And the only win for the Warriors in this matchup with the Lakers in the postseason, the year before I was born, JD. 1967.
Wow.
You got to go all the way back to pre-Dibs to find a time. And that's going a long way back. Tim is in Nevada. I'm sorry, he's in New York. NY is New York. Sorry, Tim. You're on with JD and Dibs. What's going on?
That's okay. It's Geneva, New York. I want to take a quick shot at Willard. You guys have taken more calls than Willard's ever taken in the year and a half he's been on the station, so congrats. But
Thanks.
Just speaking to Kuminga, he's not experienced enough to play in this series. Steve Kerr knows that. That's why he played, who he played. LeBron's going to play him off the court. There's no way that he would stand a chance. He's too young. He's not ready for it. His head's not in the game. Everybody else knows how to play as a team, and he's just not ready for it.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. It's I think it's more than just this series. You got to have a certain level of maturity, JD, to be able to navigate any postseason run, especially when you're playing on a team like this where you've got so many vets.
Definitely. And look, this is not an indictment of what Jonathan Kuminga's career is going to be. That's something I think that should be pointed out. It's okay. Like I think Kuminga's development this year has been on par with about what you would expect. I think where the disconnect is created, Dibs, is that there seems to be a large percentage of the fan base that thinks Kuminga is a lot better player than he is right now. And I think that's where it hits, and I don't know whether it was buying into the hype or unrealistic expectations, but it seems like a good chunk of the Warrior fan base thinks Jonathan Kuminga should be a major factor right now as this dynamic player.
Yeah, let's get into that because I think there's an easy way to describe what you're talking about, and I want to pick your brain on this on the other side. And we are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls 888-957-9570 on the other side, plus JD's Kuminga breakdown and more reaction from Game 2. It's Willard and Dibs. JD is in with Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Mom?
rebound. Tipped by Dante. Saved to Wiggins. What a play by Dante. Wiggins off and running. Throws right side. Thompson catch and shoot three. It's pure! 63-50. Clay now with a 19-point half.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
It's hour number 2. Willard and Dibbs. John Dickinson in for Mark Willard. I am Dan Dibley, and we are basking in the glow of a victory. It's Victory Friday, and the Quest for 5 is brought to you by AmeriWest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. And I'm here together with John Dickinson ahead of his flight down to Los Angeles, where he will cover Game 3 for us here on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Tomorrow, Warriors this week, 10 a.m. until 1, and then Warriors live at 4:30 from Crypto.com Arena. Got to get that one right.
Exactly.
That just sounds terrible. And then Warriors wrap up after the game, hanging out there for the weekend. Warriors, I don't think they're going to practice on Sunday, but I'm sure there'll be a media availability somewhere, perhaps at a team hotel down in Southern California, and then doing it all again, Game 4. The Warriors and the Lakers on Monday night before heading back. And we now know there will be a Game 5 with this series all knotted up at a game apiece.
Yeah, what do you put in terms of likelihood of a Game 6 in this series and even a Game 7? I'm not sure if I saw your prediction if you put it out on the graphic.
I did. I said Warriors in 7. So I had this thing going 7.
Okay.
And I was feeling pretty good about that prediction after Game 1. Now, we'll see.
Yeah,
looked like the Warriors maybe figured some things out to where it might be the under on 7 hitting.
Okay.
At this point, but we'll see. These game to game, you can have wild differences in opinion based on things. The key is, of course, not to overreact.
That's a good uptick, and I think you're right. 888-957-9570. Where are you in terms of your reaction coming off of Game 2? Because I'm not overreacting to Game 2. And I'll just say it here right now, JD, 3:05 on a Friday. I think the Lakers win Game 3. I think they pulled the plug early in Game 2. I think that they saved Davis and LeBron James. I think that Anthony Davis is an on-again, off-again kind of a ball player. And I think that the Lakers will make adjustments to make things tough on the Warriors. I think the Warriors do get the split, though. So whether or not the Warriors win Game 3 or they win Game 4, I do believe it comes back here to San Francisco, knotted at 2 games apiece. I do want to get your thoughts on Jonathan Kuminga, because we were talking about it in 888-957-9570. We've got people who want to talk about Jonathan Kuminga's role. I don't think it's a huge topic in this series because he's not really playing that much. But what did you think, JD, in terms of why Jonathan Kuminga was so used in the regular season, and now it feels like in the postseason, the real season, he's not being used at all?
Well, the long and the short of it is he was not really playable early on in the season. And I know there were reports that the Warriors weren't exactly thrilled with his offseason from year 1 to year 2. But what the Warriors did was, after going away from their young players early when they got off to the 3-7 start, they carved out a specific role for Kuminga. They said, hey, we want you to be an on-ball defender. We want you to be a rebounder. Want you to take corner threes. Want you to cut in the offense and try to get your buckets in that way. And he became a much more playable player over the course of the season because they simplified the role and almost exclusively made him a 4 offensively. Kind of what the Gary Payton role has been in some ways. You're a 4 offensively, but you're somebody that's going to be guarding the ball defensively. And he did put together a real good last month to 2 months of the regular season when Andrew Wiggins was out and when Gary Payton II was out after he was acquired in trade, and the Warriors were taking Kevon Looney out of the lineup, playing Draymond at 5. Kuminga was playing some 4 there, and he really flourished. I think what the problem has been that he had been a player similar to DiVincenzo, where he needed to play 20 to 25 minutes and know that he was going to play 20 or 25 minutes to go out there and have the confidence to work through mistakes and be effective. Well, Andrew Wiggins came back for the playoffs, and Gary Payton II came back at the end of March. And what happened is Kuminga's role was going to start to diminish with those two being trusted playoff rotation players. And so it got into this, you're not going to get 25 minutes a game. You need to come in and do the things that we're asking you to do as a coaching staff for 6-minute spurts, maybe 1 6-minute spurt in each half. And that's been something that Kuminga's just been unable to be effective in those shorter bursts.
Right.
And I think it got to the point, Dibs, where it became better for the Warriors to just not play him at all than to try to play him in those 6-minute bursts. And there were 2 stretches in Game 2 and Game 4 of the Sacramento series. He was a -10 in 4 minutes in Game 2. He was a -8 in 3 minutes in Game 4. That was what made him unplayable for the remainder of that series. Right. And so now I do wonder, as we talked about in the last segment, is part of why he didn't get an opportunity in this series, where on paper it would appear that he would be more effective, is because of how he handled that demotion, maybe not in the most favorable way, with some of the pouting and or the reporting about that was out there about him being unhappy with his role. But it was very simple in that Kings series.
What they needed and what he was unable to provide.
And Kerr went to him in Game 1, and he wasn't very good. He gave him a second chance in Game 2. He was worse. I think he was going away from him in Game 3. But
he had no choice. Draymond was out.
And Peyton were both out.
Yeah, you're right.
And so he was okay in Game 3, which got him Game 4. And then he was just as bad in Game 4 as he was in Game 2.
And that was a wrap.
Night.
And I think that it's more of a veteran capability in terms of, like, GP2. We need you for 6 minutes, and maybe that's it. All right, coach. He's a veteran. He's more secure with where he is in his career, where he is in his life. It's a tough ask, I think, of a kid who's just fresh out of his teenage years to say, we need just 6 minutes. And by the way, the hook is quick. Don't make a mistake, Rook. I know he's a second-year player. Or that might be it for you. Let's go to the referee in Oakland. He's on topic on 95.7 The Game. What up, ref?
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Good.
Okay. I'll be as brief as I can. In that King series, regarding Kuminga, there was one play in particular. It came out of the corner with Kuminga taking a shot. He missed it, and the ball was coming right back to him.
Yes.
He stood there and watched it as he was on display. Didn't make a move towards the ball. I'm sure and positive Kerr saw that. And it was almost as if Kuminga was in some kind of trance. Now, you got to remember, for the listening audience, Kerr, let's say, made his bones coming off the bench, being a part-time player. So his mindset has always been to see the game for what it is coming from the bench. So you got to have the right mindset coming off the bench.
Yeah.
All of that pouting and things of that nature will not get it done. I could say many more things about that, but I want to move on over to pool.
I'm sorry, referee, but we're up against it. And we got so many people who want to chime in. It's got to be a one-take day here on 95.7 The Game. And, JD, that one play, I think, is emblematic of why that Steve Kerr went away from Jonathan Kuminga. You can make aggressive mistakes. You can't make passive mistakes when you're in there for just a brief period of time. The Quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. And we are sponsored by calhope.org. More of your phone calls, more JD insights coming up on the other side as we pick through a Victory Friday. Warriors win Game 2 over L.A., and the scene shifts to the Southland tomorrow. 888-957-9570 is your phone number. It's Willard and Dibs with JD and for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure
It makes you feel like, oh yeah, we've still got it.
He is 6 of 8 from 3 tonight.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
That's Tim and Tom right here on 95.7 The Game. Tim Roy, Tom Tolbert, Klay Thompson, hot in, hot out. Klay Thompson, your player of the game, 30 points on 11 of 18 from the floor as the Warriors handle the Lakers. They hammer the Lakers, JD, 127-100 at home. We are streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957 The Game and watch us live. If anyone swears, like anyone would on this program, I mean, it's a laughable notion, but you would get to hear it. Like and subscribe for all 957 The Game content on YouTube. Grandy, I was waiting for it. I thought you had it. I mean, you're staring at me like you're going to play my... Oh. Yeah, because I may have cussed a couple weeks ago. May have been last week. May have been the week before. Grandy, you're looking at me, and I thought that... Because Grandy loves, when my back's to him, and Mark Grandy is our technical director, he loves to hit me with buzzers and play drops that make me look like a clown, which is fine. I respect that, to use JD terminology. Sure. So I thought that he was going to come with that because... I may have gotten a little loose last week.
I was going to, but I could let you off the hook.
It's because I'm facing you. That's why. When my back's to you, you're a real tough guy.
There may or may not have been a time in my radio prior life, Dibbs, where I was doing a one-man weekend show as a young kid coming up, and there was a board op that occasionally would crack the mic. And one time coming back from a break, I said, "Hey, would you ever like cuss on the air or whatever?" And I go, I'll bet you I would. And he goes, "No, you wouldn't." I go, "Bet you I would." And we tested the delay.
And
he dumped it.
Yeah.
But it was, yeah.
Was that here on this very station?
No. This is a previous life.
Okay, previous.
The F I won't.
Oh, and okay.
And it got dumped out.
Of course.
This is pretty straight. Again, this is a previous life. This is in a different city, different station.
Oh. Nice. Yeah, well, there you go. Now Grandy's getting free and loose.
But it was one of those, there's no way you would do that. F I won't.
Right. It's funny because I get dared sometimes by Lucas in the back. He's like, "Oh, you won't? I bet you won't." It's like, don't do that because I will. And there's
still a part of me that kind of feels like I may get fired now for just referencing this story. It's just like,
no, you're good.
Young brash JD.
You're good. JD's in for Mark Willard.
Bleep the world.
It's a non-payday Friday, but we're loving it nonetheless. The Warriors win 127-100, and the Warriors have won the series, JD. I don't know if you've heard. 888-957-9570. If you think that the Warriors have broken the Lakers and that they are now going to go on and win the series, well, the Vegas odds would tell you that the Warriors are now favored to win the series. They are minus 124, which means bet 124 to win 100, that they will win the best of 7 with the Lakers. If you still believe in LA, it's plus 106. Bet 100 to win 106. So the Warriors are very slightly favored right now.
Makes sense. I think based on the way that they played in game 2, although the Lakers still having home court advantage, I think the belief would be that the Warriors are going to win one of these next 2, and then it's probably going to end up 2-2 and 3-3, and we'll see what happens ultimately in a game 7. But I can see where that would be the path as far as the odds makers believing it's the most likely outcome.
What about your eye test? Because game 1 was not a Laker total domination, but the Lakers had control of that game for about 41 minutes of the contest, and then the Warriors with a late flurry, they went small, they adjusted, they got back in the game. They had a Jordan Poole 28-footer that would have tied the game. Warriors lose late, and then they come out in game 2, and they completely dominated the Lakers, not from start to finish, but the final 3 quarters were all Warriors all the time. Did the Warriors come up with something that the Lakers will not have a counter for?
Well, the thing that I keep coming back to is just how confidently the Warriors spoke after game 1, even in defeat. Like, at that they could fix this and that, and they thought they could, and if they did, things were going to turn pretty quickly. And then they really didn't in the first quarter of game 2. But there were a lot of adjustments I was sort of waiting for from game 1 to game 2. The first one, top of the list, more Draymond Green on Anthony Davis. And Draymond was on Anthony Davis, and it was night for Anthony Davis in game 2. Draymond really made him tap out, I thought, in that game, and made the Lakers tap out collectively because, and we've seen this story before, Draymond has been able to just impose his will on Anthony Davis in big moments. I thought the Warriors were going to look to go small and run the Lakers bigs, which they did. Not maybe as much as I thought, although Kevon Looney being out and separating Draymond and Kevon Looney, even with JaMychal Green being in there, was something that the Warriors did there. More Curry on the ball. I put it as more Curry on the ball and looking to cook. He was cooking for others, though, not cooking.
He was more doing meal prep.
For
chopping and slicing.
No doubt, for more than he was doing for himself. And then the patience in the ball movement, I think, not just aimlessly driving into the lane against multiple defenders that are waiting to block your shot. I think the Warriors had much more of a patience and a rhythm to their ball movement that was on display there. And so they went out and executed from 1 to 2, and that, I think, is why some in the Warrior fan base are kind of looking at this thing right now as if, hey, the Warriors have figured it out, and they're just going to be able to continue this thing forward here over these next 3-4 games and win without much drama. I'm not so sure I buy that necessarily, considering the way that this Warriors team has been all year, especially on the road. It's just been a tale of two different teams, and I got to expect the Warriors are probably not going to shoot in the 20s in terms of makes from 3-point
Again,
range.
I mean, that's back-to-back games, though, where they've made 21 threes.
And even more efficiently, they did it in Game 2 than Game 1.
Well, in Game 1, you did it with 6, 6, and 6 from Jordan, Steph, and Clay. And in Game 2, you got 8 from Clay. You only had 3 from Curry. Jordan Poole, 0 of 2 from 3. So it's not like the Splash Brothers and the Splash Cousin, which I don't necessarily think that he's earned that moniker, but Jordan Poole and the pool party, there was no pool party. The pool was closed. The cover was on that baby. It was Adult Swim.
It was. Where are you on the notion that the Warriors have figured out the series? Because every playoff series is all about adjustments back and forth.
Yeah.
The team that doesn't win the first game, the onus is on them in the second game, and then if they come back and win, then the onus is on the team that won the first game to rebound. And so, I mean, that's where the Lakers are at this point. But how much are you buying into the notion that the Warriors have figured out this series already?
Not buying into it very much at all. And I'll play Steve Kerr's thoughts on what went right in Game 2 momentarily. But in the meantime, 888-957-9570. Where are you with your confidence in terms of this best of 7? What's your prediction? We know that it won't be Lakers in 4 or Warriors in 4. Are there people out there who think the Warriors can win this thing in 5, which would mean you win 4 straight against a team that had the better of you in the regular year? Where's your confidence right now in terms of the Warriors and the rest of this series? 888-957-9570. Here's Steve Kerr on what he described as the beauty of simple basketball.
I thought we just played simple basketball, kept our turnovers down, moved the ball. Our guys were playing with a lot of force, a lot of aggressiveness, but making good decisions within, that aggression. And that's the key. Can you find that balance? Can you play with pace and confidence and yet make really simple decisions, hit singles and just move the ball. I thought Steph was brilliant. In the first half, he wasn't really going like offensively, but he was just running our team and Clay got it going and our defense was, kind of fueling our offense and connected the game really well.
I mean, well put, I think, especially with Steph Curry. He was just running the team. He wasn't hunting his shot. He wasn't trying to do too much. He took what the defense gave him, and a lot of times that meant, you get that high screen, and the Lakers, time and time again, tried to trap Steph, and he got the ball out of his hands. He only turned it over, I think, 2 or 3 times. 3 total turnovers, and one of those was not on a trap situation. It was on a drive and shovel back.
Unforced.
It was an unforced turnover, but you're going to get that when you've got the chef trying to go in there and create.
You'll take the 4-to-1 assist to turnover ratio.
Yeah,
if you can
I think
get
just about every time. Every time you will. But your thoughts on Steph Curry as a maestro, and what do the Lakers do in terms of adjusting? Because clearly, JD, from Game 1 to Game 2, and even Game 7 against Sacramento, you see him go for a 50-burger against Sac, and so the Lakers came out and they tried to take Steph out of it in game 1. They did at times, but Steph still got loose. And then last night, game 2, they made a very concerted effort to make sure that Steph was not the one to beat them.
Right, and others did beat them. And so I think as far as the adjustment goes, and it's in line with what we were talking about before the show that made the air in the first hour, and it's the conversation, and Sam Amick of The Athletic wrote the piece where he had a number of Lakers quoted in speaking about the officiating and not necessarily being pleased with Game 2. I think being more physical and, in essence, daring the officials to call the game a certain way in Game 3 is probably going to be the template for the Lakers. Just try and be more physical on ball, be more physical in terms of the glass. Just try to make the game ugly both ways, because they would believe that that's their best shot to be able to win in this series, is to just make the game junky and ugly and a fight out there, a scrap.
We'll get to the ref angle here momentarily, but I do want to just point out the foul numbers, because game 1, Warriors committed 24 called fouls. The Lakers were called for 12. Last night it was 23-15. The Warriors were called for 8 more fouls than the Lakers were. So right now it's 47-27, JD, in terms of called fouls. So I don't know where the Lakers have that much of a beef in terms of the whistle.
It's the types of fouls that were called. It was fouls that lead to free throws that I think the Lakers are hoping or believing that they need more of in this series. The Warriors, the disparity was 1 in terms of free throw attempts, right in the game. And so I think the Lakers are hinting at the fact that they know they might not be able to keep up with the Warriors unless they're in double digits as far as that disparity goes. Yeah. Because it's the only way they can make up for their inability to knock down the 3 ball at a consistent enough rate to hang in this series. I mean, I go back to the game 1 template for the Lakers, and that was, it didn't even freaking matter that the Warriors hit 21 threes and had a 45-point advantage in made threes, because the Lakers had a 26-point advantage of points in the paint and a 20-point advantage at the free throw line. So their plus 46 outweighed the Warriors plus 45 from the three-point line to help lead the Lakers to that win. They got to get back to that at all costs, but they need a whistle a certain kind of way in order for that to be effective.
Calls. And LeBron had a 3-pointer that Wiggins challenged, and their hands met after the release, which is a call that is very rarely made.
Draymond being in foul trouble would be an example
of the whistle they need.
Isn't directly related to free throws, but Draymond admitted that foul trouble took him out of his game and his ability to impact that game. I think it took him out of the Warriors' ability to throw him on Anthony Davis in that game,
no doubt. And the only Warrior who got into foul trouble was Jordan Poole with the 5 fouls. And I was watching the game thinking, just get your 6th, JP, because you are a non-factor in this ball game. 888-957-9570. Where are you with the series? How confident are you? Howard's in El Cerrito. What's going on, Howard?
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're sounding great.
Okay, so, and I promise I won't swear on the air.
Let it fly.
I am a lifelong Laker fan. I believe that the Lakers are going to win this in 7. I think they're going to get Game 3, as you stated. I also think, JD, as you stated, that they need to be more physical, because I think we need to get back to the line, be able to get back to the line to make those foul shots. So that's all I wanted to say, fellas. And again, thanks for putting the call.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, we can't tolerate that on this air.
The Laker fan?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, he's got to go. I love El Cerrito too. Look. Underrated. Give him the quick hook. Thank you.
We can't have that.
Seriously, I like that. He did reference my prediction for Game 3, and I told Mark Willard. Mark is out. He's enjoying a lovely trip in Yosemite. #stillwinter. JD is in for Mark Willard today. I told Mark, I gave Mark my vow that I wouldn't bet against the Warriors again. I bet against them in Game 1. Here's my quick story. Ooh. I bet a parlay. I bet the Heat, and I think +7 against the Knicks.
Game 2.
This was the game the other night, which was game 2.
Yeah, okay.
Because game 3 is tonight, right?
Yeah.
So game 2, I bet the Heat +7, and I parlayed it to the Lakers on the money line, game 1. Word comes out that Jimmy Butler's hurt, so I contacted my illegal online gambling operation and said, I need out of this bet. I didn't know that Jimmy Butler was out, and the spread had moved to 9. So I cancel the wager. Heat lose by 6, winner. Lakers money line +175, winner. But I canceled the wager, and Mark was appalled that I would have bet against the Warriors in the first place. So I made a promise, no more betting against the Warriors. However, I do think that the Lakers make the adjustment, and Game 3 is going to be a tough one to win.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could make the case if the Warriors can go in there and get Saturday night, then they are back in control in a big-time way in this series, and especially if Game 3 looks like it's an extension of Game 2, although I'm not big on the whole momentum thing from game to game in a series. I know that always gets talked about. To me, it's not – the momentum stops because they're changing venues and all that, but things you do in one game can apply to the next game if you're able to continue to do that.
And I think it's how you do the things that you do. For example, what the Warriors did in Game 2, and you have a list of all the adjustments, and I'll try to remember them because I think you nailed it. Draymond on Anthony Davis from the outset. Adjustment worked. Check, green check box.
Yeah.
JaMychal Green making it so you had only one non-shooter on the floor in Draymond Green. Check the box. That worked. Dante DiVincenzo, enthusiastic bench minutes. Check the box. That worked.
Yeah, and
Steph Curry
helped you without Poole, too.
Yeah, I mean,
Without
Steph
Poole
Curry
playing well.
able to play point guard instead of being just the most devastating shooter of all time. Check that box. That worked as well. I mean, everything you did to the Lakers from an adjustment standpoint worked in Game 2. Now, to your point, I don't believe that there's momentum going into Game 3. I will be interested to find out, though, if Steve Kerr tries to ride with that same template. If JaMychal Green starts again, even if Kevon Looney's over his illness, does Steph Curry continue to try to be a facilitator and bring the ball up the floor as much as he did, knowing that the Lakers are going to try to keep him from shooting?
I think you do. I think you do. I think you trust that the others are going to get theirs and that the ball eventually is going to find its way back to Steph Curry, because that's the end game in this thing.
Right.
The end game in this thing isn't that Steph Curry's just going to be doing his Chris Paul for the entire series, although he's more than capable of doing it at just as high a level. We saw that on full display last night. But the ability, the thought is either the others are going to beat you or the ball's going to find its way back to Curry, and then Curry's going to look to attack and cook for himself.
Yeah.
It's, in essence, get it away from Curry now, use that to your advantage in an opportunity to get it back to Curry later for really the kill shot, I think, of the entire series as this thing gets into Game 4, 5, 6.
And you didn't need him to do that last night because Klay Thompson was on such a heater. I mean, the Heat check threes.
No, that's where I think you really feel good if you're the Warriors, is that Curry hasn't had to have that 50-piece type Game 7, even the Game 5 in Sacramento. Like, Curry hasn't had to have that yet. You've already withstood one of those monster games from Anthony Davis on the other side. Like, how many of those does he have in his back pocket? I think Curry's got a scoring eruption game in him at one point, and you're probably going to win that game. If depending upon how things play out. So I think the Warriors have to feel pretty good about the trajectory of the series, I think, at this point for those reasons.
And also the fact that you didn't have to play your guys in the fourth quarter. I know Steph and Klay
no doubt.
And Draymond played a couple of minutes in the fourth, but it was more like Steph Curry, let's see if I can get a few more points for the stat sheet.
Yeah, they left. I think Steve Kerr left him in because, and I think he's mentioned this, so I'm paraphrasing him. You leave him in a little bit longer at the beginning of that fourth quarter, so you don't have to take him out and put him back in if things get a little weird.
Just in case, yeah.
Just in case. Like, I'm gonna give you the 2 extra minutes from the 12-minute mark of the fourth until the 9-minute mark of the fourth, and then take you out. as opposed to, hey, everybody's out, we're up 30, and then it's down to 15
with 4 minutes to go or whatever.
And now you're taking the ice packs off.
Good point.
To walk back to the scores table, and I think that's where things get rough, and you're just trying to hold down and prevent an avalanche at that point.
Sherwin is in San Jose, and he's got a prediction here on 95.7 The Game. What up, Sherwin?
Yes, sir. Well, once I hear JD on the radio, I called right away because he's my idol. He's the best. So my prediction is that it's Warriors in 5. Because I know and I can feel that Lakers doesn't have any answer for the small ball of the Warriors. And they are so confused right now. They tried to double Curry. And then what Curry did, he passed. He became the Magic Johnson. And then if you don't double him, he's going to score 50 points. So what else? And I think this is the best time for Curry to rest and for the first 5 to move on in the next round. That's why I'm so confident that they will crush the Lakers. Warriors in 5. JD, I call you on Wednesday once everything is done. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Sherwin.
Appreciate it, Sherwin.
Color himself as the number 1 JD fan.
Kind words.
Yeah.
Sherwin.
Yeah, and
Appreciate it.
it's JD and Chop Liver here on Willard and Tibbs on 95.7 The Game. Sherwin very confident. Yeah, I know. Sherwin very confident, though, going into Game 3 tomorrow in Los Angeles. My main man, John Dickinson, will be there with Warriors Live tomorrow with Whitey Gleason. 12-3, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Tomorrow, 10-1.
My bad.
Yeah, 10-1.
My fault.
And then I'll head over to the Crypt. I hear the kids call it the Crypt. Crypto.com.
Nice. Look at you.
Crypto. Yeah, no, that's not code for like Los Angeles rave or something like that. No,
that's crypto.com.
Yeah,
they call it the Crypt.
The Crypt in downtown Los Angeles for Game 3. And yeah, Warriors Live at 4:30. And then after the game, we'll go as late as the people want to go. That's been the order of these evenings.
How was it last
here.
night? People were probably loving it.
People were loving it last night. I think there was a little of that confidence, that overconfidence, maybe, in that. Hey, the Warriors, LeBron's crying, Davis, wanted no part of Draymond, and this thing's a wrap.
Where's your confidence at right now? Give us a call, 888-957-9570. We'll free up a couple phone lines. If it's busy, keep dialing. We want to hear from you. It's Willard and Dibs. JD is in for Willard, and we are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking. No compromises. Your calls on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Brad. I thought you had a date tonight.
Hey, Mom. She just left. Using my phone for a Wi-Fi hotspot backfired again.
I keep telling you to get Xfinity. What happened?
Well, everything was...
Takes it left side. Thompson, pump fake, fly by, 3 ball. Good! Timeout, Lakers!
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Victory Friday. Willard and Dibbs. John Dickinson, our intrepid Warriors reporter. Great host. He is in for Mark Willard, who is enjoying a long weekend in Yosemite. And JD, these are the days you got to love as a Warrior fan, because not only did you beat the Lakers, you smashed the Lakers. That was what Mark Willard calls an Ottoman game, where you put your feet up on that footrest, and you got your feet up early in that second half. By about midway to late in the third quarter, you can kind of sense that the Lakers weren't up for the fight, and the Warriors had their A game.
Yeah, no drama. And I think no drama is what you want to have coming off of a Game 1 loss. You don't want to have to sweat it out. I think there are going to be games in this series where the Warriors are probably going to have to sweat it out. That could begin as early as tomorrow down in Southern California, but I likened it to the Game 3 against Sacramento, where the Warriors come back. It's a must-win. I know we can quibble about the technicality on must-win. We don't have to go down that path, but when you're down 0-1, I know the history there.
Yes, and I said it yesterday, JD, that teams that are 0-2 down after losing the first 2 games at home, only 2 teams have ever won that best of 7.
Right.
So, but 2 teams have done it. So there is a little bit of a history there.
Sure.
When you're down 3-0 in a best of 7, it's a must win, followed by 3 more must wins if you get the first must win. But being down 2-0 after having 2 games at home, that's as close to being down, with your back against the wall as you could possibly be, statistically.
No question. But you got to get it to 1-1 and to do it without drama, because the drama's probably coming and you're going to have to win some close games. To me, that's like that was a good night to have a blowout game.
No doubt.
Just know that you're right back in it. It's 1-1. You get in that Game 5 in your back pocket if you need it, regardless of the circumstances, and you can go try to play freely and easily down in LA and get one and bring it back on schedule. At a minimum 2-2, if not looking to go up 3-1 coming home for Game 5.
888-957-9570. Your calls momentarily. The Quest for 5 brought to you by Merrill West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together. Where are you with your confidence after the Warriors' decisive Game 2 win? Let's go to Jordan in Fairfield. You're on Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Jordan?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
What's going on, Dibbs?
Hey, loving this Friday, yeah.
My 5th period class. Yeah, good Friday. Hey, so I have the Warriors in 5, and I've got next Game 3 by 2, Game 4 by 10, and a blowout in the last one. Last night really told us about what the Warriors are doing and how Coach Kerr and his staff is making those adjustments. I mean, the Lakers are going to make their adjustments, but I think the best coaches in the game have made theirs, and we do have the best players in the series. So that's where I'm at.
Thanks, Jordan. Appreciate that. He's got Warriors in 5, and
it sounded like he was running a little parlay for the next 3 games.
Yeah,
I got
close,
Warriors,
not as close, and then blowout was the 3-way.
And then blowout.
Yeah, and I think the Lakers are favored by 3 or 3.5, depending on where you shop going into Game 3. And I mentioned this before. The Warriors are now slight favorites in the series prices. I think the Warriors are minus 120. The Lakers are plus 105 to win the series. So as much confidence as our callers have, and love to hear from you, 888-957-9570. The Vegas odds makers are telling you that this series likely is going 7, and it really could go either way, JD.
Yeah, it definitely could. And I think, as we talked about in the last hour, the odds makers are viewing this thing as a 2-2 series coming back, I think, and 3-3 series after 6, with the Warriors maybe able to eke out a close one. You play Game 1 all over again, only the Warriors are the team that gets the edge down the stretch to ultimately win it. We'll see. I think we've talked a lot about the confidence level that the Warriors have, not only coming off of Game 1, but Game 2. But things do hit a little bit different with the Warriors on the road. That's something we should not forget as they embark on this short journey down to SoCal.
So they're now, they were 10-31 in the regular year?
Or was 11-30? 11-30.
They won their last couple.
Yeah, so they were 13-32.
Right, because they went 2-2 against Sacramento.
Yeah, played 4 really good games though, competitive games.
They did,
I guess.
Yeah, I mean the worst game that the Warriors played was that Game 6 stinker, and that was at home at Chase. And then they went back and had the big speech. The speech heard around the world that is now etched in our memory forever. Reminds me of the speech or the hangout they had in Memphis in their first championship year, where they were down 2-1 and they all went and got barbecue in Memphis, and then the Warriors were able to turn that series around. Is it as easy, JD, as Draymond Green being the key for this team? 28 minutes. He's 1 assist away from a triple-double. He goes 11, 11, and 9. He guards Anthony Davis. He's a plus 15. Klay Thompson seemed to think that Draymond Green is the key.
That's the Draymond Green we love. I mean, he's so great in the pick and roll. He's so great at making plays out the pick and roll, and he's like a point guard for us out there, being 6'7", 250, and the ability to get to the rim, shoot the three, hit the open man. I can't name a lot of players who play like that. He's our Swiss Army knife, and when he's getting downhill and he's finishing at the rim, we're at our best. So we'll look forward to this continued effort by Draymond, and just like Steph, we go as Dre goes.
We go as Dre goes, and obviously when Steph goes for 50, yes, you go as Steph goes, because Steph Curry is the most explosive offensive force on the team and one of the most explosive forces in league history. But Draymond Green, JD, when he's locked in defensively and offensively, he's doing what he did, 5 of 10, looking to score, active, passing the basketball, rebounding in place of Kevon Looney. If Draymond plays like that, is this team going to be too tough to beat?
I think in this series, without a doubt, and maybe in future series, although we can save that for another time, I think it was Draymond of Game 5 against Sacramento last night. It was, and that Draymond reminded me of Draymond from the Western Conference Finals in 2019 against Portland, where he was doing it all and scoring, and they really had no answer for him. Another game where I thought he looked like he was shot out of a cannon in Game 1, and then got in the foul trouble, and his game was basically derailed from there. Last night, he was like a man possessed out there on both ends of the floor, just getting after it defensively, pushing the tempo. How about the attack from the wing, recognizing the fact that, one, the Lakers weren't going to guard him out on the perimeter, right, but two, they also weren't closed off enough to protect the lane, and so he just took it right in for a dunk. And that's something that when Draymond is right, he's seeking those little just weaknesses in the defense. Right. And even though he's not a great scorer, he knows that, hey, even I can get that one. And so he takes it, and picking his spots to do that last night was huge.
And knowing that the Lakers weren't up to the challenge last night, to where no one was going to slide over and try to get a piece of him as he was going to the basket. He didn't even have to really make much of a ball fake on that. He pivoted, looked, and the lane was wide open, took a couple of dribbles and went right to the rim, and nobody even thought about sliding over to challenge. An engaged Draymond Green is a dangerous Draymond Green. Let's go to Eric in San Leandro. He's got a statement to make about Game 3. What's up, Eric?
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound great, Eric. How are you?
Hey, man, I'm doing good, man. Like you say, Victory Friday. I'm good with that. Man, I just wanted to comment that one Laker fan that called you talking about what his take was on the Lakers winning the series. The guy sounds very delusional, but wishful thinking. But here's my thing. The Warriors are going to win them all Game 3 to make a statement. And then Game 4, the Lakers are going to be in panic mode, and they're going to make a lot of mental mistakes. It's going to result in another Warrior win, and then we're going to close it out here with a blowout win. Warriors in 5. That's me.
I love it, Eric. Thank you for the prediction, and thank you for the call. That actually, it works in my schedule.
We had a few of those. We had a few Warriors in 3, or I'm sorry, Warriors in 5 here over the last hour.
Yeah, and I think that's pretty, it's encouraging, but I think it's a little aggressive in terms of, the way the Lakers can counteract what the Warriors like to do. I think if Steph Curry is contained the way he was contained last night, and Klay Thompson is not incendiary from 3-point range, maybe the Warriors in a little bit more of a dogfight. And I do think that the whistle, and I thought the officials did a fine job last night in terms of, calls going both ways. Steph Curry, I think, got whistled for a couple that were maybe ticky-tack in nature. D'Angelo Russell has a great knack on how to draw contact and kind of lure you into some contact that you maybe aren't intending to make. But the Lakers have a chance, and I think a good opportunity in one of these games to make it difficult.
How about the job Klay Thompson did on D'Angelo Russell? A little bit of switching the matchups the Warriors went to, and you would think maybe Klay would struggle with D'Angelo Russell, but he really didn't, and they were able to limit not only Russell but Dennis Schroeder's ability to score at the clip that they did in game one, which I think was impactful. I jumped you a little bit. You were talking about something. You want the 5-piece. The game 5 works for the old Dipper Claw schedule.
Yeah, because my oldest son is graduating from the University of California at Berkeley.
Oh, I've heard of it.
That's a week from Monday. Game 7 is slated for Sunday. So Sunday, May 14th, if necessary. Yeah. If there's a Game 7 on Sunday, I would want to be here on Monday, and I'm not going to be here on that Monday. So from a personal standpoint, Warriors in 7, heck, even Lakers in 7 would be even worse because I want to be here for that show if the Warriors happen to fall in a Game 7 at Chase Center, which I cannot fathom that.
I don't see that one either.
Warriors winning in 7, I would want to be here on that Monday. So for me, selfishly, Warriors in 5, Warriors in 6 works a little bit better in my schedule. Even if it's Warriors in 6, I'd like to be here on Monday. But, I think the old expression is family above everything, FAE, or family over everything, FOE. I think I might have had it wrong. But
Fae or foe?
Yeah, probably foe. But my kid's graduating college. You got to be there for that.
Big deal.
Yeah,
Big deal.
It's a huge deal. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. It's Willard and Dibs. John Dickinson is in for Mark Willard. We are talking about a Game 2 victory. Warriors 127, Lakers 100, and we're taking your calls as we look ahead to Game 3. What do you think about Game 3? Warriors in L.A. John Dickinson will be there representing 95.7 The Game. Where are you at from a confidence standpoint? Steve is in the city. He's weighing in. What's going on, Steve? You're on the game.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I'm actually more confident of this series than I was of the Kings series. I think we match up better. I think we have an answer for AD. He kind of hurts himself as much as anything, but I think we've got enough of an answer for him. I think our mid-range jump shots set us apart, and I think our bench play is stepping up between Game 1 and Game 2. We've been able to get those guys some minutes, and I think that's really going to be a big difference for us.
Thank you, Steve. Interesting points there. The one that I definitely agree with is the bench factor, because the Lakers only play 7 guys, JD. It's Hachimura, it's Dennis Schroeder, and that's about it. I mean, the rest of those guys, it was garbage time only. You mentioned Beasley before. I'm surprised we haven't seen Beasley yet in this series.
I think we're going to see Beasley in this series.
Because he gave him a problem during the regular year.
He did, and he has been a good three-point shooter this year. He didn't do much in the mop-up fourth quarter that he played last night after not getting off the court. But I think he is the kind of player that can hurt the Warriors from time to time. He's that more versatile defender, 3-and-D kind of a guy. So I think he might be, I know somebody that hadn't been playing a lot for the Lakers, one of their, you always kind of keep something in your back pocket. And I think he might be the one player on their roster among those who haven't been playing that might get an opportunity as sort of a, all right, let's turn this card over and see what we got.
Yeah, not exactly a complete difference maker, but to me, the guy who I'm surprised hasn't made more of a difference is Austin Reeves, because he was so good this year. Once the Lakers made all those trades at the deadline, I felt like Austin Reeves had his role crystallized, and he really started to play the way they needed him to play. Good ball handler, can shoot it. 1 of 5 from 3 last night. He had just 7 points in 25 minutes. I'm a little surprised at how he has shriveled up in this series.
Yeah, he has looked not quite ready for the bright lights or the physicality or whatever it is, playing against the defending champs. It has been a surprise. And his game, though, is contingent on getting to the free throw line a lot. And the Warriors have been able to keep him off the free throw line in the first couple of games. And he was one of the players that were kind of singled out in the analysis as some of the other Laker players were commenting in that Sam Amick story about the ability to need to get to the free throw line to win in this series. So maybe that's something that they look to try to do to get him on the charity stripe, to get him rolling a little bit, see the ball go in the basket.
Teams dead even on free throw makes last night, 10 apiece, and the Lakers took just one more free throw. And JD's got some quotes from the Sam Amick piece in The Athletic. He'll share those here on the other side. If you call in with Ref in your name, you go to the front of the line. Ref Eric in Redwood City. You're on 95.7 The Game.
Awesome. Thanks for the tip.
Well, I love refs, Eric, and when I'm in the big chair, when I'm driving the bus, I will lean your way. Otherwise, you're probably going to be ostracized.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. So the morning guys talked a lot about, that when the Warriors are ready to turn it up, they turn it up to Hall of Fame level. And when you see AD not able to do that, then the Lakers don't have much beyond that. If one of our top four has a bad game, you've got 3, 4, 5 other players that can step up and fill that void. But I just don't see the Lakers have that. They need AD to have good games in order to get through this series. That's why I'm picking 5.
Thanks, Ref Eric. Appreciate it. And keep it fair out there when you throw the stripes on. You got the whistle in the mouth. I agree with him to an extent, JD, but I do want to go back to the Draymond Green point. If Draymond Green is having a bad game, that to me is more damaging than if Klay has a bad game or even if Steph Curry has a bad game. If Draymond is not engaged defensively, if he's turning the ball over, if he's spending too much time yapping at the officials, and he's been the first to admit when he's had bad games, when Draymond plays poorly, I think it's more difficult for them to win than if Steph or Klay plays poorly.
Yeah, his bad tends to be really bad in ways that
and damaging
hurt them
to
both,
others.
Both ways. No, both ways.
No.
I think Klay's. Hey,
sorry, that's a stop sign. My fault, dude.
Come on,
I know better.
Come on. How long have we known each other? But yeah, and I mean Klay's bad games can be that way too. But you're right; it tends to be Klay's bad game only. Typically, it impacts everybody, but it impacts Klay predominantly.
Right.
Draymond's bad games, rotations, guys aren't getting the ball, the flow of the offense is out of whack. All of that gets thrown in.
And defensively, he's largely going to be guarding the best player on the other team. And if he's in foul trouble or if he's not engaged defensively, if he's not on his game, then likely the other team's best player offensively is going to get into a rhythm, and that does not bode well for the Warriors either. Gloria in San Francisco wants to check in. Good afternoon, Gloria. You're on the game.
Good afternoon, guys. Thank you for taking my call. I agree, Gibbs. The series is contingent upon how engaged Draymond is. If Draymond can stay out of foul trouble, and I do believe he's engaged. This is LeBron, AD, and the Lakers that they're playing, and that's engaging for Draymond just by itself to solidify he and the Warriors as being that dynasty. So as long as Draymond can get the rebounds, play good defense, run point forward, talking to guys, making sure people are where they need to be, and Steph has taken his game to another level. So I almost want the Lakers to continue to play Steph to not shoot and to be a facilitator. Did you see how Steph was passing the ball to his teammates, 2 hands on the ball? He wasn't doing as much of the careless or the trickeration with his passes. He was making sure they were crisp and clean, giving Klay Thompson the ball where Klay didn't have to dribble. Klay just catch it and shoot. That's when Klay is at his best, just catching and shoot. And then I would also like to say I love the defense that Klay played on Russell. I thought that Wiggins had a little bit of a problem defending Russell in game 1. I'll take your comments off the air, and I predict the Warriors in 6.
Thank you, Gloria. Appreciate that. And you're going to get the comments on the air because I don't do off-the-air commentary. I go home and play with an 8-month-old, JD, if I get home in time to beat bedtime.
Wiggins did struggle with D'Lo in game 1, and that adjustment to put Clay on D'Angelo Russell, I think, was a subtle one, but it was an impactful one.
Yeah, Gloria nailed it.
Yeah.
And I think Clay's defensive acumen matches up with D'Angelo Russell better than it does any other player because D'Angelo Russell isn't going to do a ton off the ball. He's going to get the ball, and he's going to try to get to his spot and score on you. Andrew Wiggins is better served guarding LeBron James, where he can be more physical and match LeBron. Clay got switched on to LeBron a few times last night, and Clay just doesn't have the weight in his shorts, the posterior stamina to force LeBron out. And a couple of times LeBron kind of had his way with Klay Thompson in the low post when they got switched on to him. But Clay also knows how to be disciplined in on-ball defense because D'Angelo Russell, he wants to bait you, JD. He wants to get you into reaching in, and that way he can immediately throw his arms up and draw the foul. He's very good at that sort of sleight of hand offense.
No, he really is, and it's, I think, imperative for the Lakers to be able to get that in this series to be able to offset the fact that the Warriors have been so good hitting the 3 ball. Like the Lakers have to, as good as they are defensively, they have to find offense in a lot of different ways.
Right.
And it's probably not going to be via the 3-point shot. And so all of those, the little fouls that add up to being in the bonus for long stretches of quarters, I think are important, as well as drawing those shooting fouls as well.
I do think the Lakers got suckered into tempo last night, too, where they were getting a lot faster than they want to be. And once the Lakers fell behind, they started chasing the game. I thought that they were settling for threes too often, and they got away from what makes them so tough offensively. 888-957-9570. It's a Your Call show today. We're chasing down Quinn Cook as well, former Warrior, former Laker, to get his insights. But in the meantime, let's go to Jay. He's on the Nimitz Freeway, JD. That's 880 for those of you scoring at home. How's the Nimitz, Jay?
It's backed up, fun, and slow as normal.
Thank you. The naughty Nimitz for those of us in the business.
Hey, well, first of all, I want to thank you for your service.
Thank you.
And also, congratulations for being a father. Sounds like a proud father, not just a father, but a proud father.
Yeah, once, twice, 3 times a daddy. I got 2 in college and 1 in diapers, Jay. In case you know a nanny, I'm in the market.
All right, okay, I'll keep it in mind. But obviously, one thing I want to throw out real fast was Steph Curry's defense is underrated as well. I think that obviously he's not a top tier, can't defend big guys, but when it comes to point guards and the quicker players, he's good and as well as they come, I feel like. Just the underrated side to him. And Dennis Schroeder's, the way that he clipped Draymond was kind of dirty last night. Everybody's seen it. It's kind of crazy how that kind of goes unnoticed, or the refs don't put more on it, but they put things on Draymond or other people. I feel like the refs were against the Warriors the whole time in game 1, but that's just my take. And then I feel like you already answered it with Draymond not doing well, but other than like people getting injured, players getting injured, and like baskets that aren't going in, just shooting, what else could stop them from the Warriors winning this series?
Thanks, Jay. I think foul trouble for Draymond Green would be the number one problem, because if Draymond Green can guard Anthony Davis the way he guarded him in game 2, I'm not saying that AD is going to only have 11 points, JD, on 11 shots, but he's going to have to be more aggressive for LA. But if Draymond can contain Anthony Davis, then LeBron James is going to have a massive game, because I don't see the Warriors scoring any fewer than 110, maybe even 115 in this series. So if AD doesn't go off and LeBron James doesn't have an explosive night, I think the Lakers offensively are in a heap of trouble. More of your calls coming up on the other side. I'm loving the variety of phone calls we're getting. 888-957-9570. Dub Nation, they are gold-blooded. The 2023 playoffs, presented by Kaiser Permanente, are happening now. Single-game tickets available for purchase. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives are standing by. It's Willard and Dibbs. JD in for Willard. Your calls next on 95.7 The Game.
You know it pays to protect your engine, but did you know that with Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic Motor Oil, it pays in more ways than one? Not only does it help extend engine life, saving you in the long run, but right now you can get a $20 digital gift card to top retailers like Hotels.com, Topgolf, and Uber. Get Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic Motor Oil at a participating retailer, or ask for it in your next oil change at a participating location to qualify. Pennzoil. Long may we drive. Offer ends 9/30/2023. Terms apply. See pennzoil.com/rewards for details.
Why do we knock on doors like this?
Curry, dribble drive, goes to the corner. JaMychal Green is there. His jumper is good. Another 3-ball for JaMychal Green.
And they are crushing the 3-ball right now.
Curry with a double-double, 10 points, 10 assists.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Willard and Dibbs, John Dickinson in for Mark Willard. We are celebrating the Warriors win 127-100. That was Tim and Tom on the call. You hear all your Warrior action right here on 95.7 The Game. The Quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. Steph Curry, a double-double at that point, JD, with 10 and 10. He winds up with 20 and 12. What do you think about Steph Curry playing that way or Steph Curry and a 50-point night? Which of the two do you prefer?
I like the 50-point night, especially in a Game 7 on the road.
Sexy.
Which is the one that we just saw, where going into that game, you wondered if anybody was going to come along for the ride with Steph Curry.
Right. Literally on the bus
that
ride.
90-mile bus
Yeah,
ride.
exactly.
Right, from downtown San Francisco to Golden One Center. But that was just spectacular. I mean, that is the kind of game in which legends are made. And for Steph to do that and have it be the most points ever scored in a Game 7, I think Steiny was kind of touching on the fact that this team might not win a title this year, but the fact that if they end up losing at some point along the way, the fact that we still got to see a game that will be forever remembered,
right,
in that Game 7, I mean, that still makes it worth it and adds to the legend and the lore of Curry, even if it winds up not being a championship season. When it's all said and done, and we're talking about Curry moments, Game 7 in Sacramento when he scored 50.
Right.
I mean, that's something that's going to be right up there in the just in the annals of just the legend that he's become.
And there's something special about 50, not 51 or 52 or 48 or 49, but just a round number of 50. He took I-80 and got 50. Yeah. Number 30, the math is there. 30 got 50 after traveling on I-80. 30 plus 50 is 80. Huh.
Yeah.
Put that in your cute little notebook, John.
How about there?
So you favor the 50-pointer over the kind of game that Curry had last night. I also favor the 50-point game over. Last night was great. Don't get me wrong. Steph Curry was a maestro, 20 and 12, and he totally dictated the game. But what does Steve Kerr prefer?
Do you like the strength of numbers, warm and fuzzy, everybody's involved, or do you like 50?
I just like winning. So whatever it takes. I think that's the beauty of Steph is he's so unselfish. 12 assists tonight. He's willing to do whatever it takes to win. I think he knew going into Game 7 in Sacramento that he had to do what he did. He doesn't have to take on that mentality every single night. Tonight he didn't. Got into the early foul trouble, but just the way things were clicking, I think Steph was very content just being a more traditional point guard, and 20 assists or 20 points and 12 assists. That's a pretty good line for a point guard.
Marcus Thompson, the second MT2 with the question, and some snickers and some chuckles from the audience, but I think Steve Kerr's answer was what I was seeing watching the game. Steph Curry was having the time of his life. It was almost as if he didn't want to shoot at some points. He was happy.
Just toying with them.
Just exactly toying with him and also enjoying doing something else other than, I need to get my 30-foot game going. I need to make these shots to carry this team. I think something clicked in early where he knew that this game had to go the way that it went, and he was loving doing what he did.
He was, and I think there's also a confidence beneath the surface, Dibbs, that the 50 may still be coming at some point. And maybe it's not 50, maybe it's 42 or whatever, but that monster explosion type of a game can be a byproduct of what he did last night. And in a long series, you need a little bit of both.
Yeah, and the fact that he can go 20 and 12 and they can win by 27, not that he needs a shot of confidence, but it definitely gives you a lift if you're Steve Kerr and you're Steph Curry, knowing that the team around him is good enough to take a cue from him playing that way in order to go out there and still win. 888-957-9570 is the phone number. We're taking a lot of calls today on a Victory Friday, and we're going to Bud in Oakland next. Bud, where's your confidence level here heading into Game 3?
Dibbers, tell them.
Thank you, bud.
hey, I got a trio myself, Dibbers. You know what I'm saying? I call them the dudes, man.
Nice.
It's three of them, you know what I mean? Hey, but my confidence level was at 100. It never left. I mean, that Game 1 reminded me of the Game 1 with Sacramento. We were obliterating Sacramento with threes. Of course, they do the same, but what actually kept Sacramento in the game? The foul calls. So we're not hazing the refs at this time, but at the same time, teams are being saved by that, because if you take away those foul calls, you get a blowout performance by the Warriors. And albeit, look at last night. You take away those foul calls, you get a blowout performance. So, I know the league, they want to keep it close. I know you want to try to get as much money about it, the fans as possible with the concession stands, and you know what I mean? You want to try to, prolong the games, but at the same time, just let these guys play. Let them get physical like they do, and you'll see exactly what's going on. These guys are going to walk into the finals. Now, I understand Denver is a tough task. We don't know how far, we still got to get past the Lakers, but if they let us play our brand of basketball, it's hard to stop us. So, the confidence level is not leaving, and we're going to do it, man. Thanks for taking the call.
Thanks, Bud. Would that be 5 down, 11 to go? If you're on the Guru tracker, if you don't follow Triple D Guru on Twitter, he, after every win, will post just the number of wins needed for him to get over the top and win his bet against Steiny.
I thought that was no more.
I think the bet's still in play. I think Steiny just made him hold, or allowed him to hold the money. I don't know. I don't understand those two sometimes. They make this bet, $100. Steiny's got the field. Guru's got the Warriors to win the chip. And the Warriors are in trouble late in the regular season, not playing great.
Yeah.
So Steiny gives him $100 and pays off the bet. Basically as a way to say he didn't want to have to be anti-Warriors anymore, I think is why he paid it off.
Right. He didn't want to be kind of rooting against him, I guess.
Right. So I guess the bet's off unless...
It's a pike.
Although there was a sense that Guru was just holding the money, but he spent 20 of it. So the whole thing is...
He's making other bets to try and get that money back.
Right. He's chasing it. Chasing it to try to get trying to get that missing 20 back. But 5 down, 11 to go. And, I think that looking at just the Lakers series, I do feel confident that they can get by the Lakers. I'm probably more confident than the odds makers, who have it at about a 54% chance that the Warriors win, 46% for the LA Lakers. Denver's a whole nother animal. And I'll include Phoenix just for the sake of, respecting Phoenix and the fact that they're still alive. We're down 2-0 with Game 3 coming up later tonight. First home game for Phoenix in this best of 7. But I think Denver is a far better team than Phoenix. And I think Denver would be a pretty big problem for the Warriors.
Yeah, Denver is a more complete team than Phoenix. They're a deeper team than Phoenix. I think they're probably a better coached team than Phoenix is as well. They know who their 9 guys are that are going to play every single night right now. And the Suns, you look at them, not to get lost in the weeds, but every single night, it seems like it's a different group of bench players that are getting the nod, trying to come up with something, is Monty Williams. So, yeah, I'm with you on this series. The next series is going to be its own entity in a big way. And eventually, if you are somebody that believes in the field, part of the reason you believe in the field is the fact that at some point, all of these series stacking up on top of each other are going to put the Warriors in a position where they may physically just not have enough. And so, we'll see. Is it going to be 7-game series stacked on 7-game series stacked on, go to Denver and have to win a 7-game series
at
potentially?
Altitude and against a team that's very good at home.
And again, playing every other day, potentially. I mean, there is a scenario where the Warriors could play every other day right up until Memorial Day, Sunday weekend. They could literally play
14 games in 28 days.
And they've already started it with going back
to the Kings, right?
The last series. So you had 5, 6, and 7.
Oh, you're right. 3 games
of the last series that were, every other day. The game 5 started it every other day. And then you could have 7 in this series potentially 7 in the next series, which would be
So
every other
17
day.
games in 34 nights.
Yeah.
Michael Cooper is listening right now on the Odyssey app. He joined Steiny and Guru earlier today, and he's shaking his head at just how soft that is, that we're overreacting to that.
Well, they used to have back-to-back. You remember they used to have back-to-backs in this round in the NBA playoffs.
It's crazy to think about, but yeah, I do remember that.
Even 20 years ago, it was still a thing where you would maybe have a game 3 and a game 4, same city, and
just playing back-to-back.
They'd play Saturday, Sunday because they wanted both games to be in that weekend time slot for television.
Yeah, which nowadays that would be, grounds for termination for Adam Silver. He might get arrested if he even suggested that in a league office meeting.
Crazy. I remember Bulls-Knicks would play Saturday, Sunday, and game 3, game 4. There were a couple of Kings series where they played, I think, Dallas maybe. It was a Saturday,
I would stay
Sunday.
the night at Madison Square Garden, yes.
Yeah.
Anyone? 2, 3? Granny, he doesn't look happy at my Marv Albert back there.
Was that your Marv Albert or your Mark Willard?
That's not my Mark Willard. I can't get low enough for Mark Willard. 888-957-9570. I said on this very show, if you call in with ref in your name, you go right to the front of the line.
So we've got 5 refs on the.
We've got a few refs, but there's one man who rises above even my love for the officials. He goes by a name and he goes by a location. Philmo Mike is in the house. What up, Philmo?
Oh, Dibs, you make me feel good. Let me make you feel good. You're my idol.
That does feel good.
Shout out to Steph Curry, man. You know, Steph Curry, LeBron, they got crazy senses of the moment. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of our fans, right, they're basing the Warriors' last game off what we finna do. Like they're using what we did last game like we ain't played the whole season and these Warriors ain't Jekyll and Hyde. I don't trust these Warriors. Y'all going off of what they used to do back in the day. Now, back in the day, the Warriors play like that in Game 2. You know what I say? Game 5. You know what I'm saying? We get rid of them. Not these Warriors. And then you got to also think about this. I just said the moment. LeBron knows that he's not as much liked as Steph Curry. He know he moves the needle, but he also knows he's not as much liked as Steph Curry. He probably know also, I'm not going to win the ship. But what better way to go out than to beat another Warrior team that they weren't supposed to win? He knows the sense of the moment. Let's pump the brakes with the expectations. Understand that they have pride too. LeBron has pride. You may not like him, but he has pride, man. The last thing, Kuminga, man, hey, stop talking about Kuminga until he play. He play. We can't even judge nothing because he ain't played. Diz, I love you. You're my idol, JD.
Philmo, thank you.
Appreciate it.
And I was going to ask you about your car wash. If your car has been washed, I don't know if you're still there, Philmo, but I know you called an earlier show and they ran you.
Still here.
Is your car clean, Philmo? You feel me?
Yeah, my car. Bro, I ain't gonna drag it on, but this what happened. My car clean, and then I got stood for a date. So now I'm washing my clothes.
That's so good. That's so good. Philmo Mike, ladies and gentlemen, getting ready for a date. The car is washed. The teeth are brushed. Have a game, Philmo Mike. I like the perspective he brought, JD, in terms of LeBron James. This is a guy who's played more playoff minutes than any player in the history of the association. He's a guy who's played in, I think, 282 was the number, playoff games. Steiny mentioned it to Michael Cooper.
Lot.
That's a lot. That's a whole week. That's more than a whole week. That's like 3 regular seasons, non-load managed, worth of NBA playoff basketball.
I call that a whole week.
Thank you. It's Ike Taylor. To think that that LeBron's going out like a punk in 5 just because he's old and tired and darn it, the Warriors are champs. I don't want Warriors fans, JD, to overlook the competitive spirit in LeBron James.
No, and I think Warrior fans may, but the Warrior players absolutely will not. And I think that's, they know what they're up against. And I think they saw it in stretches in the first couple of games. Now, is LeBron capable of coming to the table with a legendary LeBron type performance? It looked like maybe it was going to be last night, and then it tapered off as so many have here as he's gotten a little bit older. I think LeBron has, we're accounting for Steph Curry having a 50.
Yeah.
I think LeBron has a legendary LeBron. I don't know if it's 50, but maybe it's 40, 15 and 10 or something like that. I think he's got one of those in him at some point in this series.
Well, he's going to have the 3-ball drop because it feels like when I'm watching LeBron James that he fancies himself now as a 2-guard. And he's either old, tired, or just not interested in going down there and exerting his will. Last night's a good example where LeBron was 10 of 18 from the floor, 3 of 8 from 3, 7 of 10 from 2. And if I'm coaching LeBron, and I'm sure you can't if you're Darvin Ham at this point, tell LeBron what to do, JD. But LeBron James has got a huge advantage against almost every other human being from 12 feet and in. But it takes desire. You got to want to go in there, and it takes energy and effort, right? Even if you're guarded by Klay Thompson or Andrew Wiggins, if Draymond switches on to you, Draymond's going to make you earn it. But you're LeBron James, man. I would not want him shooting any threes, let alone 8 in a basketball game.
Yeah, it's the energy and the effort, and it gasses you. And I think he is trying to conserve as much energy as possible for critical moments. And so he settles now. And on nights where he's not hitting, that's to the Warriors' advantage because it allows them, as long as they can secure the rebound, a shot to get out and run and get some easy buckets. And that was the other thing the Warriors did better. And part of it was the offense, part of it was the defense that's where the defense did ignite the offense in that they were getting stops. I think the offense started it. Better half-court offense started it. It led to better defense, and then the defense led to some easier points and rhythm and transition, and that's where the Warriors really took control of the game and turned it into that avalanche in the second and third quarters.
888-957-9570 is your phone number. It's a Victory Friday. We're celebrating a Warrior win over the Lakers, 127-100. If you're a ref, you go to the front of the line. Ref Dave is in Oakland. You ref, you call, I answer on 95.7 The Game. What up, Ref Dave?
Finally. I didn't think I was going to get in. Man, thank you, fellas, for taking my call. I want to echo what Phil Mo Mike said. I think that the Warriors fans can be a little delusional at times because they like reliving the past. They have revisionist history. I don't know if you remember when, I think you guys were talking about it earlier, when Draymond had that dunk in the second quarter, like the end of the second quarter going to the third, and LeBron watched them kind of like dunk. I think at that moment, LeBron decided, like, okay, we're probably not going to win this game. Let me just rest our stars so we can get ready for game 3. Because this is chess, you guys. This is chess, not checkers. If the Lakers can come out fully rested for game 3 and go down there and beat the Warriors game 3 and game 4, it's going to be hard for them to come back after that. I think it's going to be really hard. They already proved that they can win here. And so I want the Warriors fans to realize this is not going to be a walk in the park. This is going to be something that we have to really stay on the gas and go all the way through. It might go a game 7. I feel like it's going to go a game 7. And if it is a game 7, it's going to be a close-knit game, something like the first. Because even in the first game, when LeBron kind of took his foot off the pedal, we saw D'Angelo go and get, I think he had 20 and 10. And then the other guy, Reeves, he was putting up big shots.
Yeah.
And Hirokana, or however you say his name, he was putting up
Hachimura, yeah.
So it's not just, so it's just not LeBron and AD that can hurt us. There's other people on the Lakers that can hurt us. You guys got to remember, we lost to the Raptors. That they only had a big name was Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah. Thank you, Ref Dave. I got to let you go on that note because I got so many calls to get to. And, yeah, I think Toronto, Pascal Siakam.
A much more balanced team.
Yeah, Fred VanVleet was good.
Kyle Lowry was still on that team.
Yeah, Toronto
Norman Powell gave the Warriors the business in that series.
And I don't want to go back to that series because it leads Warriors fans to say if Klay and KD don't get hurt, they don't lose that series. And you may be right to say that, but I try to avoid revisionist history radio, JD, because what happened. And it happened, and it sucks, and it cost Klay Thompson 2 years, and KD never played for the Warriors again, and everything changed and the Warriors won another title, and here we are. And it's just like when Warriors fans say, if Draymond doesn't get ejected from the NBA Finals and suspended, the Warriors would have 5 titles right now. And no, you wouldn't, because you win that chip and KD doesn't come.
Yeah.
So
maybe you only have 2. And who knows?
So the whole revisionist history radio is something that I personally try to avoid, because you just never know in terms of what happened and what might have happened. 888-957-9570. James wants to weigh in on Game 3. It's a big one. It's tomorrow. John Dickinson will be there reporting for the game. What do you got, James?
I like the reality check that some of your later callers have mentioned. Last night was a trap win. We gleaned no information from that win because AD came out with ice packs on, and it was clear that him and LeBron decided they would check it out and then check out of the game. So the real game is Game 3. Game 4, Warriors fans can't feel confident until we get, home court back. And, it was just so devastating to lose Game 1 because it afforded AD a rest night. Reeves got to rest. LeBron got to rest. Our guys got to rest too. Looney, that's good. Clay got some target practice, but it felt too easy, and I agree that it was a chess match loss, sacrifice, because mission accomplished. They stole a home game. So I hope the coaches are aware of that. The other bad thing is that they got to look at our adjustments, right? So now they know maybe JaMychal Green's coming out. Not a lot good came from that.
Thanks, James. Not a lot good came from it other than you won, which is really the only takeaway you want and
most important thing.
And I want to get your thoughts on this, JD, and 888-957-9570. If you want to jump on, we got a couple of free phone lines. It's your show today on a Victory Friday. The adjustments, JaMychal Green into the starting lineup. Do the Lakers have the personnel to counter that move? And I know it's only maybe a 10 or 12 minute of 48 minutes worth of a, quote, move, but do the Lakers have the personnel to adjust to that move?
Yeah, I don't know that the adjustment, to me the adjustment isn't switching somebody out. It's maybe playing a little bit differently. But at the same time, I think as far as the JaMychal Green part of it goes, you're comfortable letting him take shots. To me, it's like you're not going to be running out on JaMychal Green hard to create lanes for others, and so sure you want to make sure that you're at least closing out on him, especially on that corner 3 a little bit. If you can get him to put it on the deck, all the better. But I think it's really more make him pay on the other end, get him in foul trouble. He's not a great defensive player, although he is willing to play physically, but just kind of make his time on the court a complete waste, if you will.
Yeah, not so much of a positive. Last night he was a +5 in 13 minutes.
If the Warriors really want to do that, then fine. It's gonna be 6 minutes where you get a guy that maybe makes 1 3 and does 2 or 3 bad things that we're gonna take advantage of the other way.
And you wouldn't tweak the Lakers starting lineup at all. Hachimura, I thought, was the best player that they had on the floor, and he came off the bench.
Well, who are you taking out? They want Vanderbilt on Steph. So Vanderbilt's not coming out.
Vanderbilt only 20 minutes last night. I don't know if his and the knee, I'm surprised he wasn't hurt on that play where, I can't remember who it was, basically crashed onto his leg on a rebound, basically folded his leg in two. I thought that was a bad one.
Yeah, if anybody's coming out, it would probably be Vanderbilt, although Austin Reeves, as you noted earlier, hasn't had a great couple of first 2 games of this series and really poor last night. But I don't know who you would take out if you're going to put. Obviously, it would have to be Vanderbilt if you're going to play Hachimura. But then you lose a little bit defensively, and I think you're admitting that maybe something that is a strength of yours can't be a strength to win this series. And at that point, I think maybe the Warriors have you.
Yeah, and especially the way Steph is playing, only 6 minutes to start the first quarter. So, you'd want to have Vanderbilt in for that first 6 to match up with Steph in terms of, taking Steph Curry away early in the ball game. 888-957-9570 is your phone number. It's your show today on a Victory Friday. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. JD in for Mark Willard. We're heading to the weekend on a high note on 95.7 The Game.
Mom, Dad,
to Moody. Pump fake. Bounce pass, threw it away. DiVincenzo goes to the deck to get it and throws a bounce pass from his backside to Wiggins over to Curry. Curry fades left, goes up with a three. It's good! Tom will be diagramming that play on YouTube later on tonight.
I most certainly will not.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Maybe my favorite comedy duo, Tim and Tom. Tim running material, Tom shooting him down immediately. You heard that here on 95.7 The Game. It is Willard and Dibbs. Mark Willard enjoying a 4-day break, 2 days of work, couple days on the weekend. Yosemite, which is always nice if you can partake in that. John Dickinson is in, my brother from another mother, longtime friend, longtime partner, and it is a Victory Friday, JD. We are looking at the victory from the Warriors last night, 127-100 in Game 2 of the Western Conference semifinals. The series now tied at a game apiece, and the scene shifts to Los Angeles. The Quest for Five is brought to you by Merrill West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together. And I know that your today and your tomorrow involves being together with the 95.7 The Game audience. What do you got? This weekend?
A lot of action this weekend. I'll be doing Warriors this week with our pal, Whitey Gleason. I know Whitey was in for Mark yesterday, joining you.
Go to hell, Whitey.
Yeah, so go to hell, Whitey.
Nice.
So, yeah,
It's a
10
low
to 1.
drop.
10 to 1.
Yep.
And then Warriors Live from Crypto.com Arena at 4:30, getting you ready for Game 3. And then obviously be there all weekend. We'll do it all over again for Game 4 on Monday night. And
Nice.
back to the Bay. So, yeah, looking forward to a full day of Warriors coverage tomorrow. We'll keep Warriors wrap-up going after the game as long as the people want to talk. It's been at least 2 hours after every postseason game so far. And, hell, on a Saturday night, we'll just keep it going.
I love it. Yeah, I'm into it. Game 3 and then Game 4 also in Los Angeles. I know you'll be on with Steiny and Guru on Monday as well. I heard them live booking you in the green room.
Yeah, probably around 1 o'clock.
Yeah, it's always good. As much as I enjoy doing radio with you, you and Steiny have a special kinship that I do admire. I do want to reset the topic a little bit because, JD gave me quite a tongue lashing during the break for my sloppiness over here.
Look.
Totally. 888-957-9570. We're going to the phones momentarily, and we're wondering how you feel in terms of this series because a lot of Warriors fans are now maybe spouting off a little too much that Warriors in 5, Warriors maybe in 6 if it goes that long. And JD's got a little bit of a different sense for the way that this series may go based on what, JD, the Warriors' season-long inconsistency.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of confidence today, and rightfully so. And I've even noted the confidence that the Warriors had off of Game 1 in losing and leading toward Game 2, and then they turned that game into a blowout victory last night. But I think every time, Dibbs, that we've looked at this Warriors team as if they're about to turn the corner and really have action and really get on a run, they are always one step away from a horrible shooting game. You mentioned to me during the break a 20-plus turnover game where nothing is connected. The defense is horrific in part because the offense is atrocious. And you think they're about to flip the corner. Game 6 at home against Sacramento.
Man.
And you're just left stymied. Like, what the hell is going on here? And it's happened a lot. It's happened a lot on the road. And so all signs are pointing in a very positive direction for the Warriors. There's no doubt about it. But this team this season has come up with clunkers almost at every turn when it's looked as if they had somebody.
Yeah.
And so, is it tomorrow? Is it Game 4? I don't know. I guess tomorrow would probably be more likely of the two in that respect. But they've been good enough to bounce back and win the extra games they've had to win when they've done that. And so they're walking that tightrope potentially again. But I think Philmo Mike kind of said it like, hey, these guys, we're talking about what they've done in the past, and that's given them enough to win the Game 7s and the Game 5s and bounce back like they did last night. But it's far from once they figure it out, the switch is just
over.
flipped
Yeah.
and it's over like
no
it
doubt.
used to be.
And today we are celebrating last night's victory, and one of the key good feel-good moments, JD, was the fact that JaMychal Green got to start, and boy, he was happy to have such a good game.
It feels good to be able to do this after the year I had. It's been a rough one. Haven't been through nothing like this before, but just feel like this is a year of growth for me. I feel like I get through this, I get through anything. So just want to thank God for keeping me with it and, just staying ready.
32-year-old journeyman got the start because Kevon Looney was under the weather, and Steve Kerr also had some reflections on the J. Mike story.
Well, number one, I'm just proud of J. Mike. It's been a tough year for him for a lot of reasons. He missed some time with a few different ailments, and then when he was healthy, he was out of the rotation. I didn't play him a whole lot, and he just stayed ready, and he took advantage of his opportunity. And this seemed like a series for him, just with the way the Lakers are playing us defensively. And I couldn't be happier for J. Mike. He's really earned this by just staying positive and staying ready.
A series for him, JD. And, Steve Kerr said that, and now we go into Game 3. Do you feel like J. Mike could be in the starting lineup again, even if Kevon Looney's healthy?
I think they'll ride it out with JaMychal Green in Game 3 and then kind of go from there. It really was 2 shifts. It was 2 6-minute shifts, beginning of the first, beginning of the third. I think that's something you can get away with, even if it doesn't go well, and you can just get him out. Hell, you could even get him out at the 9 or 8-minute mark if you really feel like it's going awry and he's exposed out there. But as far as this being a series for him, it's that ability to go park himself in the corner, and when the Lakers are trying to help off of everybody, it just gives you a player that's a little bit more of it. Like Kevon Looney, you can't put out in that corner. Draymond Green, you can't go put out in that corner and feel confident that he'll be able to knock down that shot if the Lakers leave him open as they have. So I think it's fascinating to see how that could be the move for the Warriors in this series, and was the move last night with the Looney illness kind of give him the tip in. But I think it's also from a bigger picture standpoint. I don't know what your thoughts were when the Warriors acquired JaMychal Green. I think a lot of Warrior fans thought, hey, this is a pretty good pickup. Like, he's been somebody that's been playable in playoff series gone by, even against the Warriors. Like, hey, this could be a nice bench piece. I think maybe people thought he was a little better three-point shooter than he was, a little more like Otto Porter than he was.
I thought he was a little bit more of a useful defender than he was. And, I know he had some ailments, and Steve Kerr mentioned it, but he fell well out of the rotation, and he fell out of favor because he wasn't shooting the 3 ball as well as advertised, and he wasn't defending very well either. And early in the year, they were still trying to see what they had with James Wiseman, and you were playing Kuminga a little bit, and I never thought that JaMychal Green would be in this spot after all the time, and even in the Kings series where he couldn't even get off the bench in that series.
Yeah, and so I think, he became, in a lot of ways, unplayable, and he had I think it was an infection that kept him in the hospital, and he missed some time, and so it was kind of just a really rough season for him. I think those are the things that he's alluding to in part in that clip that we played there. But to see him be a player that really frequently this year looked like he was just not going to be able to be a useful piece for the Warriors, be a useful piece in, to date, what is the biggest win of the season,
right,
is just, it's something that nobody could have predicted, that JaMychal Green put in 15 in Game 2 against the Lakers
as a starter.
Yeah. Think about that for a second. Consider, so even if you thought he could help, and I think there were varying degrees of people that thought he could help, I don't think anybody would have imagined that he would have helped at the level that he did in the game that he did.
Yeah, absolutely not. And we all did our pregame analysis and our breakdown, and you've been all over it, JD, and we've talked about Kuminga, is he useful? And if we would have thought that Kevon Looney wasn't going to be able to start because of an ailment, I think most of us would have thought, okay, then you go Kuminga, or maybe you go Jordan Poole and go smaller. Maybe you go DiVincenzo. I don't know if anybody would have looked and thought, yeah, JaMychal Green is the likely candidate. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. The Quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. JD is in for Mark Willard, and we're going to the phones. Your thoughts on the Warriors and Lakers. Dre is in Lemoore. What's going on, Dre?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? Feels good after last night. I heard somebody say as Draymond goes, the Warriors go. I say as Clay goes, the Warriors go. When Clay's that hot, it's hard to defend this team. The team did really good last night defensively. But, man, Clay was on fire. I know he can't stay on fire for the whole series. But if he can do that, let's say 75% of what he was for the rest of the series, the Warriors could do their defense. I see him winning in 6, fellas. Go Warriors. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, Dre. No problem. Thanks for calling in. Yeah, 8 of 11 from 3, 11 of 18. Overall, 30 points in 31 minutes. And most importantly, JD, he was not out there searching for it. He let the game come to him. He took the shots that were presented. He still takes a couple of game of like, no, yes.
Yeah.
You know, those one-legged, stanky leg leaners or the deep corner or the quick pull, but he's earned the right to take bad shots, quote-unquote bad shots.
Especially when he's making them at a high clip. And and there's always going to be a couple, like you said, that aren't going to be makes, and there probably were, but last night as well. But he just seemed more calm last night, more focused. And I'm not saying he's not focused in these other games, but I think there is a little bit of a, I'm going to try to go off tonight to him in some of these games. And make or miss, when he has that attitude, it doesn't work for the Warriors. Like to me, he didn't have that attitude in Game 7, and yet he couldn't make a shot at all until really that 4-point play at the end of the third quarter, which proved to be a huge shot, put the Warriors up 10 from 6, and they got their money's worth for a quarter that they had pretty much dominated. But to me, it comes back to mentality. It's not make or miss. It's just, are you playing with the right spirit? I thought last night he played with the right spirit. It hasn't always been there this season, hasn't always been there in the playoffs.
It's been an up and down playoffs for Klay Thompson. 9 of 25 in Game 1. He scores 25 points on 25 shots, and not very productive. Warriors lose Game 7, you mentioned it, 4 of 19 from the floor, 16 points, but that's a win. Game 6, he goes 8 of 20, 22 points, that's a loss. So I don't think it's so much as Klay goes, so go the Dubs, and he actually mentioned that it really goes through Draymond Green.
That's the Draymond Green we love. I mean, he's so great in the pick and roll. He's so great at making plays out the pick and roll, and he's like a point guard for us out there, being 6'7", 250, and the ability to get to the rim, shoot the three, hit the open man. I can't name a lot of players who play like that. He's our Swiss Army knife, and when he's getting downhill and he's finishing at the rim, we're at our best. So we'll look forward to this continued effort by Draymond, and just like Steph, we go as Dre goes.
He says they go as Dre goes, and I'm with Klay on that. And the way Draymond played last night, JD, 5 of 10 shooting, 11 points, 11 boards, 9 assists, great defense on Anthony Davis. He took Anthony Davis's will to play last night early and took him completely out of the ball game.
And we've seen it before, and I think that's a reason to be even more optimistic about where the Warriors sit in this series moving forward. Not that they're going to win the next 3 and take it in 5, but the fact that Draymond can slow down what was the Lakers' biggest weapon in the first game of this series. So stay out of foul trouble, which he was able to do, and steal Anthony Davis's will. I mean, he kind of punks him. He really does. He makes it really uncomfortable for Anthony Davis to do the things that he likes to do, and I think there is there's something to a fired up, angry Draymond that can be imposing even on a great player, especially a great player that at times in his career has been noted as being a little S-O-F-T.
Thank you.
Yeah. Soft.
No doubt. He can shut it down faster than almost any other player of his ilk. I'm going to go back to the phones momentarily. 888-957-9570. We have 1 or 2 open phone lines for you if you want to chime in on your confidence level right now, 2 games into the series. But JD, this from Steiny and Evan Giddings earlier today, the topic of Anthony Davis as a Hall of Famer came up, and Evan E. said, oh, he's already in the Hall of Fame. If his career ends right now, he's a lock Hall of Famer. I wasn't sure if I agreed with that. And I know that everybody gets into the Basketball Hall of Fame.
I think he probably is.
Okay.
I think he probably is.
I'm glad I didn't confront Evan with that.
No, it just
I hate being wrong.
I mean, I think it's it's a conversation. I'm not saying, I mean, we can have a conversation about it. I'm not saying you're for sure wrong. But I would, to me, part of whether or not you're a Hall of Famer is it's that test of just simply asking the question, is somebody a Hall, like just first thing that comes to your mind, Hall of Famer or not? To me, if the answer is yes, you're a Hall of Famer. If the answer is then that is an indicator that maybe you are not a Hall of Famer. Just the mere fact that we need to have an extended discussion about it. My initial thought, though, is he's probably a Hall of Famer.
He's done enough. He's played well enough. And he certainly is talented enough to where
he's
it
also
shouldn't
won a
be
title
discussion.
Now. I know, bubble title.
Well, and the fact that winning a title matters so much in these conversations. And that's, the Robert Horry effect. Is Robert Horry a Hall of Famer? I think he won, he has 7 NBA titles?
Yeah, 6 or 7.
Yeah, he's among the all-time leaders.
Wow. And 2 Rockets, 3 Lakers.
And a Spurs.
And at least 1 Spurs.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Wow.
But he's obviously not a Hall of Famer. And, Patrick McCaw's got 3. And I always use Patrick McCaw when it comes to this conversation because he's got 3.
3 in a row.
Yeah. Because he got that Toronto chip. But anyway, I know it's not about mediocre players and titles, but Anthony Davis having one, I do think is a bit of a tiebreaker if there's any doubt. And according to you and Evan and Steiny and, somebody else chimed in from behind the glass. Might have been Spadoni. I can't remember. But everybody said, oh, yeah, he's a Hall of Famer. So I'm in the minority. I'm wrong.
Well, and I'm trying to think, obviously multi-time All-Star and all that. Does he have a Defensive Player of the Year? Off the top of my head, I want to say he does have a Defensive Player of the Year, too, which I think is something that would, you would probably factor in as well. And, you just go through his career. Yeah, you're talking All-Star. 8, 9-time All-Star. Career 24 and 10.5. He's led the NBA in blocks 3 different times.
Yeah, all right. Now you're piling on.
No. I'm just kidding.
Anthony Davis, no DPOI.
No DPOI. Okay.
No, I just was. Okay. I didn't think he did.
Okay.
But
2-time first team all defense though.
There you go. Right. And Rudy Gobert's got 3 DPOIs. So that tells you all you need to know about the relative importance of that award. Anthony Davis, Hall of Famer. I apologize to anyone out there with a monobrow.
Rudy Gobert,
not a Hall of Famer. Thank you. And if you look at other names on this list, Joakim Noah, DPOY, not a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, it's not the only thing, but if you're a hell of a player and you have that,
Marc Gasol, DPOY, not a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, we'll see.
Right. His brother's a Hall of Famer. He's just got in this year, I think.
We'll see if Marc Gasol is or isn't when it's all said and done. I feel like he might be.
Interesting. Tyson Chandler, not a Hall of Famer. Dwight Howard, Captain Empty Stats.
He's got to be, though.
No, he is. Yeah. He is. And that's another one that kind of sticks in my craw because Marcus can be not a Hall of Famer, but Ben Wallace, Hall of Famer. You're pausing.
Yeah,
Ben Wallace.
I think he is, but I don't think it's a lock.
He's not yet.
Did he go in already?
I'm looking right now.
Maybe he may have.
Well, Basketball Hall of Fame as a player.
Okay. Yeah.
There you go.
See, I thought he was in, but I thought I was still kind of going down the path of should he be or not.
Okay, yeah. Enshrined in 2021.
There are those that are in that maybe shouldn't be.
No, for sure, and that's the hallmark of the Basketball Hall of Fame because they do have an open door policy.
But if Ben Wallace is in, then Anthony Davis has got to be in.
No, you're right.
You start playing that game.
That's tough to do in the Basketball Hall of Fame because there are some Hall of Famers that are eyebrow raising, to be certain. 888-957-9570. Your thoughts on Warriors Lakers? Pretty entertaining. Game 1, Game 2, a blowout. Entertaining if you're a Warriors fan. Not so much if you're on the LA side. Let's go to Brian in San Mateo. What's up, Brian?
Hey, fellas. First-time caller, 10 years listening. A little bit of anticipation sensation going on here. How are you?
I'm doing great. That's a buck, Brian, but it's your first time, so I'll go ahead and pay it for you.
Appreciate it. Feeling a little reflective, thinking about Coach Kerr, reflecting back to Phil Jackson. And I don't know if either of you remember, Jackson in his later years seemed to be a little bit asleep at the wheel and hesitant to really be assertive or engage with his team. And I'm just wondering how we feel about Coach Kerr and if he's falling victim to this challenge that you have, I think, with teams that have had a long run. You have to take a breath and can only play so many cards with your team, otherwise you might lose them. How do we feel about Coach Kerr and his engagement and making adjustments and picking his spots?
Pretty good, Brian. I feel pretty good about it. Thank you for the call. Yeah, and I saw somebody else, might have been on the YouTube page yesterday, use the phrase asleep at the wheel. And I'm not sure if I would characterize Steve Kerr as asleep at the wheel. Now, I was a little critical of the Game 1 decision to not call timeout and to have that possession result in a Jordan Poole 28-footer. Steve Kerr explained his rationale, and he liked the shot from Jordan Poole, although he would have liked Jordan Poole to maybe have taken a step or two closer to the three-point line, thereby making it a better shot.
Sure.
What did you think about that sequence?
Yeah, I thought in the moment I hated the shot. Just a lot of different things here. I'll just rapid fire you. In the moment I hated the shot. When I watched it back, I thought it might have been the best shot they could have got in the situation. When I watched it, replayed it.
Because you're in the arena.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're working and you're doing a bunch of things.
In the moment, I'm thinking, and I made sure to watch it back before I hit the air for Warriors wrap-up. But I also, as far as the timeout or no timeout, I'm more of a take a timeout guy than I think a lot of people are. However, the way that play began was with Curry, the ball in Curry's hands, and he looks back at the clock to see how much time he's got. And in that moment, I'm thinking, you got Curry in transition, down 3. You let him play it out. Like in even though I'm typically a guy that would not take. Now maybe if you don't have it, you can then call a timeout.
Right.
If once they double, go back to the Sacramento series. Once they double,
Totally.
just take the timeout, Steph, and then you try to set something up. But I also understand the Lakers, such a good defensive team, in a scramble. You'd rather have them in a scramble than timeout. They get to set the defense and the like there. That's more set up for a team that you think you can pick apart that maybe isn't as good defensively. So I didn't really ultimately, I guess, have an issue with any of it, the way that it played. It's also game 1. Maybe if it's later on in a series or it's a must-win game, you do take the timeout to make sure.
My thinking was, Steph gets the rebound, and you're down 3, about 15 seconds left when he gets the ball, and Steph pushes, and as he pushes, Draymond is jogging, and Jordan Poole is basically lollygagging. So Steph gets across half court, and he's doubled. And in fact, there are 4 Laker defenders all within about 12 feet of Steph Curry. At that point, you've got about 11 seconds left to go. That's where maybe you call timeout because that possession's going nowhere. He throws it to Draymond. Draymond finds Poole. Poole lets fly from 28. He misses, and it's game over. So I just was thinking in terms of if it's 10, 12 seconds left to go, you can still get a quick 2 and play the foul game in that spot. Lakers not a great free throw shooting team. Maybe that would have given you an opportunity to, take that 28-footer another possession later if you would have gotten a quick 2.
Yeah, that's also an option. And you're right. That is a nice way to use, if to go about it if you don't take the timeout. That does make a lot of sense. You keep that in your back pocket. You do it quickly enough to where you can play the foul game and then sure, take the timeout, set up another 3. You give yourself multiple chances. Maybe they miss a free throw. Makes sense.
888-957-9570. It's JD and Dibs here. Final hour. Gene in Oakland, call back. About to go to you, Gene. And I promise I won't do my Gene.
Come on, Gene.
I won't do my Gene in Oakland impersonation.
My call.
That's JD. I do a Gene in Oakland myself.
I met Gene. I met Gene at Friedman's Appliance.
Got to be a great guy.
In Pleasant Hill. Great guy.
Has to be.
Yeah.
That deserves the drop. You met Gene.
No doubt.
Still, my high point was last year meeting Jonathan in San Francisco at a Warrior game. Stunningly fit. Jonathan in San Francisco.
Surprised you?
Yeah, he goes about 5'7". I'd say about $121.
Oh, wow. And,
he's fit.
And
yeah, not an ounce of body fat on him. As we break down listeners here, it's JD and Dibs on 95.7
like
The Game.
Like he'd get the leverage on you and take you down, like real quick.
Yes.
If he needed to.
If he's going to do any of the martial arts, because he's definitely ripped.
Yeah.
He's ripped, he's cut.
So it'd be night-night.
He works out.
For Dibber Claus.
For me, at this age, with this knee brace, and at this weight, night-night. Let's go to a listener I don't know. Boo Boo, the Fool, in Dublin. What up, Boo Boo?
Sounds like a great idea.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Okay.
I think that when you look at Golden State, what makes this team not only fun to watch but so unique is I think about when Michael Jordan and the Bulls in their heyday. And don't get me wrong, I think Michael Jordan got most of the focus, and I'm not taking anything away from Scottie Pippen, Steve Kerr, and Dennis Rodman and those guys, because he couldn't have won a title without those guys. But I'm saying most of the time, Michael Jordan got all the focus, okay? And I'm saying with the Golden State Warriors, there really isn't a one guy that gets the focus. It's the core, okay? It's the big three. Now, don't get me wrong. Every now and then, Steph gets that extra nod because Steph does amazing things. But I'm thinking of this. When this series is over, and if it has to go down the stretch, I believe Golden State will prevail. And one of the reasons why is because if I'm Steve Kerr, I'm coaching my guys up to run the Lakers right off the floor. I think this is going to be a stamina series, and I don't think the Lakers have enough stamina to go 6 or 7. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Boo Boo. Appreciate the call, and I appreciate the sentiment. I agree with him on the surface in terms of a long series favors the Warriors if they can get the Lakers to exert at that pace. But I think, JD, the Game 3 adjustment for the Lakers is something that Darvin Ham was saying, and you heard the mic'd up. Maybe you didn't because you were actually at the game, but he was talking about playing with force. Quit complaining about the calls and go out there and play with force. And part of that for me is play slower and make this game more of a half-court game where we can win 100-99. That's the way the Lakers can win. They cannot win a game like Game 2.
No, that's the way the Lakers have to play to get the job done. And I'm with the caller and the Warriors wanting to run and run some more, even with the every other day nature of the series, even with the Warriors being an older team themselves. I think they view themselves as the more conditioned team and as the team that can keep bringing it. And I think the longer this series goes, the Warriors believe that they have more advantages in that particular situation than the Lakers would, who we're looking at as giving up on one because they want to make sure they've got enough left in the tank for the next game once it started to go awry for them last night.
Yeah, third quarter, they were outscored 43-24. They were down 30 at the end of 3, but you could sense that the Lakers were shutting it down even before the end of the third quarter. When they got down 20, there was a little bit of a letdown in terms of, LeBron wasn't even on the court, and I was thinking they may not even bring LeBron James back in here at the end of the third. He came in at the end of the third, gave up a 3-point foul on Moses Moody, and then Moody sneaks in on an inbound pass before the buzzer and gets a dunk. Lakers down 30 at that point, and it was night-night. Steve Kerr talked after the game and expressed his pleasure at how they played.
I thought we just played simple basketball, kept our turnovers down, moved the ball. Our guys were playing with a lot of force, a lot of aggressiveness, but making good decisions within, that aggression. And that's the key. Can you find that balance? Can you play with pace and confidence and yet make really simple decisions, hit singles and just move the ball. I thought Steph was brilliant. In the first half, he wasn't really going like offensively, but he was just running our team and Clay got it going and our defense was, kind of fueling our offense and connected the game really well.
Defense fueling offense, and that's Draymond Green for me, JD. Rui Hachimura he made 4 threes, and early in that first quarter, second quarter, I thought that he was going to be a problem, but after that, either the Lakers weren't going to use him or LeBron was taking threes. I thought that the Warriors defense, other than guarding Hachimura, was excellent.
Yeah, he hit a couple of threes in the second quarter that looked like they were going to prevent the onslaught that eventually came with the Warriors able to put up 41 in that quarter and then 43 in the third quarter to obliterate the Lakers. What was it? 40? It was 84-47, or something like that in the middle two quarters.
Warriors had 110 through 3.
Yeah, 110 to 80 at that point.
Yes.
And the Lakers saying, all right, we're going to move on to Saturday. But yeah, Hachimura is an interesting player. He's somebody that in the past has played pretty well against the Warriors, but if you're putting more Rui Hachimura on the floor, then that means, I think, less defense that's going to be on the floor with another player that you're going to have to take off. And I think ultimately the Warriors would be okay with that because they feel like they'll be able to get theirs at a much more effective rate with him on the floor, even if he's getting his a little bit.
4.5 minutes to go, second quarter. Hachimura, 26-footer, cuts it to 2, 50-48.
Yeah.
And that was where, Lakers were up 7 after 1. Warriors really kind of exerted their will to start the second quarter. They took control of the game by the scruff of the neck. And, it took them a little bit of time to get over and to get on top. They led 36-35, and then they were tied at 40. But after that, the Warriors did not trail again. Hachimura's 3 did cut it to 2, and that was the second of his threes. And that's when I was thinking, somebody's got to get a hand up on this guy because he's becoming a little bit of a problem. And then after that, the Warriors close out the half from 50-48. It winds up 67-56. So that's a 17-8 run to go up 11 at the break, and it never got closer than that again.
No, never got closer than that. Warriors able to come out and hit him in the mouth in that third quarter for the knockout blow. And, the Warriors, again, able to take a lot of what they talked about from game 1 and apply it to game 2. I'm always a little reluctant. I file it away when a team tends to sound as confident as they did in certain ways. There were a couple times, Dibs, in the Kings series where I thought Steve Kerr said some things about turnovers at one point, and then he didn't elaborate on what it was off of Game 6, but he did say there was something specific that they noticed off of the Game 6 debacle that they felt they could apply to Game 7. He referenced it generally, and then after the game he explained that it was the spacing issue.
Right.
And they were just so compact that the Kings were able to guard, they were able to guard 2 players with 1 and 3 players with 2 and that kind of thing, and the Warriors were kicking it all over the place. So the other one was about turnovers, and I think it was after Game 2 in Sacramento where Steve Kerr said, hey, a lot of these were unforced. It wasn't, because I think watching the game in person, I thought, boy, the Kings are really getting into them. Like, this is not like them. But watching the film back, it was more about their adjustment in his mind. And I thought, I'm not sure. Push comes to shove, though, and the Warriors in both of those instances showed that those fixes were simple ones, and they were able to come out and execute. So this is in line with what they were talking about out of Game 1 of this series, to be able to apply it to Game 2 and not get 10 shots blocked and to have the offense flowing much more to allow the defense to help them take the game over.
And they didn't get all the way to the rim last night, especially when Anthony Davis was on the floor. You saw Steph a couple times pull up and look for a little 8-foot bank shot instead of going all the way to the rim. You talked about adjustments and momentum. 888-957-9570. Where are you with adjustments and momentum? Is there any momentum in a best of 7? JD also mentioned turnovers and spacing. And when I think spacing, I think about what JaMychal Green has brought to this team as a starter.
No, they always tell me to stay ready. They seen this before, and that my time will come. And first series, I was kind of struggling with it, but we had a team meeting, and Steph, he said some powerful words, and it kind of got me locked in, let go of everything, and just all about the team.
How about that from JaMychal Green? Steph had a team meeting, stay locked in and let go of everything. JaMychal Green not noticeably frustrated, but honestly, how could he not be frustrated, JD? Because you didn't play at all in meaningful minutes against Sacramento, and yet now they tell you stay ready, stay locked in, And he came out and played a great game too.
Well, and it got to the point, not to go back to Jonathan Kuminga, but it got to the point where, Steve Kerr, when asked about Kuminga, referenced JaMychal Green and said, hey, he stayed ready, and that's the template for what Jonathan Kuminga is going to have to do. And again, it's different when you're a 32, 33-year-old veteran that's been around the block. Like, I'm not saying like Kuminga has to handle it the way a 10, 12-year vet would in the NBA, but the way JaMychal Green handled it, even if he was ticked off and taking the message from Steph, it would appear as if he took the message from Steph a little differently.
Absolutely.
And that has enabled him to still be a factor in this series.
Yeah, and everybody could be a factor in this series, including Jonathan Kuminga. And I want to play a little pieces of sound here, going back to August, where Stephen A. Smith talked about Jonathan Kuminga. We're going to the phones after this. Jason, Pretty Ricky, and all the rest of you. We're going back to the phones, 888-957-9570 on this Victory Friday. Stephen A., JD, back in August, talked about Jonathan Kuminga. This was going into the season.
I'm worried about Kuminga. I'm hearing too many things about him off the court in terms of his head, the level of discipline that he lacks. You understand? Some of the foolishness. I'm not getting in this personal business. I'm not saying nothing like that. I'm talking attitude. I'm not talking actions. I'm saying that attitude, the level of focus, commitment, determination, just putting your head down, doing the work. I'm hearing that he's shortchanging the Warriors in that regard, and he got to get his act together because I'm a Jonathan Kuminga fan.
Yeah, and this is back in August, JD, and he did get his act together for the regular season, but as we've discussed, it's a whole lot different regular season from the postseason. Steve Kerr actually responded to that Stephen A. sound about a month later. I want to play you Steve Kerr from September, and then we can look back at Steve Kerr from a couple of days ago. Here's Steve Kerr in September on Stephen A. on Kuminga.
I know there was that weird report that came out. I think Stephen A. Smith said something about JK. And honestly, Bob and I, when that came out, we called each other and asked each other, like, where did that come from? Because it made no sense. Because JK has been great. He's done everything we've asked of him. He's working hard. He's right where he needs to be. And it's just, he's got to just keep getting better every day. But we're very happy with his summer and everything he committed to.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one because, Stephen A. Smith, for all of his bluster and his performance element of what he does, he's pretty credible in terms of what he says.
Well connected.
Yes, I don't think he comes off half-clocked very often.
See,
you're welcome.
You know what's funny?
Grandy likes it when I clean up my act.
That's a 4.
Thank you. Because the expression is working a little bit blue, and I try not to do that in the 5 o'clock hour.
No.
Try to keep it classy.
Keep it classy.
Yeah.
Those on YouTube and Twitch, though, and maybe the stream.
They're always clamoring for your boy to let fly an S-bomb here or there.
Might have a little something for you.
Yeah, we had Steve Kerr on, JD, a couple of days ago, and the sound I just played is from back in September answering the Stephen A. Smith. But Mark and I talked to Steve about what everyone's been talking about in Dub Nation. Kuminga, can he get minutes? And JaMychal Green. Here's what Steve Kerr said about Kuminga and JaMychal Green going into the series.
The whole thing with all of our players, and I tell them this all the time, it's the playoffs change dramatically, from game to game based on matchups, based on injuries, based on what you're seeing on film. And it's important for everybody on the team to stay ready. And I think JaMychal Green is a great example of that, hardly played against Sacramento. And we knew we would need some size against the Lakers and some shooting. And he gets out there last night and gives us a great 7 or 8 minutes in the first half, knocks down a couple threes. So J-Mike understands that, and the other guys need to understand that too. Whether it's Kuminga, Lamb, all these guys, there's a possibility that things could turn their way, and they just have to stay ready.
They have to stay ready, and JaMychal Green, JD, did stay ready, and he played like it yesterday. And for Kuminga, I don't know how much you want to read into his body language in garbage time, but if you're a young player who is clearly not earning minutes, meaningful minutes, when you get a taste of playoff basketball, even if it's garbage time, you got to play a little bit harder than he played last night.
Yeah, he looked like a guy that wasn't exactly thrilled, or he played, I should say, like a guy that wasn't exactly thrilled with the situation. And some of that could just be rust. Some of that could be, there's a lot of different reasons for it. I don't want to make too much of how he played last night.
In garbage time.
So I want to kind of spare that. Although I do want to go back to, I guess it was the Kerr response. So maybe the second clip that we played where he made reference to, well, Bob and I called each other and wondered, where did this come from? Well, I think that might be your answer.
As far as where it came from.
Well, if it wasn't Steve.
And it wasn't Bob.
Well, who was it?
I don't know. Joe Lacob?
Possibly.
Kirk Lacob?
Possibly.
Kent Lacob?
I don't know. That's just, and again, nobody knows. But I always try to read the
Draymond Green.
I always try to read the tea leaves as to.
No, I like that.
Where. Well, yeah, we know it. Yeah, that's not a Steve Kerr or Bob Myers leak.
Right, and if it's a report,
so I agree with that.
And if we believe in,
so who would know to be unhappy with his summer?
Right? Would it be a teammate, somebody like Draymond Green, who actually spoke about Jonathan Kuminga's summer?
Remember the summer league game that Draymond went to? Draymond was infuriated
with how he played.
With how he played, like you don't play that way when we show up to watch you. Like that. Whoa. Like that was. I wasn't expecting that.
Right.
From Dre.
So that might be where the report originated, but bottom line is Jonathan Kuminga did kind of figure it out.
Yeah, they figured out a role for him, though. But the role for him, and I think this is where there is a disconnect, shall we say.
Yeah.
Like, my belief of Jonathan Kuminga is that he thinks he's a three, put it on the deck, slash, dunk, pull up, shoot the three. To me, Kuminga's opinion of his game is he's ready to be Kawhi here pretty now. Pretty quick, wants to play that way. Maybe not going to be as good, but this whole guard the opponent's best on ball guard and play the four and be in the dunker spot and only shoot corner three, that's keeping me down, man. I can't have that.
Right.
And so I think there is a part of him that wants to be unleashed and let to spread and play and go try to not be kept in this box in terms of his game and his skill set.
Well, he could do that, but not on a team that's fancying itself as a championship contender.
And in fairness to him, it doesn't necessarily make it right, Dibs, but in fairness to him, he probably looks at the players that were picked in front of him and even maybe a couple behind him, and he sees them playing a lot and playing well and thinking that he's better than those guys and would be better than those guys if he only got the run. So I think it's the point I'm getting at is there's a lot of different dynamics in play that have led to this point, including the fact that he's trying to help a championship contending team get over the hump. And if that means that he's going to have to fit his game into a certain box that he can't fit it into, and that means he's not going to play as much, then that's just part of the deal. It doesn't mean that he's going to be a bust or his career isn't going to ultimately reach its potential, but it's just where we are right now. And I think I keep coming back to the fan base too, because I think the fan base either bought in or was missold or overhyped just his ability to help now. But
we all see it's tantalizing because we see the regular year where he played 21 minutes a night over 67 games. He averaged nearly 10 a game, high flying dunks, ability to shoot the three, not with great consistency yet, but you can see the potential is there. And so fans want that. But the reality is postseason basketball is so markedly different that what you do over the 82 has almost no bearing on what you do over the course of 16. I want to get some of these calls in, JD, as we inexorably creep toward the weekend. Pretty Ricky is in San Leandro, and he wants to weigh in. What's going on, Pretty Ricky?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Thank you for taking my call.
Doing great. How you doing, Pretty?
Pretty good. They say I have a face for radio. So, listen, I want to make a couple first and foremost. I don't think it matters who we play, when we play, why we play, where we play. All we got to do is play our game. I'm on record at work and on the radio. Last year, I said they're going to win the next three. I still believe that, as one caveat being healthy. But we just got to play our game, and I don't think anybody can stop us. When we're playing our game, spreading the floor, playing D, and guys are hitting shots, there's nobody that can beat us. So I think the Warriors win it in 5 or 6. Here's my thing. I'm kind of selfish this way. I don't know which series to root for in the finals because I really, really, really want to see us play Boston again. But then there's that factor of where if we get Philadelphia, we get to knock out Harden again.
Yeah, thank you, Pretty Ricky. We got to get through either Denver or Phoenix first after you get by the Lakers. But the correct answer is Philly. Chance to see Kate Scott again, friend of the program. The fighting Kate Scotts. You already beat Boston. I'm good with Boston. Miami, I don't think, has what it takes to get there. Neither do the Knicks. I think the winner of this series, JD, and Philly's up right now 36-33 in Game 3. I think this is the de facto Eastern Conference Final.
It is. I would rather, if I was ranking the 4 cities left.
That's right, because you're a traveler.
In terms, Philly would be the 4th. Philly would be 4. I would give me
Miami 1.
Give me Boston 1.
Oh, look at you.
Miami 2. New York 3.
New York 3.
Philly 4.
Man, okay.
Yeah.
Just New York, too much city for JD?
New York, Miami. I mean, New York, Miami could be. I mean, that's a toss-up. Like, either one could go 2.
But Boston 1.
Boston would be 1, and Philly would be 4.
You like Boston?
Yeah, I like Boston.
And you have a good time last year in the finals?
Very good time.
Look at JD. Any stories, JD?
Two trip. Nothing that we can.
Awkwardly, let's go to Chris and San Leandro. Let's get JD off the hot seat. Chris, what's going on?
What's good, fellas? It's kind of crazy because Poole and Kuminga were part of this championship team last year, so it's infuriating to see them act the way that they're acting with the lack of their playing time. And then Kawakami had tweeted out yesterday that Poole walked into the tunnel after he was taken out, and then Iggy had to go up to get him to like calm him down. So it's like, I mean, just look at Moody and Jermichael Green. They just stayed ready. Like they barely played in the regular season, and once they got their name called, they're ready to go. So it's kind of frustrating to see Kuminga and Poole be acting like this.
Agreed, Chris. Thank you for the phone call. Yes, Tim Kawakami, JD, said that he saw Poole go into the tunnel, and Andre Iguodala had to immediately go and try to console him and coach him up. And it's frustrating. I'm sure for the veterans, they're really frustrated because you're a championship team. You are defending champs. It doesn't matter if you're playing 1 minute or all 48. You're one of the last 8 teams remaining.
It just goes to show what this team has been through this season.
Right.
And just how from the jump, it's been completely different. Whether it's Poole because of the punch or his role or the fact that now he is feeling the weight of some expectations that come along with the money that he's going to start being paid here coming up in the summer and on through the next 4 years.
I don't think it's that. I don't think it's him feeling the weight of the upcoming money.
Or just feeling he just is. Well, what do you think?
I think it's him expecting to play more because of the money that's coming his way.
Yeah.
I don't think that I got to play well because this money's coming.
He just thinks I should be playing no matter what I do because I'm one of these dudes now.
Exactly. I'm that dude. You're paying me all this money over the next 4 years to be that guy, yet I'm getting crumbs here, and I'm getting taken out at the first sign of trouble.
And I'm the first guy that gets the blame from the fans.
Yeah.
And all the things. That's interesting. I think.
And I also don't think that he and Draymond will both be on the team next year together. I'll elaborate on that momentarily. But first, Gene in Oakland. Gene, you broke my heart when you hung up before I could go to you, Gene. How you doing? You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Hey, I just lost the signal for a while. No, I didn't. No, I didn't pull a Jordan Poole or a Kuminga on you and walk away.
I will send Grandy into the tunnel to cheer you up. I hate Mark Grandy.
Yeah. All right. Anyways, earlier I heard you talking about comparisons to the regular season, and I just feel like you should throw the regular season completely out at this point. All the inconsistencies, the bad play on the road, all of that, I think we're due to different reasons. Like if we're not playing well now, I think it's all about fatigue and really nothing else. In the regular season, particularly the beginning of the middle part, we had the problems we had. Of course, we had all the the locker room issues, and we had, guys we were trying to integrate, particularly young guys, and it took them a while, including DiVincenzo, who eventually became a solid role player. But we were fumbling around trying to figure out what works. At this point, if we're playing a bad game as we did, for example, that's the first game in this series, I think we were tired. I think we were exhausted. So what I'm expecting from here on is, I think you're going to see a lot of the championship level play that we saw yesterday. But in between, I think you're going to see some tired legs and some losses. So, anyways, that's kind of how I see it at this point.
Thanks, Gene. Appreciate you calling back. I couldn't have gone into the weekend without some Gene in Oakland. Needed it, Gene. You brought it, and you paid it off. Coach JC in Concord, don't go anywhere. We're going to you and everyone else on hold. Our final segment coming up on the other side. JD's final thoughts. He's got a flight to catch. We don't want to drag him out too long. There'll be no overtime in this show. We're going straight up until 6 o'clock when we turn it over to Mark Grandy. Dub Nation, they are gold-blooded. The 2023 playoffs, presented by Kaiser Permanente, are happening now. Single-game tickets available for purchase. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by. Your calls and JD's final thoughts on the other side. It's Willard and Dibbs. JD in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
It's the most wonderful.
Curry will throw it in. Remember, Curry got the ball back on one of those. Ball thrown to Moody. He goes baseline for a dunk. They caught James not looking. James will hold it in the backcourt. He'll dribble it out. The end of the quarter, the Warriors lead 110-80. My goodness, all the attention was looking at the shooters, and Moody came backdoor. Hachimura and Davis had their backs turned to him.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Willard and Dibbs.
Take it away, Moses. Yeah, you did. Backdoored LeBron. That was so great. What a nice punctuation mark on that third quarter. LeBron fouls Moody. LeBron tantrum. Let's review it because I'm LeBron. I'm going to twirl my finger in the air even though you're not getting that one overturned. You fouled him on the arm and you hit him with the body. 3 free throws for Moody. I think he hit 2 of the 3. And about a minute later, inbounds play, backdoor, Moody dunk, night. And that'll be it for you, LeBron. Go over and sit next to Anthony Davis because this game is over.
Over.
Big time.
All over.
The Quest for 5 is brought to you by Merrill West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together. Before we go to the phones, JD, I just want to thank you for opening up during the break right there. I got a little John Dickinson Unplugged CD not to be released.
Yeah.
But
what do you
thank
got?
you for that, JD, because we don't often, we do shows together, we do hits, we talk. It's usually mostly business, but that's probably the most we've actually.
Yeah, real life stuff.
That was some real life S right there.
Yeah, it definitely was.
Be ready on the dump button, Granny. I'm about to get after it here. Or the boss gone for the weekend. That was some real life stuff. Yeah. That was me.
So don't be surprised if. Either way.
Yeah, no, I won't be. And if it goes the one way, though, I'm going to insist upon playing a role.
Oh, yeah. We could
Be it small or big.
We can figure that out.
Coach JC is in Concord. Let's get back to Kuminga. What's up, Coach JC? You're on the game.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys, here. Let me keep it simple and let me be quick. Number one, what you've got to keep in mind is AD after game 1 said in an interview right after the game, the Warriors are 2 things. It's a track meet when you play with them, and they're organized chaos. So with that in mind, what you need from your players, especially the subs off the bench coming in, is you need them to make good decisions, keep it simple, and make sure that they're playing within the framework of that organized chaos on the attack, as well as when they get back on defense, transitioning. And Kuminga, quite frankly, if you watch the tape, Kuminga is always either falling asleep, missing the switches, not paying attention on defense, and on the attack, he just doesn't know where he should be or what he should do, either shoot or take the ball or go to the hoop. That's Kuminga's issue, not his talent.
Thank you, Coach. I appreciate that, and he's not wrong.
Well said.
And I think part of that comes from the fact that he doesn't play, but the fact that comes from him not playing is the level of immaturity and inexperience. Because when you come in, like Moses Moody's a good example, when he comes in a short stint, he has the experience of playing in Arkansas, and he's played more competitive basketball than Jonathan Kuminga. So I think he has a greater understanding of how to play that short shift role, so to speak.
No, he does. And I think, Kuminga he's just going to have to wait for that opportunity the way Moses Moody did at this point. I know we touched on that a little bit earlier on in the show. It's just, don't sulk, but be ready. And I think that's the thing whenever Steve Kerr gets asked about him. And I think at this point, it's reached well beyond the level of even really talking about it, I think, beyond today, just based on the fact that it's like, all right, clear cut, he ain't in the rotation.
Right.
There's clearly something going on that I don't think is the coaching staff's fault. You know what I mean? Like that has maybe added a layer to why we haven't seen him in the first couple of games of this series and don't project to moving forward. But he's got to wait for his spot. And I guess this is something I do always like to point out. It's, I may be more down isn't the right word, but
it's critical,
but realistic in accepting where he is right now. But I also I don't feel like his career to this point with the Warriors is a disappointment either. Like, to me, it's about what I would have expected. To me, where it's foolish is people that believe that he would be farther along to this
Right.
point as young and as inexperienced
He's 20.
as he is.
And
so that's where I actually
he's
feel
20, JD.
I give him the benefit of the doubt. I feel like maybe more than others, even though there are a lot of others who think he's a lot better than I do right now.
Right. I have a 21-year-old son and I have a 19-year-old son, and I love them dearly. And I know what their capabilities are. Yeah, shout out Quest and Keon. And I'm not sure if they would be ready to contribute in their selective fields at the level that Warrior fans were expecting Jonathan Kuminga to contribute at the level he's at in his field. Think about it. There are 8 teams still playing NBA basketball, and you're asking a 20-year-old to step in and basically be a high-level executive for his company in crunch time in his industry. I just think that the ask of Kuminga is too great. The fact that he's been shuttled down to the end of the bench in the playoffs does not mean anything in terms of his long-term viability as a Warrior. I know the team's not giving up on him. We're not giving up on him. But in the short term, I do think they're going another direction. It's JD and Dibs here. Mark Willard back in on Monday. Time to get your thoughts, JD. You got a flight in 3 hours down to Los Angeles. Give me your game 3. What's going to happen? What do you think the game is going to be like? You'll give your game 4 thoughts on Monday with Steiny and Guru. You got about 2 more minutes here with the Dibber, JD. What do you think in terms of adjustments, game flow? What's JD thinking about game 3?
There's never really an adjustment for the team that wins. It's
true.
Keep it going. And so I would expect JaMychal Green to start. I would expect Kevon Looney to continue to come off the bench. I would expect Draymond Green to keep locking up with Anthony Davis. To me, it's a matter of, can the Warriors bring the offensive patience, even though shots may not fall at the level that they fell in the first 2 games of this series? Can they avoid having that 20-plus turnover game where it just looks like they're kicking it all over the place and they can do nothing right, which would give the Lakers life? And can they just keep their poise, I think, and composure, even though they may not get a whistle? Like I would be prepared to not get a whistle that you like if you're the Warriors tomorrow. Both of these games, really, but especially tomorrow. And can you just play through it and keep your composure? Because the Lakers have done a lot of talking here over the last 24 hours about the fact that they weren't really happy with the whistle to this point.
Right, not happy with the whistle in game 2, certainly, and I think the game 1 whistle, the Warriors could rightly say that, maybe they didn't get the calls going their way that they felt. And, JD, the human nature of officiating, the home team is always going to get a slightly better whistle. But if you just look at the foul calls through 2 games, the Lakers have been whistled for 37. The Warriors have been whistled for 47. I'm sorry, 27. It's 47 to 27 in terms of fouls called. So I don't think the Lakers have much of a beef. Now, game 2 was called a little bit more in the Warriors' favor, but it was not a factor in the outcome. The Lakers shut it down so early in that game that even LeBron, who got teed up after the call that they didn't overturn, you got no beef when you get run out of the gym.
No, you definitely don't, but they were still trying to plant the seed moving forward.
Yeah, seed is planted.
And so just, I guess...
And you know that LeBron James is always going to get more calls than anybody because he's LeBron James.
Be prepared to push forward through it, and also be prepared to try to limit where they're not dominating you in the paint and dominating you in terms of the free throw line to where it offsets even if you have a hot shooting 3-point game, because I would expect the Warriors to not hit 23s tomorrow.
Let alone 21, which back-to-back games they've hit 21 threes. Well, JD, have a good flight, have a safe flight, enjoy the games down there at the Crypt, and I look forward to hearing you on tomorrow with Whitey, 10 to 1, and then Warriors pre and post as well.
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's going to be a blast of a weekend. And yeah, man, great last 4 hours. And we've had a few chances here the last couple of weeks, and it's been a lot of fun.
Always enjoyable, JD. And safe travels, and we will talk to you soon. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Best of the game. An hour of 95.7 The Game's best content of the day, hosted by the Grandy Man, the Grandy Man can and does. Mark Grandy coming up next with the best of. Thank you, Lucas. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, listeners. You carried the day today. For John Dickinson and Mark Willard, who's off till Monday, I am Dan Dibley. Thanks for joining us. Mark Grandy and the best of is next on 95.7 The Game.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Sponsored by BOMA, IFMA, ABC, and NECA. This event is your one-stop shop for all things buildings and facilities throughout the Bay Area. Register to attend today and receive free lunch and parking. This event is free for all qualified professionals. Register online at proexpos.com. That's PROEXPOS.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Welcome to the best of the game. We're highlighting the best interviews, topics, and sounds of the day. Hey, everybody. On 95.7 The Game.
It's time for your best of hour here on 95.7 The Game. Mark Randy with you up until 7 o'clock as we continue to react to the Warriors' dominant 127-100 win over the Los Angeles Lakers in Game 2 yesterday to even the series at a game apiece. We'll hear from the Morning Roast coming up in a little bit. We'll hear from Willard and Dibbs. John Dickinson was sitting in for Mark Willard today. Also, Steiny and Guru with Evan Giddings sitting in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. That is coming up. But first, a great conversation with Lakers legend Michael Cooper. He was on Steiny and Guru. Once again, Evan Giddings sitting in for Goo today. They talked about this series between the Warriors and the Lakers, about Draymond Green as a defender. Of course, Michael Cooper, a great defender in his own right. Also talking about the difference in eras, difference in the game over the multiple last few eras. Michael Cooper played in the NBA, and of course now in current day. A really great conversation on Steiny and Guru with Lakers legend Michael Cooper. Here it is to kick off your best of hour on 95.7 The Game.
Were you a better defender than Draymond Green?
Well, I think I was a different type of defender. I think Draymond's more physical. I'm not saying that I wasn't, but Draymond's bigger player at 6'8", 6'9", I guess. And I think he's willing to do whatever it takes for his team to win, whether it's dirty tactics or not. But again, he's getting the job done. But I was able to guard 1 through 4, and Draymond's able to guard 1 through 5.
Yeah, but the centers were different back in your day.
For sure. So I think if he had played in the 80s, no way he's going to be guarding Artis Gilmore or Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or Lambeer or some of those guys like that. But again, you know, in today's game, he's able to do that, and that makes him an extraordinarily good defender.
Coop, you played in 168 playoff games. It was something we were talking about earlier with the Lakers and the Warriors. LeBron James, he's played in nearly 280. When you were going through those wars over 12 postseasons, were there ever times where you felt like there wasn't a game that you needed? Because we're talking about must-wins and the Warriors getting back in this series and the Lakers maybe not having as much desperation as Golden State. Is that something that you as a player ever sensed, even though you played in a different era? The fact that you guys went through so many different battles with different teams, was there an occasional game here or there where you knew that it wasn't necessarily a must-win and you could, you know, kind of look ahead a little bit?
You know what, Pat Riley always mentioned championships are won on the road. So if we started our game at home, we knew a must-win game was going to be that next game on the opponent's court. And I think this game coming up is definitely going to be a must-win for the Lakers, even though it's a home game. And I know Golden State is still in the same way. So this is a big game for both teams, this next one coming up. But every time we play, if we had lost a game and it was going 1-1 somewhere, whether we're coming back home or going on the road, that third game was always a must-win. But, you know, our team was built around every game was important for us, you know, because it was about getting the series over with. And going back to what you said about LeBron playing all those games, you got to remember, we didn't have load management back then, so we were playing 82 games our regular season. We didn't sit out 50 games and try to save our energy for the playoffs. So I think our schedule or my 168 games were a little bit more grueling because I tried to play 82 games all the way through the course of the season and then went into the playoffs and did whatever we did then.
Michael Cooper joining us. He's a 5-time NBA champion with the LA Lakers. That's actually an interesting point that I hadn't thought of, but now I'm putting myself back in the 80s, Michael, and you know, the East was brutal, and Boston would have to get by Detroit. Milwaukee was good, and Philly. and the idea of you guys wanting to get series over in a hurry because that's the way you got more rest, I think is very interesting.
Oh, for sure. And again, as you finish off the regular season and get into the playoffs, and especially those first rounds, and you get by that, you wanted to get these games. The more you extend it, the more fatigued you were going to be, and the more likely somebody would get injured. So for us, it was about if we had a team down 2-0, we were going in for the kill because we know if we got that third game, we could possibly get this series over in 5.
Right.
And I think players are definitely looking like that. I'm loving this series. The Lakers-Golden State Warriors was a great game. I knew the Lakers were going to lose last night. I just had a feeling because Golden State had expended a lot of energy in that Sacramento 7th game that there was a good chance if the Lakers were going to steal a game, it would be that first game at home. But expect the Warriors to come back. They have the heart of a champion. They understand what's going on. They got that last game. And this next game is going to be important. I don't think either team is thinking about getting this over with in a hurry.
Right.
Because, again, you got two teams. I think the Lakers are a very formidable foe. I think the Lakers are going to win a championship this year. And if they can get by this series here, which I think they will, probably be a 7-game series, then they can think about that. But right now, you can't think about getting this team 4-1, 4-2. You got to look at it game by game and just win the games that you can. And hopefully if it gets over in 6, then you can get it done, or in 5, in any case it goes. But for sure, it's going, you're looking forward to that 7th game.
Michael Cooper joining us on 95.7 The Game, a mainstay of the Lakers dynasty in the 1980s. Michael, the one thing that I think is different now than it used to be is it feels like after every single playoff game, we say, oh, well, now the Warriors are going to win the series. And the Lakers will win game 3, and we'll say, oh, now it's over. The Lakers are going to win the series. And then subsequently, the Warriors would win. You played a game 1 in the mid-'80s against the Celtics. You got beaten game 1, 148-114. It has a nickname, the Memorial Day Massacre.
Yeah.
And you won. You won that series. So my question is, what happened after game 1 when you got run out of the building?
Well, we got beat, and I think that was 1985.
Yep.
And what we did is after that game, we had a reflection on 84. And, me growing up here in Los Angeles, watching how the Celtics beat the Lakers with some of the great Laker teams that they've had with Elgin Baylor, West, and Chamberlain, we just shook ourselves. And Coach Riley put it on us. We watched that game twice in stop time. Every time we did something wrong after that game, we came straight back to the hotel, went straight to a ballroom and watched the game for 2 hours. So we were up to like 10:30, 11, and he just challenged us. And, we had enough. We had to reevaluate ourselves because the Celtics were being physical with us in 84. They came out that first game and got real physical with us, and we just had to man up at that time. And I think what you're seeing now, trying to compare that series with what's happening today, I think the Warriors have made their punch. They threw their punch. Lakers now are coming home. You can't rest on your laurels. You got to make your adjustments and come on out. And I think, obviously, AD having a monster game he had